When you are reborn after killing each evil person, you can be reborn once. What will you do? At night, you witness three girls being brutally bullied by hooligans, so you step forward and save the three girls by yourself. However, after your heroic death, the three girls made it a point to declare to the police that they were just passing by and the incident had nothing to do with them. The hooligans also reversed black and white, falsely accusing you of provoking them to come here first. The special police even ruled on the spot that the hooligans had over-defended themselves and then wanted to directly take away your body, intending to destroy it. All of this was clearly seen by you, who was transformed into a soul. As you were burning with rage, hating these bastards and the big black umbrella, you suddenly awakened. The system of punishing the wicked and eliminating evil rewards you with a life, whether you take the wicked in or kill them on the spot. When you have accumulated 1 million entries on standby, you will be given something that can never be denied. Next, the host is about to return to the dead body, so please utilize the last 15 seconds of this body's light and heat. Before you can even think about it, your soul is instantly sucked in by the body on the ground. For only a second, the force filled your brain. You grabbed the shards of glass, and you lunged violently towards the boss of the mongrels. And at this moment, Wang Jing couldn't react at all. He couldn't understand why the corpse he had beaten to a bloody head had come to life. You thrust the glass shard hard into Wang Jing's neck while saying harsh words. You fucking Wang Jing, right? For one time, big brother, right? For another one. Wang Jing covered his neck, his eyes full of incredulity. Without saying a word, he spat out blood and fell down. It was only then that the crowd reacted, blowing up the corpse. Xiao Nan and their three girls let out a scream, and those two special agents nervously rushed to draw their guns. Wang Jing's two little brothers, their legs were all fucking scared and soft, kneeling on the ground. After you stabbed Wang Jing to death, you once again pounced on those two little brothers. 10 seconds have passed since this happened, and Hootenanny finally strips out his gun, points it at your back, and yells, "Stop it, or I'm going to shoot." This is intentional homicide, punishable by death. Oh, the death penalty. You rushed your ears and stabbed straight through. The little brother panicked and raised his hand to stop it, only to be cut open in the face, which is a bit of a shame. Just as you are about to continue stabbing, the last 5 seconds pass. You fall to the ground once again, a corpse. The scene was chaotic, and those two doctors were in a bit of a trance. Biology ceased to exist. Nan and the girls, scared and wet and dripping, sat on the ground and cried helplessly, scandalized. You turn back into your soul state and roar, "Not cool," just a few seconds away from killing another one. At this point, the system voice rings out, "Don't worry, host. You have also successfully eradicated one villain and gained a standby." You suddenly realize that you have a miniature of your own likeness in the upper right corner, followed by a display of X1. "But I'm dead, ah? And come back to life. Do you think this is reasonable?" Talkative and stupid host. I will set you up in this world with a reasonable groovy. All of them are products of time paradox. You won't understand even if I tell you. Well, go ahead. With your head spinning, you walk out of a low-cost housing unit when you open your eyes again. Standby -1. The previous villain X1 turned into X0. Your settings came to your mind. Name Liao Kaifeng, gender male, age 20 years old. Brief introduction: you are an orphan, grew up in Choming Orphanage. 16 years old, diagnosed with two-way psychotic disorder, and was sent to the mental hospital. 19 years old, escaped from the mental hospital by climbing over the wall, came here and hid for a year. After reading this, you can't help but nod your head. Well, 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 well. Orphan plus mental illness. Now see who can still stop me. At this time, the system mechanical voice sounded again. Plunged into the darkness of degeneration, the surface of the decent moral appearance, behind the back of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, do everything, with the triad collusion of Hu Tachin, with the surface of the innocent, actually vicious mind, relying on the color of the fish to cheat a lot of men's money, double standard and green tea, KTV princess, slut, three sisters, as well as no evil Bilyong for the prostitution and bullying. The city, the hands of the life of the screwed up the Earth Party social person Wang Jing little brother, is going to the Tiannan District Special Events Management Bureau to file a case on the way to the intersection of the confession. They're currently on the West Side Road, so please choose your own disposition for the host. Okay? Interesting. There's a character introduction. West City Road, isn't that almost close to here? You look around. Your eyes suddenly catch a glimpse of a dump truck parked right outside, and grimace. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? This will send them towards the first world for company. And at this moment, Two cars were traveling on the Xicheng Road one after the other. The special duty car in front was Hu's special duty with those three sisters. The car behind was his colleague with Wang Jing's little brother. The atmosphere within these two cars was very silent. Tonight's attendance is the first and last time in Hu Tachin's life to meet a bizarre case. To this day, he still doesn't understand how you got up and killed someone. He remembered all the evil things he had done, and a phrase suddenly popped into his head. Raise your head 3 feet and there is God. Those three Phoenix nightclub sisters didn't have much in their brains, and at this moment, they were even more empty. They are afraid of fear, but instead stirred up a trace of resentment, blaming you. You have the ability to do what you did earlier. Can't you solve those three people neatly? You have to be killed and then get up to kill again. It really scares me to death. Those two Wang Jing's little brother, sitting in the car is also nonsense. What to do now? Wang Jing died on the spot. What should they do? The two cars were driving in a trance, not noticing that after passing through an intersection, a dump truck appeared behind them. You're driving the dump truck, and the engine suddenly erupts into a ferocious roar as your speed climbs. While they were waiting for the stoplight, you stepped on the gas and slammed it hard into the two cars. Bang bang. With the sound of two loud collisions, the dump truck destroyed two cars in a row, and the violent force pushed them towards the fence on the right to unravel. Then thud. Dusty was on standby plus period, earning a point +1. Sorry, mudhead old man. I'll make it up to you. With your face covered in blood and your head a little dizzy, you pull out all the money you have on you and put it on the passenger seat, then kick the warp door open with all your might and step off, only to see two clusters of iron shanks squeezed in front of the mud truck. Who Wayman errands, dirty Hutchin? They ended this sinful life. The two Wang Jin minions also left for the other world on the spot, and the three Phoenix nightclub princesses who wanted to go to work went bye-bye. Luckily, Minami hadn't departed yet. Half of her body caught outside the discus with a few breaths left. You staggered over to him, and when Xiaonan saw someone approaching, his dying eyes suddenly radiated a strong desire to live. Save, save, save me. You slowly approached his side and laughed hideously. Didn't I say it had nothing to do with you guys? It's all my own fault for getting killed and showing off, huh? Who let him save? These words in the ears of outsiders may feel inexplicable, but when Xiaonan heard in the ears, it is like a spring thunderbolt. It's him. It's him. The ghost came back to take revenge. It's you, I was wrong. Save me, I was really wrong. Strong stimulation and adrenaline burst, so that he has some gas and spirit, commonly known as the return of light. And on your face, there is no mercy. The stupid and upright you from before is dead. You coldly shake your head. How could you have made a mistake? You just know you're going to die and get your big revenge. You crouched down and sat on the ground, communicating with the system in your mind. System, what is the meaning of that justice point? Justice points are in that the reward points for each action you take that achieves results. When it accumulates to 100 points, it will open up to give the host a surprise. I see. Understanding got up and was ready to leave. But at this moment there is already a large circle of people around. They are talking and discussing, and some people reported the special duty. Oh my god, this driving a dump truck is really crazy. He likes to rampage in the middle of the night. Who says it isn't? This time it's even more bullish. The Secret Service car was hit like this. This is probably going to be a death sentence. You walk to the edge of the crowd, wanting to leave. An enthusiastic citizen rushes up to stop you. Dao, you can't leave. Leaving is a hit and run. God damn it. Hit and killed so many people. Don't you have some sense of guilt? No one face to leave here. Really a beast. You suddenly feel that the light is too harsh, and when you look up, you see the man standing on the moral high ground, fiercely criticizing him, condemning him at the moment. It is as if he were the embodiment of justice, the representative of light, the most special one in the crowd. What do you know? Come up and spew shit. How come no one stood up when I was killed? Splat. Crisp applause came. Lu Xiangyang pulled the man down from the altar. He covered his face and coyly said, "How do you hit people? It's not right for you." Someone next to him hurriedly pulled him to the side. "How dare you provoke him? He's killing crazy now that he's run over so many people, so be careful to kill you too later." So the crowd watched Lu Xiangyang leave with some fear. No one stopped. Lu Xiangyang in front of the alley turned in, disappeared in the darkness. 20 minutes later, Secret Service car, ambulance finally came. Tonight is not destined to be very calm. Lu Xiangyang's body and Wang Jing's body is lying quietly in the funeral parlor. Not long after, Wang Jing's two little brothers and three sisters were also packed in bags and all sent over. The family was neat and tidy, and the dump truck driver who slept in the house, with a dumbfounded face, was dragged up from his bed by the Secret Service. Liu Xiangyang lay in the cheap rent room and slept all night, and the next morning at 6 o'clock, the heavy knocking sounded. Bang 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 hello, check the gas. At 5 a.m., Chongming Daily last night, Greenvine City, Chongming District, there was a criminal case and a major traffic collision case, and the parties involved in these two incidents have become dead. Early in the morning, this heavy news has spread in Chongming District. The general public is still very curious about this news. How can there be such a coincidence? According to informed sources, one of the dead is that Chongming District gangster Wang Jing. Those who had been coerced and bullied by him learned of the news, all clapped their hands. They are just like New Year's Eve, good wine and good food to buy, ready to have a good drink at noon to celebrate. Good great, this beast is finally dead. I don't know which kind brother did this kind of thing for heaven. Later, there are informed people broke the news that was originally killed by Wang Jing. That person suddenly came back to life. Copied the glass shards to Wang Jing to zap the dead, said the nose and eyes. Details are very sufficient, just as witnessed. For this news, the public is not too recognized. This is not bullshit. When a fun to listen to it, laugh at death. The body can still kill people not? The people's servants of the Chongming District Special Events Management Bureau don't think so. They look at the surveillance video and forensic identification report in front of them and look at each other. The autopsy results are very clear. The deceased Liu Xiangyang died at 11:13 p.m. The cause of death brain death. The deceased Wang Jing died at 11:25 p.m. The cause of death carotid artery trauma death. Liu Xiangyang's body is full of Wang Jing's blood. His right hand is still holding the murder weapon, and the video also clearly captured the scene of his violent murder. Tricky. They scratched their heads. How can this be judged? Two victims. The victim died in the dead victim, and climbed up to kill the victim. The key is that the evidence is all together. The parties are also all dead. This fucking really? Wang Ju lived for decades, have not seen such a criminal case. Pinched the bridge of the nose, opened his mouth and said, "This case first put aside. The briefing should not be sent. The public will not believe. Investigate that hit-and-run case first." Deputy Bureau who grunted and said, "That driver is very tough talking. Tortured all night, just don't know. Not clear. Not him driving the car. According to our investigation, he did have an alibi, and the witnesses at the scene also said that the driver was a young lad. But this is all too perfect, so I have to suspect that this is a premeditated vendetta. The target is Wang Jing. 3 people. Xiao who they are implicated." When Wang Ju heard this, he slapped the table and said angrily, "This matter has been noticed by the top. No matter if he was premeditated or an accident, he must find out today, catch the real culprit and figure it all out." "Yes, yes." The crowd replied loudly, and then left the conference room to run off and investigate. Liu Xiangyang was guided by the system last night and took paths that were not monitored, basically leaving that intersection without a trace, causing a lot of trouble for the people's servants to investigate. Bang bang bang. Liao Kaifeng, open the door quickly. Hearing the urging sound, Liu Xiangyang climbed up and opened the door of the room with smooth and easy eyes, only to see the landlord and gas company maintenance personnel standing outside the door. Morning woman landlord looked at Liu Xiangyang with a disgusted face and said, "Liao Kaifeng, you steal people at night to go on? Knocked on the door for half a day and didn't open. You didn't go to work today. This month's rent is going to go up 100 no?" Liu Xiangyang's mind set floating information. Liao Kaifeng, since escaping the mental hospital, came to Chonglin to find a job delivering milk. 4 o'clock in the morning to start going to deliver milk. Psychotic milk delivery system. You are really wicked. Liu Xiangyang gave a demented laugh and ignored the fat landlord, rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs. The fat woman landlord saw his appearance and became even more angry. "Liao Kaifeng, do you know how to respect people or not? I'm so angry." Usually, this Liao Kaifeng is polite when he sees himself. He didn't expect to be so hardened today. He dared to ignore himself. Liu Xiangyang, according to the setting in his brain, discriminate this fat woman landlord, is a knife-mouthed tofu heart person. He see himself poor. Rent only charge 300 a month, is a rare good person. He has a life in his body now, It is better not to get too close to him to avoid some trouble. After the fat woman landlord entered the door, he took the gas company personnel to overhaul the pipeline. When he turned back and was ready to look around, the house has no problem. The eyes suddenly glanced at the basket by the table with blood inside the clothes. Suddenly, all of a sudden, a shock. Liu Xiangyang hit a car, ready to go to the native rented room there to see the situation. Can take some relics. The face did not do to cover up. He also has to stand by too. It does not matter. Liu Xiangyang before his death is the Greenvine City Chongming District Public College fresh graduates. After graduation stayed in Chongming District, found a sales job. In the event of an accident, he was preparing to go to the appointment to go to the customer's home to discuss. Keycap to the subway station. Lu Xiangyang very atmospheric dumped 20 bucks, signaling that you do not have to look for, fast walking to the subway line too. The driver blocked less than, head out the window, crunching a mouthful of curses. Stacked 3 fare 22, hey hey, grass. Obscure today's civilized society. The public are to comply with the order. The teacher brushes the card line into the station. Lu Xiangyang didn't have any prohibited items on him, so he smoothly went through the security check and walked to the gate, crossed over with a flip, and blended into the crowd, leaving the dumbfounded crowd behind him. Finding a seat, he began to close his eyes and think about what to do next. This life couldn't be wasted so easily. After 2 stops on the subway, for some reason, Lu Xiangyang suddenly felt a little itchy inside his pants, which is normal for men, so he reached out and pulled out. At that moment, the shrill male voice sounded at first, You're a disgusting guy. Isn't that a moose pad in your pants? I saw you with your hand inside your pants." The crowd in the subway who were playing with their cell phones heard this and came to their senses. Hey, what's the fight? There's a good show. Some people instantly switched their cell phones to camera mode to record this moment. Lu Xiangyang looked at the opposite side of the face of the several has stood up, pointing at their own exquisite enchanting boys. They are all oil head, clamped and orchid finger, wearing sexy and cool. I do not know why. After hearing the opposite side of the several exquisite enchanting boys said words, Lu Xiangyang body inexplicably irritable, scalp numb, very one event. I can go to your mom's right. One by one. The whole person is not human ghost. Point face it? Can't I just pull out my pants? You guys have too much fucking control. Also play moose code. Queenie Mentamada sorta chuko. Bishing newspaper congratulations. From Lu Xiangyang's mouth exploded, ruthlessly smashed in their faces. The crowd was shocked, thinking, crap, where is the warrior? Even dared to stand up and accuse this bad trend? Looking up, only to see a look at the spirit of some grumpy, eyes full of bloodshot young man has stood up, is pointing at that a few exquisite enchanting boys cursing. Those delicate and exquisite enchanting boys were all of a sudden blinded by the scolding, and after a few seconds, the blood rushed upward in a meaty manner. Why are you so vulgar? If you are not typing Morse code, why are you digging around in your pants? So exquisite enchanting boys you a sentence. Towards Lu Xiangyang fierce spray up, said to the excitement, they opened their mouth is gas or cold. How to say a word cannot. Look at their emotional look, those boiling sheep also on the side of the gun. Even if it is a misunderstanding, why do you need to be so rude to these boys? Don't swear in public. Lu Xiangyang was almost laughed at by these few oddballs, looking at the scene getting more and more intense. The big guys were also up in arms, taking cell phones and shooting wildly. Okay, say I hit Morse code, right? I hit your mom. Lu Xiangyang reported he a sound, stood up to the front. The right hand swung round the very force, snapped a slap on the face of the first opening of the exquisite enchanting boys. I play Nima. Snapped. Another slap to the side of the enchanting boy's face, followed by slap after slap resounded. Those 4 exquisite enchanting boys, each face has more than one medal of justice. Lu Xiangyang these slaps were powerful, directly fanned down 3 exquisite enchanting boys. There is also a fan was fanned back to do the original position, head buzzing. Their cheeks were red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the exquisite delicate enchanting boys never dreamed that they would be beaten up, or in front of so many people. At once, he was unforgiving. Oh, how dare you hit me? I want a tyrant. Arrest you and shoot you. Oh, how dare you hit me? I grew up since mom and dad have never hit me. Oh, you guys are still not a man, just like this to see us being beaten? At this moment, a few boiling goats jumped out, wanting to administer justice. Stop. Why are you still hitting people? Quickly apologize to these exquisite boys. That is, now is the rule of law society. How can you hit people? Even if they draw enchanting, even if they wear cool and sexy. But that's not a reason for you to hit people. Those several swollen face dress exquisite enchanting boys hear someone defend their own crying more loudly. Oh, I don't want him to apologize. I want him to go to jail. I want him to be shot. Lu Xiangyang looked at scurrying to their own front of the 3 boiling goat, also no nonsense, snapped and 3 slaps sent over. This body is said to be a psychotic who gets up early every day to deliver milk, has no bad hobbies, likes to exercise, and has a relatively robust body. Good how dare you hit us? The 3 boiling goats exploded with anger, swarmed up. Lu Xiangyang loomed large, 1 pix 3, staring with blood-red eyes, and the 3 boiling goats beat each other up. This scene was also photographed by the crowd of passionate melon eaters and posted online. Fighting, the boiling goats found that this guy simply sweat not yet dead, hissing while fighting, very crazy, cannot help but budging back. After retreating from the nose and face, they looked at Lu Xiangyang some fear, feeling that this guy is not normal mental appearance. It so happens that the subway also to the next station entrance. Lu Xiangyang listening to the broadcast sound, crispy a mouthful of thick spit on the body of those few. Once again triggered the screams, and then Lu Xiangyang turned his head from the door squeezed down, quickly through the crowd disappeared. Whoa! Justice points +1. When those exquisite enchanting boys chased out the rage, Lu Xiangyang had already left the subway station. All of this also fermented on the network. Man in the subway forcibly beat 4 exquisite enchanting man. Choming subway line 2 shock scene. Violent man wildly beat 4 pink man. For what reason? All of a sudden this matter caused a furor. Countless with them a circle of compatriots issued a furious maniacal laughter. Must be this lawless man severely punished, sentenced to death by firing squad. No one cared about the cause of the incident, and they focused their attention on the assailant. The night of the accident, the enthusiastic citizen who was slapped by Lu Xiangyang also saw this video. It's him. This face, he can't forget until he dies. It's that man. The nurse doctor at Wanqing Psychiatric Hospital in Choming District also saw this video. It's him. It's that man. The manic two-way affective disorder psychiatric patient who escaped from our hospital over the wall. There was so much powerful news at one time that it was going to explode. The internet has no memory, and in the comments underneath this explosive video, which was topped by a crowd of awakened and refined men, there were a very few others who were sending out requests that they pay attention once again to that criminal case in Gaofei Town, Choming District. Half a month before Lu Xiangyang's series of events broke out, this tragic case happened. The extortion and murder case of an 18-year-old youth. When the victim's family learned of this news, they rushed back to their hometown overnight from out of town, but it was all too late. That abuser's family didn't make any indication either, only contacting the Special Affairs Bureau, not opposite the victim's family. What kind of family education will produce what kind of flowers? Lu Xiangyang returned to the rented room here, stood in the distance, and quietly surveyed for more than half an hour before he wandered in with his hat on. He climbed up the stairs, took out the key in a hidden corner, opened the door, and changed his clothes again after taking out the $3,600 he had put under the mattress. Lu Xiangyang left, the next target he had already found. Along the way he rode a borrowed bicycle and walked the path. Hey, is the system there? 18-year-old youth blackmail murder case opened. Consumed 2 justice points. 3 locations have been marked for the host. The corner of Lu Xiangyang's mouth couldn't help but hook up. This system really deserves to be the roundworm in my old man's stomach. After riding for 10 minutes, he came to the old city shanty town, where there are fewer cameras, and there is a thrift market nearby that has been open for a long time. He plucked a pair of rubber gloves, one-piece work clothes, a sledgehammer, a canvas bag, BOP tape rope, and 3 sharp knives. These things are Lu Xiangyang usually watch those criminal investigation movies to get inspiration. He then ate a good meal, a big bowl of luxury pork feet rice, but also added a marinated egg, drank a bottle of beer, bought a packet of usually cannot afford to smoke 100 good cigarettes, a total consumption of $526. Eat and drink enough. Lu Xiangyang just around the corner in the alley to take off his clothes, changed into a one-piece work clothes suit, back on the sledgehammer and backpack, humming the opera cadence. There are the sun and moon towards the end of the day, Xian. There are ghosts and gods in charge of the right to life and death. Go towards the first target location. Go, you should also be on your way. When that criminal case happened, those families moved from the village of Choming District to hide in the town. They are the same enemy, screwed together, said determined not to come forward, and sometimes have to touch together the progress of the case, so they are not far from each other. Big noon this town came to an uninvited guest. Lu Xiangyang wearing a hat, riding a bicycle, just like the small workman outside the wall. It does not look conspicuous. He traveled all the way, came to a courtyard wall, stopped. The location of the first target arrived. Inside the living room of the house, someone is talking. His father. Do you think he will be bullied inside? I don't know if he eats well, sleeps well. Now is the time to grow his body. I don't know if he ate the milk and calcium tablets sent in the other day. You don't worry about it, day after day. Flip around and ask me 800 times. Annoyed, don't delay me to play cards. The man answered impatiently. Lu Xiangyang pretended to rest outside this courtyard. Leaning against the wall, lit a cigarette, eyes looking around. The voice inside the courtyard again. You know how to play cards. He is like this. I do not know how it is now. You are still playing cards. I'll give you the phone smashed. Roll, you crazy bitch. Don't smash it, mom. He's fine. I asked someone about the situation. What's the situation? Oops, all right. We accept the judgment of the Special Municipal Bureau of the Law. He was educated at best on the way out, just before the online speculation of the heat is too big, not good to deal with, and so small on the good. Look, haven't there been several incidents lately, and it's a good thing that we've squashed all of them. The man said smugly. You show me Choming Wangjin's death case, a major hit-and-run case, a subway rampage. What's all this with Ah? I'm still worried about how he's doing in there. Hey, how can this person not listen to it? I said it's fine. What we should worry about now is our compensation. Compensation? I'm not compensating. Who knows what's going on here? Anyway, we don't have the money to compensate. Let them sue. The woman has an old scoundrel accent. Listening to a series of shameless words spread by the system from this family, Lu Xiangyang sneered. Not a family does not enter a family door, but also fucking have the free time to worry about whether he is living well inside. Eat well, sleep well, fucking really a family of animals, ah. Well, well, well. He stood up and stubbed out his cigarette, also strangling their last chance. There was a knock on the door and the courtyard was quiet for a moment. 10 seconds later, the man's voice rang out. Who is it? Who is knocking outside? Lu Xiangyang shouted. It's me, the money delivery. The pair of beasts in the room looked at each other with some questions. The woman shook her head, signaling the man not to open the door. The man nodded and replied, Wrong house, not this one. Lu Xiangyang is not in a hurry, put the sledgehammer on the side. From the gate gap stuffed a stack of 100 yuan bills, shook too, said, This is it. I am the last time to beat the wall of money overcharged to return the final payment. Looking at the stack of $100 bills, this pair of animal man and woman eyes flashed a hint of greed. The woman hurriedly pinched the man's arm, signaling him to go and take it. Hey, hey, there is a bargain not to be taken for nothing. When the man approached, the $100 bill was put back. Lu Xiangyang's voice came from outside. Since it's not this, then I'll go. See him to go. This cannot be. The animal male great rushed to open the door said, is this, do not go ah, this money. Words did not finish, the door opened. He saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Lu Xiangyang also do not talk to him. Raised his hand directly to a knife. Poof woman pointedly laughed. Inserted 2 times. Lu Xiangyang kicked him to the ground. Quickly ran to the woman who was screaming. Poof sound came to an abrupt end. It's noon. Everyone's eating. Why are you screaming so loud? Hush. Quiet. Relax. Take a deep breath. Yes, take a deep breath. Lu Xiangyang turned around and ran towards the courtyard door. Dragged back the beast that was going to climb out and closed the courtyard door. Those 2 beasts dying, still with unbelievable eyes looking at Lu Xiangyang, do not know why they will suffer this disaster. Lu Xiangyang wrote a line on the ground. What kind of homeschooling, what kind of flowers bloom? According to the experience passed on by the system, this pair of animal parents are born as reincarnation of animals and have done countless evil things from childhood to adulthood. No wonder the standby is +2, and earning a point is +1. Lu Xiangyang washed the blood on his face, huffed on his body with mud, and left the courtyard gate with a cigarette in his mouth, heading for the next target point. 23 minutes later, a scream rang out from the courtyard fence, and the incident happened. When that enthusiastic citizen called Chongming District Special City Bureau through the video, instantly will lock the suspect, it is him, is that 1 year ago from Chongming District Wanqing Mental Hospital escape Liao Kaifeng. Lu Xiangyang at the same time. Wanqing Psychiatric Hospital also issued a notice. This person suffers from severe 2-way emotional disorder mental illness, extremely dangerous, do not have any conflict with him, or the consequences will be unpredictable. Since he escaped, our hospital has been actively searching for him in the city, and there has been no trace of him for a whole year, and I didn't expect him to show up today. In the online noisy hot circle, people suddenly fall eyes and tongues. Mental illness that still how to punish him. Mental illness hit people do not violate the law. Gas or cold how is a mental illness? I was deleted by the mental illness. So angry that a few exquisite enchanting boys know the news, is also angry at home crazy to parents gas wrestling things. Boiling goat is also a burst of fear. Fortunately that psychosis did not go crazy to kill themselves. Chongming City Special Municipal Bureau all the way through the investigation, finally checked the old city's old goods market, learned that he bought a series of work clothes things. The people have speculated about his motives. There are foreign affairs snapped. He is a mental illness speculate a hair, hurry to track it down. We can feel through the thoughts of a mental illness? Then we do not also become a mental illness. Said also, the guys followed the clues, one by one to visit the investigation up, this time and a murder report came. The crowd of foreign intelligence rushed to the town compound without stopping and saw the fallen on the ground and the ground that line of words. What kind of family education blossomed what kind of flowers? Field Captain Young Brain immediately flashed a bright light. Not good bad. Quickly go to the other two rental office. That 18-year-old youth blackmail murder case is also their criminal investigation handled. The above has not been finalized it. They sometimes, because of the need, will also find on the 3 family consultations. Did not expect this moment unexpectedly out of this file. When the field vehicle drove to another family of criminals, the courtyard door was not locked. They hurriedly pushed the door into the house, only to find the family alive and well, just tied up with ropes, tears streaming down their faces, their mouths constantly crying, "It's all our fault. We'll definitely deal with the matter of compensation in a positive way." Foreign relatives rushed over to untie, leaving 2 people for questioning. The rest set off again, life and death. Lu Xiangyang coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. This family resisted fiercely, and in a moment of inadvertence, he himself was stabbed with a fruit knife by that beastly middle-aged man. Luckily, they are not as crazy as themselves. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Lu Xiangyang did not have half a bit of pity. All the members of the last criminal family are very remorseful, feeling that they did not educate their descendants well, but committed such a big mistake. The grandparents were so distressed that they could not wait to pay for the lives of others with their own lives. Their family wanted to actively deal with this matter, but due to the coercion and intimidation of these 2 beasts, they could only be forced to follow them all the way to the black. Truly the beast of beasts. Lu Xiangyang also came to this house to deal with them decisively after some binding lessons. Standby +3, earn a little +1. Just as he was about to go out, the sound of several cars parking came from outside the door, followed by a large number of field workers barging in with guns raised. They looked at Lu Xiangyang, who was covered in blood, and were a bit nervous. A knife-wielding psychopath who killed 12 people, who wouldn't be scared. "Put the knife down or I'll shoot." The field captain Yang shouted. The gun has opened the safety, aimed at Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang also did not resist, covered the wound and dropped the knife. All of this is in his plan, including the arrest of this part. The crowd swarmed to Lu Xiangyang, pressed him to the ground, handcuffed him, and then helped him treat his wounds. The rest of the people would report after examining the scene. All dead. Bastard killed so many people. After hearing this, the field captain Yang, with an ugly face, looked at this psycho and gritted his teeth. Take away back to the complimentary bureau. In the car, field captain Yang made a call to Deputy Bureau Hu. Deputy Bureau Hu, I've caught someone. Bang, on the other end of the phone, Deputy Bureau Hu was so excited that he slapped the table fiercely. Good. Bring him back for interrogation immediately. The car started, escorting Lu Xiangyang towards Chongming District Special Test Bureau. Along the way, no matter how much the field captain Yang questioned and asked him about the purpose of doing this, Xiangyang was grueling and silent. When they passed Zhonghui Road waiting for the traffic light, the next road suddenly came from the sound of collision and crowd commotion, followed by a large swath of pedestrians heard the commotion, walked at the intersection and looked at it, then ran and converged inside, as if they had discovered something. When the field sheep captain saw this scene, he decisively analyzed that there must be an accident. But he didn't go over. The traffic accident was taken care of by other colleagues. His current task was to escort this criminal suspect who killed 12 people back to the replenishment army, which was the most important thing at the moment. After the vehicle restarted, the execution moved away from that next street, and after driving for a short time, he saw 2 Luchin driving a motorcycle to rush over. Field Captain Yang sighed, shook his head, and said to the group members in the car, "I don't know why. Nowadays, in this society, every now and then, something big happens. In just 2 months, we've already received 10 or so cases." The team member said, "Hey, who says otherwise? The water in our green copper city is too deep." Lu Xiangyang silently sneered. "It is because the punishment is not deep enough. There will be endless criminals to catch, countless crimes. Some criminals, that is born with evil, cannot be changed, only to send them to the other world, in order to return this world to a clear sky." While they were chatting, the car's internal and external channels suddenly rang. Requesting support, big black cable traveling from west to east on Zhongshan Road, DUI requesting field support. Also field injured, repeat. Field Captain Yang and his driving colleague looked at each other. Zhongshan Road. Isn't that where we just passed by? Crunch, the vehicle brake stepped on a foot. Field Captain Yang dialed the car siren sound. The vehicle turned around and rushed back. When they came to the intersection, they really saw a front-end collision. Black big Range Rover is crashing back and forth. Even more annoying is that the front of the car is still hanging a motorized car. Grass, this beast. The field sheep captain was furious. Crash. Give me to crash through. Force him to stop? That big black Range Rover seemed to see a complimentary car coming over and frantically backed up trying to leave. This was, however, blocked by the enraged crowd coming up behind them with their cars. When the crowd blocked the black Range Rover, the driver's door of the aggressively broken black Range Rover opened, and a maniacal young man with a spit-soaked shirt, alcohol breath, and red, tear-stained eyes stood in the driver's seat and poked out his body. He waved a baseball bat with his left hand to keep others away, and with his right hand, he took out a large amount of money from inside the car, yelling as he threw it, "Isn't it just drunk driving? Don't you guys just want money? What I have in abundance is money. Take it, take it. Ha 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 ha. You dare to hit my car? Do you know who my father is?" Not waiting for him to finish, the dancing car crashed hard towards the big black Range Rover. Fuck this animal. The field members were ready to all get out of the car to subdue him. At this moment, Lu Xiangyang called out to the field Captain Yang. Captain Yang. The field members who had just gotten out of the car halfway down froze. This psycho even opened his mouth to speak. Field Team Yang saw this and spoke. "You guys go first. So many people should be enough. I'll see what he's selling in his gourd." Subsequently, those field members left the special vehicle. The car Lu Xiangyang was sitting in was escorting the suspect and had a lot of space in the back. The field Team Yang asked with a serious face, "Do you want to open your mouth now? Say what's up." Lu Xiangyang looked outside through the black film of the window, then turned his head and stared at the field goat team and said, "Do you know that evil starts from the heart? Everyone has the potential to do it. The evil is inexhaustible. Criminals cannot be captured. It is not enough just to restrain and sanction them. We have to lay down a hard hand so that they are completely chilled and do not dare to commit a crime. Isn't that trampling on the rules?" Hearing this, the field goat team instinctively felt a bit resistant, and with a frown, they retorted, "That's no reason for you to kill people at will." Sure enough, he was a psychopath. It was unbelievable. After saying this, he was ready to turn his head and leave, thinking in his heart that he was really crazy. What a waste of words to waste with a psychopath. He is a drunk driver and drug driver, age 22, the only son of Chai Hongkai, the only son of Chai Kangle, a tycoon in Choming district. Lu Xiangyang's cold voice sounded, and the field Yang team suddenly fixed, then turned back and stared at his bloodshot eyes with a suspicious face. Suddenly reporting, "You're lying to me." Lu Xiangyang still had that same expression, his eyes indifferent and unfeeling, not flinching in the slightest as he continued to speak. "If you investigate deeply, you'll know that none of those people I ran over are clean. Take Hu, he's the nephew of your Hu field deputy, and he's done a lot of dirty work in secret. Go to Yunjin Villa 102 to find out. As for your Hu deputy bureau, huh? Just heard the surname Hu here." The sheep team was a little nervous, quickly turned off the communication device. A face of anger scolded, "Shut up. No matter what they did, that's not a reason for you to kill them. They should be handed over to the rules for judgment, not you." Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang stared dead in the eyes of the goat team, and in the next moment, his calm face suddenly grimaced, "Ha ha ha. I thought you were different from them, but it turns out that you were all the same. Handed over to the rules for judgment. I didn't wait for the rules to be judged when I was beaten to death. So many dirty stinkers were not judged by the rules. He can kill me. I can't kill him anymore. Huh? Remember, it's you guys, a monster released last night by Hu Field's own hand." Lu Xiangyang for his own death is still difficult to get over. The thought of that night's encounter, he could not control the mania. This sentence Yang team will be a little difficult to understand. Only that he is again morbid, continue to look at Lu Xiangyang, but Lu Xiangyang did not say a word again. Yang team shook his head and left the psychiatric field. Yang team, this person's sense of justice is there. Adhere to the principle. To the captain of this position is not easy. But at his age, he has an old man and a young man, all the weaknesses. Yes, he is afraid. Lu Xiangyang saw the concern and fear deep in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to find a foreign intelligence agency internal system helpers. They have to be a little more informed. Now it seems that he can only rely on himself. Not much time. Ambulance has rushed, quickly dispose of the injured, the rest of the squad personnel to take something to cover those harmony, to avoid exposure to the public eye. After things are disposed of, coincidentally, that black, big, lazy leftover man even also to Lu Xiangyang car pressed in, leaning on both hands, hanging feet, locked and tied in the car. From his eyes disoriented, bruised and swollen, covered with footprints looks like, should be those who are well arranged. Lu Xiangyang stared at him with murderous intent, his eyes unblinking, his expression somewhat hideous. This is a standby, a little bit positive, a little bit up, see but cannot kill. It is really upsetting. Chai Hongkai, the only son of Choming district tycoon Chai Kong, relying on his illustrious family and only son status, has been fighting since high school, public granddaughter fuck fellow students, forcing them to asterisk asterisk, and often ending up with money. As I get older, I get more perverted when that thing goes bad, and I smoke women to death like asterisks and asterisks. After the death of money, money cannot be solved by violent means. Cold-hearted drug use. Treat others like ants. The system identifies the beast as the beast of beasts, slow, and suggests that the host kill. When the Field Goat team they returned to the car, the vehicle started and continued toward the Special Situations Bureau. They were sitting in a 6 specialized 4-type standard Ford Transit V348 field-use prison car. The atmosphere was very dull. The field workers thought they had seen too much darkness and cruelty, but in public like today, the drunken and drug driving of the rich kids really made people's hearts angry, and they did not take the safety of the public seriously at all. Young Team sat in the car, lit a cigarette. His mind still cannot help but think of the mental illness behind the words. Evil from the heart. Everyone is likely to do. The evil is inexhaustible. The criminals cannot be captured. The light is not enough to constrain the sanction, to be ruthless to let them completely hit the cold. Do not dare to commit a crime. The car drove 10 minutes. Lu Xiangyang opposite the guy finally sobered up a little, looked around, opened his mouth to curse. You let go of the old man. I have to pee. I want to sue you. This is illegal imprisonment. Chai Honkai see them did not move. The temptation to induce. 5 million to let me go. I give each of you 5 million. How about it? Seeing that they still didn't react, Chai Honkai swelled his face and said again, 20 million. That's already a lot. Enough for several generations of you to live. How about considering it? Just drive the car over later. The money will definitely hit your cards tonight. Chai Honkai was true to his word. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiangyang laughed out loud when he saw him like this, and then he also shouted towards the front, look at you guys. Does he have any remorse? Does he have any? In his eyes, that's just a few rotten lives. I dare say that even if he was executed, he wouldn't be convinced and would have to appeal. Do you believe me? Ha ha ha. The Field Young team turned his head with an iron color and roared, all shut up. Chai Honkai didn't shut up, but turned his head to coldly look at Lu Xiangyang and cursed. What are you? Also worthy of being locked up with me? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyang slowly tightened his smile. He did not turn his head to look at Chai Honkai, but instead stared at Team Yang with a grimace on his face and said seriously word by word, untie me, I'll kill him. Such a brute. Living one more second is an insult to the world. These words came out. Even the driving field involuntarily stepped on the foot brake. Their facial expressions were extremely tangled and tortured. When they closed their eyes, it was all about the scene's wretchedness. Captain, we? One of the field workers said halfway through his throat. Capturing criminals for 12 years, Yang Team facial veins rippled, eyes swollen with blood, shortness of breath. Suddenly a hard fist smashed on the plastic shell of the passenger side of the console. Boom. Blood stains gradually seeped out of his fist. After Lu Xiangyang finished, his hideous face looked sideways at Chai Honkai. Bloody fury poured out. Chai Honkai, who was originally not afraid of the world, was actually stunned at this moment. Looking at Lu Xiangyang's cold and perverted eyes full of killing intent, coupled with the words he said just now, he is very sure that this guy is really up to kill, really will kill himself. Who is he? A death row inmate? Thinking about this, Chai Honkai closed his mouth. His eyes flickered from side to side, a little afraid to look at Lu Xiangyang's eyes. For a long time, Field Team Yang's hoarse voice rang out, keep driving. Let's go back to the Special Affairs Bureau. When emotional and legal reasoning collided, no one knew what kind of torment he was feeling in his heart just now. Team Yang wanted to uncuff Lu Xiangyang, release the monster, and kill Chai Honkai once and for all. Give those families an explanation. But reason and the rules behind the code tell him that there are no rules. To comply with the rules and regulations. Lu Xiangyang chortled at this spoiler, but his eyes were still dead set on Chai Honkai. It's such a shame that you can't die in my hands yourself. However, there should still be a bit of a chance, remember. Don't say anything after you go in. Make sure you get a lawyer, okay? Let your old man mobilize all the resources. Do whatever it takes to get you out on bail. If you can come out, it's better to die in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiangyang's maniacal laughter echoed in the carriage. At the same time, the news of this major accident caused by the Range Rover man's revenge on society also appeared on the outside network platform. But it didn't take long before it was pressed down by a large invisible hand. All major news media received phone calls and transfers. They were not asked to not publish it completely, but just to drag it out, change the text description, and top up the other news to hype up the heat first. There was no way around it. There was too much money being paid. The news media people promised to delay for 8 hours before posting. Any later would not be possible. This is really too big and too bad. So the two messages were once again topped. The perpetrator of a major traffic accident was arrested today. Shocked, Chongming District has once again seen a criminal case. According to informed sources, these two vicious cases were both committed by the same person. It's the well-known Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang, who escaped from Wanqing Psychiatric Hospital a year ago. As this matter is too hot to handle, Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau official V-8 explosion. They have no choice but to issue a notice to confirm this matter. Honorable citizens, today, Bureau, after a series of cases, in order to timely inform the public of the case and work progress, Bureau issued this circular. 1. This morning 30 minutes, Chongming District, Shiqing Road, a major traffic accident occurred in the case, has led to 7 deaths. The current suspect has been arrested. 2. Chongming District, 2 criminal homicide, resulting in a total of 5 deaths. The suspect has been arrested. According to the public's many inquiries, the suspect is indeed 1 year ago from the Wanqing Psychiatric Hospital escape Liao. The specific case is still under investigation. There is new information will be promptly announced to the outside. Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau. When this message was sent from the official, pay attention to these quiet eaters shocked. Here especially want to emphasize the 4 exquisite enchanting boys on that subway and those 3 boiling goats. Seeing this message on the spot, those 4 exquisite enchanting boys were paralyzed with fear, forced the last strength to delete all of their online posts and videos. Hiding in the home, locked the door, trembling like sieve chaff, extremely afraid. They didn't realize that they were so close to the murderer. That was the absolute murderer who had killed 12 people. He also went to kill the other 5 people after a conflict with his own group. They did not dare to think back to the scene, fortunately in the subway, fortunately did not chase up. Otherwise, it is guaranteed to be the same as those 5 people, was killed by him. This incident also greatly changed the character of these 4 exquisite enchanting boys. From that day onwards, they no longer condescending to others. From then on to see any stranger are courteous, very polite. Never talk about the matter of clandestine photographing, and even face the camera with a smile and graciousness, for fear of encountering a psychopath again to kill themselves. The 3 boiling goats were also like this, scared out of their wits in broad daylight, and decided not to go out recklessly anymore. Why did the psycho, who had been silent for a year, do such a thing? What kind of secret is hidden here? And the 7 people who were crushed to death by the car, what grudge is there with him? All of this was put together by good netizens who grouped the clues together and reposted them on the internet. When the initial fury subsided, reason climbed back into the brain. People also began to think deeper. They wanted the truth of it all. At this point, Lu Xiangyang's purpose was also achieved. Sitting in the interrogation room, Lu Xiangyang, a face of indifference in front of the Hu Deputy Bureau, means well, understand all understand, used a lot. But for Lu Xiangyang, who has died once, this is nothing, physical torture which has mental torture powerful. The thought that there are so many evil people did not die in his hands, his body is a fire in the burning general, unbearable. Although he could just go to his death and start over with a new life, he had managed to get here with great difficulty and was left with the most crucial step undone. Lu Xiangyang didn't want to waste this life. Deputy Bureau who, I still say the same thing at the press conference, I will tell all of this. These small tactics of yours don't mean anything to me. The big deal is just death. Looking at his indifferent eyes, that attitude of treating life as if it were nothing, Deputy Bureau who was very tricky. Never before had he seen such a suspect. Orphaned, mentally ill, not afraid of death, no worldly desires. This guy has no weaknesses or desires at all. Oh no, he had desire, the desire to kill. Thinking of this, Deputy Director who pounded the table in annoyance. Boom. Chapter 10. Lu Xiangyang's plan to die. Lu Xiangyang was soft and hard. Let Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau is a headache. I've never seen such a mental illness. What the hell does he want? Deputy who left the interrogation room with a grim look on his face. He's going to discuss it with the director. The heat of these cases is extremely high, and a large number of citizens in Chongming District are concerned. Public opinion pressure forced the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau could not just finalize the case, must make a detailed briefing. In the interference of many factors, that 18-year-old youth blackmail murder case, once again by the public on the stage. They left messages and at Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau under major online platforms. Why hasn't that case progressed? How in the world was the verdict pronounced? We, the general public of Chongming District, want a result. In addition, must be severely punished suspects. Even if it is a mental illness, cannot escape the rules of sanction. The internet is also buzzing with opinions about Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang. Some say he's mentally ill, so there's nothing to investigate and suggest he be shot. Some say he killed 12 people in a row, which is premeditated, not at all a psychotic behavior, suggesting a rigorous investigation of the truth behind. Public opinion continues to ferment. In another interrogation room, for a beast like Chai Hongkai, what he did was even more hateful than Lu Xiangyang. Under the operation of his old man, not long after Chai Hongkai entered the Special Affairs Bureau, the arranged lawyers had already arrived here, and the staff in charge of the interrogation could only angrily watch their performance. However, they knew that no matter how cleverly Chai Hongkai and his unscrupulous lawyer spoke, they could not escape the sanctions of the rules. Human evidence and material evidence are all there. There are also various angles of the camera video. Unless his old man can buy off the people in Choming prison and the arrest and trial court, and change someone to die for him during the execution, his death sentence is a nail in the coffin. The interrogation went on for 4 hours, with no progress on either side. In the conference room, someone proposed, "These two suspects, the facts of the crime are conclusive. Let's directly finalize the case. Let's hand it over to the Choming District People's Court of Arrest for judgment later. Yes, these two animals should be shot. That psychopath Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang, is really tough. He won't say anything." They were very emotional, each expressing their own views. Bang! Director Wang slammed the table and glared at them, saying, "Pay attention to your identities. You are special agents, not bandits. Just know to finalize the case. Finalize the case. We have to follow the rules and regulations. Can't you see the public opinion? If we don't get to the bottom of this, they won't get over it easily." Director Wang hadn't slept all night since the incident and had received no less than 30 calls from above and was under a lot of pressure. The crowd was quiet for a moment. At this time, the special agent in charge of the interrogation spoke up, "Bureau Chief Wang, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang. He is now talking about a claim. He said that he wants to hold a press conference, and he will tell all the truth at that time." Humph, is he some big international star? And a press conference? Bureau Wang said in annoyance, then thought for a moment and added, "How did the psychological diagnostic experts analyze it?" Deputy Bureau who replied, "According to the psychological experts' contact analysis, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang. This person does have a mental illness. He is manic and tyrannical deep down, cynical, treating human life like grass, but in the outside world his behavior and demeanor is very normal, and there are traces of what he has done." Wang Bureau looked puzzled. "Cynical? Did I hear that right? Team Yang, you personally went to make the arrest. What's your opinion?" Criminal Investigation Team Yang did not answer. He was immersed in reminiscent thoughts and his face was a bit ugly. At that time, Lu Xiangyang had revealed Chai Hongkai's information in a single word. So what was he like them? What did they do with who field service and who deputy bureau? To think that Chai Hongkai and his unscrupulous lawyer went to great lengths expecting to find evidence that would lead to a lighter sentence. Crime is inexhaustible. Rules. Criminal Investigation Team Yang's mind was in turmoil. Seeing him in a state of delirium, Bureau Wang shouted out once again, "Yang Chuan." Only then did Criminal Investigation Team Yang come back to his senses. "2. I'm here. Bureau Wang. What's wrong? What are you thinking about so fascinated? Your face looks so ugly. Is something wrong?" "No. Nothing." Bureau Wang thought of something. Yang Chuan rubbed his face and said, "Oh, what is it?" Seeing this, Bureau Wang, Deputy Bureau Hu and the others turned their gazes to Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment and looked at their inquiring gazes, deciding that it would be better to pick a part of what happened in the car and tell it. At that time in the car, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang, told me. After saying that, everyone's faces wore a look of disbelief. How was this possible? They were shocked at both Lu Xiangyang's unpredictability and those few murderous and treacherous words. Although they already knew that this was all a premeditated killing by Lu Xiangyang, but what was his purpose? And what did he want to get? This was something they couldn't figure out. Deputy Director, whose eyes were dark. He was thinking whether Lu Xiangyang knew something? Otherwise, why did he take his nephew? He naturally knew what his nephew had done. Wang Bureau's pale cheeks, eyes like deep pools, could not see any thoughts at the moment. He rhythmically knocked on the table, lit a cigarette, thought for a long time, and slowly opened his mouth. He is not afraid of death and knows a lot of things in that case. Deputy Bureau, who was startled and just opened his mouth to prepare to block. Wang Bureau, this? Bureau Wang waved his hand, stopping him from speaking and said, "Then let's see what drugs he's selling in his gourd." Without delay, notify the major media in Chongming District at 7 p.m. Convene the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau about the recent two vicious criminal cases suspects self-reported press conference. One time, the Chongming District news media that got this message were all excited. This was an unprecedented first time. This was the first time they had seen a criminal suspect who had been scheduled for death come to a self-reporting press conference. Less than 7 o'clock, 5 p.m., they came to the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau door. A few hundred people in great numbers. The uninformed thought they were coming to storm the Special Affairs Bureau. No way, the heat is too great. Wang Bureau looked at the crowd below. Do not know their decision is right or wrong. This was a big gamble. If it succeeds, he could possibly move up from this position that has been sitting for 10 years, and if it fails, 7 o'clock in the evening. Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau in the large conference room. Lu Xiangyang was wearing ankle chain handcuffs and his hair had been shaved to the bone. He was escorted towards the front by the special agents, looking indifferent, no sadness or joy. His facial expression was extremely calm, standing in front of the stage as if he was going home from work to take off his shoes and take a shit as naturally. The first row below is filled with the top management of the Special Affairs Bureau, and behind it is a large swath of Chongming District journalists and media who are holding books and pens. Electronic equipment is not allowed to be brought in, and only the Special Affairs Bureau has set up 3 cameras. Some pity, not a live webcast, forget it. The Special Affairs Bureau can do this. He knows that it is already a great concession. Standing here, looking at the crowd under the stage, Lu Xiangyang's calm surface is harboring a stone-cold death to make clear his will. He will be here, under the watchful eyes of 100 people, starting with them, declaring a strong message to the outside world. The self-declaration begins. The first sentence Lu Xiangyang opened his mouth made everyone on the scene explode in shock. The death of these 12 beasts is just the beginning. Chapter 11. Development gradually changes. Arrogant. Bold. Do you know what you're saying? Watch your words. Lu Xiangyang's treacherous remarks directly caused a group of senior leaders of the Special Affairs Bureau to ignite a monstrous rage. Fortunately, they had been prepared and did not let that group of reporters bring in electronic equipment. Otherwise, this statement alone would have pushed their Special Affairs Bureau into the limelight. The group of news reporters off stage were also dumbfounded. How could he say such a thing? This was a bare-faced trampling of the rules. I can see it. This is really a psycho. How can he say such a thing? That's 12 lives. That's it. That's it. No matter what other people do, it's not a reason for him to kill at will. The crowd under the stage was also talking a lot, and the conference room gradually became noisy. Everyone was disgusted by Lu Xiangyang's words, and Lu Xiangyang still looked at the crowd on stage with a calm face, as if he had expected it. At this time, the special agent who presided over this suspect's self-reported case conference spoke up. All right. Quiet. Please pay attention to the venue's discipline. Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang. Please pay attention to your words. We have the right to terminate this presentation. Lu Xiangyang ignored the crowd and waited for them to quiet down before continuing in a flat tone. In this cruel world, our common people living at the bottom are violated all the time, and they can only endure and be bullied in the face of evil. Over time, they have developed a behavior of indifference, each sweeping the snow in front of their door, not caring about the frost on the tiles of other families. As they listened, the crowd gradually quieted down, with only a few of the Special Affairs Bureau's top brass getting a little impatient. Deputy Director, who was one of them, he made up his mind that if this guy continued to say this nonsense next, he would bring his people to terminate this game of house passing. What a joke. A group of people coming to listen to a psychopath's confession? Lu Xiangyang continued immediately afterward. A scumbag who preys on the townsfolk, corrupts the law, bullies the world, and does all sorts of evil things. Such a person, I ask you, should I kill? At the end of his words, his voice resounded through the conference room. Those reporters were dumbfounded. Was there really such a person? Why was it never reported? They lived in the light, looking up every day and focusing on the big news. Where would they look down at the people struggling in the mire below? A senior member of the Special Affairs Bureau was so angry that he slapped the table and stood up, loudly retorting Lu Xiangyang. That shouldn't be up to you and me. If everyone is like you, then what's the point of having rules? He should leave it to the rules to judge. Hearing what he said, Deputy Director, whose face turned a little ugly, and he thought that it was bad. Old Lu was too impulsive and fell into this little bastard's trap. Good. Waiting for your words. Lu Xiangyang's calm expression then had a slight change. He looked at that Special Affairs Bureau senior with a cold smile and said, "Oh, leave it to the rules to judge? Then you tell me, why, after so many years, all without waiting for the rules to judge? Huh. Is justice delayed still called justice? Huh. You tell me, where are the rules? What's your name? You're worthy of such crowning words." Towards the end, Lu Xiangyang's face grimaced as he bellowed violently, howling this middle-aged Special Affairs Bureau executive's open mouth, as if stuck in the throat unable to speak, simply cannot refute Lu Xiangyang's words. Face red, standing is not, sitting is not. Seeing the situation is not right. Wang Bureau saved the day. He looked at Lu Xiangyang, opened his mouth and said, "Ahem. Well, old Lu, you sit down. Liao Kai Feng, Lu Xiangyang. This matter is indeed our Special Affairs Bureau negligence. On the case of Wang Jin, we hereby guarantee that we will pursue to the end, completely uproot this choming tumor and never tolerate it. Give the people who have suffered and been persecuted a satisfactory answer and compensation." A beautiful speech, causing the crowd to applaud repeatedly. When the applause died down, he added, "But how did you know that he was stabbed to death? As far as I know, you didn't leave the rented room for a day until the night when you drove the dump truck and ran over Hu Tachin and Long Mao's little brother in them." Speaking here, Wang Bureaus and a group of high-level special agents all stared at Lu Xiangyang with sharp eyes. A huge pressure poured out. Lu Xiangyang did not have any panic in the face of such pressure. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. His eyes full of sarcasm swept everyone a glance, grimacing as he opened his mouth. "Oh, you guys don't know? Because he is the one I slaughtered, ah. Ha 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 ha." Lu Xiangyang's maniacal laughter echoed in the conference room, ruthlessly smashing into the stunned faces of the crowd. But none of the people present believed his words. They all thought he was crazy. Inexplicably morbid. What a mental illness. Lu Xiangyang finished laughing and continued. "To make a long story short, choming having someone like Wang Jin has nothing to do with your Special Affairs Bureau harboring dirt. I ran over that. Boom. Unbridled. Choming District Special Affairs Bureau can't allow you to slander here at will. How many normal words can you say? You psychopath. From the beginning until now, you've been provoking the rules to defy them. Director Wang, I suggest we stop here. Finalize the case early. There's too much public pressure out there." Deputy Director Hu slapped the table and righteously pointed at Lu Xiangyang and scolded. "I'm in favor of it. That's it. What this psychopath said that can be trusted. I also agree." The personnel of Deputy Bureau Hu's faction also stood up to support the Deputy Bureau, numbering as many as a dozen people. Wang Bureau's eyes like deep pools swept a glance at the group of people, then looked at Deputy Bureau Chief Hu with a bland expression and said, "Old Hu, we all know what the facts are. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. There are so many media reporters present. If we do not let him continue to say, that is not a confirmation of our Special Affairs Bureau has rotten? Do you think so, Old Hu?" "Yes, Bureau Wang is right. We are not afraid of the shadow. Just let him talk. I'll see what he can say." "That's right. It's better for Bureau Wang to be more considerate." Bureau Wang's faction also stood up to support him, and their number was even higher than Bureau Hu's, with Yang Chuan and the others among them. Deputy Bureau Hu's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. His face remained unchanged as he opened his mouth and said, "Bureau Wang is right. It's me who didn't think it through well." Lu Xiangyang looked amused as he watched them secretly rubbing renditions together. "Oh, it seems that the crows under this sky are not all black. Hu Yongxin, Su Han, these two are really our good special agents. Ever since they met Wang Jin, they've been eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking all sorts of drugs. I didn't know that those persecuted people, after calling the Secret Service with high hopes, would find out that they were the ones who were arrested, even have to compensate for the loss of that beast Wang Jin. What kind of despair they are in. Huh? Ha ha ha. What was that one called just now, Old Lu? You come. Stand up and say where are the rules? Being an enforcer aiding evil is more evil than evil. You guys say, should this kind of beast be killed?" Lu Xiangyang's eyes widened in anger. "Ang? Speak." With Lu Xiangyang's outburst. Chapter 12. What I Want to Challenge. It's the huge capital interest group under the rotten system. The group of news reporters under the stage had never seen such powerful news, each frantically taking a pen to write, not wanting to drop a single word. There were quite a few Secret Service officers who quietly glanced at Deputy Director Hu was sitting in front of them. The other Secret Service executives each face green. This is a huge blow to the image of the Chongming District Secret Service. They would like to go on stage to stop Liu Xiangyang. Especially Deputy Director Hu, that face was like a dead mom. His eyes were full of intense resentment. Who in this secret service doesn't know that Hu Yongxin is his nephew? And Liu Xiangyang talking about his nephew on stage is no different than talking about himself. Deputy Bureau Hu made up his mind that he must give this son of a bitch a hard lesson after the meeting was over. But when they turned their heads to look at Director Wang, they were surprised to find that Director Wang's face was unchanged, still as calm as water, as if he had expected it. Director Wang stood up and turned around, facing everyone behind him, and spoke in a cold voice. A man's words are as good as his words. This series of circumstances, he said, we will go down to verify and investigate severely. If all this is really as he said, I Wang Hongming here swear, no matter what price to pay, I'm going to turn those umbrellas over, and I'm going to get rid of the evil to the end. Return Chongming District to clear sky. Snap, snap, snap. Thunderous applause. Liu Xiangyang scoffed at his words, not very cold. Still the same words anon. What the fuck did he do earlier? Just like that saying, justice may be late, but never absent. I don't know who said that. Liu Xiangyang just want to say, late justice is still considered justice? I don't care if Wang Hongming is putting on a show or what. Liu Xiangyang still had to spend one justice point to check their real information. He was a bit reluctant to part with it. When Wang Bureau sat down, the crowd continued to look at Liu Xiangyang. Liu Xiangyang spoke faintly. As for those three, the crime might not be as big as the ones in front of them, but they're cheap, so let's make them an addition. At this time, a reporter couldn't help but stand up and ask a question. What about the ones you cleaned up behind you? How did you get off? Ha ha ha. How did I lay my hands on them? I'm fast and steady. Why don't you ask them how they got away with it? If they can kill, I can't? Eng. The reporters were stunned when they heard Liu Xiangyang's answer. Liu Xiangyang then continued. You're still accusing me here. Do you know what they said? Some of the beastly things that were said, and I backed them up to be the master. Eng? What's wrong? This reporter was dumbfounded, and another reporter stood out and asked sharply. You claim to be for the sake of the abused, but have you thought about what they'll do when they're educated and realize that their families are all gone? Have you thought about that? You're pushing people to the brink of extinction. Liu Xiangyang couldn't help but let out a big laugh when he heard this. Huh. You see, that's the problem. Which one of the people I killed was wrong? Which of the beasts inside this sinful universe shouldn't be killed? To put it nicely, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that Laozi is doing the people a favor. What is justice? What are the rules? When sin and innocence collide fiercely, when the murderer pursues the possibility of reforming, and the victim has been sleeping here forever, you lightly give them a chance to reform with one sentence, then who is going to give that one a chance? Is it you? Is it you? Or you? Liu Xiangyang grimaced. Everyone looked at them and roared a question. The question left them speechless. I respect the rules, but it does come too slowly sometimes. An hour late. A minute. 1 second. It's all torture and suffering for those who suffer. Well, I don't want to say any more of the above. These are not the words I want to stand here and say today. Liu Xiangyang's body stood upright, his eyes burning as he stared at the crowd below, his voice like a bell. HM? What else is he going to say? Is there any more explosive news? The crowd all raised their heads and looked intently at Liu Xiangyang standing on the stage, only to see Liu Xiangyang smile evilly. His entire face suddenly became hideous. He hissed with bloodshot eyes and yelled, I'm going to say it. From today onwards, all of you sin-stained bedbugs, there is one at a time, all waiting for me to come and kill you one by one. Ha 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 ha. Mark my words. These 12 are just the beginning. I can't kill all the villains of this world. I vow not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. I vow not to enter reincarnation. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is crazy. The special agents hurriedly took him under dead control with one left and one right. Everyone on stage was scared to the bone by this sudden outburst. That intense hatred he had for sin had reached a perverted point, and the crowd actually felt an incomparable chilling coolness in this hot day. Judgment? Ha 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 ha. Reporter friends, tell the people who are suffering from persecution everything that happened here after going out. The people who are being oppressed. Do not be afraid, because I'm coming. So it's an attack. I thought I was going to say some news. Below the face of a group of senior management, some of them have already stood up. The Secret Service personnel in charge of this self-explanatory meeting has also been active, ready to arrange for the journalists to withdraw from the scene. After all, They want to know the news have been known. It's time to close the door. The special agents escorting Lu Xiangyang were also ready to bring him down. Finally, the hideous Lu Xiangyang roared out the last few words of this life here. Listen up. Remember, this is only the beginning. What you have killed is only my flesh. I will reside my soul in the world, for all eternity to spread. I will face. It's a rotten system. It's an endless stream of evil. What I want to challenge, it's the huge capitalist interests under the rotten system. This sinful world will be shaken to the bone with my arrival, and feel a bone-chilling shudder. His words were deafening, resonating through this space. Everyone was deeply shocked and jaw-dropped by these astounding words. Afterwards, Lu Xiangyang's head tilted. Dead. Substitute Order 1. Looking at the paralyzed Lu Xiangyang, the two escorting special agents were dumbfounded, rushing to test the breathing and heartbeat. All gone. Crap. Paramedics. Paramedics. Liao Kaifeng has no heartbeat. The special agent shouted in panic. The crowd at this point still thought the last sentence was a joke, and the next moment they heard the special agent's exclamation of shock. Crap, it can't be. How is this possible? Chapter 13. Determined not to become a runaway wild horse. The meeting hall was in a panic. How could this person just die? But the fact that it happened in front of their eyes, everyone had to believe it again. It was really like what Lu Xiangyang said. He died when he said he would, and no one could stop him. The group of journalists with a full of complex emotions, step by step, 3 times back by the Secret Service to drive away from the conference room. While those Special Forces executives all surrounded Lu Xiangyang's side, looking at the medical personnel who were carrying out emergency resuscitation. 3 minutes later, after the paramedics made sure again and again, sorry, we tried our best. He is brain dead. Criminal Investigation Team Yang's heart chilled at the outskirts of the crowd. He thought of Lu Xiangyang, who had previously come back from the dead to kill Wang Jin, plus this Liao Kaifeng in front of him who had said he was dead. All of this made him feel too bizarre. Deputy whose color was extremely ugly. How could he just die like this? What is this guy in the end? It's really evil. Wang Bureau looked deeply at the corpse on the ground, and the words he said before his death kept echoing in his mind. Is it true? There is one person who is also full of doubts and is still waiting for Liao Kaifeng to come back. That was the fat woman landlord of the rental house. She had secretly taken the bloodied clothes back to her home in the morning, washed them in the washing machine and hung them up to dry, after which she met the police for questioning. What happened next was all she knew. Psychopath, murderer, maniac, killed 12 people. To be honest, she didn't believe it. How could that boy who met for the first time and was a bit shy and self-conscious be a psychotic murderer? It's just that she can't wait for Liao Kaifeng to answer in her lifetime. Liao Kaifeng's life was over. But the repercussions of this matter are far from over. Lu Xiangyang opened his eyes and observed his surroundings and his attire. Well, it was fine. Under the bridge hole, tattered clothes. In the next second, the settings surfaced again. Name, Cheng Ma. Gender, male. Age, 33. Brief introduction. You are a see-through beggar, wandering for a living. Come to Greenvine City Choming District has been 10 years. This area every night you have heard of what happened. After all, in their eyes will not care about a beggar. You have a strong ability to survive and resistance to fight. Just irregular diet. Suffering from stomach problems. Grass. System. What role you fucking arranged for lousy this is. It's either an orphan psychopath or a beggar. I doubt very much that you are deliberately targeting me. Buzz. The system's mechanical and merciless voice rang out. Sorry, host. All this is random and fair. Beggar's life is not life. Want to specify the identity is not impossible. Wait for the justice points accumulated to 100 points before saying, come on, host. There is no way. The system has said so. Lu Xiangyang only have to accept this identity. He then began to think about how to use the identity of beggar to get more justice value. Right, there it is. Soon he rationalized his plan and finally took another look at the generation life information. The road is long and blocked off. He turned his head and shrunk, falling asleep. But in the outside world, after all the news reporters went back, they flew and wrote a series of transcripts to publish what they had seen and heard from the special duty in Choming District, and for a time, it set off a huge wave of frenzy in the outside world. Shocked. The truth behind the 2 criminal cases is actually this. Had to see it. His purpose is he fulfilling justice or flouting the rules? Click to see the psychopathic murderer's confession. No one could stop him. The murderer who died on the spot. For a while, all the citizens of Chongming District exploded. What kind of headlines were these? one more bluffing than the other, and when they clicked in to read them, they realized that the contents were much the same. The specific reason was also clear to them. It was indeed Liu Xiangyang's premeditated murder case. However, they had different views on the two cases. There were lawyer versus who were emotional and strongly condemned and opposed this kind of murderous behavior, no matter what his purpose was. Neither should become a wild horse out of control. Called on everyone must believe in the law, believe in justice. All problems to find a lawyer. Never act privately. Some citizens clapped their hands. Good killing. These animals should be killed. And those Secret Service tumors must be uprooted. This is to rid the people of evil. Some people say if everyone is like him, then society will be in chaos. What do we need the law for? This kind of viciousness must be severely punished. No precedent should be set. Others say it's wrong. If you kill someone, you have to pay for it. To lose one's life for nothing for the lives of a few beasts is really not desirable. While they were arguing, Chai Hongkai's old man also started to argue. Chai Hongkai's old man also began to operate in full force to find the families of the victims, coercion and enticement of all kinds of means, hoping that they give up the accusation. The victim's family also saw the news. After learning that Liu Xiangyang has died, they also set up a hearth while holding the head mournful tears, while kneeling for 2 whole hours. Liu Xiangyang was an extreme murderer in the eyes of outsiders, but he was the only light in their hearts. God knows how dark their lives have been. The public opinion on the internet and every retweet were like sharp knives carving on their hearts. They had sleepless nights for dozens of days, and their parents' heads turned white overnight. This thing Liu Xiangyang did is very relieved. But people can't come back from the dead. The pain that is engraved in their hearts will follow them for the rest of their lives. As for pity? Sorry, they have no such emotion after the death of their only family member. A debt of blood can only be paid in blood. Before the story could be told, another wave started. Surprisingly, another incident broke out in the Wanqing neighborhood of Chongming district, but the heat wasn't as high as the ones above, and very few people paid attention to it. A short video was sent to the internet. The image of a fat young man wearing sanitation clothing is sitting on the ground. Next to 4 young people are beating him. Then even more aggravating came. They didn't know where to fill a bag of defense. Surprisingly, they forced the youth in the sanitation uniform to eat it. Oi! Eat it! Hurry up! Eat it or I'll kill you. The image was under the threat of the other 4 youths. That fat youth very passive open mouth? According to informants, this incident happened again 5 days after that 18-year-old youth extortion murder case. The abuser's behavior may be suspected of insulting the crime because they have been reconciled. The 4 abusers' family compensation to the parents of the bullied. This matter is closed. The fat youth's grandfather learned of this matter. Heartbroken 3 days did not eat. The face of the interview camera, the grandfather's eyes glistening with tears. Netizens are outraged, accusing and mud. What's wrong with the world? Why not pursue it ruthlessly? Why reconcile? Netizens argued all night. Liu Xiangyang, on the other hand, slept beautifully until 6 in the morning. After waking up, he took out the picked-up, broken cell phone from his arms, opened the same City Hot search, did not look at the top of the news about their own hotness explosion, but flipped to the bottom. Clicking in, Liu Xiangyang's eyes went cold. Good. Forcing fat youths to eat river crabs, right? I'll make you all eat river crabs. Grass. Chapter 14. Helping Boss Chan catch a thief, from beggar to delivery driver. Say do it and do it. Liu Xiangyang got up and wrapped his small arms and hands with cloth, then left this bridge hole. Looking at the surroundings, a familiar feeling came to him. He could feel all the avenues, paths, and locations for picking up food and garbage in this old town, and knew where there were dogs and where there were no dogs. Shit, what the fuck am I thinking about this for? Occupational disease committed. Liu Xiangyang gently fanned himself, shook his head and walked towards the distance. Walking familiarly through a few alleys, he now can't look at those corners of the garbage, and then turned a corner and appeared on the pedestrian street. According to the memory setting, this pedestrian street had a loving noodle shop where one could get free noodles in the morning. Just then, suddenly, catch the thief. He stole my cell phone. Someone help me. A cry for help rang out from the far side of the street. Liu Xiangyang turned his head to look, only to see a yellow-haired young man is running in the crowd, running thief fast. Behind him chasing a not-too-old fair young woman. In the morning is the time to work. People more electric cars are also more. Heard this cry for help, everyone turned their heads to look over. There are a few young people immediately drew their legs and chased after. The front of the people began to intercept the yellow hair. But they were all dodged by the agile yellow hair. Seeing more and more people grabbing themselves, Yellow Hair's face was ruthless, and he took out a spring knife from his pocket, viciously looking at the front and running wildly, with a simple meaning. Who comes after me again? We'll give you a knife. After showing the guy, in front of the Yellow Hair, no one dares to intercept empty-handed. Enthusiastic citizens faced with this situation also choose to help if they can, take the hand to throw him, do not dare to take their own lives to intercept. Not long after, only Lu Xiangyang was left untouched, still walking blandly forward. The enthusiastic citizens next to him were still persuading him. That person, the rag picker, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't let him stab you. Hey, quickly get out of the way. Be careful of getting stabbed. Yellow Hair saw a tramp-like person walking slowly in front of him. Che, how dare this beggar stop me? He was unimpressed in his heart and continued to run wildly outwards while dodging the things that were smashing towards him. All the enthusiastic citizens present, none of them had any expectations for this bum. The boys behind him who were chasing him were also gradually stopping in their tracks. There was no way. This son of a bitch was running too fast and had a knife in his hand, so he symbolically ran 2 steps and forget about it. The young woman is also panting to stop the footsteps. She cannot catch up, angry straight stomping feet. In this regard, Lu Xiangyang said understandable. Life is only once. In order to help others, and throwaway life is indeed very worthless, just like the original self. 5 meters. Yellow Hair was about to leap over Lu Xiangyang's side. Let everyone unexpected scene happened, only to see Lu Xiangyang's body suddenly toward the left side of a scramble, outstretched left leg mixed Yellow Hair a bit. Yellow Hair had deliberately kept a distance when he passed by the homeless man. He couldn't have imagined that no one else would dare to block him, but this tramp dared to block himself. Boom. Yellow Hair was tripped by this kick and fell forward fiercely. While in the air, he subconsciously curled up his body and flipped 2 times. At first glance, he was practiced. Then Lu Xiangyang pounced up like a wild goose and just pressed down on Yellow Hair's body. Yellow Hair reacted, with his body still on the ground, and stabbed behind him with a knife in his right hand. Watch out. Oh my God. This menacing scene drew the crowd of onlookers to let out a series of exclamations and screams. Lu Xiangyang was as steady as a mountain, no trace of fear on his indifferent face. His right hand directly grabbed the spring-loaded knife, and his left hand struck him with a swinging fist on his solar plexus. He is not a practitioner. His eyes cannot see so accurate to grab the Yellow Hair's wrist, so directly grabbed the knife. At this time, the cloth belt wrapped before leaving the house came in handy. Originally he was prepared to bind people with, did not expect this moment has a miraculous effect. This ferocious operation again drew a series of gasps from the crowd. However, Lu Xiangyang did not use much vigor, just whacked the Yellow Hair a little dizzy. After ruthlessly breaking 2 fingers of his right hand and snatching off the knife, Yellow Hair came to his senses in pain again. Buzz. Justice points +1. Seeing the situation reversed, the enthusiastic citizens also swarmed to press Yellow Hair to the ground in death. The darkness of the willows was clearing up again. The fair young woman ran over excitedly. Lu Xiangyang handed over that latest model pink fruit cell phone. The fair young woman's cheeks reddened slightly, and she kept bowing in waves. Thank you. Thank you. You are really a good person. Wonderful. Lu Xiangyang took this scene in his eyes. His heart fluctuated a little, slightly misplaced his eyes face blandly and said, Cough, cough. Nothing. No need to be polite. A show of hands. When the fair young woman took the cell phone, she saw that his right hand holding the knife was bleeding and immediately let out a shocked cry. You're hurt. The surrounding enthusiastic citizens surrounded the side and said in a chorus, Real man, come and get it bandaged. He grabbed the knife directly with his empty hand in order to subdue the thief. Yes, beauty. I saw it clearly just now. He grabbed it without any hesitation. TSK, TSK. I was scared to death just looking at him. Beauty must thank him properly. Not that I'm saying in today's society, I've only seen this one in my 50 years of living who can do good deeds to such an extent. I've never seen such a man of iron blood. I'm not as good as him. Fair young woman is also a soft heart. Heard here. Panic from the bag out of paper towels. Grabbed Lu Xiangyang's hand. Face very guilty look at him. Around some enthusiastic citizens from the store out of iodine and bandages, we are very enthusiastic to help Lu Xiangyang bandage up. Looking at all this, Lu Xiangyang heart feel warm. This is the people. Fair young woman called Chen Yalan came to the pedestrian street in the morning to buy breakfast ready to bring to the store to the staff. Did not expect to be in line. Was this yellow hair from the butt pocket will be the phone to touch away. The field office came here and finished investigating what happened. A homeless man who scavenges for a living can do good deeds to such an extent. They were very sure of Lu Xiangyang's behavior and had to pull him to the Special Affairs Bureau to do a medal for bravery and courage, and at the same time to solve the problem of food and lodging. Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and refused, saying that he is used to being a beggar and not for these false names to go out. He cautioned that if the kindness is passed on, it is the greatest affirmation of his action, ruthlessly pretending a wave. The crowd in the field naturally had another big shock. This damn, when did the consciousness of the vagabonds become so high? Or is the national quality education for all people effective? Chen Yalan stood on the side, listening to the dumbfounded, her heart filled with shock. In her eyes, Lu Xiangyang's worn-out clothes turned into a secret scroll that transformed the world, and the vicissitudes of his face were emitting a dazzling light at the moment. Lu Xiangyang moved his body to avoid the summer morning light, which sunburned him a bit harshly. Chen Yalan shook her head, shaking the strange and bizarre thoughts in her head to one side. Grabbing Lu Xiangyang's arm, she said she wouldn't let him leave and had to take him to her store to eat breakfast and change clothes. Oops, you just go. It's not good that other beautiful women are asking you to eat and change your clothes. It's not like they're asking you to do anything. That's right, you've done such a great favor. It's just a matter of having breakfast and changing clothes. Go, go, go. Boschin didn't mean any harm. This yellow hair is a recidivist. Just now the statement scene also did. Do not need you to go to the Special Affairs Bureau. You give people a chance to think. Under the persuasion of the surrounding crowd of citizens and the field. All right, just go. Lu Xiangyang could only nod his head and say, okay, I'll go. Lu Xiangyang then followed Boss Chun carrying his breakfast and walked out of the pedestrian street to a pink Primera. Boss Chun didn't dislike it in the slightest and took the lead in opening the passenger door for him to sit in first, driving him back to the store. Chen Yalan opened a clothing studio with 3 floors and a large area. There are many girls in the store. After learning about what happened in the morning, all the girls gathered around, warbling and chattering Lu Xiangyang in the center. They are also good girls, not the slightest disdain Lu Xiangyang body rags. A piece of brittle, coy, and worshipful voices rang in his ears. Wow, Uncle, you're really awesome. Wow, Uncle, you're so brave. Are you seriously injured? You're so handsome. Oh my God, you're so great. You're so manly. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers and listening to the pleasant voice. Just ask who can withstand it. Even Lu Xiangyang, whose heart is as hard as iron and who kills people like chickens, can't help but show a smile corroded by sugar-coated shells at this moment. The 3rd floor has a shower room and modeling room. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Lu Xiangyang came out. Chen Yalan sincerely looked at Lu Xiangyang and smiled. Old Cheng, I'm short of a delivery driver here. Stay and help me. Chapter 15. What if I could solve all the evils of this world? The identity of Lu Xiangyang was a tramp character who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. Not handsome and somewhat ordinary looking. His age was 33 years old and his face was filled with the manliness of vicissitudes. That face was a man with a story at first glance, just like Lin Black Dog. Hearing Chen Yalan's words, Lu Xiangyang pondered for a moment. Because on the way here, the system revealed a message to him. It said that if he could do more with a substitute life, gain more justice points and substitute lives, he would accumulate some hidden scores. This score was invisible to him now and would only be opened at some point in the future. Lu Xiangyang asked the system, what if he used a substitute life and solved all the evils within this world? The system answered him that as long as he could solve all the sins in this world with one substitute life, it would allow Lu Xiangyang to become the lord of this universe. Obviously, this was an impossible task. Lu Xiangyang didn't take this to heart. After completing those 2 waves of cases, Lu Xiangyang reviewed it. His own work was indeed a bit rough. Originally that generation of life in the identity of a psychopath, he could have utilized the identity of a psychopath to do more things. He was still too young and impulsive. Lu Xiangyang decided that he must make good use of this beggar. No, freight driver identity, do more things. He is also gradually growing. Since he decided that he will not back out, Lu Xiangyang looks at Chen Yalan and smiles lightly. Okay, Boss Chen, then I will trouble you. Chen Yalan also smiled happily and stretched out her white, soft, and small hand. Then do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Lu Xiangyang stretched out his hand and shook it before letting go, settings appearing in his mind. Cheng Ma got his driver's license 10 years ago at the age of 23, Only because of a car accident and the death of his parents, he never drove again. Well, I can drive and have a driver's license, but I guess it expired. Chun Yalan smiled brightly and snapped her fingers. It's fine. Small problem. Give me your ID card. I'll take care of it. Go. I'll take you around, familiarize yourself with the business, and then arrange a place for you to stay. Anything can be lost. Only ID cards can't be lost. Chung Ma kept his identity very well. Lu Xiangyang took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it over, following behind the pretty boss Chun. How did he feel like he was arranged? After familiarizing himself with everything, Chen Yalan gave him 2 keys, one for the Wuling van and one for the dormitory, and in the end, he also slipped him 3,000 yuan. Nah, take it first, don't be polite to me, oh. Your daily job is to haul materials in the morning and deliver a batch of goods in the evening. It's simple, right? In addition, recently our studio sisters reacted to me. When they leave work at night, they sometimes feel that someone is following them. As a man, you have to take care of it. Speaking here, Chun Yalan winked her eyes somewhat playfully. Lu Xiangyang was dumbfounded. This boss Chun is just like a youth. Okay, boss Chun, I will. I know you're a good person. In the future, don't call me boss Chun La. Just call me by my full name or Sister Lin. Chun Yalan patted her chest with a look of I'll cover you, setting off waves. Lu Xiangyang cried and laughed. I look much bigger than you. I can't call out the word Sister Lin, just call you Chun Yalan. Chun Yalan playfully said, aren't you still shouting Sister Lin here? Well, you go and familiarize yourself with the environment. I still have things to do beforehand. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Xiangyang to react, she wiggled her butt and left. Lu Xiangyang smiled, looked at her departing back and secretly sighed. What a nice person. After greeting a group of studio sisters, in the sound of a piece of whiny uncle, Lu Xiangyang's mouth hangs a smile that AK can hardly suppress and walks out of the building quickly. Cannot be like this. After going out the door, his face once again returned to an indifferent look. Came to the van here. He opened the door and sat in, observed. This van behind the seats were removed. Space is very large, very suitable for loading people. Oh no, loading goods. This is not dozing off to meet the sin Pillow-it. Carrying $3,000, Lu Xiangyang drove the van to buy some things. The same old sledgehammer, work clothes, duck tongue hat, mask, latex gloves, tape, rope, rubber stick, a detachable weeding scissors, and a peeling fruit dagger. A clothing factory freight driver with these things is very reasonable, right? The time came to 11 o'clock after the purchase. Lu Xiangyang drove to the inconspicuous corner of the entrance of Wanqing community, lit a cigarette, and observed. Every time he enters an event, the system will pass the personnel information to him. He doesn't have to go through all the trouble of looking for people. He just looks directly at it. Soon, the closing time arrived. The first target appeared, and the 3 of them smiled as they got in the car and went home, not feeling guilty at all. The second, third, and fourth followed. It's still the same saying, what kind of education blooms what kind of flower? Of course, it's not absolute, but the odds are that it is. These 4 abusers did not have the slightest hint of remorse. The youth's faces were still domineering and arrogant, and the parents' language of action was doting. Well. You guys played well. That forced to eat poop youth to now have not gone to work, but also in the family depression it. Lu Xiangyang will be these several people appearance and home route are deeply memorized in the heart. He this time is also ready to break one by one. Give punishment. Observed 2 days in a row, also made a lot of preparations. In Chen Yalan's side of the work also on 2 days, are very harmonious and beautiful. Everything is very good. These 2 nights also didn't see anyone tailing the studio sister. Then prepare for action. Lu Xiangyang with a good gloves hat sat on the canvas bag, loaded with a bucket full of manure, will be driven to the van next to the first target residence parked, carrying things on the stairs, stood on a higher floor to smoke a cigarette waiting up. It wasn't long before the sound of jokes and footsteps came from the stairwell. It was the dad returning with the youth. They looked relaxed. The abuser was laughing and living each day. The abused was dying of depression at home. Well, laugh. You'll have to cry later. When they were about to walk to their front door, Lu Xiangyang carried the packing worker towards the bottom and they glanced at them without caring. After Lu Xiangyang observed to make sure no outsiders were present. As the door opened, the youth rushed into the room and his father prepared to enter the house. Suddenly, Lu Xiangyang turned around with a jerk and scurried over, hitting him with a rubber mallet on the back of his head. Boom! A muffled sound. The father instantly fell asleep. Lu Xiangyang decisively hauled him toward the house and incidentally bring the door. With a few screams, everything was quiet. The first target, A total of 4 people living in the house: grandfather, father, mother, youth. Wrapping their mouths with duct tape, they were all tied up and dragged to the middle of the living room. According to the information coming from the system, Lu Xiangyang was speechless. Except for Grandpa, who still has a little bit of goodwill, there is not a single good thing in this family. The men engage in pyramid schemes, the women engage in fraud, and the youth engage in bullying. Oh, really not a family not into a door, ah. Lu Xiangyang once again opened the door to the room and brought in the bucket of fecal water from upstairs and sat down in front of these 4 people and looked at them, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. Snap, 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 smacking them awake one by one. They opened their eyes in a daze and looked at the cold eyes full of killing intent in front of them, and were instantly stunned. Where have they seen this kind of scene? Lu Xiangyang also did not talk nonsense. Set up a cell phone to shoot, took a funnel over, directly pinched the beast father's mouth, cut a mouth with a fruit knife, and inserted the funnel in. The father of the beast still does not understand what is going to happen. Wait until Lu Xiangyang carries the bucket of fecal water over. Open the lid. Smell the stench. He only then understands. Whoa, whoa. The beast's father shook his head in horror, looking at Lu Xiangyang with a pleading look in his eyes. Lu Xiangyang was amused by his actions and cheerfully said, "Oh, it's fine. It's just a small matter. You guys big deal to reopen. If you want to blame your family animal. No. I won't move a single hair of your family's youth, but you guys must pay for this." After saying that, Lu Xiangyang picked up the feces and water, grabbed his hair, and fed the river crabs into it. After the incident, except for Grandpa and the youth, the parents were all filled up. They vomited and cried out at the same time, and never dared to do it again. But Lu Xiangyang didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. He knew it was just crocodile tears. Dogs can't change their ways. After threatening them severely, he left the place. The other 3 families, Lu Xiangyang also one by one door to deal with finished. As long as the heart is ruthless enough, things are stable enough. From now on, the world has 4 more filial sons who have been educated by 4 sticks. Lu Xiangyang was very satisfied, turned around and disappeared into the night without leaving a trace. The video of these 4 beasts eating river crabs was also sent to the internet by him with a thin code, and the title was, "A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye." It immediately caused an uproar. Playing the thin code was to leave a thread, to avoid completely breaking that string and causing a big mess. Justice points +8. Buzz. System evaluation. You are really a ruthless and heavy-hearted man. Impress the system. This mission event reward *2x. Chapter 16. Late-night legends of the South City. Soon, a week passed. In this South City of Chongming District, a legend gradually circulated. Whenever the late night falls, a tyrannical demon wanders in the middle of the South City. If you are evil, he will be more evil than evil. If you are good, then you will be unharmed. As for the case of Liao Kaifeng's killing of 12 people, it's been capped. The special branch is helpless. He died when he said he would. What else could he do? He was directly filed and sealed as a murderer. In addition to the people present feel some evil. Outside, those citizens did not see with their own eyes is not believe. Anyway, things finished. The heat also went down. Dead and are some animal things. They no longer pay too much attention. And then again burst out is the case of Chai Hongkai. In those who are not willing to give in to the family and many witnesses to the strong push, or in the incident of the next day on the detonation of the whole network. These days, Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau is really busy. Starting from that Lu Xiangyang who is still lying in the funeral parlor up to now, unclaimed. Since his death, this series of big cases have been coming out one after another. First of all, Greenvine City, the big city, sent an inspection team to Chongming District to strictly investigate the problem of official corruption, and then it is the special rectification work to carry out the fight against black and evil, and strictly investigate the black and evil forces in Chongming District. Director Wang Hongming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling city below, his mind once again recalling the words that Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang, had said at the time of his death. This is all just the beginning. No one can stop me. According to the recent news sent by the Special Affairs Bureau of the lower precincts, it seems like there are a lot fewer crimes on the south side of the city. Could there be any connection? He had mixed emotions about the dead evil youth. According to that guy's extreme thoughts, I'm afraid that in this world, there is no one who hates sin more than Liao Kaifeng, Lu Xiangyang. Now the wind is also in the wind within the Special Affairs Bureau. Those who have ghosts in their hearts, everyone is at risk and acting very low-key. That old who is not a character that is easy to handle, his uncle is Wang Hongming frowned tightly, pondering his next step. In the dark alleyway, a little fire light flickered. Lu Xiangyang looked at the gripper lying on the ground, searched out a small stack of banknotes from his body, and handed it to the sexily dressed woman behind him. The woman's eyes at the bruises, she surprised to receive the banknotes. Eyes imploring look at Lu Xiangyang said, "Thank you, uncle. You are really a good person." Lu Xiangyang waved his hand. The woman pursed her lips, watery eyes looked at Lu Xiangyang, hesitated for a moment and said, "That? I'll send you once." Lu Xiangyang, with a cigarette in his mouth, was instantly confused. "Ah." The woman pulled the sling down slightly, very capitalized. She looked at Lu Xiangyang shyly. Everything was in the air. Lu Xiangyang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's too late. My mom called me home for dinner." After saying that, Lu Xiangyang turned around and left, not dragging his feet at all, for fear of being sucked into the endless abyss of darkness. The woman stomped her foot in anger as she watched him fall away. Returning to the van, Lu Xiangyang started the vehicle and drove back. It is no exaggeration to say that this week Lu Xiangyang had a very fulfilling time. In addition to the substitute life, or X6, his justice points have accumulated to 32 points. During the day, he gets up at 6 o'clock and goes out, helps Qin Yalan and the girls to buy breakfast and send it over, then goes to haul the goods twice, rests until noon to have a lunch, then sleeps until 3 p.m. to go to deliver the goods, eats at 6 p.m., escorts his sisters back home for a while, and then comes back to the dormitory and sleeps until he goes out at 9:30 p.m. The honest and innocent and righteous truck drivers during the daytime are transformed into the horrible demons that roam the south side at night. Those thieves who are ready to steal batteries, steal things, are looking for a target, or are committing a crime. All were knocked out by Lu Xiangyang from behind with a rubber mallet, cut off one of their thumbs, and also very considerate to help them stop the bleeding. As for those who trafficked in robbery, extortion, etc., was also bundled a lot, all stuffed into the car thrown to the door of the Special Affairs Bureau. For those of a more egregious nature, Lu Xiangyang will generally give them a bitter lesson. For example, the day before yesterday encountered a tailing man, his eyes filled with desire, full of thoughts on the kind of strong, dry murder, when he has picked a good target ready to implement the time. Lu Xiangyang directly knocked him out subdued bundled in the street tree, cut off his murder weapon, incidentally alarm plus 120. There is that family-beating wife and children. Lu Xiangyang is not accustomed to break in and pick off one of his hamstring. There are noise nuisance to his door to throw manure. Repeated refusal to change, they will give them a lesson. After this period of time, the nighttime crime rate in South City has plummeted by 80%. What a good person himself. Lu Xiangyang doesn't understand why they all call him the devil. The Special Affairs Bureau of the South City Precinct is also clueless, although it would love to catch this lawless maniac, but just can't fucking find a single clue. Originally, the old city has fewer cameras. This person also does not leave a trace. Anti-detection ability is very strong, very difficult to get. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Xiangyang changed the vehicle license plate. All the traces will be dealt with cleanly after starting to plan the next goal. Nowadays, the law and order in the southern city has been significantly improved. Thinking about what just happened, Lu Xiangyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He can now only catch white play not pay and hit the grippers, really more and more back. He opened his cell phone and looked at the latest news. Chai Hongkai Big Black Range maliciously hit the incident is not yet finalized it. Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau Anti-Corruption also only caught 3 or 2 kittens and dogs. Lu Xiangyang eyes narrowed slightly. Rolling killing intent gushed out, as if to kill the sky and earth change color. Really put the words of the old man as a fart? Good. Since you guys don't realize it, I'll come and give you a ride. Let's start with old who then. Hey. No one would have thought that someone would dare to lay hands on the Vice Bureau, right? Lu Xiangyang hemmed and hawed and secretly laughed, his hideous expression even more terrifying under the glow of the cell phone screen. The next day, after finishing a series of things, Lu Xiangyang did not eat dinner and drove away from the southern city. Greenvine City is a super large city with a resident population of 30 million, divided into many districts, each of which is further divided into Southeast, West, Northwest, and West City. More than half an hour later, he arrived here at the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau and wandered around for 3 full laps. Did not find a temporary parking position, the sidewalk all fucking anti-parking bollards. Lu Xiangyang cursed, only had to park a little farther into the paid parking lot. 1 hour $8. Another cry of nationalism. Lu Xiangyang got off the car and bought a 12 yuan pot helmet to eat while walking in the direction of the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau. Chongming Special Affairs Bureau entrance from time to time, people and cars in and out. Looks very busy. The security guard is also sitting directly in front of the door, constantly pressing the door. Lu Xiangyang turned around. Nothing can hide people's place. There is no. In this neighborhood. The first time I saw him, I saw a man in the street, and I saw a woman in the street. Just at this time, he saw a store, just on the diagonal opposite of this road, and light and airy. Shirley's Beauty Parlor. Lu Xiangyang leaned over. Boss, how much for pulling out your ears? The beautiful receptionist sitting on the sofa heard someone ask and hurriedly got up to welcome her. Welcome, VIP guests. Come in first and sit down. What kind of tea do you drink? Seeing this receptionist so enthusiastic and never mentioning the cost. It must be a chicken slaughter. Lu Xiangyang's heart is very clear, waving his hand. I'll ask you, how much to pull out the ear? Don't play this set of false, say it. Seeing him in this dead appearance, the beautiful receptionist mouth corner twitching. Also do not pretend. Opened his mouth and said, if you don't have a membership, more than 1,000 apiece. Ah. Lu Xiangyang was stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. What did you say? Chapter 17. Lu Xiangyang never avenges overnight. There is no mistake. You're charging so much for pulling out an ear? Are you sure this is the price for pulling out an ear? Lu Xiangyang asked suspiciously. The beautiful receptionist said with a professional fake smile, yes, sir. Shit. This black store. Really? I'm crying my eyes out. He could have just grabbed the money. Lu Xiangyang asked immediately after. You've opened across the street from the Special Affairs Bureau and still have the guts to charge recklessly like this? Aren't you afraid of being reported? The beautiful receptionist looked at him with this catty and poor look. The expression on her face changed again and coldly said, who dares to report? You've been yakking since you entered. I think you're here to cause trouble. The words did not fall. The small door on the side of the hall was pushed open, from which 4 big men in suits poured out and surrounded Lu Xiangyang with an unkind look. Seeing this scene, there was no need to say more. Isn't this the lion's hunchback at the foot of Spirit Mountain? There must be someone behind this store, and the odds are that it's a senior member of the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau. Seeing this, Lu Xiangyang hurriedly took out $600 in cash from his pocket and looked at them with a smile on his face and said, Sorry. I really didn't come here to look for trouble. It's just that I only have $600 in my entire body and I can't afford to spend it, so I talk too much. That beautiful receptionist's eyes were quick. Swish. Took that $600 over, while commanding, if you come in, you have to spend. Make him a cup of tea. Let him drink it and get lost. After saying that, she twisted her black silk ass and walked back to the front desk with a single breath. Not long after, a waitress walked over with an empty glass, carrying a bottle of $3 green tea. Do not pretend at all. Directly unscrew the green tea poured in. The most fucking annoying is that this son of a bitch only poured half. The remaining half of the bottle he put in his pocket away. Lu Xiangyang face color unchanged, still maintain a faint smile. In the eyes of the 4 vicious big man will be that half a cup of green tea a drink. Good tea. Lu Xiangyang got up and faintly swept a glance at everyone and walked out of Shirley Beauty, with a smile on his face. The people in the store watched him leave and mocked disdainfully. Che still thought how tough it was, but he still ran away in ashes. Still dare to make trouble in our place. If not for the time being a bit sensitive now, legs will be broken for you. Don't even look at who's in charge here. Bah. Not long after Lu Xiangyang went out, his smile slowly retracted and turned into extreme ice cold. He was on the verge of laughing in anger. The ripoff had actually ripped off the customer to himself, letting this old dog who live for one more day. 2 a.m. The beautiful receptionist Xiao Jing, after finishing her day's labor, changed her shoes and rode her electric bike home, not noticing in the slightest that a plain van was following behind her. She had just parked her car and was about to go upstairs to go home and rest when she passed a dark corner. Suddenly, a pair of large, strong hands covered her mouth from behind and knocked her unconscious with a handful of blows. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a small forest, tied to a tree and with tape wrapped around her mouth. Xiao Jing looked at the man wearing a hat and mask in front of her in horror. Looking at his icy cold eyes, her legs kept trembling in fear. Lu Xiangyang looked at Xiao Jing with icy coldness. Xiao Jing looked at Lu Xiangyang with pleading eyes, very pathetic, tears flashing. She didn't know what this man was going to do to her next. Lu Xiangyang took the belt and hit. Swish. Swish. It's you who makes me drink green tea, is it? Swish, swish, swish. You're saying that I'm a grouch, right? Swish, swish, swish. You're robbing me of my money. Swish, swish, swish. You have to spend money. Let me spend it. Spend. Swish, swish, swish. A beating. Lu Xiangyang never avenge overnight. On the contrary, Xiao Jing is simply worse than death. She looks at Lu Xiangyang. Her heart is full of grievances and pain. Big brother, is there something wrong with you? Finished fighting. Lu Xiangyang also did not forget the main event, lowered his voice close to come to her ear, and said in a low voice, "Want to die or want to live?" Xiao Jing weakly and hastily nodded her head. Her eyes looked at Lu Xiangyang without the slightest resistance. From the crazy look on his face just now when he viciously beat himself, this was a maniacal pervert. If he didn't listen well, he would definitely die under this pervert. Lu Xiangyang nodded with satisfaction, and as he drew out the sharp knife, he placed it in front of her eyes and continued. Good. Then I'll ask you a few questions. Answer honestly. Otherwise? Humph. Xiao Jing saw him pull out the sharp knife. The whole person was dumbfounded, hastily nodded her head, her eyes full of fear. Lu Xiangyang tore the tape on her mouth, and the knife was stuck on her neck. Who is the person behind the beauty store? Xiao Jing said in a trembling whisper. It's who? After some torture, Lu Xiangyang knew some news. This Hu Qing Song, an old son of a bitch, does not look good to play his flower, and his back relationship is indeed a little unusual. No wonder can cover half the sky in Choming. Finally, Lu Xiangyang will put her on the hood bundled into the car, drove to her neighborhood near. After carrying the person down and walking for a while, Lu Xiangyang put Xiao Jing down and threatened in her ear. Don't yell, don't report to the Secret Service. I know where you live. I'll keep an eye on you. Rest well at home for a few days. You'll be able to live. If you don't want to make some trouble, you'll die. The low voice was like a demon whispering, scaring Xiao Jing so much that she couldn't even stand up. Xiao Jing hurriedly nodded her head and whimpered in a small voice. Then she felt her restraints being undone and the headgear taken off. Looking at the familiar surroundings in front of her, she didn't dare to move a muscle. It wasn't until she stood in place for 3 minutes and quietly turned around that she realized there was no one behind her. She hurriedly limped towards the house. It was too scary. It's too scary. I'm never going to work there again. Justice points +1. After Lu Xiangyang finished with her, he drove back to the neighborhood of that store again and waited up. At 3:20 in the morning. From the store behind the parking lot out of a car, the windows are open. Sitting inside the 4 big men, they are ready to go to eat a snack and drink some wine. Lu Xiangyang quietly followed. 4:30. They ate and drank, drunk driving on the road back to the dormitory to sleep. Just parked the car, a few people staggering pointing smoke off the car. Hiding in the back, Lu Xiangyang's eyes flashed a cruel smile. For these few people, he did not have the slightest mercy. With his right hand directly pulling out a long machete from the car and holding a sharp knife in his left hand, with the help of the system, he traveled perfectly through the shadowy blind spots, quickly approaching them. As the first mournful screams rang out, followed by 3 minutes of successive outbursts of miserable screams. In terms of striking fast and hard, they are far inferior to Lu Xiangyang, who kills like a chicken. Those 4 big men were all chopped off by Lu Xiangyang's right hand, and were also stabbed in the ass and thighs a few times, so it is expected that they will not be able to do anything illegal in their future lives. The matter is over, deep in the heart of the world. Justice points +1. Lu Xiangyang quickly left and disappeared into the darkness. For him, this is just a small episode. Hu Qing Song, get ready for a future without you. Even if your uncle is the secretary of the Green Vine Provincial Committee. Chapter 18. This is Phoenix Nightclub? First, Wang Jin and the others died for no apparent reason, followed by 4 minions having their hands chopped off. The boss finally became furious. After listening to his men's report, he ruthlessly smashed the ashtray on the LCD monitor. Watching Chief Yi get angry, the KTV's crowd of big bozos were all scared to death, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. In the end, who is it? Who is against us in the dark? Is there any other organization in this area of Choming? Find out. Mr. Yi dangled his cigar and huffed. Then he opened his hands wide and reached out towards the princesses on both sides. Venting his own anger, the princesses forced themselves to endure the pain and didn't dare to scream. Yes, Mr. Yi. The junior brother who came to report back bowed and retreated. After a while, Mr. Yi waved his hand and signaled the black-suited follower standing at the door to come over. Make an appointment with Director Hu tomorrow and tell him to come to my Phoenix nightclub to relax and unwind if he's free at night. The black suit follower bent down respectfully. Yes, Mr. Yi. I'll go now. After he left, Mr. Ye's anger came and went quickly. After letting his minions leave, he started the whole flower job. If Lu Xiangyang was here, he would definitely spit and curse. Good, good, good. Dog day, black boss. Then pull out the knife and chop. This does not need the system to analyze the judgment. Closed eye slaughter is finished. Absolutely no slaughter wrong. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Xiangyang took off his blood-covered clothes, cleaned up the blood with 3% hydrogen peroxide and 84 disinfectant, and then bandaged the wound. After finishing, he lay on the single bed and lit a cigarette, a satisfied smile on his face. The system hadn't given him any more abilities for the time being. But Lu Xiangyang already felt good. Substitute life. It was the biggest plugin that the system had given to him. It allowed him to act without fear, at best, a death. What else is there to be afraid of? What's more, this kind of identity as an ordinary person, wandering above the tip of the knife, hiding in the darkness, that at any time there will be some kind of accidental death, or be discovered. The feeling of dancing on the tip of the knife. It's cool to think about it. How exciting. GGGGGGG. The low laughter of a maniacal pervert came out from the dormitory. It was almost dawn. Lu Xiangyang simply squinted. 6 o'clock in the morning. He climbed up and drove to buy breakfast, then came here to Bosch Chin's studio. During this period of time, even though Lu Xiangyang was disguised as an extra-legal maniac at night, he didn't make any mistakes during the daytime, and everything was completed successfully. Putting all the breakfast on the table, Lu Xiangyang then ate the beef noodles by himself first. Not long after, it was almost time to go to work. Those youthful and beautiful clothing designer sisters came to the studio one after another. They put down their bags and came to Lu Xiangyang, clear and pleasant as the voice of a lark came. The glasses lady Wan Wan lamented, "Uncle Cheng, you come so early every day." Ching Man said in surprise, "Wow, old Cheng, how did you know I want to eat bean paste buns today?" The quirky little lowly bun said, Uncle, you are so attentive. Can I be your girlfriend?" Zhang Yang, the big bear beauty standing beside her, urged, "Hush, don't talk nonsense." Being heard by Mr. Chun, Xiao Xiao gave you small shoes. Ha ha ha. The rest of the sisters also spoke sweetly, "Thank you, uncle." I don't know why. Listening to the surrounding sisters talking and laughing, Lu Xiangyang, this corner of his mouth hooked up. How to suppress it cannot be suppressed. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. This is really a good life, ah. It would be nice if it could last forever. Just at this moment. Ahem. Zhang Yang, what are you guys babbling about? Chen Yalan came in with a stern face. You can't even plug your mouths by eating. Hurry up and eat. Eat up and get to work. We still have to make up the list. Zhang Yang and the girls heard Mr. Chen's voice, and at once, their heads shrank down like ostriches, and they gulped and ate. It seemed that they still had more respect for Mr. Chen. Chen Yalan came in front of Lu Xiangyang and changed her cold face to smile gently. "Oh, Lao Cheng, don't listen to these little girls. They are all broken mouths one by one." Seeing General Manager Chun and Old Cheng talking, although those sisters were eating their breakfast with their heads down, their ears were all perked up, their eyes twirling as they exchanged glances with each other, and their desire to knock CP was overwhelming. In the eyes of their group of sisters, this is the story of the encounter, acquaintance, and friendship between a man who has seen through the world and is full of stories, and a gentle and strong businesswoman who started from nothing. It's a great story. Lu Xiangyang shook his head and smiled bashfully. His magnetic low voice resounded. "Oh, it's fine, Chen Yalan. I think it's quite good. These are a group of kind and lovely girls. Listening to them talking in my ear, I feel like I've gotten a lot younger." Chen Yalan sat next to Lu Xiangyang and naturally picked up the millet porridge and soft steamed cake and ate them. "They're just not big and small, You're just too nice." "Oh, you're just a year older than me. Why do you feel like talking like an old man, as if you've experienced a lot of things?" Lu Xiangyang naturally heard between her words the implication of tracing her past. However, he had no intention of sharing it with Chen Yalan and the girls. "We are just meeting each other in passing, and we don't know how long this life will last. The deeper the entanglement, the more it will only add to the sadness." Lu Xiangyang said lightly, "Oh, it's all just flowers in the water and the moon in the mirror. It's not worth mentioning." The more so, Chen Yalan is more curious. Her eyes looked at Lu Xiangyang blinked. What kind of past does this man actually have? The other sisters saw this scene and let out excited shrills in their hearts. Ah, good knock. Really good matcha. At this time, Chin Yalan turned her head and looked at them with a stern face. How come you guys haven't finished eating yet? Are you so slow? You don't have to go to work. The sisters immediately fled. Afterwards, Chin Yalan turned her head to look at Lu Xiangyang again and said, How are you adapting to work these days? Thanks to you. The girls told me that now they no longer have that feeling of being spied on when they go home after working overtime at night. Hard on you. Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and said, It's fine, just a show of hands. A while ago I even went around the neighborhood and didn't find that stalking pervert. Without outsiders present, Chin Yalan playfully laughed. Hee, that's not because we have our old Ching in. At a glance, righteous, those bad guys simply do not dare to do bad things. Lu Xiangyang laughed and got up. Maybe well, Chin Yalan. I'll pack up. It's time to go out and pull the goods. Well, go ahead, old Cheng. Chin Yalan smiled and nodded, looking at Lu Xiangyang's back as he finished packing up the trash and left. Cheng Ma, just how cruel was the experience you once had? It made you so desperate to talk about it, buried deep in your heart. He is like a person wrapped in a thick layer of cocoon. So many days of contact down, there is always a kind of faint, detached strangeness, as if the next second will disappear. But the more such a man, the more she wanted to peel off that thick layer of cocoon, to see what in the end is inside. That day, Lu Xiangyang grabbed the knife with his bare hands, fearless of being injured and bleeding indifferently, always hovering in Chan Yalan's heart. Fan-like man. Lu Xiangyang did not know what Chin Yalan was thinking and would not speculate. He looked at it very openly. People like him basically have no connection to marriage, love, and family. Now Lu Xiangyang has only one goal for the rest of his life. That is to get rid of the evil in this world. 4:30 p.m. Lu Xiangyang finished his business in the store, greeted and said that he had something to go out tonight, told his sisters to get off work early and pay attention to safety, and then left the south of the city towards the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau. He had already been delayed for a day. Tonight, he must be done. Chapter 19. Infiltrating the Chongming District Special Events Bureau in the open. Near the Chongming Special Events Bureau, Lu Xiangyang stood next to the street garbage station smoking. He had already changed into his janitorial attire in the car ahead of time, wearing a hat and carrying an inconspicuous bag. It was 5:30. In the distance, a large garbage truck from the street behind him toward the Special Affairs Bureau slowly drove over. Lu Xiangyang stomped out his cigarette, looked around, and quickly approached the wall. When the big garbage truck turned the corner, he gently jumped and stepped behind it, grabbing the broom and garbage can in the process, standing calmly behind the truck. The Special Affairs Bureau gate opened and Lu Xiangyang smoothly blended in. No one cared about a garbage truck going to the Special Affairs Bureau, much less whether there was anyone on it. The garbage truck drove directly to the back of the Special Affairs Bureau building. Lu Xiangyang jumped down from the car, lowered his head, and took the broom towards the back door of the Special Affairs Bureau as the garbage truck drove towards the inside. The Chongming Special Affairs Bureau usually got off work at 5 or 6 o'clock. But there were still a lot of vehicles in the back parking lot, indicating that the Special Affairs Bureau was very busy during this time. Lu Xiangyang observed the surroundings and walked in from the back door stairwell. There are still quite a few people walking back and forth in the first floor hall, in a hurry. Lu Xiangyang slightly lowered his head and looked around with his afterglow, hunched over, living up to the appearance of a janitorial staff. He turned in when he passed by the toilet. Wandering around with empty hands was too suspicious. In this kind of public organization, on the first floor toilets usually have cleaning things. When he came out again, Lu Xiangyang was already carrying a bucket and mop, taking the stairs towards the top floor. Taking the elevator was too exciting, and the risk of exposure was high. While walking to the third floor, a rush of footsteps sounded from upstairs. Lu Xiangyang instantly tensed his nerves and continued to climb the stairs with his head down, using his afterglow to observe the situation of the person coming. Not long after, the person descended to his side, did not make a stop, but continued to walk quickly towards the downstairs. In a shocking glance, Lu Xiangyang saw a pair of clean, specialized leather shoes, and his heart sank slightly. As expected, in staggering not more than a few seconds, the special agent holding the information suddenly stopped on the stairs below. His eyes flashing with suspicion, turned his head to Lu Xiangyang's back and asked, Huh? Peiji? Didn't old Wang take the day off to see his grandson? Who are you? Was it old Wang who called over to help? Hearing this sudden query, Lu Xiangyang didn't stop, still slowly climbing the stairs. His brain was racing. What to answer? These words are full of condoms, worthy of being the Special Affairs Bureau. When that special agent saw him in this state, His eyes went cold and he turned around and walked quickly towards him. Snap. Comrade, please. The special agent came behind Lu Xiangyang and patted his shoulder. Lu Xiangyang turned around and looked at the special agent with a blank face, placing the mop bucket on the side and gesticulating. ABA, 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 ABA. The special agent looked at his clear eyes and sign language and scratched his head in some shame. So it's a hearing-impaired person? It seems that he was overly concerned. No wonder he didn't make it into the criminal investigations back then. This eyesight is too poor. After all, who dares to come to the Special Affairs Bureau to cause trouble? Then he also compared, today the municipal government to meet the inspection, the cleaning company at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to take people away. You are not heard to be left behind? Lu Xiangyang, heart a cold, continued to pretend not to understand the meaning of that. ABA, ABA? Then pointed to the top, then picked up the mop and shook it. The special agent was about to continue talking when the phone rang. Beep. He picked it up and hurriedly said, Oh, Team Zhang, it's coming. I'm coming. Forget it. You go mop the floor, mop it and leave. Your company's people left a long time ago. After gesticulating, that special agent twisted his head and left. Lu Xiangyang turned around and accelerated his speed towards the top floor. Shit, almost got caught. Really not a light. Coming to the 9th floor, looking at the sign posted on the stairwell, Lu Xiangyang walked over. He started mopping the floor from the inside out while observing the situation. The director's door was half covered, and the deputy director's door was tightly closed. There is no camera on the walkway. Lu Xiangyang passes by the deputy director's door and puts his ear quietly on it, listening to the sound. There is someone talking vaguely inside, but the sound is too small to be heard clearly. Buzz. System probability 30% event information transfer effect activated. This function sometimes works, sometimes does not work. In the deputy director's office, standing in front of the desk was Chief Ye's follower, Fang Lei, who had changed into a set of ordinary people's clothes. Fang Lei respectfully said towards Deputy Director Hu, Chief, he said that he would like you to take a rest there tonight. Deputy Bureau Hu said unhappily with a cigarette in his mouth, Humph. What time is it now? That steering group has already stationed at the Huayao Hotel in Choming District. Am I going to seek death? Hearing this, Fang Lei said again, Bureau Hu, don't you know? Inside the members of the steering group that came down this time, one of them is Mr. Ye's aunt. Deputy Bureau Hu's eyes lit up, his eyes rolled around and said, such great news. Why didn't you guys say so earlier? Fang Lei laughed, oh, Bureau Hu, this is not for you to go relax tonight and discuss the situation. Haha, that's fine. You go back and tell Xiaoyi that I'll come over later. Deputy Bureau Hu said with a big smile. Fang Lei bent respectfully and prepared to leave. Lu Xiangyang heard this and hurriedly walked away. The next moment, Fang Lei pulled the door out, gently closed the door of Bureau Hu's office, glanced at the cleaning, didn't care, and hurriedly left. And Hu Deputy Bureau full of bad water, at this moment holding a cigarette, is thinking about how to make good use of this layer of relations to the old Wang side of the trip. Can to this position, and then want to climb up, you have to spell people spell means. His old Wang wants to move, I have not moved. Not because my uncle is the provincial party secretary of Handong province. Similarly, I also want to move him did not move. Not because his uncle is the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Handong province. Oh, the officialdom is not fighting and killing. The officialdom is all about human feelings. This time, if you operate properly, may be able to unite Yi his aunt, the old Wang that guy to get down. At that time, this Choming district is not the old man one hand to cover the sky. Hey. Hu Qing Song shook the bad water in the stomach, in his mind thinking. At the same time, for the evening Phoenix nightclub dinner is also more looking forward to. There is a lot of fun there. This time, we must play a few special and exciting. Hey. Thinking about this, he was a bit cocky. Chapter 20. Transition. This really isn't that. Beg to be spared. Outside the door, Lu Xiangyang was also a bit agitated. He was angry. Based on the conversation between those two brutes just now, he got a few new targets. Good. This is the legendary mastermind behind the curtain, isn't it? You guys wait for me. Lu Xiangyang put the bucket and mop into the toilet, then walked over and knocked on Hu Qingsong's office door. Bang. 2 seconds later, Hu Qingsong's adjusted and calm voice came from inside. Come in. The door opened. Hu Qingsong looked towards the door, and a janitor walked in. He had just waved his hand in preparation for him to leave when his eyes suddenly glanced at the trash can next to him, so he turned his mouth and said, Cleaning, just come and take this trash away. My office doesn't need to be cleaned. Didn't I tell your company that last time? Uh-huh. Lu Xiangyang replied, then backhandedly brought the door of the room and walked towards the location of the garbage can next to Hu Qingsong. At this time, Hu Qingsong vaguely felt something was wrong. Throwing garbage, what was he doing with the door closed? The two were less than 2 meters apart. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang violently catapulted out like a cheetah and pounced towards Hu Qingsong. What? Hu Qingsong reacted quickly and prepared to dodge, but Lu Xiangyang moved even faster and directly kicked his left foot hard and square, kicking him in the heart. Kicked his eyebrows wrinkled, drilling pain. Opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Not long after he was subdued, with tape wrapped around the mouth and hands of Hu Qingsong. Only then did Lu Xiangyang start to carefully deal with the traces of himself in the room. Just now the dull sound of the fight did not cause other people's attention. Next door to the two sides of the office are no one. Wang bureaus also went out. Downstairs again is the file room. After handling the traces, Lu Xiangyang sat down opposite Hu Qingsong, looking at the fury and doubt in his eyes. Lu Xiangyang took off his mask and looked at him with a smile. Hu Qingsong was even more puzzled. He didn't recognize this person at all. This guy was really splashy and bold. Disguised as a janitor and alone, he came to the Secret Service Bureau and subdued Laozi, the deputy director. What the hell is this? Lu Xiangyang did not give him the opportunity to speak. Directly from the bag, took out the cotton cloth. In front of his face, folded 3 layers, and then poured water to wet. Seeing this, Hu Qingsong's eyes were filled with horror. He is? Or was it sent by old Wang? No, it shouldn't be. He doesn't have the guts. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang grabbed his hair and said something that made his guts crack. Know this. There is no one in this world who can stop me from eliminating evil. I told you, that death was just the beginning. Hu Qingsong's eyes widened in horror. The memory instantly went back to that day in the conference room of the Secret Service, the image of that psychotic maniac roaring in rage. He stared at Lu Xiangyang in death. It was all shock and disbelief. It couldn't be. Is it him? Half an hour later. Finally looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Xiangyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Once again, he scanned and checked the scene. Closing the office door, Lu Xiangyang returned the same way to the back of the Secret Service and waited for a moment. Not a moment later. 6:30 p.m. Garbage truck has finished collecting all the garbage inside the dormitory building came out. Lu Xiangyang took advantage of the driver did not pay attention to, climbed up again, hid in the back and followed out of the Secret Service Bureau door. Not too fast, not too slow. The timing is just right. At the corner of the street, Lu Xiangyang jumped out of the car, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and spit it out, looked at the sky, brilliant evening sunshine, and laughed to himself. What a beautiful day. Substitute life +1. Justice points +10. Buzz. System evaluation. The host has impressed the system with this incident of guillotine rape and greed. Given that the host accomplished this difficult task without actively using or pleading for the system's help, hereby awarding 10 justice points. As an encouragement, I hope the host will keep up the good work. Reach 100 justice points early and open up surprises. Lu Xiangyang smiled faintly and drove the ordinary van, disappearing into the traffic. By 7:30 in the evening, most of the Secret Service Bureau was off duty. Only the criminal investigations were still working overtime on the 3rd floor, and the lights were on. It is a coincidence that until 8 p.m., no one has gone to the 9th floor to find Chief Hu Qingsong. Fang Lei, Mr. Yi, they have long been prepared for entertainment in the Phoenix nightclub, waiting for Hu Qingsong to come to the dash. But until 9 p.m., they didn't wait for him. Then Fang Lei did not answer the phone. Fang Lei looked at General Manager Ye's slowly disappearing smile and knew that he couldn't continue to stay here. Mr. Yi, let me go pick him up. There might be something delayed in the evening. Fang Lei bent down and said. General Manager Yi thought for a moment and spoke. Then you go. Yes. Fang Lei drove to the Chongming District Special Service Bureau again, registered and drove in. Seeing Hu Qingsong's car still in the parking space, Fang Lei directly got off the car and walked towards the upper floor, came to the door of Hu Qingsong's office on the 9th floor, shouted and knocked twice. No one answered. He twisted the handle and directly pushed the door in. The scene in front of him immediately dumbfounded. At this time, coincidentally, behind him also came the sound of footsteps. Crap. Chapter 21. Some people revile, some condemn, and some are in tears. Regardless of how Fang Lei's side was found out, what kind of upheaval it caused, and what kind of uproar it caused, Lu Xiangyang has finished his bath and is lying on the bed. Tonight, there is another big victim. Today's South City is a small fight, and Lu Xiangyang does not want to go out to catch those Parkers, so he will go to bed next morning shift. Late at night, the Chongming Secret Service Bureau is brightly lit. Fang Lei was escorted to the interrogation room for questioning. Say, was it you who did it or not? How could it be such a coincidence? Secret Service. I'm really innocent. I didn't do it. I found out as soon as I arrived. Then why are you here? Speak up. Speak quickly. This? Me, I'm looking for Bureau who for something. What is it? Sneaky. The surveillance saw your car come twice. Still say it's not you. Quickly explain clearly. Fang Lei is mute, can't speak. At one time, all the field staff outside, hands without a case to pursue, were called back. Director Wang thundered and slapped the table. This is a provocation to the Chongming Secret Service. This is a provocation to the rules. Check. Investigate every bit of it. Don't spare a single clue. A murder case has come to kill the deputy director of our Secret Service. This extrajudicial maniac must be brought to justice. Although Wang Hongming also wanted to get Hu Qingsong out of office, it was definitely not this kind of ouster. A deputy director of the Secret Service Bureau, dead in his office, still posing like that. What an irony. The nature of this matter had changed. This was provoking the rules of the Secret Service. No matter how corrupt deputy director Hu was, that was left to the rules. It shouldn't end this way. South of the city, a big-boned man on a bicycle traveled through the alleys of the old city center, his eyes flashing green as he scanned the surroundings, not knowing what he was looking for. After passing through a few alleys, the big-boned man found his target. A sexy woman in revealing clothes stood deep in the alley, her face painted with heavy makeup, leaning against a doorway smoking a cigarette. He wandered over on his bike, his eyes still glancing around. The sexy woman heard the commotion and threw her eyes over, lazily saying, "Brother, have some fun?" The big-boned man parked his bike and looked around again. The woman looked at this nervous look of his and snorted a laugh and said, "Oh, brother, it's fine. First time to play, right? Don't worry, it's safe." The man sniffed and turned his head, emitting green eyes to the woman with a smile. "Oh, is that so? That's good." Early morning, Chongming District exploded 2 more vicious criminal cases. Mr. Yi scratched his ears and waited for a night at the Phoenix nightclub, but he didn't wait for Fang Lei to come back with Bureau Hu, and these two couldn't get through on the phone. In the morning, when I brushed the news, I was immediately dumbfounded. Hu Qingsong was murdered and died in the office. Mr. Yi sat paralyzed on the sofa thinking, shit, it couldn't be Fang Lei, that sand sculpture, right? Lu Xiangyang sat in the studio eating breakfast, listening to his sisters chattering about the news they swiped in the morning. Little Lori Baozi looked at the crowd with a somewhat fearful expression and said, "Do you guys know? Hu Qingsong, the deputy director of the Chongming District Secret Service Bureau, was killed in his office by brutal means. This world is too crazy." Glasses Lady Wan Wan nodded her head in agreement. That BMW Animal Man case is not yet finalized. This is another murder case like this. I feel like it's so dangerous out there right now. Oh, it's all murder cases. And also, some villagers found a headless female body in the morning in the Huangshui River in the south of the city. It's horrible. Huh. Stop it. Stop it. Let's eat. It's scary. Old Cheng, it's so dangerous outside. You have to protect us. Big Bear Jiang Yang said petulantly. Lu Xiangyang smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I'll escort you all from work at night recently. I'm here, it's fine." Hearing this light tone, the sisters looked at the confident and composed Lu Xiangyang and inexplicably felt much more at ease. Hee, Old Cheng is the best. That's right, Old Cheng has always been a very reliable man. Oh. Chun Yalan sat right next to Lu Xiangyang and watched him talk, her eyes flashing brightly before revealing a faint smile. Well, yes it is. Old Cheng has always given people the feeling of being at ease. Very reliable. All right, go to work. During this period of time, you guys shouldn't be busy too late at night. Each of you should go home early, and don't go around playing. It's not safe outside. Do you hear me? Okay, Mr. Chun. Got it, Mr. Chun. Lu Xiangyang went out to work after greeting Chen Yalan. Sitting in the car, his eyes emitted a cold light. Good. Just a few nights without going out for a spin, and a murderer pops up in the south of the city. This is not a provocation. Driving on the road, Lu Xiangyang keenly noticed that at every intersection there were plainclothes walking around, as if they were looking for someone. No way. They found me so quickly? Not right. If they found out that it was me, they must have gone straight to Mr. Chin's studio to arrest him. Lu Xiangyang muttered secretly. The intersection also had a special service party setting up a card and checking ID cards. Liu Xiangyang sat in the car calmly, handed over his ID card. The special agent took the equipment and swept it, then waved his hand signaling for him to go. Secret Service, please ask, what is this checking, ah? Liu Xiangyang naturally asked. The special agent shook his head and said, checking on fugitives. None of your business. Quickly go. Good luck. Special agent. Liu Xiangyang drove away. These two cases once again detonated the network. The last Chai animal is not yet finalized, and this time, the deputy director of the Secret Service was killed, although the Secret Service has issued an order to strictly prohibit the disclosure of any information. But this matter is too big. Paper cannot wrap the fire. Another headless female body dumping case also has a great impact. In response, netizens in Chongming district commented, "What Gotham? It's just weak. Compared to our Greenvine city, it's nothing. In my opinion, this Greenvine is the real Gotham City. Punish severely. Must be severely punished." A deputy director of the Secret Service was killed in the Secret Service office. This is not murder. This is a terrorist attack. Apply to come to Chongming to fight terrorism. Chongming is too dangerous. The night was cut. Car was hit by a dump truck. Home was chopped. Now work sitting in the office can be killed. Oh yes, the river picking water can also pick up a headless female body. TSK. I've already booked my plane ticket, and I'm leaving at noon. It's horrible here. The internet is full of lezzies. At this moment in a village, there was a middle-aged man who ran back from the village entrance with big strides and crashed straight into a small courtyard, shouting excitedly from his mouth, Ji Chao, that person is dead, killed by someone. We can finally overturn the case. Inside the compound, a middle-aged man with a head full of mottled gray hair stood up excitedly at the words. He burst into hot tears. He stumbled and said, Is he? Is who dead? It's him. It's that beast. 1,000 times true. Good. Ji Chao was 17 years old when he was wrongfully imprisoned and was convicted of rape by Hu Qingsong and sentenced to 15 years in prison for lack of evidence. The bitterness is hard to describe. Now only 32 years old, but he looks like an old man. Over the years, Ji Chao do not know how much suffering, carrying the charge of a rapist living in the world. And Hu Qingsong stepped on these bent spine, climbed to the position of deputy bureau. Ji Chao case is not an example. In this soil where evil thrives, there are many other people who have suffered trials and tribulations. They were informed of the news, joyful and tearful. The heavens have opened their eyes. Get rid of evil. Get rid of evil. Chapter 22. The cry of the people is the goal of my actions. While the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau was vigorously investigating, a bunch of people with reporters also came to the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau. They have farmers, workers, students, and self-employed and so on. Although everyone's face carries traces of having experienced the weather, they all have incomparably bright and soothing smiles on their faces at the moment, without exception. With Ji Chao a deep breath. At once, the cry of pain and sorrow that had suffered for countless years erupted from his mouth, seeming to shake this dome of heaven and tear off all the shrouds. Reversing the case reversal. Case. Without that beast's big black hand powerfully suppressing them, they finally summoned up the courage to come here. The rest of the people were affected by this and also shouted together with emotional excitement. Reversing the case. Reversal. The sound exploded in the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau. Seeing this scene, the number of onlookers also increased. Unknown people came over to inquire about the situation, and then those victims passed on the story by word of mouth, recounting all the injustices and grievances they had suffered. As they spoke, tears flowed down their faces. So many years. They had suffered too much. The people who had learned the truth were also enraged. Surprisingly, there was still such a thing going on. They joined in the procession, shouting in unison, severe punishment. Reversal. Evil can't defeat good. The Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau was also alarmed, and Director Wang led a rush downstairs to the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau, facing the emotionally charged crowd. Listening to the sentence of overturning the case that they were shouting under their breath, Director Wang hurriedly walked over to the crowd and said loudly, Old folks, don't be in a hurry. One by one, we'll go in and talk. We'll definitely clear your names. Ji Chao became angry when he heard this in the crowd and cursed loudly. You're just saying that you'll return our innocence? But who will return my lost 10 years of youth? You say it. Yes. My old mother died 3 years ago. Can you return my mother's life? Whoa, whoa. My child, so young and gone. You give back my child. A cry, a mournful cry. In this instant, Wang Hongming seemed to have aged 10 years. He, speechless. Reporters also recorded this scene and published it on the internet. 2 more days passed. The special agents retrieved all the surveillance and investigated frame by frame. On the day Bureau who was killed, there were quite a few people coming in and out. The flow of people reached more than 600 people, and the number of reported cases even reached more than 300. All kinds of trivial matters are there, as well as reporting information on the fight against blackmail. Special agents know that the murderer is definitely among these people. But the investigation and evidence collection is very difficult. Coupled with too many cases now, they have not slept a good night for several days. Criminal Investigation Yang team, topped with thick black circles under the eyes, holding a cigarette watching the surveillance video. I do not know why. At this moment in his mind, he unexpectedly echoed the evil psychotic youth Liao Kai-feng, the maniacal roar before his death. Starting today, you sin-stained bedbugs. There is one. One of you. All of you are waiting for me to kill you one by one. Ha 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 ha. Mark my words. These 12 are just the beginning. I can't kill all the villains of this world. I will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. I vow not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Could it be that whose death? Thinking of this, Team Yang let out a bitter laugh and rubbed his cheeks. He was really busy and confused. How did he start to be superstitious? How can a person die and come back to life? Just keep on investigating. Maybe behind this series of events was some brainwashing organization at work. After consuming 4 justice points, after these days of investigation and mapping, Lu Xiangyang also figured out Chai Hongkai's parents' residence and dynamics. That little brute's old brute has a few sets of properties in Choming district and lives in the villa area on weekdays. This period of time, he for that animal son of the matter can be said to run a lot of anxiety. Tonight the weather is very gloomy. It seems to be raining. After Lu Xiangyang escorted his sisters from work, he looked at Chen Yalan, who was the last one to go downstairs, and said, Chen Yalan, you should also go back earlier. Once the old city center comes tonight, all the people from the 3 religions come out. Chen Yalan rubbed her tired eyes and pampered herself. I also want to change a place, but the rent in the new city is expensive. The rent in the old city is cheaper. I can't do anything about it. The second half of the year, I'll go to see the new venue when I finish these big orders. Old Cheng, it's hard for you. You still have to send us all the way at this late hour. Lu Xiangyang smiled faintly. It's okay. I have nothing to do at night anyway. Hearing this, Chen Yalan looked at him expectantly and said, If you have nothing to do, let's go for a drink at night? How? Lu Xiangyang seemed to remember something as if he slapped his palm and said, Oh, right. I almost forgot. There are things in the dormitory that haven't been packed yet. Chen Yalan, go back to rest earlier this late. Anon, drive slowly on the road. After saying that, Lu Xiangyang quickly drove away. Looking at Lu Xiangyang's fleeing back, Chen Yalan stomped her foot in anger. The huge trembled twice. It's like this every time. Am I some kind of man-eating tiger? Lu Xiangyang sat in the car and lit a cigarette, letting out a long breath. So close. Almost fell into the woman's trap. He then put on that opera song and hummed it. Earth also, you don't distinguish between good and bad. Driving back to the dormitory, after some preparations he set off once again and arrived outside the courtyard wall of the villa area in the East District. It was already drizzling at this time. After using a bamboo pole to tip the overhead camera askew, he threw over the hook rope and climbed over. Topping the camera back to its original position, he hid the hook rope aside. A black nightclothes perfectly blended in the night color. Dodging the camera along the way, he arrived in front of a villa. At this hour, the bodyguards of the beastly old man had all gone back to rest. The lights in the hall were still on. He quietly approached and heard a man and a woman talking from inside. Bastard mother. Those bitches. Don't want money and want my son's life. I wish I could kill them all. It's so infuriating. Our family's industry has grown to this point. How much tax has been paid? How much economy has been boosted? What's killing a few people? Animal father. I can't kill them. There are too many people. I've already bought through the prison people. When the time comes to catch a death row inmate to die for him, it's just that it's bitter for my son. He'll have to live in a different way later on. Animal mother. Damn it. What a big deal. It's just a matter of running over some untouchables. Can their lives be compared to my son's? Animal father. Lu Xiangyang couldn't listen to the latter words and directly went around to the back door of the villa. leveraging the sound of the rain to forcefully break open the door handle leading to the first floor and walked in. The first floor of the villa is installed with a security system, and there will be an alarm sound when breaking into the house. The nanny and the cook lived below. The nanny heard the commotion and got up from the bed, pushed the door out and prepared to see what the situation was. Just went out and walked not 2 steps was covered the mouth, and then felt a stabbing pain coming from the buttocks. Just wanted to scream. A pain in the neck fainted. You want to come out to find death. Lu Xiangyang is not spoiled. He wiped the blood of the knife, dragged the nanny into the room, tied her up, rummaged through the drawer to feel out a room card, and then walked towards the cook's room. It was just a slight disciplinary stab in the ass and a sticky gag to tie them up. Let them also grow a long memory. After resolving the two, Lu Xiangyang waited patiently. Late at night, 2 o'clock. Animal mother and father finally fell asleep. Lu Xiangyang quietly got up, swiped the card and opened the door to leave the negative floor to the upstairs. Ka. Slightly opened the door sound. Lu Xiangyang stood in front of the sleeping animal mother and father's bed. He never said nonsense. Hands down, decisive and swift. The sharp knife directly cut off the throats of these 2 beasts that treated human life like grass. This pair of animal parents opened their eyes in severe pain, looking horrified at Lu Xiangyang standing in front of the bed, covering the wound on their necks in death, their mouths letting out "heh sounds." Lu Xiangyang faintly said, "Deep breath, the first death is like this, do not be nervous, a moment will pass." They didn't expect until they died that someone would dare to enter the room to kill them. Then Lu Xiangyang wrote on the wall, "Murder pays for life, heaven and earth. If the son doesn't teach, it's the fault of the parents. Feel the pain of losing a loved one." Chai Hongkai. In the detention center, Chai Hongkai has no remorse to admit his mistake until now. His thoughts are the same as his father and mother. He thinks just like his parents. He's just a couple of lowlifes, a poor man's life, so he's dead. I do not know when he learned that his parents were killed, will be what kind of mood. The matter is over. Lu Xiangyang disappeared in the rainy night, black curtain. Substitute life +2. Justice points +10. Buzz. System evaluation. The host is becoming more and more like a sophisticated killer who wanders above the tip of the knife and is decisive and ruthless in his actions. Innocent people are never killed indiscriminately. Guilty people are never spared. Very good. I appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Justice point reward +10. Looking forward to the day when the host accumulates 100 points to open the surprise. Lu Xiangyang hummed a tune and cheerfully drove a commonplace wooling van to the Phoenix nightclub under the shroud of a rainy night. Chapter 23. Lu Xiangyang exposed? The man on the bicycle. Lu Xiangyang, he also knows. The more people killed, the greater the risk of exposure. But this Chang Ma's substitute life has already achieved quite a lot under his careful operation. He has accepted 2 great evils with his own strength. It had also lowered the crime rate of the entire southern part of the city. It could be said that even if he were to die now, it would be worth it. Every extra day that he lived and did something, it was pure profit. Even the curtain call for the incident. Lu Xiangyang has already thought about it. Oh, kill so many animals, is not the death penalty? I use this life. Offset to you is not. Thinking of this, Lu Xiangyang couldn't help but let out a maniacal laughter, which came out from the van and echoed in the rainy night. Ha 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 ha. Who is to blame? It was Yu Tijin who released such a monster with his own hands that night. 3 a.m. Although it was a rainy night, it didn't affect the business of the Phoenix nightclub in North City. There were still many luxury vehicles parked in front of this opulent nightclub. At the entrance stood a row of bodyguards in black suits, all of them fierce and vicious, and at a glance, it was clear that the owner of this nightclub was not a good person. There are also a lot of sexy women in revealing clothing in and out, ushered in and out, and even followed a boss into a luxury car and left in style. Lu Xiangyang is just like a dirt dog, driving a Wuling, parked far away from this place. There is no way. He just wanted to take a closer look. Those few security guards surrounded him like flies that had seen shit and drove themselves away. Lu Xiangyang spat out the window. At a glance, Lao Zi sees this as a gathering place of extravagance, corruption, and filth. Today Master is in a good mood. I won't bother with you guys in general. After recognizing the ground, he circled around and went back to his dormitory in the south of the city to rest. What Lu Xiangyang didn't know was, this surrounding area is full of General Ye's chassis. All of them are General Ye's people. Soon, there was a little brother who got the information from the peripheral brothers, knocked on the door, and came in to report to Mr. Yi. Knock knock. General Manager Yi? Inside the office, General Manager Yi was sitting on the boss seat like an emperor, his right hand elegantly pinching a cigar, and in the smoke, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's. When he heard the knock on the door in greeting, he didn't stop and said faintly, "Come in." That little brother came in and knowingly lowered his head, not looking anywhere but at his feet. Mr. Yi closed his eyes and said, "Have something to say quickly. I'm on fire right now." That little brother hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, our brothers on Peripheral Stakeout found that there was a Wuling van that circled Phoenix nightclub very purposefully, like it was familiarizing itself with the environment." General Manager Yi tilted his head and closed his eyes without saying anything. A few moments later, Mr. Yi felt that all things were attributed to the sage. Everything was meaningless. He had no sadness or joy at this time. As if he had been sublimated, the waves were unperturbed. "Well, have someone check this license plate, find him, go him a hand, and then bring it over." In the middle of the night, circling around his place, absolutely uneasy with good intentions, maybe it is related to those things that happened before. In North City, who didn't know that Phoenix nightclub was his territory? Not to mention the surrounding area. Most of the entire North City is his property. An ordinary person wouldn't go around his place at 3 o'clock in the morning. "Yes, Mr. Yi." The junior brother lowered his head and exited the room. He then slightly narrowed his viper-like thin eyes, inhaled a cigar, and slowly exhaled. Interesting. Finding death found him here. As Lu Xiangyang drove towards the south of the city, a big-boned man clad in a black raincoat was still riding that rack of bicycles scurrying around inside the alleyways of the old city. Eyes radiating green light, looked around like he was searching for prey. He was enjoying this rainy night, feeling the dampness of the rain on his body. It was the same as blood splattered on his face. There was a similarity. He even hummed, but it didn't take long for him to get annoyed. Why was there no one? Why is there no one tonight? Every circle had its own contact channels. The chicken circle has a chicken group, students have a student group, bosses have a boss group, Ikuin has a Ikuin group, except for criminals, he has no group. Since that street girl disappeared at night, the next day was found dismembered and thrown to the Yellow River. The inside of the flock blew up and someone recognized her. It was a loose chicken named Ruru. "I didn't expect to be killed." So for a while now, everyone doesn't pick up many customers at night, and they all pull out by 8 p.m. at the latest. Can't help it. Scared. The big-boned man was getting more and more agitated. His eyes did not hide his desire to eat and kill people. Pedaling his bike in a frantic jumble, looking everywhere, his blood had boiled. Such a nice day. It couldn't be wasted. He was going to strong-arm. He was going to kill. He'd been in hiding for 10 years. Returning to his old job is still because of Lu Xiangyang's case of killing 12 people in a row some time ago. When seeing that news video, when looking at those bloodied and coated photos, a strong desire to rise in his heart, how to pressure cannot be suppressed. These cases completely tear open his inner self-built cage, hooked up the depths of the perverted desire. Lu Xiangyang returned to the south of the city when passing through an old street. Suddenly, a bicycle violently sprang out from inside the alley in front of him. Crap! Lu Xiangyang hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Crunch! The ear-piercing sound of brakes resounded through the night. Boom! Because the bike came out too suddenly and it was a rainy day, the braking distance was not enough and he still crashed into it. Lu Xiangyang hurriedly stopped the car, took a guy down in the back waist, opened the door to go down to check the situation. Big Bone Man was knocked flying 2 meters lying on the ground, slowed down, rushed to climb up. Inside, the desire to kill and fuck was knocked back quite a bit by this collision. He looked at Lu Xiangyang, who came down from the van, and instantly recognized this man. He was the van driver who had a lot of women's studios. For this van driver, the Big Bone Man was feeling a bit scornful, because he can smell from this person's body that very heavy blood. Every time he saw him from afar, cannot help but want to avoid. The Big Bone Man knew that this truck driver must not be simple. That smell was clear to him. The same murderer. That smell on him was the smell of someone who had killed, even more than he had killed. Lu Xiangyang came over and tried to assist him. "Sorry, brother, are you okay? It's raining too hard and the braking distance of the car is too long, so I'll send you to the hospital." The big-boned man hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm fine. No need to go to the hospital. I still have urgent matters. I have to go first." After saying that, the big-boned man pushed up the deformed car and was about to leave. There was no way he was going to the hospital. If he went to the hospital, blood would be drawn and information would be registered, and that would be the end of it. Besides, Who knows if this guy is sending himself to the hospital? Don't get in the car and be killed by him. Driving around in a van in the middle of the night is not trying to kill someone. Hurry to escape. He pushed the car, quickly walked not far. Lu Xiangyang's voice sounded behind him. Hey, wait. At once, the big boned man's body tensed up. His facial expression with his back to Lu Xiangyang began to become hideous, and a cruel green light radiated from the bottom of his eyes. Is it coming? His right hand began to slowly rotate the bicycle handlebar. The right handlebar of this bicycle had been modified by him, and inside it was a sharp-pointed knife. Killing people and picking out their bones and skinning them was easy. Chapter 24. A psychopathic murderer on the run for over 10 years. Dead? Oh, you dropped your wallet. Lu Xiangyang was some distance away from him, slightly sideways, unable to see his right hand. A wallet was being handed out in his left hand. The big bone man's right hand stops spinning, turns around and sees the wallet, glances at Lu Xiangyang's expression and laughs. Things were too urgent. I forgot. Thank you, thank you. After saying that, he slowly walked over and took the wallet. Lu Xiangyang said again, You really don't need to go to the hospital? The big bone man quickly waved his hand and said, Really don't. There's really no need. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, he turned around and continued to push the car, and the right handlebar was screwed loose. Right at this moment, Lu Xiangyang's expression suddenly became hideous, and his right hand hidden behind his back was raised high, a small axe. He flung it fiercely towards the big-boned man's head. That big-boned man also seemed to have anticipated this in advance. His left hand threw the bike back violently. His right hand drew out a sharp knife, pulled his leg, and ran into the alley. That bike just happened to block the axe that was flung over. The big-boned man who ran away in the depths of the alleyway turned around and saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel a chill in the bottom of his heart. Luckily, I escaped fast. This guy is really a homicidal maniac. Lu Xiangyang was bending over just now. The system, which was working at that time, suddenly popped up the information of the person in front of him. Character information. Tian Minghua, a class wanted, 23 years old, that year beating forced his sister-in-law, was arrested and sentenced to 9 years. He was released from prison and did not repent, but with a grudge to kill back home to kill his brother and sister-in-law's entire family, fled to the Jiang province. The province of the Jiang province again committed 8 cases of forced homicide. There were even children among them. It's the beast of beasts. Subsequently fled again to Lake province, and even on the way to escape, also all the way in the village, forced murder. Due to anti-detection ability, strong field survival ability, he moved through 3 provinces and finally fled to Handong province. Incognito became a water delivery worker in Chongming district, a hiding is 10 years. Lu Xiangyang finally knew what those sisters in the studio meant when they said they felt like someone was spying on them. He had never been as angry as he was today. If one day he was gone and didn't find this beast, what would they encounter when they came home from working overtime at night? Lu Xiangyang didn't even dare to think about it. He stood in place. A voice as cold as hell rang out. System, exchange the coordinates of his whereabouts. Buzz. Justice point -2. Coordinates have been placed. A red dot then lit up in his mind, and Tian Minghua's whereabouts route as well as his place of residence appeared in his mind. Lu Xiangyang sat back in the car without hurry and glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. He then sent a text message to Chen Yalan. Chen Yalan, I have something to do. I might not be able to buy breakfast tomorrow morning. I'll be at the studio later. Just put down his cell phone and started the vehicle. Ding ding. The cell phone screen lit up. Lu Xiangyang picked up his cell phone to see that it was actually a message sent by Chen Yalan. He whacked his brain. He's angry and confused. Careless. Shit. Why is this bitch still awake? Old Cheng, are you a night owl? Why are you still up so late? Are you stealing someone? What's the matter with you in the middle of the night? Can I help you? Another message followed. What is it? Why don't you say it? It's urgent. He didn't have the slightest hesitation when it came to killing people. But this time, Lu Xiangyang looked at the cell phone screen and remained silent for a long time, hesitating for more than 30 seconds. Chen Yalan sent a message again. Where are the people? What are you up to? Are you in the dormitory? I'm coming over. Seeing this, Lu Xiangyang reddened his eyes, heavily tapped his cell phone screen and sent out a text message. Chen Yalan. Mr. Chen, this is my personal matter. Do you want to interfere too? This has nothing to do with you, right? He then flung the phone aside and stopped looking at it. He knew that this text message would hurt a person once he sent it. But if you should break it, you will suffer. Instead of grieving after the matter was exposed, it was better to strangle the spearhead right at the beginning. Ruthless. Be ruthless. Be ruthless to others, and be ruthless to yourself. Lu Xiangyang drove the van and disappeared into the rainy night. The rain fell more heavily, crackling, as if the mood of some people. Chun Yalan did not return another message. Tian Mingyue ran wildly in the heavy rain. This old city he is very familiar with. This 10 years of delivering water has allowed him to figure out all the alleys and old streets. That person just now was just too scary. He had never seen such a person before. As soon as he recalled the scene just now, he had chills in his heart. At this moment, he even had some regrets. Why did he have to come out today? If he hadn't come out, he wouldn't have met that person. This place can't stay any longer. He really wants to kill me. Have to change the place. Half an hour later, Tian Mingyue finally returned to his place. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Tian Mingyue's mood slightly improved, went upstairs and opened the door to his room and returned home. At 5 a.m., the sky was cloudy. He didn't turn on the lights. The moment he closed the door and came to the living room ready to enter the inner room, a lightning flashed. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. Tian Mingyue's entire body was stunned, frozen in place, not daring to move. The blood in his body was viscous and still, and a chill rose from his feet. A dark figure was sitting on the sofa. Tian Mingyue stiffened his neck and slowly turned over. Only a pair of crimson eyes were seen. Those eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, tyranny, anger, and cruelty. It was like a natural enemy relationship, like a cat and a mouse, a lion and a bull and a sheep. Lu Xiangyang was the natural enemy of these sins of theirs. The next second, he moved. Like a spider hunting for food, he pounced on Tian Mingyue. Oh, can a murderer be afraid to? Lu Xiangyang attacked, and he could clearly feel that Tian Mingyue's movements were sluggish. The resistance was there, but the trembling of his body, the distortion of his movements, all revealed Tian Mingyue's fear at this moment. Lu Xiangyang didn't care about those minor injuries and only dodged Tian Mingyue's deadly attacks. It didn't take long. Mixed with the sound of thunder, after 3 minutes of fighting, Lu Xiangyang subdued Tian Mingyue, bound his hands with a rope, hung him from the beams of the room, set up a camera behind him, and started recording the punishment. Cough, let me go. Tian Mingyue spat out blood and looked at Lu Xiangyang and begged. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyang smiled cruelly and licked the corner of his mouth and said, "You made me hurt a very good woman tonight. Later you will know what is called, life is worse than death." Lu Xiangyang turned to the sofa and picked up the canvas bag he brought with him, pulling out a pack of nails and a hammer from it. He slowly approached Tian Mingyue with a grim expression. "Oh, from now on, remember well? This one nail is for your brother and your sister-in-law." How did you know that?" In Tian Mingyue's shocked and fearful gaze, Lu Xiangyang put the steel nail on his head and picked up the hammer. Ta, 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 and nailed it. Boom. Okay. Accompanying the sound of thunder were Tian Mingyue's miserable screams and wails. "This one, it's for those women you forced to die. This one, it's for the children. This one, it's for the street girls." Tian Mingyue wailed uncontrollably. The intense pain in his skull tortured him to the point of going crazy. Kill me, please, kill me." Lu Xiangyang sniffed and a maniacal laugh escaped from his hideous face. "Ha ha 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 ha. Kill you? I've said it before, with me, death, to you, is a luxury. These three, it was me who fought for Chun Yalan." The camera silently recorded all of this. There was no sound, only punishment. Chapter 25. You have no idea what kind of person I am. 5:40. Lu Xiangyang wiped the blood on his body, briefly treated his wounds, and put on his brand new black raincoat. Using Tian Mingyue's cell phone, he timed and sent an uploaded text message that he had found the location of a Class A wanted criminal, and then left the broken building. Every inch of Tian Mingyue's bones had been broken by Lu Xiangyang, and he was hanging from the beams of the room like mud. There were 12 steel nails stuck in his head. There is not a single piece of good skin on his body. But he's not dead yet. Tian Mingyue was injected with a tube of dopamine hydrochloride injection by Lu Xiangyang, barely hanging on to life. This was originally prepared by Lu Xiangyang for his own serious injury. This beast was different from all the previous beasts. He was a beast that had completely lost his humanity. Lu Xiangyang not only want to ruthlessly torture and destroy his spirit and body, let him beg for his life and death. He also wants him to be arrested. Let the law judge him again. Give an explanation to the families that he has hurt, to bring those cruel cases to a happy conclusion. For that, He'd rather not have that substitute life. At that moment, buzz. System evaluation. The host surprised the system every time he accomplished an event, and this time was especially outstanding. Originally, I thought that the host would not hesitate to deprive him of his life and add the substitute life for himself, but I didn't realize that deep down the host's heart was always mindful of the people who had suffered. So the system considered it all, and his soul will still be taken away when he dies. The substitute life reward is valid. Issued in advance. Substitute life +1. Total amount, x10. Justice points +5. Total, x55. It's good. It's perfect. But Lu Xiangyang, who had gotten the reward, was not the slightest bit happy at the moment. His heart was heavy. Stepping into the heavy rain, he drove and prepared to return to the dormitory. After parking his vehicle in the parking lot, he caught a glimpse of a familiar pink car parked at the corner. Lu Xiangyang had just arrived at the dormitory building. He saw a familiar figure standing at the door. She had traces of being wet from the rain. Her hair was wet, and her pretty face without makeup looked a bit haggard, but it was still beautiful. It was Chun Yalan. Lu Xiangyang's heart touched 1,000 times and slowly walked towards her. Chun Yalan also raised her gaze and watched him. The two were silent for a long time. Chun Yalan's feelings were complicated. She had previously talked about an ex-boyfriend for 5 years, and one day while out at night, they encountered a knife-wielding robber. Originally thinking that her ex-boyfriend would protect her, she didn't realize that under the death crisis, her ex-boyfriend was so scared that he abandoned her, choosing to leave her alone and run away. Chen Yalan was crying very sadly at the robber's knife mouth with the chest to the past. Just want to die. I didn't realize that this action scared the robbers. They are also desperate. The bosso's wages are not paid. Just want to rob some money to save the emergency, not want to kill. Coincidentally, at this time and heard the sound of the Secret Service car, they finally just took the money and ran away. Since then, Chen Yalan has been busy with her career and never talks about her children's love. So when Yellow Hair took out his knife that day, everyone ducked and gave up. But only Lu Xiangyang's fearlessness to stand up to death gave her a great shock. She even fantasized in her mind. If her boyfriend was Lu Xiangyang that night, when he encountered the robbers, he definitely wouldn't have abandoned her and fled alone like his ex-boyfriend. Such a man was really attractive to the wounded Chen Yalan. Facing her gaze, Lu Xiangyang sighed and said, "Come in and talk." Opening the door to the room, he walked in. Chun Yalan silently followed behind. Lu Xiangyang then closed the door to the room and against Chen Yalan's face, took off the raincoat on his body. Chun Yalan's original puzzled expression changed to a violent shock after he took off his raincoat. Blood. Wounds. Lu Xiangyang took off the black raincoat that covered his outside, revealing a body covered in blood. There were also those wounds that were spread all over his body. Some of the wounds were even seeping blood. At once, Chun Yalan's heart was like a shocking wave. This was. She wasn't shocked. She was just shocked by what was in front of her. Chun Yalan then rushed forward and was about to help Lu Xiangyang with his wounds. Lu Xiangyang raised his hand to stop her movements, looked at her worried eyes, and said indifferently, "Chen Yalan, we are people of two worlds. I will leave after today. Thank you for taking care of me for some time now. The money you gave me is kept in the drawer. I only used a part of it. Consider it as my payment for working these days." Hearing this, Chun Yalan's delicate body trembled. Somewhat helplessly, she wrapped her arms around her elbows, and her eyes seemed to have tears about to come out. This was the second time she had been rejected today. It was really sad. Lu Xiangyang frowned. He was most afraid of women crying. "Enough. Stop crying. You have no idea what kind of person I am." At this moment, thunder exploded, wrapping Lu Xiangyang's last words smashed into her ears. "Good. I'll say, I am a crazy murderer. Got it. Satisfied." Lu Xiangyang directly confessed to her. Chen Yalan self-deceived and self-imagined 100 identities and reasons that Lu Xiangyang would say. It was that the only thing she did not expect was that he would say this identity so frankly and honestly. Chen Yalan stood still. Her body trembled and her legs went soft. How could it be? How could you be a murderer? Her mind recalled countless moments and the words he had said in his own mouth that day. Obviously so gentle and so good a person. Lu Xiangyang didn't pay any more attention to her, but took off his own clothes on one side, cleaned up the wounds, blood, clothes, and packed up his own things. Everything looked very skillful and professional. During this time, Chun Yalan had been watching from the side, and from the initial panic, fear, and nervousness of her mind, she gradually calmed down, and with that came countless questions in the back of her mind. Lu Xiangyang did not understand women. a gentle man who obviously has a brutal experience, whose face is full of vicissitudes, who buries his painful past in his heart, who has a sense of responsibility when things go wrong, and who stands up for himself without fearing the danger of his life. One day, his identity suddenly reverses, and he reveals himself to be a murderer. Such a character is fatally attractive to women. Never underestimate a woman's curiosity. Chun Yalan walked over and pressed the canvas bag. Looking at him, her eyes flashed with a hint of determination, lightly biting her lips and said, "Old Chung, let's turn ourselves in. I'll get you the best lawyer. You must have your own hardships. Give a good explanation. Take the initiative to turn yourself in. You will definitely be able to consider it at your discretion at that time. I will wait for you to come out." Hearing this, a hint of laughter and warmth flashed under Lu Xiangyang's eyes. He, in this period of time, clearly feel Chen Yalan's change, from the beginning of the grateful worship, step by step to today's like, and then now. However, the two were destined to be impossible. He then coldly said in a chilling voice, "Waiting for me to come out? Holding my ashes? Do you know how many people I've killed? Get out of the way, or else I'll kill even you later." Icy killing intent came out, frightening Chen Yalan's pretty face white as if it would really kill her. But she did not retreat. She knew that Lu Xiangyang was not that kind of person. Lu Xiangyang stared at her deadpan for 5 seconds, then collected all his killing intent. The next moment, he tenderly touched Chen Yalan's head and said, "Good girl, I will turn myself in. You are indeed a very good woman, but you shouldn't look for a murderer to talk about love." "I'm sorry, Chen Yalan. I walk the path of Shura. Love, family, and marriage have nothing to do with me. I know you must have a lot of questions right now, don't worry. Wait for a couple of days, and you'll know it all. Goodbye, Chen Yalan." After saying this paragraph, Lu Xiangyang righteously crashed into the rain. Chapter 26. The Impact of Events, Word by Word, Blood by Blood. Sentence to the Heart. Lu Xiangyang came to the parking lot. Braving the rain, all the things in the van that would expose the identity, all cleaned up, put into a sack and left the place, mainly afraid of involving Chen Yalan and the others. 8 o'clock in the morning. Chai Kong Li's bodyguards came to the villa area, ready to welcome the boss out, waited for half a day without movement. The door is also locked, from the outside to observe inside, a quiet. They sent messages to the cook and the nanny, and there was no reply. Bad. Something has happened. The bodyguards rushed to the back door location. As expected, they found the courtyard door leading to the first floor opened. Then they rushed into the room and saw the subdued nanny and cook duo. Their hearts were even heavier. They went straight upstairs to Chai Kong Li's master bedroom where they were. The moment they pushed the door, all the bodyguards appeared shocked with horror. 2 large puddles of shocking blood on the bed, and the line of blood on the wall. Their boss, Chai Hongla, holds a large number of industrial plants and industries, a top 10 tycoon in Chongming district. Surprisingly, he was killed in his own home. This villa area is so secretive. Only a few people know that Chai Kongla lives here. In this case, he was murdered in his home. Report to the Special Branch. At the same time, the South City Precinct Special Affairs Bureau also received a text message to report to Special Affairs. What? News of the Class A wanted criminal Tian Mingyue. Go check it out. The Secret Service vehicle drove towards the broken building in the pouring rain. The special agent looked around cautiously at first, and when he saw nothing special, he headed towards the upper floor. The door was ajar. Their group of 4 opened the door and saw a scene that was rare in this life. Sparing the special agents who often dealt with criminal cases, they had never seen such a cruel sight. They were human beings, not supermen, and they would be scared. They were all startled, only to see a person with no good skin on his body and a twisted physique, being hung from the beams in a cruel way, with steel nails in his head. The man saw someone come in. His mouth foamed with blood, and he said weakly, kill me. Kill me?" The secret agent's hearts chilled. "Quick, call an ambulance." With his current appearance, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to recognize his mother. How could the special agents tell that this guy was Tian Mingyue? It's important to save people first. In the small Chongming district, several waves have yet to subside. 2 more shocking cases have broken out, once again ignited the netizens to eat melon enthusiasm and deeper investigation. First, Chongming District industrial tycoon Mr. and Mrs. Chai Konglu were killed by a brutal means in the master bedroom of their own home by slitting their throats. Then the forced perverted murderer who had been on the run for more than 10 years, the class A most wanted Tian Mingyue was caught, lynched by brutal means, and made whole. The time of the crimes were all in the early hours of last night. After research by the special agents, the perpetrator's methods are the same as in the case of Hu's death, except for Tian Mingyue, who suffered inhuman torture. Hu Bureau and Mr. and Mrs. Chai Hongla, their deaths were clean. Judging from the above, the murderer is the same person. After day and night investigation and research by the special agents, the case has also progressed. They found the janitorial staff who shouldn't have been in the Special Affairs Bureau that day, and the suspicious van that was hanging around. Plus, the van number was also a set of license plates. Based on the above clues, they all pointed to this man as the murderer. It was also investigated that the area he frequented was in the southern part of the city. According to the special branch's only eyewitness's personal description, a 6-point portrait of Liu Xiangyang's crime was freshly released on the internet. A briefing from the Special Affairs Bureau followed. The person in the portrait, this is the murderer of these 3 cases. I hope the general public will pay attention to the situation around them. A reward of 100,000 yen will be given to those who provide clues. If you have any clues, be sure to report them to the Special Affairs Bureau first. A large number of Special Forces strength also poured into the South City to investigate and inquire door to door. At the same time, another wave of people also searched towards South City. Snakes have their snake paths and rats have their rat paths. They started investigating in the channels of chicken heads and gangsters. The more these 2 groups of people investigated, the more alarmed they became, realizing that the crime rate in South City had dropped during this period of time, and that the demonic legend that wandered in the dead of night was, with great probability, the same person. Mr. Ye's men rushed to report the news while talking about it. Crap. What a fucking ruthless person. That's what a ruthless man is. We gangsters are nothing compared to him. A small fight. Punish the wicked. Kill corrupt officials and wanted criminals. Damn. Bullshit. Bullshit. Leaning north. If he's like this, we gangsters will be on his kill list too. Fuck. That's true. Bro, I'm a little scared of what you're saying. Nothing, brother. According to my investigation, as long as you do not do too out of the ordinary things, he generally do not kill our minions. To kill is also to kill that. Ye general's minions look at each other speechless. The Special Affairs Bureau's Special Service Brigade also all had ugly faces. Team Yang clenched his fists and said angrily, "It's simply lawless." The rest of the special agents were also furious. What's the difference between him and those animals when he kills people in such a wanton trial? He must be brought to justice. This is a provocation of the rules. This is not right. No matter what his purpose is, let's arrest him. Shooting is permitted if necessary. This is an extremely dangerous character. The internet exploded as well. The winds of public opinion were clearly not in the right direction this time. Those beaten workers who had suffered from the Chai animals' oppression also spoke out. This black-hearted capitalist is finally dead. I'm so fucking happy. When he built a factory in my old home, he directly overthrew the old house with a digger. Poor my old mother was smashed alive in it. They only paid $50,000 in the end. Joyful. This black-hearted capitalist runs a factory that pays the lowest wages. They make us work 3 shifts day and night. We don't get a penny for quitting. I pissed blood the year before last. I didn't even get a year's pay. This beast is finally dead. Ha ha ha. I thought who died, but it's this old animal son of a bitch. The families of the victims in Chai Hongkai's case also spoke out. Retribution. This is retribution. Let you little brutes also experience the pain of losing a loved one. Good killing. This family of animals still wants to pay for my daughter's life. No way. Saying something about my daughter being a cheap life. I hate it. I hate to kill them on the spot, but I don't have the guts. Good death. Good killing. My dad was on his way to buy me medicine when he was run over by that beast, and until now, I haven't waited for a verdict or an apology, so maybe I won't be able to wait in the end. And by the way, I have advanced pancreatic cancer. My poor wife and children. What's the point of these beasts dying? I'll never see them again. The comments about that Tian Mingyue were hostile. How come they didn't kill him? He should have been killed by 1,000 cuts. Confused. Why didn't you kill him? The person is in the hospital. I'm a doctor at XX hospital. You're all wrong. This beast was a good guy when he was brought in. Miserable. I really didn't want to save it. There's no way. I also know. This beast seems to have experienced inhuman torture. His mouth kept shouting to kill him. I don't know what he went through. I'm Yuan's father. Today I learned that this beast has finally been caught and have bought a plane ticket to fly here. I've been looking for this beast for over 10 years. I've sold all my family assets, and my relatives have advised me not to look for it, telling me that it's meaningless and to live a good life. But I can't. When I close my eyes, all I see is my 12-year-old daughter, Hope, dying. Well, now we've finally caught her. Those netizens who were originally eating melon, looking at this series of comments and news, feeling the emotions contained therein, fell silent for a long time, and no one joked and jiggled under these news anymore. Because those are the tragic wail that really happened. Words of blood, sentenced to the heart. People heart to heart are flesh long. How can they not experience such pain? However, most of the people, although sympathize with the suffering endured by the victims, for these cases are also very relieved. The dead are some animals. But it does not mean that they support Liu Xiangyang's behavior of fighting violence with violence. Because from birth, they have been educated to believe in the rules, respect the rules, all according to the rules of disposal. Justice may be late, but never absent. If everyone is like him, then society will be in chaos. Not to be advocated, not to be encouraged. One size fits all. They feel that killing someone for whatever purpose is a crime. Chapter 27. Mr. Yi, who was a little panicked, and Chai Hongkai's wailing and mourning after learning the news. No one knew. At this juncture nowadays, Liu Xiangyang unexpectedly left the south of the city. After packing up his things, he rode a motorcycle and took the suburban path around a big circle to the north city of Chongming district. The three evils have been removed. There are still two heads are still living it up. But what a few handfuls of leaf total. A steering group is ant. The former, Liu Xiangyang, has been sentenced to death. The latter, but also to investigate. Studio. Chen Yalan came to the third floor in a state of confusion. When the group of sisters saw this appearance of Qin, and they didn't see old Cheng today, coupled with the news report of that murderer case, the big guys were also a little apprehensive. Zhang Yang hesitantly said, Mr. Chen. Lao Cheng, he didn't come today? Chen Yalan's tired eyes looked at them in a change of style and said gently, Don't be talking about Lao Cheng. He won't be coming back in the future. Work well. I guess someone will come to investigate the situation today. Just tell the truth. The women looked at each other, still wanting to say something. Chen Yalan waved her hand, signaling them to stop talking and walk towards the office. Naturally, she had seen the morning's police bulletin and news of the case. Old Cheng, is that you? Killing them, losing your life for a few brutes, is it worth it? No wonder Lao Cheng said he couldn't wait until he got out of jail. In this case, it's useless to hire a good lawyer. He killed 3.5 people. Among them there was also a deputy director. He will definitely eat a gun. 9:30 p.m. Special Agent Yang team came to the clothing studio Chen Yalan in the office. The rest of the special agents went from one to another to investigate and question the sisters. Team Yang, on the other hand, asked Chen Yalan about that van driver up. Where is that van driver of yours? Team Yang's gaze was sharp. Chen Yalan replied blandly, He didn't come to work today. I don't know where he went. Team Yang pressed again. I heard that he was a vagrant before. He came to work at your store after one act of bravery? Then what was he doing at night? Do you know? Chen Yalan shook her head. I don't know him well, and I recruited him as a truck driver because I see him as a person with an honest character. Boom. You lied. You know. Team Yang slammed the table. Chen Yalan's expression flashed with a hint of panic. This scene was also discovered by Team Yang. Chen Yalan, give an honest account. There's criminal responsibility for not reporting when you know. What do you want me to say? I really don't know where he went. He didn't show up this morning, and his phone couldn't be reached. After some investigation and questioning, Team Yang led the special agents to leave the studio towards Liu Xiangyang's dormitory. Team Yang, 8 or 9 is not far off. The special agent said excitedly. Team Yang lit up a cigarette with a deep gaze and said, Well, Cheng Ma, it should be him, right? But why would he do this? Obviously the days are getting better, and this studio lady boss is still interested in him. Why would he still embark on the path of crime? Another special agent said, Punish the evil? Team Yang sniffed and glared at him. Remember your identity. We are special agents. How can such words come out of your mouth? He committed murder. Is a murderer. No matter what his purpose is. He broke the law. To be sanctioned. Yes, Captain. Go. The group headed towards Liu Xiangyang's dormitory. They pushed the door and entered. A bed, a quilt, a pillow, 2 sets of change of clothes, and a few $1,000s in the drawer. The rest was nothing, empty. This is Cheng Ma's dormitory, extremely simple. Yang Team's surface does not show anything, in fact, inwardly some feelings. This is another Liao Kai Feng, Could this be what he said in his mouth? Just the beginning? The problem is that these two people do not have any socialization, Report to Wang Bureaus. identify the suspects, and let's get started. Chung Ma, this man has been wandering for decades. His survival ability to counter detection is very strong. It's not that simple to catch him. Yes, Team Yang. It should be said or not, although they knew that Chung Ma was committing a crime. However, there was one thing that could not be avoided no matter what, and that was the case of Hu Ching Song. It could be said that at his position, plus his uncle from the provincial party committee, without Chung Ma maybe he would never get sanctioned. This is the darkness. Phoenix nightclub. Mr. Yi sat in his office, looking at the message sent over by his little brother. And then combined with the 3 cases reported in that current news, his back suddenly went cold. Crap, this guy was hanging around my place before. It couldn't be that he wanted to kill me too. It's really crazy. For fuck's sake, he didn't inquire about who I am either. Grass. Despite saying this, he still picked up the phone and ordered, "Call more brothers to come to the nightclub. Just suspend business for the next few days. By the way, have Xiao Yu come up here. I'm on fire right now." Hanging up the phone, Mr. Yi took a puff with his cigar in his mouth to ease his tension. Judging from these cases, this person was very much like a professional killer. His hands were decisive and ruthless. The Chai couple and Hu Ching Song all died in his hands, and he even caught a Class A wanted criminal. What does that mean? It shows that his ability to investigate information is very strong, and there must be a team behind him. Mr. Yi is now afraid to go home and live. He feels that wherever he hides, he will be found and killed. It's better to hide in a nightclub. It's safer. Mr. Yi did not believe that he was Stallone and could kill him all the way from downstairs to here. At this time, knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded. Mr. Ye's heart thumped as he drew a pistol from the drawer and hid it under the table and said, "Come in." Then a young and pretty Paxi girl came in. General Yi sighed in relief at the sight and put the gun back in place. The corner of his mouth skimmed. "Xiao Yu, come here quickly. I'm on fire right now." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Xiao Yu replied daintily, walking over with a well-behaved face to start serving him. It was still raining outside. In the detention center, the bored Chai Honkai was lying on the bed, thinking about how his parents hadn't gotten him out yet and how long it had been. At this time, someone outside came over and knocked twice on the iron door. "Chai Honkai, something happened to your house." Chai Honkai was still lying on the bed and said with a disdainful face, "Oh, wanting me to confess, have you all started making up stories?" The special agent of the detention center looked at him with contempt and took out his cell phone to play the news. In the early hours of this morning, Chongming District's industrial tycoon Mr. and Mrs. Chai Konglu were killed by a brutal means by slitting their throats in the master bedroom of their own home. The following is a detailed briefing. Clang. Chai Honkai quickly climbed up and came to the iron door, trying to grab his cell phone, but was put back by the Secret Service. "Impossible. This can't be possible. This is all fake. It's you guys who lied to me, right?" Chai Honkai stared at his eyes and grabbed the iron door, shaking it frantically and roaring angrily. The secret agent looked back from side to side and didn't realize anyone else was there, so he turned his head to look at him mockingly. "Heh, you weren't like this when you ran over their loved ones' children. How come you can't stand it when it comes to yourself?" "Ha ha ha. It's true. Your parents were killed by someone slitting their throats." "Oh yeah. You know, the murderer wrote a line on the wall with your parents' blood. Want to hear it?" "No way. You are lying to me. There's no way my parents were killed. No one knows where they live." "Fake news. What's that writing? What words were written?" Chai Honkai stared at the Secret Service and roared, his eyes red as he frantically shook the iron door. Looking at him like this, the Secret Service with the summer thirst cannot stand. A mouthful of drink a bottle of ice soda. That is called a relief. This beast is soft and hard. So far also does not admit guilt, oil and salt, without the slightest repentance. Now that things are happening to him, he has become so agitated. Ha ha. Beg me, and I'll talk to you." This special agent flirted. Of course, Chai Honkai wouldn't beg him now. He kept cursing for 10 minutes and saw that the special agent still had that calm and watchful expression. His heart thumped and he panicked. Things should be true. He changed his expression and begged, "Please tell me, is this true? What words were written? Does it have anything to do with me?" The guardhouse secret agent smiled cruelly. "Oh, it says there, let you experience the pain of losing a loved one. Chai Honkai." After saying that, the special agent twisted his head and left. Soon after, a wail of remorse and mournful cries came from behind them. Chapter 28. More than 10 years in pursuit of the murderer, a head full of gray hair, mixed feelings. Liu Xiangyang rode a motorcycle dressed as a motorcycle and drove towards Phoenix nightclub. As he gets closer to his destination, suddenly, he keenly realized that there were people standing underneath the buildings next to him. At a glance, he could see that they were the kind of youths who mixed with the society. They were looking around and seemed to be on guard against something. Liu Xiangyang was startled in his heart and temporarily changed his route. Instead of driving straight towards the Phoenix nightclub side, he gradually drove away all the way to the right and started to turn around from the outermost perimeter. After his observation, the buildings surrounding the Phoenix nightclub are all social youths underneath the circle. This was a bit tricky. From the looks of it, this Mr. Yi should have found out that he was going to be unfavorable to him. The gangsters are indeed different. What a keen sense of smell. There are too many of them. They have to think of other ways. At the time Liu Xiangyang came to Phoenix nightclub in the North City is planning how can he kill Mr. Yi. The south of the city has been surrounded by special agents, set up cards at every intersection. Criminal investigation, they analyzed and judged that Cheng Ma in the last subdued Tian Mingyue. According to the blood left at the scene, he must have been injured and did not drive, cannot escape far. The probability is now hiding in the south of the city of some old alley yard to heal and recuperate it. 2 days. The fastest time in the old city of the south of the city will take 2 days to check the whole thing. The rest of the main road out of Chongming district also sent people to set up barricades. They do second-hand preparation. Bound to Cheng Ma must be brought to justice, arrested. This is not only the provincial party committee down instructions, or for the maintenance of the rules. In addition, in the account of a sentence, Hu Chingsong things have all been raked over the coals. First, it is too big, and second, the person is dead. No way, unless his uncle of the provincial party committee to mention up again, or this certainly cannot be suppressed. His uncle is also a smart person, had to see the move decisively withdrawn to protect themselves. By the afternoon, Chongming District People's Hospital entrance. At the entrance here blocked a group of people. There are reporters, farmers, workers, women. They all came for Tian Mingyue's fall, although emotionally charged. However, due to the goodness of their hearts, they did not block the normal operation of the hospital, and ambulances and other things were able to get in. An old man with all white hair and a weathered face was standing on a high platform to maintain order, shouting, "Old folks, although that beast Tian Mingyue is inside the hospital right now, we can't affect other people coming to the hospital to see the doctor and get treatment, you know. That's illegal." "No, old Zhu, we'll listen to you." Stopping in front of them were the special agents and the hospital security guards. After old Zhu maintained order, he turned his head to the special agents and whispered, "Comrade Secret Service, we just want to go in and see what that beast is like now, and also, ask him again how he got off. Why did he do that? Is that all right?" "Yeah, special agent, we just want an explanation. After all these years, there's always a knot in the big guy's mind. Why could someone be this bad? How did he do it?" Special attendant looked at old Zhu, whose hair was all white, with mixed emotions. This man they knew, alone, crossed 5 provinces just to find Tian Mingyue. He had searched for more than 10 years, finding middle age from his prime, and his wife had died on the way due to illness, but he didn't give up, and the only belief of the disabled living was to find Tian Mingyue, and questioned him personally how he could have gotten away with it. But Lao Zhu and his group are doomed to disappointment. Rules are rules. They couldn't see Tian Mingyue now, and the best they could do was to see him in court. Although they all seemed calm and talkative now. But whether it was Special Agent or old Zhu, they all knew in their hearts that when they saw that beast Tian Mingyue with their own eyes, their moods would definitely not be as calm as they were now, and they might even beat him to death on the spot. Wang Hongming learned of this news, but also quickly rushed to the hospital here. Faced with the pleas of the crowd, he was also helpless. With the rules on one side and the people on the other, how should he choose? In the end, Wang Hongming made his choice. He swore to the crowd that he would definitely supervise this matter, not let him stay in the hospital for a long time, and close the case once Tian Mingyue's vital characteristics stabilized. At the same time, he would cooperate with the arrest and trial court and conduct a trial at the first opportunity. Do not let the crowd wait long. Evening. Liu Xiangyang finally waited for an opportunity. That is the food delivery truck. With so many people guarding the Phoenix nightclub at night, they all had to eat, and when they were eating, the defense was at its loosest. That's when he could find a chance to climb the wall from the side. This Phoenix nightclub is very large, the overall building into a European style. The 2 sides of the second floor is hollowed out. There are gaps very good to climb up. 6:30 p.m. Delivery van appeared at the intersection, toward the Phoenix nightclub, to drive. Liu Xiangyang did not approach the first time. but waited for a period of time before approaching the pass through the rain curtain. Those peripheral juniors had also gone to eat at this point. In this road riding motorcycle is not many. Lu Xiangyang riding a motorcycle mixed in the less conspicuous. Parked the car to the alley across the road. He looked up and down, quickly towards the side of the Phoenix nightclub, close to the past. Threw out the hook rope. Force climbed up. In no time he came to the second floor, followed by flinging the hook claw again. He climbed upwards. He climbed all the way up to the top eve, and only then did he retract the hook rope. All was well. He quietly walked on the roof of the building, ready to find the ventilation duct to go down. Lu Xiangyang had already consumed 2 justice points to lock onto Yi Jiao's trail when he came. He realized that this Yi Jiao had stayed in the office without ever walking around, not knowing what he was doing. After finding the ventilation duct, he pried open the casing and climbed in, and when he encountered a rotating fan blade along the way, he utilized the soft wire rope to stop the fan blade, then removed it, and so on. 30 minutes later, he followed the ventilation ducts to the top of Ye's office. Through the grill, Lu Xiangyang looked down. Good guy. You're really fucking horny. This Yi Qian looks like he likes girls serving him as much as eating lollipops. Buzz. The system information prompt also appeared. Character information. Yi Qian, once known as Dong Xinrong, the son of the mayor of the Tianan district of Greenvine City, a model of forcing a good man into prostitution, ruthless, extremely horny, has committed crimes such as forced insults to women, intentional injury, provoking trouble, and so on. 10 years ago, due to the commission of a number of rounds of forced malignant homicide case, was sentenced to death. In his mother's father's operation under the shelter, Dong Xinrong changed his face to become the Choming District North City Underground King Yizhan. Opened Phoenix nightclub, enlisted officials, selling first daughter, protection money. With the skin trade for resources, mastered several mines. Wangjin Sandfield is his industry. To date, he does not know how many young girls scourge. Grass. Another big beast. You should know that he is still a virgin until now. Lu Xiangyang looked at him with eyes that spewed fire. Why is it that all such beasts are those with extremely powerful family backgrounds? Containing a golden spoon born in Rome, have such resources, not good for the country for the people to strive for. But all think of these flies and dogs to force the criminal thing. Blanche. The more I think about it, the more angry I am. Then Lu Xiangyang secretly resolved. Must peel the skin of this beast to his parents to send over. Chapter 29. What's the harm in a dragon's den? After Lu Xiangyang's meticulous observation for more than half an hour, never because he was curious, never seen this scene, he judged. There has been no use. In the end, it was estimated that Yizhen really didn't find it interesting anymore. He slapped towards Xiao Yu and said, "Get lost. Useless thing." Forced by Yi Jian's threat, Xiao Yu swelled her small mouth with a flattering and delicate voice. Yes, Mr. Yi. No wonder she was so good and obedient. Because she knew that in Phoenix nightclub, not listening to Yi Biao would really kill her. 5 minutes later, she left the office. Yizhan just spread his legs on all fours, dangling his cigar and puffing smoke, completely arrogant and domineering. He then picked up the phone and made several calls to order down. Let the brothers in the mining industry be honest during this period of time. The last call was to his aunt. Hey, Auntie, I've taken care of those tails as you instructed me to do this time. Yes, have time to come and sit here with me, Who Ching Song's matter? Don't worry, Auntie. I've taken care of it all. Annie, you're so good to me. Good. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang hated it so much that his teeth clenched. What is this even an investigation? He now only hated that he wasn't from the motherland and couldn't emit laser eyes. Otherwise, he would directly kill all the way from here to the Tianan district and kill whoever stands in his way. After the phone hung up, Yizhan had just revealed a smug look when he heard a popping sound above his head. Boom. He just raised his head. He saw Lu Xiangyang breaking open the stile fence and descending from the sky, furious and hideous. Grass. You're a fucking agent. Yi Qian reacted quickly, cursed angrily, copied the drawer's pistol, resisted Lu Xiangyang's kick from the sky, and rolled forward with his bare feet. He recognized at once that this person was the murderer in the Secret Service portrait, the maniac who killed Hu Qingsong and the others. Yi Chuan had set up so many minions at the door, but he didn't expect this guy to appear from the overhead ventilation ducts. Lu Xiangyang rushed forward again with a sharp knife. Yi Jian did not panic at the moment. He had a cruel smile on his face, picked up his gun, turned on the safety, and shot at Lu Xiangyang. Boom. The first shot missed. In the face of the raised gun Yi Jian, Lu Xiangyang's face is unchanged, still angry and fierce. Boom. Second shot. This shot penetrated Lu Xiangyang's shoulder, bringing up a splash of blood, but he was still charging. In Yizun's horrified gaze, Lu Xiangyang had already paced in front of him. Without waiting for him to fire again, his right hand ruthlessly plunged a knife into his hand. Aki. Bone-piercing pain came from the bones of his hand, and Yi Qian let out a miserable scream. The pistol also fell to the ground. He didn't understand. Why did Lu Xiangyang still dare to rush up in the face of the gun? He acted as if he was fine even after being shot. Isn't he afraid of death? Lu Xiangyang kicked him to the ground and picked up the big black star pistol on the ground and looked at it. He then craned his neck and said with a grim expression, "Oh, you're shooting pretty good, huh? I'll try it too." He directly pressed the pistol against Yi Qian's crotch and quickly pressed the trigger twice. Boom, boom. Straight away, that useless thing was rotted away. Yi Chuan was going crazy. Lu Xiangyang was too decisive. Before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, this guy directly shot him. Then a sharp pain 10 times more painful than just now came from his crotch, causing him to let out a Night Lord-like wail. The feeling of shooting for the first time was great. Lu Xiangyang felt satisfied from the bottom of his heart. This guy can be much better than a sharp knife. The only drawback was that he hadn't practiced marksmanship. He couldn't hit it right. He could only shoot against it. Boom, 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 boom. After firing 4 shots again, ruthless Lu Xiangyang disliked the burning cigar directly into the wound to stop the bleeding, then turned back to pull open the drawer. There were still 2 boxes of bullets and 3 full magazines inside. After removing the empty magazines, reloading the full magazines, and putting the remaining 2 magazines into his pea-share pocket, he quickly ran towards the door and hid on the side. He could already hear the vibrating footsteps coming from outside. Oh, by the looks of it, there are quite a few of Yizun's men coming. Lu Xiangyang smiled cruelly. After another 10 seconds or so, boom, the door was kicked open and a bald man rushed in. He was carrying a spray gun, and at a glance, he saw the wailing chief Yi right in front of him. "Boss, you." This was Yi Zhuan's beloved. Before he could finish his words, an icy cold guy was pressed against his head. The next second, boom, his head exploded. Lu Xiangyang shot without any hesitation, very decisive. He then sidestepped his body and quickly pressed the trigger towards the outside, firing 7 shots in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Those few believers with guns were all shot, letting out ear-piercing screams as they retreated while hastily opening the safety to fire back. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Xiangyang hurriedly hid on the other side, leaned against the wall, quickly changed magazines, then picked up the sprayer on the ground and waited for tens of seconds. Hearing the sound of gunfire outside subsiding, he leaps out the door again, not fearing death, shooting directly at them, while charging forward. While picking up the spray gun, he sprayed 5 times at those people in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. Blood flowed in the aisle for a while, wailing everywhere. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the believers heard the sound of gunfire and screams, thought it was the boss up there playing with the gun went off, and hastily rushed over with their weapons, which had not thought to see the enemy yet. The prestige of the highest Dabiao was shot in the head. A moment of disorganization. The strength of the battlefield is 1 in 10. They did not expect to die. This guy is how to kill from the office of Mr. Yi. Those few gun believers were all killed, the rest of the minions with knives, and do not dare to go. Throwing the empty spray to the side, Lu Xiangyang took out his pistol, and every time he took a step forward, those juniors took a step back with a face full of fear. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Xiangyang grimace began one by one. Against those lying on the ground, shot and howling in the heart of the skull roll call. Mercilessly will all of them burst head. Looked at the blood flow into the aisle, smelled the pungent rusty blood odor, looked at the red and white thing that one by one was broken. When the last scream also disappeared, the aisle suddenly quieted down. Then Lu Xiangyang slowly, against their face to change up the magazines too, that blood-stained hideous expression still viciously looking at them, not hiding their killing intent. Don't be in a hurry, it will be your turn later, oh. Hearing this, those juniors who were already cowering with fearful expressions finally collapsed. Where had they seen such an overwhelmingly ferocious person? In their normal days, they had all bullied and bullied some old, poor people, and even in firefights, they had never engaged in merciless massacres like this. This demon simply killed without blinking an eye. It's just like killing chickens. They had been hanging out for more than a decade and had never seen such a character. The scene was instantly chaotic. The little brother at the front was so scared that he was about to shatter. Turning around, they were about to push their way outside. Behind them were quite a few uninformed juniors rushing forward. One after another, the crowd was directly blocked here. Now, those juniors who wanted to escape, under intense fear and terror, finally wielded their butcher knives towards the people blocking their front. Boom. Gunshots also rang out at this moment. Showing mercy? This did not exist for Lu Xiangyang. This group of brutes. There's one of them. I'll kill them all. Want to repent? Change your ways? In your next life. He only hated that he didn't have a machine gun in his hand. After shooting all the pistols, he then picked up the guns on the ground that hadn't finished shooting and poured out all the bullets. 7 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang finally stopped and turned around to slowly walk towards Yiqian's office. Behind him, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 30. Surrendering after getting rid of the black forces. Yi Zhen had already gone numb with pain. He no longer had the strength to scream after losing too much blood. He heard the gunshots and screams outside just now, and when it was completely quiet, Yiqian heard footsteps slowly approaching here. When he saw the familiar bloody man walk in, Yiqian was plunged into deep despair and fear. Lu Xiangyang ignored him, but came to the desk and wiped his face with paper. He then picked up a cigar and lit it. He took a puff and slowly exhaled. Lu Xiangyang then took off his shirt against Yiqian's face and used the hot cigar to stop the bleeding, but his expression remained indifferent and calm. Yi Jian took it all in, and his face split in fear. Is this still a human being? This guy has awakened? He was not a human being. He is a supernatural being. He's a devil who crawled out of hell. Yi Jian cried. After more than 20 years of evil, for the first time he left sincere tears, he said, "Let me go, please, let me go. I will be a good person. I really know I'm wrong." Lu Xiangyang calmly turned his head to look at him and smiled slightly. "Oh, next life. Next life for sure." Lu Xiangyang did what he said, directly dealt with Yicheng. The scene is also lazy to clean up. There is no point. He will be the big black star pistol, spare magazines and 2 boxes of bullets into the bag. At the same time, with its cell phone again, set up a timed report to the Special Affairs Bureau. Then just like that, he carried the Yiqian's token and strutted down the stairs. Not a single person dared to stop him during that time. Those juniors, managers, and princesses who hadn't fled yet saw the Yiqian's token being carried in their hands. That was the nightmare in their hearts. A huge mountain that was straddling their heads that they couldn't cross. On the verge of going out, Lu Xiangyang turned back towards them and said, "I know that some people are forced to do this, so I'll let you all off the hook today. From now on, there will be no more Yizun in North City. All of you go home, listen up. If any more Wangcheng or Macheng appear here, I will come back again." Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiangyang let out a maniacal smile and stepped into the pouring rain with a step of bloody footprints, leaving behind him the group of frightened crowds of people who were scared out of their wits. The impact of the scene they saw today was so great that even the rest of their lives would have recurring nightmares. In the future, the vast majority of these people had gone straight. This was because whenever they wanted to commit evil, they would recall today's scene of Shura Hell. The effect was simply stronger than arresting. After all, arresting wasn't necessarily death. A trace of confusion flashed across the faces of the princesses led by Xiaoyu. They were tricked into coming here in the beginning, and without realizing it, they had already gotten used to this kind of life. Suddenly someone told them that they were free. Instead, they were somewhat at a loss. And those sisters who always had hatred and thoughts buried in their hearts. After Lu Xiangyang left, they also organized their things and quickly fled from this devil's den, and the group of juniors and management didn't dare to stop them. 9 o'clock in the evening. Letting the heavy rain wash away the blood stains on his body, Lu Xiangyang found his motorcycle, put the Yiqian's token into the basket of the car, and just left the northern city in style. Lu Xiangyang didn't know if what he did was effective or not. He only knew that dealing with these evil people, the only way to deal with them is to be more ruthless than them, more evil, in order to let them fear from the bottom of their hearts. People are doing it. The sky is watching. If you can't, you can try. See if I can kill you or not. Chongming District, North City King Yi Zhen event came to an end. This time Lu Xiangyang is to occupy the favorable conditions. Coupled with the brazen epileptic, this is a major achievement. Buzz. This time, he has sanctioned 1 person, 6 people from his inner circle, and 46 people from his minions. This time, we gain Generation Life x18. Cumulative total, 28. This time, gain Justice Points plus 10. Cumulative total, 63. System evaluation. The host is truly a man of irony. The system resigns itself to this. You have braved the tiger's den alone. Your methods are even more ruthless than these beasts. I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like if you blacked out. You've made an outstanding contribution to ridding North City of its chief evil, and are hereby rewarded with 10 justice points. But your time is almost running out. There are still 11 hours left in the life countdown. Please pay attention to the arrangements. Lu Xiangyang nodded. His own justice points were almost at 100 points. He still had to get rid of these great evils to have more justice points. The road is long. As for the remaining time of his life, he was full of concern and had already planned for it. Where were the ruthless professional killers and hellish devils? From the beginning to the end, it was just a stubborn and tough soul, fulfilling a promise inside a shell. Not waiting for Lu Xiangyang to arrange the backhanded text message to be sent. There was a recovered junior brother who picked up the phone and called the special agent who was familiar with the North City precinct. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected. The little brother stuttered. Xiang. Brother Xiang. Dead, dead, dead many people. Come quickly. The boss is also dead. When the special agents rushed to the third floor of the Phoenix nightclub, smelling the thick smell of blood and seeing the incomparably tragic scene, everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Hell. This place was hell. What you see is hell. Did the demons from hell run out? The special agent vomited for a while before he trembled and took out his cell phone. Quickly, quickly, quickly call the professionals. Is this a crime committed by a superpowered person or an ordinary person? After Lu Xiangyang hid the Leaf Bird's token and the pistol, he sat on his motorcycle and headed towards the southern city with the help of the system. At the same time, the special agents guarding the south of the city all received the news. What? Chengma had reappeared. 53 people died in the Phoenix nightclub. It was simply fucking appalling in its appallingness. 53 people killed. The criminal investigation special agents were chilled to the core just hearing that number. Could it be that the superpowers of the big city have violated the secrecy regulations? Wasn't it afraid that the Dragon Country's official supernatural incident response center would send someone to deal with it? Subsequently, they only left a small number of people to continue staying in the south of the city. The others rushed to the north of the city at a fast pace. They didn't expect Lu Xiangyang to come back. South of the city, clothing studio. Lu Xiangyang pried open the door, hobbled to the third floor where he always sat and sat down, lit a cigarette, looked at everything around him. His eyes were ghostly and unknown, and the blood on his body dripped all the way. Qin Yalan tossed and turned at home. Unable to sleep, disturbed, she climbed up and went to the bathroom to wash her face, looking at her haggard self in the mirror. The next moment, she even ghostly dressed, took the car keys, and wanted to go to the studio to take a look. 20 minutes later, she parked her car and came to the studio door with her umbrella, and at a glance, she saw the door that had been pried open. Chun Yalan's heart touched, looking at the blood on the ground. A woman's intuition told her. It is old Cheng. It was old Cheng who had returned. She hurriedly opened the door, and with apprehension, followed the blood trail all the way towards the third floor. Lu Xiangyang leaned back in his seat, squinting at the direction of the stairs, with a hint of surprise as well as a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Chen Yalan finally still appeared at the stairway. She looked at Cheng Ma, who was leaning back in his seat with a pale face and blood stains all over his body, and instantly tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Xiangyang's eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness. The corners of his mouth hung with a pale smile as he slowly said, Chen Yalan, good evening. Chapter 31. Rules don't tolerate mercy. This is the first and last side. Oh, why? Why are you doing this? Isn't it good to live happily ever after with me? Chun Yalan rushed over and looked at Lu Xiangyang and whimpered. Lu Xiangyang shook his head. I killed Hu Qingsong, turned over 33 cases, saved 33 families, killed Chai Kangle couple, did it for more than 700 people, arrested Tian Mingyue, fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the rest of my life for 18 families, and just now, I killed dozens of people in the Phoenix nightclub in the north of the city, got rid of the tumor Yi Biao as well as a group of beloved ones, and at least in the short term, there is no longer a black boss in the north of the city. There are countless families that have been persecuted by these brutes, but from today onwards, the entire Choming district will become better because of me, and the people will smile more. So, now do you still think that I shouldn't be doing this? Chun Yalan was speechless. Looking at Lu Xiangyang with tears in her eyes, she could not refute. After a moment, Chun Yalan unwillingly grabbed his hand and said, Go, then I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Xiangyang shook his head again and said, It's useless. I'm going to die, and I only came here to give you a gift. He smiled and patted Chen Yalin's shoulder and said, Mr. Chun, won't you pour me a cup of coffee? I'm a bit sleepy. Chen Yalin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hurriedly got up to help him make coffee. The two then chatted for a long time, from the very beginning of knowing each other to now, although they hadn't been together for as long as a year or two. But there were some moments. Are the encounters and reunions that will not come a few times in this lifetime of life. In the middle of the day, Lu Xiangyang also leaned on Chen Yalin's arms and squinted for a while due to the loss of blood, and Chen Yalin did not dislike the smell of blood all over his body. Chen Yalin is a rational and strong woman, and after understanding Lu Xiangyang, she didn't take the bull by the horns too much. She knew that her love was a small love, while Lu Xiangyang's love was a big love. In the end, daybreak came to 5:30. Chen Yalin looked at Cheng Ma, and Lu Xiangyang looked at Chen Yalin and slowly said, Forget this memory and start a new life. Your life and mine have just begun. Chen Yalin's expression was a bit puzzled, but Lu Xiangyang didn't explain any more to her. Instead, he took her cell phone and sent a short message with Special Agent Yang team. 20 minutes after sending it, the sound of a large special duty siren came from outside the studio. Chen Yalin's tears were about to fall again, and were tenderly wiped away by Lu Xiangyang. This is the gift I'm going to give you. It's not easy for you to fight alone. It's better to move to the East City if you have the conditions, and find another man who loves you. Don't cry. The way you look now, it's far from the first time I saw you, ha. Lu Xiangyang laughed out loud. Then the special duty young team rushed up with his gun raised. He saw this scene in front of him and angrily cursed. You still have the face to laugh. How many people have you killed, do you know? You devil. Lu Xiangyang didn't move in anger, but instead said a sentence that made him break his defense. Haha. Sin is inexhaustible. Criminals can't be caught. I said my 12 men were just the beginning. I wasn't wrong about that. Ha 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 ha. At those words, Team Yang was horrified and changed drastically, waving his hand for the team members behind him to go down. He walked over alone, looking at him with heavy eyes and said, Who the hell are you? What is your relationship with Liao Kaifeng? Do you have an organization? Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and said, I gave you a chance before. You didn't cherish it. Don't talk nonsense. Prepare a clue reward for our boss Chen. Don't renege on your debt. Otherwise, I don't mind taking another trip to Chongming's Special Service Bureau when the time comes. Yang Team's expression was a bit ugly and said, What are you babbling about? Do you think you can still come out? Do you know what crime you have committed? Lu Xiangyang played with the flavor. I did commit a crime. I used this life to pay for it. You stand so high accusing me. Interesting, nah. Then why don't you go to arrest your Hu Bureau? In front of me. Hard up? A few words said Yang Team red in the face. So angry people. He also wants to but how can he arrest? Arresting his own director. Isn't that looking for death? All right. Let's not talk about this nonsense. I don't have much time left. Make arrangements for Mr. Chun. I'll go with you. Lu Xiangyang urged. Only then did Team Yang fix their eyes to take a closer look at the wounds all over his body. Crap. What was inserted there in that bloody hole in his shoulder? A cigar? Medical. Medical. Come to the rescue. Team Yang picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. Lu Xiangyang said again. There's no need, remember. Chen Yalin has nothing to do with this series of things I've done. She doesn't know anything about it. And I'm only grateful to her for giving me a job before when I asked her to report me, understand? Special Agent Yang Team glanced at Chen Yalin and turned his head to Lu Xiangyang. Okay, I get it. I came to investigate before. She indeed doesn't know about you. Soon, the doctor climbed up and took off Lu Xiangyang's top the moment he did. Everyone's face showed horror. Chen Yalin was even more heartbroken. Her eyes were swollen from crying. For bullet holes, one was blocked by a cigar. The remaining 3 were burnt. The whole body was covered with bruises and large and small wounds. The bones were also deformed. The injury was very serious. The doctor exclaimed, My God, how did you survive this injury until now? Lu Xiangyang said with a bland expression. What else to treat? Let's go. Remember to handle my body properly. Ashes burned and scattered. At the time of their exchange, the incident of 53 deaths in the north of the city, Chongming district, was shocked. Then Cheng Ma's information broke out. He was arrested in South City. For a while, many people caught wind of the incident and gathered towards the south of the city. After saying goodbye to Chen Yalin, Lu Xiangyang followed Team Yang down the stairs with handcuffs. His original plan was to hold another press conference at the Special Affairs Bureau, but the change of events on the way made him cancel this plan. The rain has subsided. Before Lu Xiangyang sat in the Special Affairs vehicle, He once again looked back at the third floor of the clothing studio, where there was a silhouette covering her face and crying. Old Chung. Wu. Uncle. Lao Chung. Several cries came from the periphery. Lu Xiangyang's heart warmed up, turning his head to look. It was those sisters who were also standing in the rain, covering their faces and crying. Until the Tian animal was captured, they finally knew what that prying feeling was all about. And they also knew that it was Lao Chung who had captured him. Lu Xiangyang waved his hand towards them. The special agents didn't rush him. There was one thing to say. Although Cheng Ma killed someone, the person he killed did, indeed, committed a crime. Everyone had different positions and different identities, and it was destined to be impossible to affirm what Cheng Ma had done. After getting on the car, the Secret Service vehicle slowly set off. Lu Xiangyang closed his eyes and rested his mind. Not long after, the vehicle unexpectedly slowed to a stop. Lu Xiangyang saw through the car window that there were densely packed people standing in front. Yang Team opened the car door to go down and saw that a head of white hair of the vicissitudes of the old Zhu. Old Zhu stood at the front of the car with his fellow villagers, and behind them were the families of the victims of the Chai Animal BMW collision case. After learning that Cheng Ma had fallen into the net, they rushed in a hurry, finally arrived here. At the time when Team Yang and the others were about to heckle, the next moment, poof, they knelt down towards the Secret Service vehicle in unison. Yang Team and the Secret Service agents were shocked and rushed forward to help them up. Old Zhu tearfully said, "I can understand if you guys arrest him. He is a criminal to you guys, and he has to be punished by the law for killing someone, but he is a benefactor to us. I have been searching for more than 10 years. It was him who helped us catch that beast. To say something I shouldn't say, my old bones hate to die for him. He's still young. A good education can still lead to a new life. I'm an old man. It's not a pity to die." A few other older ones also shouted, "Lord Secret Service. He's doing it for us old people. We had no door to go to heaven and no way to go down. It was he who tore open the black curtain. What's wrong with us old folks dying for him? My whole family was killed by Hu Qingsong. There's no point in me living alone. Please, Mr. Special Agent, please be merciful." Once again, they were ashamed of what they said to Team Yang. Team Yang was ashamed. "Comrades, don't make this difficult for us. You know it's impossible," Old Zhu said at this time. "Then, Comrade Special Agent, can you let us take one last look at Cheng Ma? We want to talk to him." Yes. Let us see him." Just then, the crowd slowly gave way. A youth with an umbrella pushed a bald girl in a wheelchair closer. The girl was a bit haggard, bracing herself weakly. "Uncle Special Agent, I'm in the late stages of pancreatic cancer. I won't live for many more days. My only father was run over by a wood animal on the way to buy medicine for me. Can you let me have one last look at Uncle Cheng?" The people's words burned. Yang Team had mixed feelings, looked around, looked at their pleading, expectant eyes, mixed feelings. He knew that these were the people who had been victimized. Before the case, they hadn't seen Cheng Ma before, and after the case, they knew Cheng Ma for the first time. They wanted to see Cheng Ma. This was the first and last face. Chapter 32. The sun can't shine in every corner, but the darkness can. If you hold the people in your heart, the people will hold you high. The law does not tolerate mercy, but the people have mercy. Team Yang still agreed to the request. Although he may be disciplined for this, he is still righteous in his heart and is on the side of the masses. Under the control of the special agents, Lu Xiangyang slowly stepped out of the car and faced this people. Just now when he was sitting in the car, he had already heard the words they said. Before the system rewarded so many substitute lives, he didn't even have much of an emotional fluctuation. And now, Lu Xiangyang raised his head and stood in the rain, looking at the people in front of him, tears streaming down his face. People are complex and not all indifferent. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. He decided the Special Affairs Bureau would not go, and the press conference was not needed. All this in front of him was the most precious reward he had gotten. Everyone also saw Cheng Ma, saw the scars all over his body and his weathered face, and also saw the moment he shed tears. It turned out that he was Cheng Ma. They memorized this person in front of them deeply in their minds. There is a saying that as long as you keep on the road, kind people will always meet. Infected by this emotion, everyone silently shed tears. They were both rejoicing that they had regained their lives, cleared their wrongs, and had their great revenge avenged. At the same time, they were touched that Cheng Ma could even go this far for them. Kill the corrupt officials, eliminate evil and tyranny, destroy capital, using his own life as a bargaining chip to exchange for their future. Slowed down. Lu Xiangyang said aloud. Comrades, I feel all your kindness and gratitude. Honestly, there is no regret in this life, however. You should not be too burdened. What I have done is also not only for you. I also did it for myself. I once made a grand wish. If I don't get rid of all the evil people in this world, I will not enter reincarnation in my life. This is what I should do. Also, you guys don't learn from me. I did break the law. The ones I punish are those beasts that can't be punished for the time being, or the law can't take him. For you guys, life is only once, so live well. Be sure to cherish life. Or that. As he spoke, Lu Xiangyang's expression once again turned grim. There is no end to catching criminals. Crimes must be dealt with by thunderous means. I will kill them with fear. Kill them to lose their guts. This matter doesn't need to be done by you guys. I'll do it. I'll take the punishment. It's just a life for a life. Sentence me. This life. I'll return it to the law. To the evil person with a ghost in his heart, this expression of his was a murderer, a demon, a butcher, an existence that wanted him dead. But to the people in front of him, what did they see on Lu Xiangyang's face? They saw a hideous rage against evil. They saw the heart of a bodhisattva and the thunderous approach. They saw countless villains wailing in fear. They were not afraid of the hideous and angry Lu Xiangyang, but instead saw the look of compassion behind this expression. Comrades, live bravely and enthusiastically. This world I come. The sunlight can't shine in every corner, but the darkness can. So I will incarnate darkness. Over all evil. You must live well. Only by staying alive can you see with your own eyes how I will kill these villains. One by one. The words were deafening. It contained a monstrous might, as if it was going to tear apart all of this gloomy canopy. All right, it's raining heavily. You guys go back quickly. Lu Xiangyang said a bunch of words that made everyone feel puzzled. Only Team Young listened to it with a jolt in his heart. The crowd didn't quite understand some of the words, though. But for the concern and emotions in Lu Xiangyang's words, they still heard them. That is, life is only once. One must cherish life and live well. Old Cheng, walk well. Old Cheng, take care. Uncle, woohoo, take care. Lao Cheng, you're a real man. Go well. I will remember this day, and whenever it comes, I will kowtow to you. Lu Xiangyang nodded heavily and looked around again. He saw the smile radiating from the face of the girl who was tortured by the disease, saw the raised eyebrows of those who had been carried by the wrongful conviction for decades, saw the relief of the day-to-day torture of the criminals who had crossed 5 provinces to find the criminals, saw the workers who had previously been squeezed by the capital and couldn't catch their breath to straighten their backs again, saw the slightest bit of relief of those who were bereaved of their sons and wives, husbands and fathers, and survivors of the families who had lost their mothers and fathers, and saw those newborns of the sisters who had been forced to sell their bodies. See those who were viciously brutalized by the black forces, finally someone to support the bottom. Finally, he saw his sisters who were crying into tears in the studio. He also saw the most reluctant, the most unwilling, standing in the crowd with red and swollen eyes, Chen Yalan. The vehicle slowly drove up. Lu Xiangyang sat in the car, looking at the gaze of the crowd on both sides of the road for a long time. The crowd kept watching him go away. Regardless of how the network criticizes and evaluates Lu Xiangyang, those who make the most noise and say the most, on the contrary, are not the victims in front of them. It is not the people who have been persecuted. Lu Xiangyang died. He died in the car with a pale face. Yang team, they cannot do anything. This said dead situation is very much like a person. Liao Kaifeng. These two are in the same category. Although the murderer is dead, the subsequent effects of this series of cases are still festering. Some people on the internet said he was lawless, that he was flouting the law, not advocating this kind of behavior, and that he was far from civilized. However, there are also people who refute that there is no Cheng Ma. Then how should Hu Qingsong be dealt with? I'm afraid to wait until he retires and dies of old age. Oh, what about the king of Beicheng? That Chai capital and how to deal with? They are speechless. Some people say no matter what his purpose, murder is a crime. This is an inescapable problem. Others supported this behavior, saying that society needed such a person, and that he was the guillotine of Pao Qingtian. Anyway, there was a lot of noise. Cheng Ma's words before he left also exploded on the internet. No matter how the netizens evaluated the video, those villains who had ghosts in their hearts saw this series of news and messages that really scared them out of their wits. With Liao Kaifeng in front and Cheng Ma in the back, ghosts knew who else would pop up and kill them all at once. All in all, after Lu Xiangyang accepted these few big evils, the law and order situation in Choming district is getting better and better, and the crime rate is getting lower and lower. This is the effect. What's more, after the special rectification of the Black Sweeping and Evil Elimination Steering Group, coupled with Wang Hongming's strong grip on the office, he was determined to purge Chongming District. Overnight, it was as if all the black and evil forces had disappeared. All those wrongful cases are also cleared. Hu Qingsong double regulation, confiscated assets confiscated, although dead, but still how to sentence. Tian Mingyue became a rotten man. Although the mental collapse, but sentenced to death, will be executed in a few days. Chai Hongkai crazy in the detention center, sentenced to death, will be executed in a few days. He also seized assets confiscated, Phoenix nightclub no longer exists, and the scandal associated with it are all investigated to the end, the arrest, the sentence. Chai animal capitals were killed afraid. The board of directors discussed and decided to raise the treatment, the compensation, a little humane. Interestingly, those criminals who have been on the run for many years, after learning about this series of cruel cases, they all took the initiative to turn themselves in. Because self-surrender there is a way to live. If there is a Changma, it is certain to die. Phoenix nightclub tragedy they watched, that is not people can do things. Good guy, that scene. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They are really scared. Tianan District. The district governor's home suddenly delivered a courier. The moment his mother took it home and opened it, she saw skin. Instantly paralyzed with fear. Eastern District, Chongming District. Chen Yalan stood on the upper floor of her new studio and looked out the window, and from time to time, she would think of a person. An experience that was somewhat difficult to forget. The outskirts of the southern city. A piece of land was dug up. A pair of hands reached over and took out a box from the pit. Chapter 33. The shackles of childhood can be seen through the cripples of adulthood. Putting the box buried in the ground back on the electric car. Lu Xiangyang expression is not sad or happy. Straddling the electric horse turned around and left. He wore a yellow vest this time, lived in low-cost housing, and was a veritable king of the Tianan district runner, a bit better than his last tramp status. Name Zhai Zishir. Gender, male. Age, 28. Brief introduction. You are an honest and hardworking delivery boy, 12 years old when his parents left without saying goodbye to become a left-behind child in the countryside, was raised by his grandparents since childhood, dropped out of school at the age of 16 into the black factory to work, at the age of 17 couldn't bear the squeeze to escape, at the age of 20 years old to send away his grandparents, came alone to Greenvine City, Tainan District to become a delivery boy, walking down the street. A job is 8 years. You are on the topography of the urban areas of the Tainan District, a clear picture. Know some of the darkness hidden behind the glorious development of the urban area. Tenant District is right next door to Chongming District. The development is a little better than Chongming District. Urbanization reached 80%. Do. The phone rings. Lu Xiangyang looked down. It was Station Chief Lu calling. After connecting it, Station Chief Lu's angry voice came over. Zhai Zishir, do you still want to work or not? Where did you go? How come you didn't run a single order in the past few days? I'm telling you, your full attendance is gone this month. Lu Xiangyang said indifferently, as you wish. Said hung up the phone. Grass. He dared to hang up on me. He's gone rogue. Station Chief Lu looked at his cell phone and cursed with a red face and ears. This Zhai Zishir is usually very honest and diligent. Why is he so abnormal today and dares to talk to me like this? Full attendance is deducted for you. This month's salary will also be cut in half. I see you still arrogant. Thinking of this, Station Master Lu revealed a smug look. In Station Master Lu's mind, he was the king of these delivery boys. He was the emperor. With the move of a finger, he could decide their fate of life and death. How could anyone dare to be disobedient? A few days ago, after waking up, Lu Xiangyang glanced at the map and realized that he was born in Tianan District. So he rode his electric horse back to Chongming District and wandered around for a few days. He found that Chongming District had indeed changed for the better. There were more smiles on the people's faces, it felt brighter all around, and those punks that were originally everywhere were gone. So this was quite good. According to the visit to observe, Lu Xiangyang found that the people, for those few cases, is to talk about the color. Simply too appalling. How can one person kill so many? They can't figure it out, and can only borrow the word of ghosts and gods to comfort themselves? There is a hideous demon roaming the earth, harboring the heart of a bodhisattva, punishing evil with thunderbolts. Those who do good are blessed by him, and those who do evil are finally punished by the sword. Seeing that everything is progressing in a good direction, Lu Xiangyang did not half stay. Went to the funeral parlor to pay the money, after registering as a friend, claimed his own body, and then cremated himself. It must be said that watching yourself cremated is a particularly novel experience. Lu Xiangyang looked at his burning self, the fire reflected in his eyes for a long time. Do-a-do-a-do. The phone rang again. He looked down. It was Xiao Tang calling. Xiao Tang is one of his few friends in Tianan district, previously shared a room with Lu Xiangyang for a period of time, and then separated after talking about his girlfriend, but the two have a good relationship and have kept in touch. Lu Xiangyang picked up the phone and blandly said, "Hello?" Xiao Tang's concerned voice rang out from the phone. "Brother Stone, did something happen to you? Didn't you run a bill in the past few days?" Zhai Zisher character honest some inferiority complex usually do not say much. With the Stone as solid and sincere, Xiao Tang called him Brother Stone. "Well, there is a little thing, but all solved. Today I came back. Thank you for concern." Lu Xiangyang said. "Solved, that's good. Stone brother, then so, wait for you to come back. We go out for a drink at night to relax, it's settled. I still have to run a single. Hang up first, ah?" Xiao Tang said enthusiastically, then hung up. Lu Xiangyang put the cell phone back into his pocket, shook his head, laughed lightly, and left the funeral parlor. Nor did he take his own ashes. Being alone, it was the same wherever he was buried. Tianan District. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather is a bit sultry. The big sun makes people drowsy. Lu Xiangyang, who just rode to Missouri U Road, saw a commotion in front of him, with many people gathered there, as if there was a car accident. Lu Xiangyang, ready to ride over to see, not even close to it, heard a piercing yell from the crowd. "You're a stinking delivery boy. So what if I just run you over? And you guys, what are you all looking at? The watch I'm carrying on my hand is enough to buy all of your lives. What are you screaming for?" The words were extremely harsh. Lu Xiangyang's brows furrowed as he listened, his right hand subconsciously trying to dig into his pocket. He squeezed into the crowd and suddenly realized that the person sitting on the ground looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this Xiao Tang? "Xiao Tang!" Lu Xiangyang shouted and walked over. The woman kept cursing, seeing another takeaway boy. Her eyes once again radiated disgust, pretending to cover her nose and opening her mouth to curse venomously. This is really a nest of snakes and rats. Garbage's friends are also garbage. It stinks all over. You've been a stinky delivery boy all your lives. The bystanders were pointing at her as well, saying, "Why are you talking like that? I saw you hit him." "That's right. Being rich is a big deal. What an ugly way to talk. You hit someone and you're scolding others. What's wrong with delivering food? What's wrong with you? It's disgusting. I've already reported it to the Secret Service. Let's see what you'll do when the Secret Service comes." Hearing this, the plastic-faced rich girl was even more furious, pointing at them again and cursing. "What are you screaming about? Yes, being rich is marvelous. I drive a $2 million BMW 7 Series. You poor bastards can't even touch it in your lifetime. What's a special agent? Do you know who I am?" The rich woman was aggressive and did not show any weakness. She had been held up since she was a child. Where had she been scolded by so many people? If it wasn't for the accident today, she wouldn't have traveled this road and met these people. Xiao Tang looked up and was surprised. "Brother Stone, why are you here?" Lu Xiangyang nodded his head and said, "I just came back through Missouri U Road when I saw a car accident here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. What's going on? Are you seriously injured? Did you call 120? Xiao Tang shook his head and said, "I don't have any big deal, just a little pain in my leg. I was traveling straight and didn't run the red light. This woman drove and turned left. I don't know if she didn't see it or what. She directly hit me." That rich woman see more and more people, and all take out a cell phone to shoot up. She is not stupid, did not open the mouth to say more information, but sat in the car, huffing and puffing to drink water. Lu Xiangyang coldly looked at the rich woman sitting in the car and secretly memorized what she said. Good, good, good. Doesn't the first incident in this Tianan district come out? Saying that we are stinky takeaway, right? When we find out at night, I'll see who you are. Who gave her the strength to be so brutal and overbearing, treating the people at the bottom as if they were grass. 20 minutes later, the field workers came. They accessed the scene's CCTV and found that it was indeed the rich woman's full responsibility. Those scolded masses also waited until now, just to see how it was handled. Unexpectedly, after this rich woman registered her information, in the face of the field awarding her full responsibility, she was so angry that she made several phone calls in a row, just not admitting her fault, stubborn and arrogant. What? My responsibility? You guys are in cahoots, aren't you? Who knew he'd pop up out of nowhere? Fine, fine. Let's call the insurance to handle it then. Humph. Want me to apologize? No way. You file a lawsuit. I have plenty of money to play with you. Finally, he called his friend who drives a Porsche. She got in the car and went straight the fuck away. She didn't even look at Tang, who was hit, as if these bottom feeders were not a species with her. Seeing her tough attitude, Xiao Tang, after checking his leg injury, said somewhat humbly, "Forget it, I'm not a big deal anyway. We can't afford to mess with this kind of rich people. It's time-consuming and laborious, not to mention that in the end, we'll just get the compensation we deserve. It's not necessary, Brother Stone. Help me push the car out of the way, Comrade Field Service, forget it. Don't impound my car. I still have to run the order. A few days delayed full attendance is gone again." At this time, Lu Xiangyang has been all over like ants crawling. He wanted to pull out that big black star directly from his arms and put it against that rich girl's face. Empty the magazines. On the one hand, the rich man who made a mistake is dead wrong. And on the other hand, the non-responsible party, the bottom people's resting on their laurels. Rich people, she has all the time cost to play with you. But you bottom people have? She will not admit fault. And what can you do with her? Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath, forced down the tyranny of his heart, and got up to push Xiao Tang's electric car. He does not blame Xiao Tang weak character to make peace. Through their adult character cripples, Lu Xiangyang can see the shackles of their childhood. This cannibalistic world. The gap between rich and poor is too big. This is the reality. Chapter 34. Boundless Darkness Envelopes. Second uncle loses his voice in the face of Lu Xiangyang. The scene is said to those people. In Lu Xiangyang's case, then there are only two steps: investigation and capture and execution. Xiao Tang slowed to now much better. After being helped up by Lu Xiangyang, he walked towards the electric car, ready to continue to take orders to deliver food. He told Lu Xiangyang, "Brother Stone, I can't drink with you tonight. I have to go to the health center tonight to treat my injuries." Lu Xiangyang looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Okay, then you pay attention to safety." Xiao Tang heatedly smiled in pure goodness. "This drink Oza. I'm off." Looking at riding a broken shell electric car away from the small Tang, Lu Xiangyang also turned to sit on his own electric car. The surrounding crowd is still there with indignation and dissatisfaction. Fight for your breath. Let it go just like that? It really pisses me off. Alas, what can we do? That little brother has a good point, not to mention the time and effort, but in the end, only get the compensation due. We cannot play the rich. I'll send her to the internet to expose. It's really exasperating. Oh, I advise you not to ask for trouble. They are rich people, means are very dirty, and this kind of thing is too much. You have seen which rich people have been punished? Shit. Scattered. No fun? Lu Xiangyang listened in his ears and memorized it in his heart. The corner of his mouth revealed an icy cold smile. It's really interesting. This first time in Tianan district, he encountered these things. It seems that this period of time won't be uninteresting. When he left, there were still masses saying, "Come on, the emperor is not in a hurry." They don't take it seriously themselves. Don't you see his companion walking away with a grin on his face, giggling? Let's go too. Scattered. Lu Xiangyang returned to the low-cost housing. Will be that guy thing hidden? Then once again out of the room door ready to go eat something. Came to the ramen restaurant and ordered a beef ramen. Eating the 3 slices of meat, he brushed up the same city video. Just ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles. The next moment, a video of a middle-aged vicissitude man holding up his ID card and describing himself to the camera appeared on his cell phone screen, only to see the man's grief-laden utterances ringing out. "I am Ao Lanshin's second uncle. I'm now reporting Greenvine City's Tianan District mine boss, Li Junyan, in my real name. The unlawful victimization of my niece a month ago. My poor niece had her hamstrings and tendons cut off. Her body was covered with horrific stab wounds. More than a dozen broken bones. Woo there, who can come for us? Do. Woo. The video played up to here. Ao Lanshin's second uncle was already sobbing and mourning. He opened his mouth in the face of the camera and choked several times to try again and again to explain the situation, but he still couldn't speak. Lu Xiangyang had already put down his chopsticks, and he was just about to click in to see this person's information. The next moment, this same city video platform blocked the account. Not only was the account gone, the video was also hinted to be gone. Lu Xiangyang was incomparably sure that the content of this video was real. A middle-aged man holding his ID card, facing the camera and shedding tears, choking a few times. This is not aggrieved and persecuted. What is this? Swipe down dozens of videos again. Surprisingly, he swiped another accusatory video. It was sent by a young father. His face was haggard, his hair messy, and he was shedding tears as he recounted his son's matter. Yesterday, my son was in the Tianan district. As expected, there was no surprise. After watching for not more than a few seconds, the video once again prompted missing. Lu Xiangyang, who was sitting in the Lanzhou ramen store, trembled, and the boss thought that he was sick and rushed over to ask him what the situation was. Lu Xiangyang stood up, did not answer, and did not eat the bowl of noodles again. He walked out of the store and looked out at the city that looked vibrant under the sun, looking at all the traffic and hasty crowds. The tyrannical anger in his heart rose infinitely. From this moment onwards, the hideous expression on his face, how to suppress, cannot be suppressed. Get rid of the evil. Get rid of evil. After consuming 2 justice points, he directly positioned Ao Lanxin's second uncle's location and headed towards the west of the Tianan district. Half an hour later, he arrived at a 6+1 walk-up house, and according to the system positioning, his second uncle was on the 5th floor. Quickly walking up the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Xiangyang knocked on the iron door and waited for a long time without anyone coming to open the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the iron door again while shouting, "Is this Ao Lanxin's second uncle? I'm here to help you guys." After saying this, Lu Xiangyang stepped back, exposing his entire body to the cat's eye. There was a rustle of movement coming from inside the house, as if someone had leaned over. A moment later, a deep male voice came from behind the door and said, "Go away, you can't help us." Lu Xiangyang didn't give up, but continued at the door. "I swiped the same city video, you have to trust me, only I can help you. Since I can find this place, I can find that beast." The people inside the house looked through the cat's eye at the little man outside in takeout clothes, and looking at the serious look on his face, they couldn't help but be convinced for a few moments. Crunch. The inner door opened and a middle-aged man who was even more vicissitudes than in the video and looked like he had been tortured appeared in front of Lu Xiangyang. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Lu Xiangyang with a haggard look and said, "Can I trust you?" Lu Xiangyang clenched his fists and looked at the man and said seriously, "You can trust me unconditionally." The man looked deeply at Lu Xiangyang for a long time, before he opened the door and said, "Come in." Lu Xiangyang followed the man into the door and brought the door to the room, came to the living room. He was the only one in the house. Second uncle poured him a cup of tea and said, "Avoid the accident. I let them all go back home. Now only I am a person in the Tianan district. The reporter I also looked for, they broadcast not to go out. In the end, I really have no choice but to release the video online over and over again. But they are all stones sinking into the sea." Said here, the second uncle wiped tears. Lu Xiangyang nodded and said, "Tell me the details, I'll help you." The second uncle did not put too much expectation on this takeaway boy, only as if he also wanted to use the power of the network to spread this matter out. Subsequently, the second uncle slowly told all the causes and consequences of the matter. Ao Lanxin, 28 years old, is a beautiful female singer. Her boyfriend is Li Junyan, the mine boss of Tianan district. A month ago, Ao Lanxin was sent to the hospital. Her parents and second uncle came to see the miserable Ao Lanxin lying on the hospital bed. They saw that Ao Lanxin's face was completely disfigured at the moment, with multiple stab wounds on her body, and more than 20 fractures. Hands, hamstrings were all picked off, head and face obvious bruises, palms cracked. The situation is very miserable. This look immediately let them tears, heartbroken. Rushed to report the case. After the case, the special agent after investigation but said she was mentally ill to beat, cannot catch. Let Ao Lanxin family members recognize their own bad luck. But Ao Lanxin's mother found doubts. She found her daughter there. It was very messy. Subsequently, after a detailed investigation by her second uncle, she found that the culprit of all this was the little brother under Li Junyan who did it. Li Junyan suspected that Ao Lanxin was carrying a child that was not his, and after forcing her to DT, he had been quarreling constantly, and in the end, he even arranged for his little brother to beat and hack her to death, pick off her arms and legs, and force her to take a round of X. After that, she was sent to the hospital. Second uncle invited the reporter was also beaten by this group of little brother. The documentary was not allowed to broadcast the proliferation. Finally, more desperate things came. Ao Lanxin lying in the intensive care unit 5 days later, but even their own over the window jumped to death. This is such a big joke. A dying person whose tendons were broken. She even jumped to her death through the window by herself. The appraisal is even more outrageous, saying that she jumped to her death by herself. I can't tell you the rest. This is how dark it is. Second uncle said here is already crying into tears, against the face of a stranger. A big old man cried like this. You can see how this thing is. Cruel, dark, helpless. The ins and outs are clear. Lu Xiangyang clenched his fists, teeth clenched, and interlocked friction creaking sound. An extremely hideous expression surfaced on his face. This was no longer a matter of two people. He then wondered. He had accepted so much evil in Chongming District. Was this Tianan district disconnected? Or is public opinion in the hands of capital? Thinking about this, Lu Xiangyang grinned and let out a silent, cruel laugh. Good, good, good. Looks like the water is very deep, ah? Chapter 35. Tears dry up. Lu Xiangyang wildly eliminates 52 justice points. Lu Xiangyang thought deeply. Behind this beast is obviously someone is protecting him. The specific how is not too good to analyze in depth. Lu Xiangyang then controlled his facial expression and said, Good. All the situation I understand clearly, uncle. During this period of time you just rest for a few days. Wait for my good news. Second uncle wiped a handful of tears and looked at Lu Xiangyang and said, Don't do anything stupid. They are very powerful. The forces behind them are unfathomable. We still need to use the power of the network. Lu Xiangyang shook his head and said sincerely, Since you opened the door, then please choose to trust me. Pay attention to safety during this time. After saying that, Lu Xiangyang got up and left the place. Second uncle was upstairs, looking at Lu Xiangyang's distant back, not knowing why. He vaguely felt that something big would happen. Subsequently, he shook his head again to throw this thought away. A bitter smile. Second uncle had a bitter expression and secretly said, He is really sick and desperate. What can this takeaway boy do? Lu Xiangyang drove out of the neighborhood, strolled through the hardware market, prepared some things, and then once again returned to the low-cost housing, took out the big black star and wiped it and maintained it. After everything was prepared, he once again took out his cell phone and started brushing up the same city video. After searching about Ao Lanxin's deeds, as expected, there was not a single trace on the network. He then searched for things about it. Just now he couldn't see the video of that young father describing himself. This time how come all those media started to actively report it? Miserable. Grief human world. Big deal. What happened was this. A young man was delivering milk. In addition to the accident, left this world. After the incident, the special branch decisively arrested the people involved. An autopsy was performed on the youth as well, and he was placed in the funeral parlor. Youth mom and dad learned the news, grief, hate to follow on the spot together. Things from the time it happened until now. Their demands on the network, but also just let that person involved in the whole network to apologize. But until now, for some reason, that person just hasn't spoken out. There were a few videos of interviews with the mother that also stormed out. Only the video shows the young mother, who is very pretty, falling to her knees on the ground in front of the community, crying into tears and grieving. For a mother, this blow was fatal. Originally, Lu Xiangyang's heart was burning with tyrannical flames, and at this moment, he actually saw that there were even a few animal comments under the comments of these hot videos. Those dark and twisted brutes had actually made such comments. Your own youth is gone, and you still have the heart to dress yourself up like this every day? Mom is too it up. It's like she's dressed up on purpose to come over here. This mother is definitely taking the eye candy. Dressed so beautifully. Who knows if she's really crying or not? Right. Maybe the next step is to attract fans and then live stream the goods. These animal comments, one by one, were pouring oil on Lu Xiangyang's heart. Lu Xiangyang was so angry that he directly smashed his cell phone on the spot. System. Give me the coordinates of this pair of parents. Justice point -2. Lu Xiangyang mounted his electric bike and quickly drove towards the location. This pair of young parents lived in the east city of Tianan district. After driving for half an hour, he came to a mid-range neighborhood. Taking off the takeout clothes on his body, he walked in, came to the door of their house. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, a grandmother with a sad face came to the door, opened the door and looked at Lu Xiangyang suspiciously and asked, Young man, who are you looking for? Lu Xiangyang said, I came to find your son and daughter. It's related to that matter. The grandmother hesitated for a while, but still opened the door to let him in. After Lu Xiangyang entered the door, he saw the young mom kneeling in front of the sofa holding her son's photo and crying bitterly, as well as the young father who was comforting her. Tandad also saw Lu Xiangyang. With a sad expression, he asked, Hello, who are you here to see? Lu Xiangyang looked at this room of people desperate and mournful crying. His heart was really difficult. After slowing down, he spoke. Father Tam, Mother Yang, I already know all the causes and consequences of all the things. Looking at that tragic appearance is very difficult in my heart. I know you must be very desperate now, but what I'm saying is don't give up the hope of living. If you guys can't think of anything else, then it's just like what those beasts want." With a few words, the people in the room once again hugged and cried. It was very sad to lose the closest people in one's heart, especially seeing those familiar things. That was even more heartbreaking. Tears like a spring. At this time, loved ones are very fragile and can easily go to extremes when they encounter some things. Mother Yang cried and came up for air and said, thank you, you. You are the first outsider to come to our home and comfort us. We never wanted him to pay for the money. The youths are gone. What's the point of us asking for money?" Mom once again cried and trembled. Tam's father was even forced to endure his inner grief and comforted his wife. After comforting again, Lu Xiangyang swore and said to them, "Father Tan, Mother Yang, it's good for you to maintain such pure goodness. Leave the extreme evil to me. Can you show me your cell phone?" Mother Yang was a bit hesitant, but after seeing Lu Xiangyang's extremely sincere gaze, she still handed her cell phone over. Lu Xiangyang opened her cell phone and flipped out the extremely hot video she posted on the internet, looking through the private messages, noting down those beasts that spewed shit on the internet one by one. Those who were cyberstorming, he didn't spare a single one of them. Lu Xiangyang roared in his heart. "System, I need the location of these 26 people." Buzz. "System, host, are you crazy? That's 52 justice points. You'll be able to reach 100 points to open the surprise if you accumulate another 39 points. Do you really not care?" Lu Xiangyang didn't half hesitate and once again roared in his mind. "Give me hey, justice points? Hee. Do you see Lu Xiangyang care? Wow." Instantly, Lu Xiangyang had originally accumulated 61 justice points, and in an instant, he had consumed 52. Only a pitiful 9 points remained. What followed was the 26 coordinates in his mind that flashed with scarlet light. Lu Xiangyang returned the cell phone to the young mother and said again to the two of them, "I still say the same thing. You guys are responsible for being kind and living well. The youth doesn't want you guys to accompany him. So many great rivers and mountains. The youth didn't have the chance to take a look at them. You guys have to do it for him. I promise you all. After tonight, those beasts will never speak again." When the young parents heard these words, their hearts jumped in fear and they hurriedly blocked the way. "Friend, don't. You mustn't do anything foolish. This is a society of the rule of law now." Lu Xiangyang shook his head and did not say another word. He went out the door without a second thought, towards the nearest target. Chapter 36. Is it a superhuman crime or just an ordinary incident? Isn't this a coincidence? Recently, that person happened to be running in the park outside the neighborhood. Lu Xiangyang grinned a cruel smile, parked his car outside the park, took out a sharp knife from under the car seat, put on a canvas bag on his back, put on a mask and hat and drilled into the middle of the woods, approaching the first red dot. Xiao Shu is happily inserted headphones running in the park greenway, the video he also watched. Watching that young mother's outstanding appearance kneeling on the ground and crying, his inner darkness poured out, not hiding his malice. Anyway, there is no punishment for spraying nonsense on the internet. What is he afraid of? It's over if he deletes it after making a big deal out of it. Who can do anything about him? He enjoys the flavor of this kind of verbal violence. The ugliness and perversity of human nature was clearly visible, just as he passed through a secluded forest road lined with bamboo bushes. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing him by the neck and dragging him in. Just as Xiao Shu wanted to shout, he noticed a pain in the back of his head and then fainted. Binding its hands, Lu Xiangyang opened its cell phone and deleted all those Netstorm comments. Then he started decisively and ruthlessly, directly pick out his tongue and cut it out, then sprinkle a layer of Yunnan Baiyao, very much in place. The intense pain prompted the beast to wake up again and wanted to scream, but Lu Xiangyang was deadlocked on his throat. After wrapping his mouth with tape, Lu Xiangyang quickly disappears into the darkness. Justice points +1. Like a ghost. The whole process was smooth and flowing. No more than 3 minutes. No other way, only the hand is familiar with it. Under the guidance of the system, he walked all the way to the dead end of the surveillance and headed towards the second target. This guy lives in a high-rise neighborhood. It's a bit tricky. He climbed over the wall and took the elevator to the target floor with his head down. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door opened and out stepped an ugly-looking obese man wearing glasses. His name was Board General. Board General growled impatiently. "Who are you?" Knocking on my door for what? Lu Xiangyang is not accustomed to him. Directly draw the knife to avoid the vitals stabbed him. The man looked at Lu Xiangyang with horror, just about to scream. He was pressed down on his mouth and crashed into the door. Still the same set of processes. Pull out the tongue. Discipline. Lu Xiangyang once again goes downstairs and disappears into the darkness. Justice points +1. As the first victim was found to report to the Special Affairs, for a while, people reporting to the Special Affairs surfaced like a rainbow. The Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau was all alarmed. What kind of sick case is this? Were those superhumans committing the act? But it can't be. The entire district has set up ban and shield detectors. There would have been a warning if there were supernaturals. The victims all had their tongues pulled out. After the Secret Service investigation, the clues lead directly to the Milkman Youth incident. The victims who had their tongues removed were all cyberbullies. Afterwards, the Dongqing Secret Service went out in full force towards the home of Tam's father and Yang's mother. And Lu Xiangyang still hasn't stopped committing crimes. He's close to a maniac, vowing to punish those 26 beasts severely tonight, just to fulfill the promise. Knock, knock, knock. The door of Tam's father and Yang's mother's house was knocked again. They looked at each other suspiciously. How come someone else came to his house tonight? When they opened the door, it was the Secret Service. They were instantly shocked. At this point, the Secret Service came and explained their purpose. Just an hour and a half ago, a portion of those who had cyber-violated them had their tongues pulled out. Tam's father and Yang's mother trembled with icy cold and glanced at each other, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. That kid had actually come for Rael? He really wanted to punish them. The question was how he knew the information about these people. The special agent asked if they knew the specifics, and Father Tam hugged Mother Yang, signaling her to keep quiet, then looked at the special agent and said, "Comrade Secret Service, my wife is grieving over the loss of him. I am even more so. How can I have the leisure to care about these things we don't know? I just want to ask, is that person still not willing to apologize?" This backhanded question, the Secret Service did not know how to answer. Looking at the sad appearance of their whole family, it did not look like someone who dared to do such a thing. After a few perfunctory words, they left the place. The family of Tam's father and Yang's mother looked at each other, somewhat unsure of what to say. It was hard for them to imagine that there were strangers who could actually go to such lengths for them. Although the means were slightly cruel, it was indeed very relieving. This matter also set off a furor on the internet. One by one, video photos were posted on the internet. All of those tragic situations of having their tongues pulled out, all taken by other people who saw it. This is what happens to cyber violence. For a while, there were far fewer comments from those who were blindly spewing nonsense. Even those targets that hadn't been dealt with yet hurriedly deleted their beastly speeches. But it was all too late. They think it doesn't matter. They can spew nonsense on the network, with the greatest malice speculation slandering the victim. The big deal is to delete it. But they don't realize that what they say is like a sword. It's like a nail in the heart. Internet violence is like a nail in the wood. Even if you pull out the nail, it will leave traces on the stake. 16 beasts. Still 10 heads to go. Lu Xiangyang licked the corner of his mouth. The whole city was now alarmed. He struck early based on the target's alignment in his mind, eliminating their intentions of trying to hide in the Special Affairs Bureau from the source. The latest female beast that had sprayed indiscriminately was less than 100 meters away from the Special Affairs Bureau. In her moment of hope, Lu Xiangyang appeared from behind and gave her the deepest despair. "Oh, Netstorm, right? Spraying indiscriminately, right? Then, welcome to Put Tongue Hell." Those who follow the family to live with the beasts to deal with much more tricky, waste Lu Xiangyang for a while. In the end, Lu Xiangyang worked until 4 a.m. Justice points +26. Total 35. This was a pure loss, but he didn't care. What makes the victim guilty? Why isn't cyber violence penalized? In Lu Xiangyang's case, there is no such thing. If you spew nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue. After solving the last beast, Lu Xiangyang hid in the underground pipe and panted heavily. He was really out of stamina. There were several times he was almost caught by the Secret Service. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very familiar with the terrain of Tianan District and knew all the hiding spots and shortcuts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take care of that group of beasts so quickly, plus evade capture. When those stench were all punished, especially learned that it was the murderer who had not yet been caught, the network environment in Tianan District has been effectively purified. Everyone was much more civilized and loving. No one is no longer randomly spraying manure. The view of the problem are also positive energy up. Everyone is very enthusiastic. as if the quality of civilization has been greatly improved. There's no way. They're scared. That guy is the devil. I don't know how he found out the information about those cyberbugs, but he was decisive and ruthless. According to those beasts who had their tongues pulled out, they only saw a pair of bloodshot eyes and a hideous face. It was like a demon from hell. Late that night, most of the people in the Tianan district were sleepless, leaving behind countless shadows. Tam's father, Yang's mother, and the others had even more mixed emotions towards Lu Xiangyang, both gratitude and fear. How could there be such a person in this world? Young mother who originally had a death wish regained her desire to live after not having those stimuli. Their minds recalled the words Lu Xiangyang said before he left. Must live well youth also don't want you to accompany him to go. The motherland so many great rivers and mountains. Youth didn't have the opportunity to see a glance. You must go to sea for him. Yes, you must live well. Chapter 37. On what grounds? On what grounds? The next day, another good news came. That perpetrator in the detention center learned about the deeds of those cyber-violent beasts who had their tongues pulled out, and was so scared that he actively confessed to his crimes and publicly apologized, hoping to ask for forgiveness from the families of the victims. It's not up to him not to be scared. Those who just moved their mouths got such a fate, and the murderer has not been found until now. Then how can he, the main character, still run away? It might be worse than having his tongue pulled out, and he might even be tied up and crushed by a car. The more that teacher thought about it, the more scared he became. If Lu Xiangyang knew what he was thinking, he would have scoffed and laughed at the teacher for thinking too much. What's the point of bothering? At most, he would be killed. Hiding in an underground pipe and resting for the day, Lu Xiangyang climbed out while it was still night and circled back to his low-cost room, cleaned his body, went out and bought some meat to go home to replenish his energy before resting up again. For every incident, Lu Xiangyang was overdrawing his body. He couldn't live long anyway, just do his best. As for getting injured and getting sick, he didn't care. The case in Tianan district had also reached the ears of Chongming district's special duty Yang team. He watched the news with an odd expression on his face. This familiar radical means skillful modus operandi and perverted anti-detection and investigative information ability were very familiar to him. Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau. Boom. Director Ma slammed the table in fury. Asshole. After searching for 2 days, we couldn't find the murderer. Is it possible that he's a superhuman? Is this how you work with me? The Special Duty High Team said with a shameful face. Director, we've really searched all corners of the city. This criminal is extremely cunning. There are so many cameras, but none of them have ever photographed him. The murderer's characteristics described by those victims are different, and the scene of the crime has not left any traces at all. The guys haven't slept all night, so it's really hard to investigate. But it is by no means possible for a superhuman to commit the crime. They are all in the middle of the big city, and our district's detector didn't show the presence of a superhuman. Director Ma frowned grimly and said, since it's not a superhuman, then you mean we're withdrawing the case? Tell those victims that our Special Affairs Bureau is not strong enough to catch them, and that you should hire someone else. Isn't that right? The Special Affairs High Team lowered their heads. Ma Bureau once again slapped the table and said, speak. What are you doing with your heads down? Being ostriches. I don't care what methods you use. You must catch this criminal and bring him to justice. This is outrageous. It's lawless. I won't allow such a maniac to exist in Tianan District. Do you all hear me? The crowd rushed to raise their heads and replied in unison. Hear that, Director Ma. Good. Dismissed. Day 3. Lu Xiangyang woke up energetically. This body is a big body frame that entered the black factory at the age of 17. Plus, he hasn't found a girlfriend for so many years, so it's not comparable to those papier-mâché college students. Zhai Zisher's 28 years old is exactly the time of the dragon essence. Lu Xiangyang also found the pattern. The system is not purely random every time he transmigrates. Basically the kind of bottom people, male, good body, characteristic characters. Took a taxi, went to the electrical market to find a second-hand cell phone, and inserted the phone card. Lu Xiangyang was just about to search the internet for that Cole Bosley Junyan, and the follow-up of the tongue-pulling thing he did the day before, when he swiped the news. First of all, that S-person actively and sincerely confessed to the crime, apologized to the whole network, took the initiative to contact the lawyer to find the victim's family to contact the compensation matters, and promised to accept the punishment of the law and so on. Then there is the family of Tam's father and Yang's mother, who said they will not accept compensation and only hope that he apologizes and then accepts the legal trial to be properly reformed. In addition, They said they have no idea about the case of pulling out the tongue and are not clear about what is going on. The next step is that the whole family is ready to leave the sad city of Tainan and will spend the rest of their lives in the motherland in the future. Since the murderer has not been caught, the netizens are also very positive and positive energy. No more indiscriminate spraying of feces, very supportive of their decision. The community has become beautiful again. Lu Xiangyang blandly looked at the news report. No opinion on the treatment. This is an accident. If that head teacher still does not correct his mistakes, he will let his whole family suffer the same suffering. Brushing and brushing. That Li Junyan thing hasn't even started yet. The rich girl hasn't even gone to the aminos. Aminos. 3 incidents were shown to Lu Xiangyang. One was the Dingqiu incident 3 weeks ago, one was the Zhangdai incident 3 days ago, and one was the news of the Tian'an ex-hospital team's accident 3 months ago. Looking at that Dingqiu's mother's sad text on the internet that seeped blood with every word. Baby, Mom, my heart is broken. Missing you seems to be missing half of the sky. Feel you are still around, but just can't touch. Every day Mom is like a zombie. Every time I dream of you. Can you let Mom see you one more time? I don't dare to see those relatives and friends, afraid that they can see me sad. According to informed sources, this Mi Yuanda's teacher is the cherry blossom man Ishii Muramuryet, and Ishii Muramyet's father is Ishii Siro, who is none other than the supreme commander of the 137th cherry blossom country. The most irritating thing is that things have broken out until now. These brutes, directly played dead, did not make a sound, did not appear, closed the comment section, and directly dealt with it coldly. When Lu Xiangyang saw this, he was once again furious and couldn't stop shaking. It's really aminos. This group of dead animals. Kill endless. I can't kill them all. These evils are just like the weeds. They won't burn. We can't get rid of them all. Lu Xiangyang roared in his heart. Why should the victims be guilty? Why should the victims' families be tortured day after day for the rest of their lives, while the abusers get a new lease on life? What to be mindful of the repercussions? To avoid the expansion of the situation, to give the wrongdoer a chance, to have human rights. I am Minos. Then who will give human rights to the dead people? Maybe the truth isn't like that. Maybe there's a hidden agenda. Maybe etc. They have a hard time. Blah blah blah. Those words are space generalized. The network is no memory. Lu Xiangyang did not want to delve into what the deepest truth of these cases was. He is not a detective, nor was he a law enforcer. The monstrous killing intent seemed to converge into a river. He only knew. The victimized all aminoses were persecuted, or already dead. With great fury. Click. The screen of the newly bought used cell phone was covered with spiderweb cracks. Lu Xiangyang's cell phone was on the verge of being crushed by him, strongly resisting the urge to drop it. Lu Xiangyang put his cell phone into his pocket and returned home. He didn't eat a single bite of rice again today. Lu Xiangyang's eyes exuded endless monstrous killing intent, and he just sat in silence for 8 hours, waiting for the night to fall. 7 p.m. He grinned a vicious smile. Are you beasts ready? The devil is coming out of the cage. Chapter 38. Taking the heat for the cleaner Zhang Dai. Countless times, I cried out silently in the middle of the night. Who can tear open this boundless black curtain? Countless times, I was in tears. Who will be in charge of the people? Yeah, it's undeniable. The rules are getting better and better, more and more stringent. But there are still people who do evil. Lu Xiangyang came directly to the entrance of the eastern neighborhood of Tian'an district. He circled around and tumbled in through the side door. He quietly came into the courtyard wall and closed his eyes, slowly feeling the breeze blowing. Here, there was a cleaner named Zhang Dai who chose to lighten her life because of her co-workers' prolonged difficulties and ridicule. As a result of this incident happened after, the leaders of the Tian'an community gave an order not to allow people to go around at night, so no one was in the courtyard at the moment. It was here that Zhang Dai reincarnated. All this, all because of those two beasts that looked down on people. Lu Xiangyang violently opened his murderous red eyes, and an icy cold and bone-piercing inhuman voice slowly spat out from his mouth. System, locate. Buzz. Justice point -2. The red dot is felt in the apartment behind the Tian'an community. Good. Don't think so, do you? Still living in Tanan community, right? Feeling sheltered by the Tian'an community, right? Lu Xiangyang let out a sneer, and under the system's prompts, he dodged most of the cameras and drew his legs closer to the location of the red dot. The third floor of the community apartment. Lu Xiangyang hid downstairs, his eyes probing straight into the room with the light on. The sound of the conversation inside the room was also displayed in his mind with the help of the system. Song was talking to his wife. Song Mao. It's okay, wife. It's not our fault. Song Mao's wife. Humph. Serves you right. This is retribution. Who made her dress so rustic? But, hubby, don't we really have to worry? Song patted her chest. Oh, listening to my husband will be right. It's her who can't think straight because of her identity. What does it have to do with us? We're just saying a few more words. It's not like we're going to be convicted. Song's wife. Alas, what should I do if you go in? Listening to these two beasts shirking and blocking, without the slightest bit of pain over that Zhang Dai's death, Lu Xiangyang couldn't bear it for a moment. Lu Xiangyang snatched his steps up the stairs, and with a full of anger ruthlessly kicked open the alloy door of their apartment. The lock of the door was changed into a different shape. After rushing in, Lu Xiangyang went straight to the point. With gloves and their shocked expressions, too late to react, he directly slapped his wife's face. Song's wife covered her swollen face, looking at Lu Xiangyang with a fierce look on his face. Wanted to let out a scream, but couldn't let out a single one. Because things are too sudden, she felt that she was beaten somewhat inexplicably. Then Song Mao looked at his wife as a stranger barged in and slapped. Immediately, he became furious and said, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" His eyes widened. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anger. Irritation. Wrapped in all sorts of emotions, he stood up and was about to give Lu Xiangyang a blow. Amino still wants to resist? Lu Xiangyang smiled cruelly, facing the things and fists he smashed over without dodging. Pain? Oh, physical pain, which is not as strong as the feeling of mental tearing and torture. Lu Xiangyang's soul was about to collapse. He endured countless feelings of heart-rending brokenness every day, just slightly substituting the feelings of the victim's family. He wanted to shed tears. Bang. Lu Xiangyang kicked him violently. After knocking him down, he slapped him hard. In less than a minute, he had beaten Song to the point where he was wailing on the ground, and knocked him to the ground along with his wife. Then Lu Xiangyang slowly got up, came to the door, gently brought the door to the room, and walked back to use the tape to stick their mouths. Those co-workers are not all animals. Other co-workers living in the same building also heard the loud noise. They thought about it, and it seemed to be that Song's doorway. Out of curiosity, they still came down to take a look. See, the door of the room is closed, and there is no more sound coming from inside. These co-workers turned their heads and went home again. For Song Mao, they are also very disdainful. This kind of colleague who kills people, I don't know how the Tian'an community consider, even want to protect him. Just take a look, they don't care what exactly happened. This cheapens Lu Xiangyang to act. Slowly walked into the Lu Xiangyang sat on the coffee table, took out a cigarette from his pocket, looked at the ground struggling writhing Song, and ruthlessly kicked him. Song Mao looked at Lu Xiangyang in fear. Nervous. Crazy person. Song did not understand why he was doing this to himself. He did not know him. Smoked half a cigarette. Lu Xiangyang's icy cold eyes looked at him and slowly spat out a few words. Repent well, you'll have a good time later. A cigarette smoke finished. Lu Xiangyang got up and wrote a line on the wall. Treat your co-workers with peace and friendliness. Otherwise, I'll send your whole family to hell. The first few words were very smooth. The last few words are scribbled madly. Just looking at it, you can feel the endless killing intent. Bind Song Mao's limbs and tie a towel around his mouth. Lu Xiangyang pulled out a large snakeskin bag from the canvas bag and lassoed him in. Subsequently, Lu Xiangyang packed him the original way back to the middle of the courtyard. Quickly, Song Mao lying on the courtyard once again by Lu Xiangyang ruthlessly slapped. Hearing Lu Xiangyang come to his ear and say the words, "This is just a small lesson. Zhang Dai has nothing to do with you. I hope you've changed your ways. Otherwise, it won't be this simple next time." Oh! At once, Song understood everything. Infinite remorse tumbled in his heart, and it turned out to be expression of his horrified regret. Justice points +1, total 34. In the distance, there were flashlights and noisy sounds of people ringing out, and what Lu Xiangyang had done was discovered. They looked all the way along the traces. Lu Xiangyang once again took a deep look at this Tian'an community. Turning his head, he disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 39. What is a city light in this sinful universe? When the school security guards with their colleagues followed the traces all the way to the courtyard, all of them were viciously shocked by the scene in front of them, only to see that the head Song had been severely beaten, and was lying in the courtyard grunting uncontrollably. Extremely tragic. Everyone was trembling. Quickly, quickly, quickly report. Report to the special services. Call 120. 10 minutes. The criminal investigation high team arrived at the scene. When he saw the extremely beaten Song animal and the familiar modus operandi, he instantly recalled the cyberviolence tongue-pulling case. This is definitely the work of the same person. The scene will be surrounded after the criminal investigation team looked at the traces that extend over the open mouth and asked, "This colleague is living in the community?" Another colleague said, "Yes, he lives in the second neighborhood apartment." The criminal investigation senior team's heart jumped. "He lives alone?" The coworker, also appalled, stumbled over his answer. He lives with his wife?" With a serious expression, the criminal investigation senior team slapped their thighs and said, "Bad. Go." The group arrived at the apartment and saw the kicked-out alloy door. After entering the door, everyone saw the murderous line on the wall. The co-workers trembled, helpless, fear, panic, horror, seething in their hearts. They'd never dare do anything to their co-workers again. They'll get beaten up, or the whole family beaten. The criminal investigation senior team was also trembling with anger. Rampant, rampant, lawless. Check. He definitely didn't get far. Check the CCTV. Hurry. Time. Time. Lu Xiangyang didn't have time. He didn't have that time to plot in detail anymore. The CID team are not vegetarians. They've already found some clues. The more Lu Xiangyang commits, the greater the chance of being caught. Not to mention that he's already been caught on camera in this animal delivery incident. System. Next target. Buzz. Justice points -2. This is a complete loss. Each incident only rewards 1 justice point, but positioning requires 2 points. If Lu Xiangyang continues to eliminate evil like this, the more people there are, the more he loses, and even in the end, he can't make ends meet, and it will be difficult to accumulate 100 justice points in his lifetime. But Lu Xiangyang will never regret it. He does not share the same fate as evil. 11 p.m. Tiannan Training Organization. 3 weeks ago, a young man from the training institution named Ding Qiu was under long-term psychological pressure. After returning home, he resolutely reopened it, leaving only the grieving family with a dark and broken liver. Those whole classes of youths are tempted by the training institution's promise of collective advancement and shut their mouths. Heh. Lu Xiangyang cruel smile. Collective education, right? Insults and taunts, right? Good, good, good. The thought of that young, handsome, kind boy, returning home, righteously drinking a bottle of dichlorvos. He couldn't even imagine. The desire to die was so strong. It's no desire to live at all. Such a youth. Lu Xiangyang couldn't realize how desperate he was. There are too many people. We need to move faster this time. That animal guide lives in the neighborhood across from the Tiannan Training Institute. After Lu Xiangyang changed his clothes, he dodged the cameras and approached Li's residence. Li Animal Guide is happily eating at home with his whole family. They do not know that after 5 minutes, we'll usher in the knock of hell. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang. Li Animal Guide raised his head in doubt and looked at his wife and said, "Go and see who's here at this late hour." Li Animal's wife nodded, got up and came to the door and asked, "Who is it?" Lu Xiangyang pinched his throat and said, "Is colleague Li at home? I've come to deliver something." The animal's wife opened the door to the room without much thought. The next second, she covered her face and went limp. Lu Xiangyang rushed in. Seeing people, he hit them. During this time, he also welcomed fierce resistance. In the end, with 3 screams, the animal guide was left alone in the room. He looked at Lu Xiangyang in horror and exclaimed, "You, who are you? Crazy person, crazy person." Lu Xiangyang was bloodied and bruised. His face was covered in scratches, and the corners of his eyes were smashed and cracked. But it was as if he couldn't feel the pain. Looking at such a devil, the animal guide was scared and appalled to the extreme in his heart. This is not a human being. This is the devil, a demon that doesn't fear death, a demon who doesn't fear pain, drawing from a gourd. After operating this Li Animal Guide like Song Animal, Lu Xiangyang didn't take him out, but placed his entire family neatly together, kneeling and facing the door. The line is still written on the living room wall. Substitute life +1, total 30. Justice points +1, total 33. Looking at all this, Lu Xiangyang smiled. There's a saying in the Tao that woe is not as bad as family. But for these brutes, the family should ride the train to the other world in one piece. He believed that the only way to kill those people to the point of fear, when they wanted to do evil, they could look at their old mothers, wives, and children and ask themselves if it was worth spending so much to do evil. He didn't believe it. This group of animals still dared to do evil. Taking out Li Animal Guide's cell phone, he looked through the chat records. He was smart. After the accident, those chat records with Ding Qiu were deleted by him. Inside, there is also a message sent to him by Zhang Dalu, the leader of the training organization, so that he should not admit guilt and bite the bullet that there is no discrimination and be done with it. Lu Xiangyang doesn't know how this beast sleeps every day. Maybe all beasts have bigger hearts. Inside the cell phone, there are even those with him in collusion with the youth sent over the chat SMS. All of them are some unpleasant words. The darkness and ugliness of human nature is unimaginable. I don't want to read about it. Participating in this feast is not only Li Animal Guide alone. There are also 8 female animals and 3 male animals. While Lu Xiangyang was furious, he was also thinking. He didn't know what was wrong with these people. It was supposed to be a great time to be in the prime of life, a time to be positive and sunny. How can there be so much darkness? What was the point of promoting such beasts to higher education? Let them walk up to the top? Or become co-workers again? I can go to your mom. Lu Xiangyang took his cell phone and sent a message to those people. Let them go to the 3rd rehearsal room to wait for themselves. Said there is something important to announce. One cannot be less, otherwise the qualification for promotion will be cancelled. It's only 11:28 now. Those brutes are still awake. Although they were puzzled, they still got up and headed towards rehearsal room number 3 due to the threat of Li Animal. Lu Xiangyang quickly took care of his body briefly, threw away the sharp knife with the curled blade, and left the place, heading towards rehearsal room number 3. After Lu Xiangyang left, Li Animal Director's neighbor then dared to quietly open the door and observe. Seeing that the stairs and elevators had gone down, he tiptoed and pushed open Li Animal Director's house door and walked in. Kiki. Upon seeing that scene indoors, neighbor oldly scared into a small Li, shivering hands, hurriedly called to report the special duty. Feeling the exhaustion of the body, Lu Xiangyang bought 2 Snickers bars, 2 bottles of Red Bull, and a bottle of strong wine at the store, and went out and directly poured it into his abdomen. Then a stream of heat surged up from his abdomen, and his body was energized. He ran quickly towards the side of the neighborhood, ready to find a place to climb over the wall into rehearsal room 3. Justice point -2, total 31. Not much longer. He arrived outside rehearsal room number 3. The voices of the Bao beasts were coming from inside. It's so late, I don't know what Director Lee called us for. Could it be about that dead boy? Haven't we gotten our statements right? I'm not sure. I even saw his mom's long post on the internet the other day. It's ridiculous. What a baby. Mommy misses you. He 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 he. Haha. Laughing my ass off. If you miss him, go down and stay with him. Ha ha ha, whatever. We bailed out anyway, so let's just die. Lu Xiangyang heard in his ears, expressionless, twisted his neck. To be honest, he has been numb. Fuck. Pneumatic numbness. Pulling out the chain from the canvas bag, he locked the back door. Once again, he pulled out 2 throwing sticks and quietly opened the front door, going inside and locking it behind him, then turned to look at the brutes. Those 11 beasts froze as they looked at Lu Xiangyang, who came in with the throwing sticks. The next moment, the female beasts let out a terrified scream. The 3 male beasts, despite being scared, still held something next to them to try to stop Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang smiled cruelly with an extremely hideous expression and flew forward. 12 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang limped and opened the front door, disappearing into the darkness. Substitute life +3, total 32. Justice points +1, total 32. 12:30 p.m. Z Courtyard's inspection found that the lights of rehearsal room 3 were still on, and opened the front door with a full of doubts and looked inside. The next moment, snap, the flashlight fell to the ground. Key. Old Trey was scared into Trey's son, and likewise dialed the report Secret Service. Chapter 40, turning the body into fire to solve the last problem. The detective brigade's arresting guards went crazy in a hurry. Fucking hell. One by one, they've been calling the guards tonight. The murderer is like a fucking locator. He just can't be caught. The people who just came out from the Tannin community to search haven't found a single hair. They received a call from the neighborhood in front of the Tannin Educational Institution to report the arrest. Detectives rushed over when people are numb. They've never seen such a heartless murderer. He's a serial fucking murderer. And right under their noses. The problem is that they set up so many checkpoints along the way. invested no less than hundreds of catching force. This murderer in the end had to slip out of the encirclement? The CID team looked at the exact same words on the wall, their brains running wild. Suddenly, he remembered. The one who died before was Zhang Dai's colleague. The one who died this time was Ding Qiu's colleague. The murderer is... He is taking revenge. Bang! The criminal investigation senior team fiercely slammed their fists on the wall and cursed angrily. Before they could line up the details, the alarm sounded again. This time, it was an arrest report from inside the Tiananzi hospital. The criminal investigation senior team and his team members looked at each other, suddenly thought of something, and all of them trembled. As expected, on the other side of the phone, Ma Bureau's thunderous voice came through. Gao Wei, I'm giving you a death order. 12 hours. Bring him to justice. Operator, give me the word. All the guards in Tainan district, no matter what you're doing, put them all down. All vacationers are on duty for 12 hours. This son of a bitch must be brought to justice. Otherwise, don't come back. Bang. The phone hung up. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Check. The criminal investigation high team roared in anger, pulling their legs out and running towards the Tiananzi courtyard. When they arrived at rehearsal room number 3, they saw the tragic scene. It was all blood. Corpses. 11 in total. This is a heavenly matter. This son of a bitch had really stabbed the sky. Everyone in the room exploded in rage. After half an hour of millimeter-like examination, the criminal investigation high team finally found something. The criminal investigation high team shouted everyone in front of them, their eyes sharp and chilling. Have all comrades radiate 3 kilometers outwards with this place as the center. He's injured, and now extremely weak. He can't run far. He must be hiding somewhere to catch his breath. Focus on those underground pipes and corners where people can hide, and nearby rented apartments. Don't let go of every nook and cranny. Yes. Ordering down, the high team also followed the blood trail on the ground to the school bushes here. The blood trail broke off here. The team checked outwards for 300 meters without seeing another trace of blood, not knowing how that son of a bitch did it. Everyone thinks Liu Xiangyang can't run far. But at this moment Liu Xiangyang has already left there. Even if he has 12 fractures all over his body at the moment, 18 blunt force injuries, 39 abrasions. Both hands, arms, and right leg were severely fractured. The corners of his eyes and face were full of smashes and scratches, but he was still moving quickly, rushing towards the last target location. This time, he didn't bring the big black star either. He only used the knife to slash, and with so many people, it was a bit of a struggle for him. Earlier, at the home of Li Animal Guide, he had already been resisted and wrestled by that family. Then he rushed to rehearsal room 3 without stopping and fought against this group of beasts. At that time, he was hacking and slashing. To be honest, he was a bit drained. Those 2 male beasts watched Liu Xiangyang show his fatigue, and under the strong desire to survive, brought a few bold female beasts to fight back as well. Liu Xiangyang is not Superman. Of course, there is no way to solve the crowd so simply. But there is one thing. He is not afraid to die. A person who is not afraid of injuries and is ruthless and decisive, who can do it to win. Liu Xiangyang was injured. What those brutes lost was their lives. Southwest corner of Tianan District, Tianan X Hospital. Liu Xiangyang, who had spent 2 hours in the city, constantly cutting through and even detouring around the city, utilizing various means, had finally arrived here. At this moment, his eyes were already blackened. His body was weak to the extreme. I can't do it anymore. We need to slow down a bit. This life hasn't been squeezed to the limit yet. It would be a shame to die now. Liu Xiangyang came to the garbage station behind the Tianan X courtyard and hid in it, casually picked up some fruits discarded by others, ate a couple of bites, and then squeezed inside the garbage pile and made a nest to lie down. He was going to squint for a while. The stench around him didn't affect his determination to kill the animal in the slightest. 2 hours passed. He climbed up like an evil spirit and walked towards Tianan X yard with his coat on. The other side of the Tianan district's capture guards, who hated to turn the city upside down, finally found a clue. They saw a figure draped in a jacket in the surveillance, limping underneath it before disappearing into the darkness. Although it was only 5 short seconds, but the criminal investigation high team was beyond certain. This is the murderer. As the intermittent surveillance footage appeared, everyone is analyzing his route. He's heading north of the city, just as the crowd was getting emotional and ready to head north of the city. The criminal investigation senior team stopped them with a frown. No, he's not going to the north of the city. He's taking a detour. Didn't you guys see that? He could have obviously taken the route that doesn't have cameras on this side. Why would he deliberately reveal himself and go this way? All the cameras didn't catch him before, so why did they catch him this time? He's baiting you all. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and when they thought about it this way, they felt that what the high team said was actually very reasonable. The criminal investigation high team then said again, "We have to consider the problem from the criminal's thinking. You guys see, he is in an extremely poor state nowadays, not thinking of running away and hiding, yet he is still on the move. What is he going to do? Where is he going to go? What else is waiting for him to do?" A trapper guard suddenly thought of something and spoke. "Tiananmen X courtyard. It's the Tiananmen X courtyard." The crowd looked at him suspiciously. The sheriff's guard said excitedly, "All these things he's doing are recent college student cases." Without talking about the causes and consequences of the matter, the crowd immediately set off for Tiananmen X courtyard. And at this moment, Lu Xiangyang had already arrived at the Tiananmen X courtyard. He did not cover up in the slightest and went straight to the pharmacy room. There was someone on duty in the pharmacy room. The doctor on duty never dreamed that someone would hold him hostage with a knife to give him adrenaline tonight. "Comrade, never be calm. Your body is full of injuries. Even if you give adrenaline, it won't help." Lu Xiangyang knife against him hoarsely said, "Cut the crap. Take 2 shots, hurry." The doctor on duty was in a cold sweat and could only nod his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes." "Inject another tube of glucose. Hurry." After rectifying 2 tubes of adrenaline and 1 tube of glucose, Lu Xiangyang felt his body filled with strength once again. In order to protect the doctor on duty, he was knocked out. Afterwards, Lu Xiangyang ran towards the back of the hospital, the residence of the Dr. Mi Yuanda. What a couple of bozos. It's just the animal guide. He's not even going to treat him. No compensation. Good, good, good. I'll send you to the other side of the world to become an expert guide. Justice Point 2. Lu Xiangyang is running towards his target. He's running out of time. Arriving in front of the door of this Bo animal guide, Lu Xiangyang knocked heavily on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Huh. Not opening the door? Knock, knock. Lu Xiangyang continued to knock on the door. He's been knocking for 2 minutes. This dead animal just won't open the door. At the same time, the trapper guards in the nearest precinct of the Tiananmen X courtyard also received the news and rushed over towards the Tiananmen X courtyard. Woohoo! Tick-tock! Woohoo! The 3 trapping cars drove to the entrance of Tiananmen X hospital with their trapping sirens blaring. Part of the trapping guards ran towards the interior of the hospital, while part of them got out of the cars and went straight to the monitoring room. Soon, they found the doctor on duty who was knocked out in the pharmacy room. After waking him up, they also learned of Lu Xiangyang's whereabouts from the doctor. Lu Xiangyang ran towards the back of the hospital after getting 2 shots of adrenaline and a tube of glucose. Quick! Contact the criminal investigation high team and the others. Found it! Found it! The gang then chased towards the back of the hospital with pistols. With the sound of glass breaking, Lu Xiangyang smashed to the ground. That wrestle animal guy just won't open the door. There is no way. Lu Xiangyang only had to go downstairs to climb the gas pipe up to the 6th floor. Breaking the side guard window glass, jumped in. He held a sharp knife and came to the living room. Saw the closed master bedroom door. Chapter 41. You're not an awakened. It's not like you're a superhuman. What are you doing to get rid of demons and defend the way? By the time the criminal investigation high team arrived, the precinct's special agents had already stalemated with Lu Xiangyang. Half an hour ago, Lu Xiangyang opened the door to the room and saw that the dead animal blogger with earplugs sleeping dead. I do not know what to engage in late. Sleep so dead, like a pig. There is no one else in the room. It seems that this place is just a temporary place for him in the hospital. Usually this animal director does not live here. After binding his hands, before he came to his senses, Lu Xiangyang directly cut off his tongue. For these beasts, he didn't want to hear a word. Mi Yuanda lost his soul and looked at Lu Xiangyang. This stranger cut off his tongue as soon as he came in. The intense pain prompted his brain to come to his senses at once. Professional medical knowledge told him, cut off his tongue will not die immediately, but if he continues to bleed like this, he will die. The problem was that he couldn't even speak now. How to beg for mercy? Mi Yuanda was in despair. Time back to the present. Detective Gao Wei led the special agents with their guns drawn pointing at the door in unison. This was also the first time they saw Lu Xiangyang, the one who committed 26 cases of tongue pulling, the murderer who now wants to commit another crime to kill Fight Guide Su. Right in front of them. At last, this lawless maniac, murderer, maniac, devil, They saw that Lu Xiangyang was cunningly hiding behind Su Mao. The half of Lu Xiangyang's face that was exposed was strewn with various wounds and bruises, but his expression was extremely indifferent, and his eyes were even more icy cold and piercing. When the crowd of criminal arrests saw this look in his eyes, they couldn't help but feel numb at the bottom of their hearts. Gao Wei stared at Lu Xiangyang in death and roared, "Don't make the same mistake again. Just stop. You've killed enough people. Do you realize what you've done? Simply killing people doesn't solve the problem. Let's discuss what's going on." While Gao Wei was actively communicating to stabilize Lu Xiangyang, the rest of the special agents also started scanning the face recognition on Lu Xiangyang. After some attempts, the murderer's information was also revealed on the instrument. Name, Zhai Zishir. Age, 28. According to the Social Security information, he is a deliverer man. The special agent then passed this information to Gao Wei through his headset. Gao Wei was furious enough. What the fuck? A takeout clerk? You're not a fucking awakened or a superhuman. What are you doing to get rid of demons? Is this what you should be doing? It's too extreme. Gao Wei opened his mouth again and said, "Zhai Zishir, let's talk. Put down the knife first. Your injuries are very serious. You'll die if you keep this up." Zhai Zishir, are you listening to me? The reason why Lu Xiangyang didn't kill this animal boomerang immediately was because the sky was still light in the Tianan district. He was waiting for the dawn. As for what that something Gao Wei said, he didn't listen to a single word. At this time, Lu Xiangyang suddenly moved, and this action again gave a whole bunch of special agents a small nervousness. Only to see his left hand from the canvas bag pulled out a handful of hemostatic powder, gulp stuffed into Yuenda's mouth, let him stop bleeding. A group of special agents were slightly relieved. Gao Wei thought that Lu Xiangyang had been persuaded and hurriedly added, "Zhai Zishir, it's useless for you to stop his bleeding like this. Put him down and hand him over to us for leniency." Lu Xiangyang ignored it, his eyes drifting and looking out the window. Gao Wei and the others persuaded him again for 40 minutes. Their mouths are all fucking dry. This murderer just didn't say a word. He won't budge. It's really tricky. The leaders have given a death order. What this bastard did is so bad. He can't be shot. He must be tried alive. So what is he waiting for now? Gao Wei swallowed his saliva and looked at Lu Xiangyang pondering. The next moment, a hoarse voice like that coming from the depths of hell rang out in front of the crowd. "Contact the reporter." What? Gao Wei and the others thought they had heard wrong. Lu Xiangyang once again said in a chilling voice, "Pick up your ears. I told you to contact the reporters." Upon hearing this, Gao Wei coldly said, "Impossible. Do you know what you're doing? You are committing a crime. Do you want us to give you a live broadcast? As long as you let him go, just ask for whatever you want." The other special agents chimed in, "Don't be delusional. Just let him go. The rules are fair. It won't favor anyone. If you continue to break the law and commit crimes, you will only end up being sanctioned and punished by the rules. You've already killed so many people. Isn't there a single ounce of guilt in your heart? Don't continue to fall deeper into the abyss of crime. Turn back to the shore." Feeling the fading vitality of this body and listening to the persuasion of the criminal arrestee in front of him, Lu Xiangyang's expression gradually became hideous. Next second, swish, the knife placed on Yuenda's neck began to gradually exert force, and threads of blood seeped out. "Stop it. Stop the criminal act." Seeing this scene, the criminal arresting team members were panicked and hurriedly shouted out to dissuade them. Gao Wei also shouted in a loud voice, saying that he agreed with his request. "Zhai Zishir, calm down. I'll agree to your request. Don't move the knife. I promise. Hear me." Yuenda, who was originally close to unconsciousness, felt the stabbing pain on his neck and came to his senses once again. Gao Wei then turned around and left the scene to contact Ma Bureaus. 8 minutes later, he returned to the scene and said to Lu Xiangyang, "The director agrees to your request, but there is one thing. You can't move the knife in front of the camera. Put down the knife. We'll give you the chance to express yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyang smiled sarcastically and said hoarsely, "Hee, can I still stand here and speak out if I put down the knife? Are you lying to a child?" Gao Wei stiffened. "Then what are you going to do? We've also contacted the reporters for you, and they'll be here soon. But what you're doing right now is absolutely impossible to expose to the cameras. This is murder on your part. It's a crime. Don't you know that?" Lu Xiangyang did not immediately refute Gao Wei. Instead, he pulled out a large black plastic bag from his hip pocket. Just like that, against the face of a crowd of criminal arrests, He put it on me Yuenda, along with his own knife-wielding right hand. If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it long ago. You guys stop pushing Lai. I'm running out of time, so stop fucking around. If I say I won't kill him, I won't kill him. Get your snipers off my fucking head. Now, get back. After saying that, Lu Xiangyang wrapped up Mi Yuenda and walked outside. Mi Yuenda, although he had lost blood and had been beaten and stabbed, in his desire to survive, he cooperated with Lu Xiangyang's movements. Gao Wei and the others backed away with ironic faces. Lungs were about to explode with anger. They had never seen such cunning, cruel, calm, intelligent, and criminals who did not fear death. Be nice. You stay calm. I'll tell them to back off. Gao Wei calmed Lu Xiangyang. Then he pressed down on his headset and whispered, All be calm. He has no desire to kill right now. All back off. We must stabilize him. Ma Bureau said that Mi Yuenda absolutely cannot die here. He's a Tianan district medical pillar talent, a leader in the field of tumor immunity research. Lu Xiangyang coldly glanced at the upstairs corner and said to Gao Wei, Don't think about the strong assault and surprise said, I just want to talk. Don't force me to slaughter it. Upon hearing this, Gao Wei's eyes boiled with anger. This sky-splittingly bold berserker. Over and over again. Threatening. Intimidating. There has never been a criminal like him. Rampant. The criminal arresters were so angry that their teeth were about to be clenched. Lu Xiangyang wrapped up Mi Yuenda and came downstairs, leaning his back against the wall, even though his legs had gone weak and his body had begun to tremble. But his hand with the knife didn't waver for half a second. Looking around, it was full of criminals with loaded guns. Lu Xiangyang's facial expression was once again hideous, spitting out words full of killing intent word by word. Old son. Ask, you, guys, people where? The next moment, his left hand violently drew out the pocket knife and viciously stabbed Mi Yuenda's waist. At once, extremely painful whimpering wails violently erupted from the mouth of Mi Yuenda, who had broken his tongue. Chapter 42. A loud announcement to the Tianan district. I'll tear apart this boundless black curtain. Seeing this scene, Gao Wei turned his head towards the dispatching team behind him with red eyes and roared angrily. Grass. What is the dispatch team doing stopping the reporters? Let them in. Do we have to force him to kill someone? 20 seconds later, an even more furious voice rang out from behind. Gao Wei, what are you yelling about? Do you look like a captain now? Only to see Ma Bureau's roaring angrily, bringing 16 reporters hurrying from outside. Gao Wei's face was stunned. Ma Bureau's roared immediately afterward. What a strange shame. We, the Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau, have actually compromised with a vicious, insane murderer. All of the criminal arresting members' faces flashed with shame as they heard this. Although Ma Bureau was short-tempered, when he came before Lu Xiangyang, he didn't overreact and instead slowed down his tone and said, Zhai Zishir, you've killed too many people up until now, let him go. Give him a chance, and give yourself a chance. There is still room for everything to be salvaged. You're an honest countryside child, raised by your grandparents since you were young. You've suffered a lot over the years, and only got a hint of improvement after you came to work in the Tianan district. I don't understand why you're going to be so extreme, killing so many people one after another. Have you ever thought about how their relatives, after learning about the tragic deaths of their family members, feel? Do you realize how much of a bad influence those things can have? Those things, we are handling them. It's not that we're not handling them, you're too extreme. Ma Bureau followed the advice. Lu Xiangyang just looked at him quietly. 2 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden, maniacal laughter. How did he still have the face to laugh? Did Bureau Ma not say the right thing? Even those reporters were looking at each other in disbelief. Before they even started racking up the shots, people were going crazy. The next second, Lu Xiangyang's hideous burst rang out. Really fucking laugh at me. I'm extreme? This group of animals do not do things extreme? What the fuck did you guys do long ago? Oh, I killed someone and you guys showed up? And that Tam's father and Yang's mother who were cyber-violated. Where the fuck were you guys when they had their accident? Don't tell me you were investigating. Say it. Where the fuck were you guys? Ah. Standing tall, saying a bunch of grandiose words. I just don't believe it anymore. If it was your son or daughter who died, you would still be able to calmly advise me not to be too extreme like this right now? What a disgusting speech. Shut up if you can't speak. Let the reporter come here. A speech that was deafening. The people present were speechless. Ma Bureau opened his mouth to retort, but when he thought of his daughter, if that result, in the end, in the way of self-respect, Ma Bureau strong or returned a sentence. That's not a reason for you to act in an extreme manner. You broke the law when you killed someone. What are you going to tell the reporters? I'm warning you. Words that aren't conducive to unity, don't say them. Otherwise, I won't let them film it. Lu Xiangyang snorted coldly. I don't have much time left, Bureau Ma. Do you want to see me die here with this beast? At those words, Ma Bureau's face clouded over. He hesitated for a moment, but still made up his mind and said, Reporters, come over here. See what he has to say. Seeing him agree to the reporters coming over, Lu Xiangyang also slightly loosened his nervousness. It was not easy to get here, and he did not want to give up on the last step. Reporters surrounded to their front 30 meters away. Lu Xiangyang also slightly loosened the knife. Eyes gesture to Ma Gao Wei, they see, said he, also backed down a step. Ma Bureau's Gao Wei, they nodded with a grimace and looked at him ready to say something. Lu Xiangyang said to a group of reporters, Turn on the live broadcast. I have something to say to the families of those victims. The reporters turned back to Bureau Ma, who pondered for a moment. Now that Zhai Zishir's case had become too big, causing panic in Tianan District, the Special Affairs Bureau was under a lot of pressure from the public after failing to apprehend him for so many days before. Now that it's hard to catch him, it's a good time to take this opportunity to make an announcement. Now that he was going to broadcast live to speak to the victims' families, it was also a good opportunity to divert the fire of the eyes. As long as he didn't say anything unfavorable to unity in the live broadcast, it would still be possible to broadcast it. Thinking of this, Ma Bureau nodded in agreement. The live broadcast is fine. It will be broadcast by our Special Affairs Bureau. Others can only videotape. Adjust the delay. When I say when to cut it off, it must be cut off. We can't let him say some nonsense words out. A group of reporters then set up their equipment, and the Special Affairs Bureau turned on the live broadcast. The first scene of the fall of the suspect of the big case in Tianan District. This live broadcast was just turned on. At once, 100,000 plus Tianan District civilians flooded into the live broadcast. The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed when they saw Lu Xiangyang wrapped up in that head of Yuenda appearing in the camera. Countless pop-up screens swiped the screen. All of them. Punish the devil severely. Punish the murderer. Special agents, shoot him down. Arrest him. Great. Finally caught this maniac. This is a demon. Must be ruthlessly shot. Seeing this series of pop-ups, Director Ma's heart completely dropped, and he looked at Lu Xiangyang with some playful eyes. Oh, can't think of it. Although Lu Xiangyang didn't know what the live broadcast was saying, he didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely not something good. He didn't care about the views of those melon eaters. At the moment, his face was bland to the extreme, just silently gazing at the camera. As for those who knew Lu Xiangyang, they were all horrified at this moment as they watched the live broadcast on their cell phones. How is it him? The second uncle of Simmering Lanxin, who had been paying attention to the hot news, clicked into the live broadcast at the first time. And when he saw Lu Xiangyang's moment, he was stunned, his pupil seismic. A few days ago, this little brother also said that he would help himself. This? How to go out and then suddenly kill so many people? Confused. More than 10 seconds later, Lu Xiangyang's hoarse voice rang out within the camera. I know you guys are watching. I'm sorry. Originally, I was going to go and do that thing. Now, you know, this life of mine has reached its limit. Don't be anxious. You can wait a few more days. The moment he heard this, second uncle had mixed feelings in his heart, and his eyes were a little moist. He knew that this was talking to him. This child, to the point where he is now dying, he is still thinking about him. Second uncle wanted to say to Lu Xiangyang, Child, it's not worth it. Those beasts are not worth the life of a child as good as you. Then Lu Xiangyang added, One person does everything. I was not abetted or induced by anyone. I plotted and acted on my own in these cases. Zhai Zishir's station chief also clicked into the live broadcast, and the moment he saw Zhai Zishir's face, he was so scared that his legs went soft. His heartbeat accelerated, and his blood pressure rose dramatically. Holy shit. How is it him? How did he kill so many people? The station manager was scared to death. He usually didn't suppress and bully those takeout workers below. But this time there was a murderous devil from the takeout workers. Or the most honest one. The more he thought about, the more afraid. Crotch a little wet, turned his head back to the office to those delivery workers on full attendance. Those deductions are all cancelled. Xiao Tang also saw the stone brother in the cell phone. He could not believe again and again to confirm. and then took out his cell phone to call. The phone is not connected. He is sure that is the Stone brother. Stone brother, how do you do these things? Not a little warning. Just to fight for those students? To this extent? That drink. Can never eat again. Tam's father and Yang's mother saw this live broadcast in the highway service area and clicked in to see the young man who helped them out. I didn't realize he had done so much more. Seeing him surrounded by the criminal catchers, Tam's father and Yang's mother were in tears. Would love to ask him in person. Was it worth it? Lu Xiangyang has been giving an account of the course of the case. Unlike the netizens who lashed out, those who personally experienced the grief, sleepless nights of the families of the victims, they saw that such a young lad had actually stepped forward to do such a thing in order to help them out. Watching the live screen, their eyes were blown out, all in tears. Cannot stop choking, both heartbroken and moved. This is a death sentence. In order to help them strangers out, he'd rather give up his future and life. Why? Why could he do such a thing? After explaining everything, Lu Xiangyang slightly lowered his head. Tearing off a portion of the black plastic bag covering his head, he said to Bo, "Animal guide Mi Yuenda. Are you willing to shell out the money?" Mi Yuenda couldn't stop nodding his head. In fact, he secretly thought in his heart, when Yuhi Aminos was arrested, Si Laozi still managed them. Who knew that the next moment, Lu Xiangyang pulled out his cell phone from his right hip pocket. "Here, transfer the money yourself. No gratuitous donation." Mi Yuenda was dumbfounded, only to shiver and start operating. Calling the bank again and transferring money, a full 10 minutes. The netizens and the criminal arrest reporters on the scene froze. The pop-ups were all much less. This Zhai Zisher Aminos was still thinking about those victims even now. This. Is this what a heartless murderer should do? All things finished. Lu Xiangyang was already pale, his eyes were gray, and all his body functions were on the verge of collapse. He was able to hold on until now, all thanks to the fact that there was a tough and unyielding soul stuffed inside that wrecked body. Using his last strength, he kicked Mi Yuenda away, dropped the sharp knife in his hand, and stood straight again. Facing them, he let out a final roar. There is no end to catching sins in this world. Come, judge me by the rules. I'll give you back your lives. Tiannan District. It's up to me to tear apart this boundless black curtain. Remember, this is just the beginning. The aftermath of the final roar echoed in the ears of the crowd. Ma Bureau Gaowei and the others rushed forward, wanting to subdue Lu Xiangyang and aid Mi Yuenda at the same time. But when they just ran in front of Lu Xiangyang, they only saw his head tilt and his eyes completely gray. Zhai Zisher was dead. He stood upright until his death. After the doctor's diagnosis, he had been seriously injured, covered with wounds and broken bones, internal bleeding. Several days have not eaten properly, according to common sense should have died of shock. Then what is it that has made him persist until now? Everyone has mixed feelings in their hearts. Chapter 43. These people are not awakened. It should be a brainwashing organization. Justice points +1, total 33. Zhai Zisher died in front of all the people in the Tiannan district like this. A portion of the people continued to brush off words such as severe punishment, remediation, and thwarting. But there was also a part of the population that was in deep contemplation. Just now, according to informed sources, 9 hours ago, Zhai Zisher has already divided all his savings over the past 8 years, close to $860,000, into 4 parts. All of it was donated. Who could do that? At 28 years old, when he was in his prime, he was determined to embark on this path of no return. That last roar went viral all over the internet. Even he died standing up until his death. People with brains have begun to think about the essence through the incident. What in the world is holding him up? Things intensified. The impact of Zhai Zisher's case was too bad, and the means were too extreme. That huge number of people involved, the families of the victims before the victims all spoke out on the internet. It's all a racket. Capitalizing on the pressure? Things have gotten so big. How else can they be pressed? Also, according to his colleagues broke the news, Zhai Zisher, this person has no hobbies. Usually just go to work and get off work. The person is also very honest. Delivering takeaway such a hard work, he did it for 8 years. They don't know why Zhai Zisher suddenly changed his temperament and did such a thing. The more netizens dig deeper, the more alarmed they are. His parents abandoned him. He was nursing his grandparents. He dropped out of school at the age of 16 to work in the black market and wasted his time until he was 20 years old. He had never fallen in love. His few friends were still his delivery colleagues, and he lived in a low-cost housing without any entertainment. It's like this guy. From birth to now, it is the same as to exist for this moment. Zhai Zisher completely tore open the shade cloth of Tianan district that was hidden under the glamour and splendor. A large number of unjust cases then began to resurface. Zhai Zisher was willing to die for strangers he didn't even know. How can the families of those who were victimized be coy? They've been bullied but don't dare speak out. Stand up. Resist. Stand up to the forces of evil. Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau Conference Room. Dazzling with smoke. Director Ma and Gao Wei and their group of special agents were sitting in the conference room looking at each other face to face, smoking cigarettes nonstop. Just now, the S Committee had severely criticized them. This year, Tianan District was originally expected to win the award for safe and civilized construction of a new district issued by the big city. But this time, after such a big incident, it was properly fizzled out. Before they pressed those cases, they were all thinking of trivializing the big things. The main adjustment. Now, exempt. Can't be suppressed. The families of the victims who were slaughtered by Zhai Zisher are going to the Special Affairs Bureau every day to make trouble and ask for compensation. Compensation? People are dead, and his personal assets have been donated. There are also many follow-up effects that have caused them to be burnt out. That's what Zhai Zishu said. What the hell did he do? Coughing twice. Ma Bureau looked up and asked, when is Chongming District Wang Bureau coming over? A special agent looked at his watch and replied, there's still 15 minutes left. They'll be downstairs. Hissing. Ma Bureaucrat once again took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Then we'll wait for a while. 10 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. A special agent went to open the door of the conference room and Bureau Wang walked in with 3 criminal investigation veterans. Wang Bureau looked at Ma Bureau and smiled. What? Are they all practicing immortality, prancing around in the clouds? Ma Bureau stood up to greet him and patted Wang Bureau on the shoulder and shook his head. Older brother, don't laugh at me. I really have a numb head. At this juncture there is such a thing. This year is all for nothing. Bureau Wang nodded his head and said, truth be told, these cases that happened in your Tianan district are the same as the cases that happened in our Chongming district some time ago, and that's why we're here. Upon hearing this, Ma Bureau looked at him suspiciously. Bureau Wang slightly sidestepped his body to make way for a person behind him and introduced him. This is Yang Chuan from our Chongming District Criminal Investigation Brigade. Let him introduce in detail. Team Yang walked forward and looked at the thick-browed Ma Bureau and greeted him. Hello, Ma Bureau. I'm Yang Chuan. Ma Bureau shook his hand and said as he looked at the vicissitudes of appearance and sharp-eyed special agent in front of him. Hello, Yang Chuan. Bureau Wang nodded and said, start. Yang Chuan then took the USB flash drive and plugged it into the computer, placing those cases in Chongming District on the big screen. Everyone, please look. Everyone looked up. The screen was full of intricate case combing lines. Chongming Wang Jin death case. Case of Hu Yongxin, Wang Jin's little brother, and the KTV girl crushed to death by a dump truck. The family's murder case. The case of Hu Qingsong, Mr. and Mrs. Chai Hong Li's murder case. The case of Tian Mingyue. The case of the gangster Yip Chun, as well as other uninjured bravery cases and so on. Tianan District Ma Bureau and other special agents have also heard a little about these cases, but the file is not with them, so they are not too sure about the specifics. Yang Chuan then mobilized a few key people again and introduced them to them. To summarize, everyone knows something about these cases, but I will say that it all originated from this one case. The Chongming Wang Jin death case. Yang Chuan played the surveillance video of that food store, and everyone watched it, only to see that after that righteous boy Lu Xiangyang was killed by Wang Jin and the others, Hu Yongxin appeared, and the next second, Lu Xiangyang, who was lying on the ground, even climbed up and fell to the ground again after slaughtering Wang Jin. The crowd looked a bit puzzled, but the next moment, Yang Chuan uttered words that sent chills down their spines. This Lu Xiangyang you see was diagnosed brain dead before he slaughtered Wang Jin, and it wasn't an awakened who awakened. He's just an ordinary person. Crap. What? The special agents of the conference room's Tianan district all let out sounds of surprise. Yang Chuan pressed his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Later we went through a forensic autopsy. He was indeed dead, but came back to life and slaughtered Wang Jin. Then the specifics of the situation is not convenient to say more. It has not yet been investigated clearly. Until now it is a doubtful case. In short, in this Lu Xiangyang back from the dead to slaughter Wang Jin, the follow-up of those bad criminal cases began to emerge one after another. First it was the psychotic Liao Kaifeng, then the vagrant Cheng Ma. They all said some devilish things. What? This is just the beginning. There's no end to catching sin. And they all had one thing in common. They died when they said they would. All brain dead. Yang Chuan paused when he said this, and looking at everyone's ugly faces, he continued to add. After Cheng Ma's death, the crime rate in Choming district dropped significantly, and many of the fugitives turned themselves in. And until the Zhai Zisher case happened in your Tianan district, there were no more criminal cases like this. So I suspect. Yang Chuan's low voice rang out and paused as he spoke. The next moment, a voice interrupted him, only to see Chief Ma's face heavy, eyes deep, hoarse throat said, according to your analysis like this, could it be this is an extremely deeply hidden, brainwashing cult organization? At once, everyone threw their stunned gazes at Ma Bureau. Yang Chuan also turned his head, with a stunned expression, gazing at Ma Bureau dead on. Ma Bureau, I haven't finished. Seeing Yang Chuan speak, everyone looked at him again. Could it be that Ma Bureau had said it wrong? Yang Chuan mumbled out the second half of his sentence, and his eyes had taken on respect. How did you guess? Wang Hongming nodded secretly. As expected of Ma Bureau, who had returned from the Army Scouts transfer, this meticulous deduction ability was simply too strong. Ma Bureau lowered his head to light a cigarette, raised his head, his eyes fell into reminiscence, and said quietly, because when I was on a mission in the army before, I had encountered a brainwashing cult organization. After a heated discussion, Yang Chuan expressed his opinion. He said decisively to the crowd. So summarizing the results of the discussion and deliberation of all parties, this incident of Zhai Zisher in Tianan district is by no means the end. Rather, it is the beginning. It's even possible that it's already started now, but we don't know. Gao Wei also said with a solemn expression, if Team Yang's analytical judgment is right, then we need to plan ahead. We resolutely can't let this behavior become a wild horse that's out of control. We must strangle this in the cradle. That's right. I agree with everyone's thoughts. Old Wang, I propose that the two districts jointly create a large-scale drill and educational activity with the theme of safety and law. How about it? Bureau Ma inquired. Bureau Wang pondered for a while. This is a good thing. It would improve the people's legal literacy, and it would also allow for some serious checks across the district in name only. Good. Old Ma, your proposal is very good. Now while the big guys are here, negotiate the specific details and finalize the implementation directly after the meeting is adjourned. The top brass of the Choming District and Tianan District Police were prepared to join forces to deal with the various upcoming criminal cases. But no one expected it. Lu Xiangyang was out of the country for the next week. This time when Lu Xiangyang died, his consciousness was actually immersed into a pure white space. The system's voice also rang out. Buzz. Congratulations to the host for reaching a hidden score of 3,000 points. We are now opening a special 7-day tour of the roulette wheel of random locations. During this period, the Justice Point reward is doubled O. Lu Xiangyang was stunned and saw a large roulette wheel floating in front of him. There was a blood-red pointer facing upwards on it. On top of the roulette wheel were densely packed countries: Sakura, Eagle, Maple Leaf, Grizzly, Siam, Tianzhu, Stick, and so on. At once, Lu Xiangyang's eyes glowed. Isn't this just a little copy of swiping points? Good, good, good. He directly got on and spun the roulette wheel, his eyes dead set on that red pointer. Which country to go to? Chapter 44. Scrubbing Small Copies. The Tenchu chapter is just a few chapters long, mainly for brushing the small copy of the Justice Point opening. This new map, it's a hell of an opening. Here, it's a nightmare for women and children. It's the most perverted, the most bizarre, the most inhuman. It's the most animalistic. It's the biggest gap between rich and poor. It's the map where the class hierarchy is like a rift in the sky. It's also the world's largest QJ case. The most homicides. The map with the most homicides. Here, having a girl is the original sin. It's more brutal than the 18th floor of purgatory. On average, a woman is murdered every 4 minutes on this map. Every year, nearly 1 million baby girls are stillborn. According to statistics, there were 160 murders, 241 QJs, and 94,826 kidnappings on this map last year. And 94,826 kidnappings. Due to the large population, the gap between the rich and the poor, and the special caste system. Here, it's a living purgatory for the underclass. Some may ask, If they live in such a hell, why do they still want to have children? It's because most people here believe in the Tinch religion, and the Tinch religion is extremely forbidding to women, unspeakable. Overall, it is three factors that influence: beliefs, traditional attitudes, and economic factors. And that's what everyone in this map, including the women themselves, believe. A woman's only role is to make babies, a reproductive tool. Pathetic. Lu Xiangyang had heard of a human and godly outrage that happened in this map. Calling an animal is an insult to the invincibly bad case. A young girl as young as 16 in Sturban. This shows the general. Plus this beast map in the border with the Dragon Country friction matter. Sacrificed several young soldiers. Clear love, only for the Dragon State. So for this map, Lu Xiangyang is a billion points of abhorrence. Compared to the ugly things that happened in this oddball map, that bit of fly-by-night business in Greenvine City was simply nothing to write home about. A strange stench mixed with rancid smell, fecal water, curry, spices, and fox smell was inhaled into his nostrils. Lu Xiangyang slowly opened his eyes, somewhat choking his nose. What met his eyes was a colorful architectural style that was decidedly different from the Dragon Kingdom, which Lu Xiangyang was not used to seeing. The original place of residence was small and shabby, and the environment was also very harsh, with a lot of worn-out scraps accumulating in the room. Buzz. The system settings came with it. Name: Kamajita Loha Shudra. Age: 26. You are a stocky Shudra working as a laborer in the small town of Karakabanga Kachida. Note: reward roulette for eliminating evil in lieu of a life bonus of 20:1 and a justice point bonus of 1:2. Lu Xiangyang sat up and looked at the paste on the plate on the rotten table with some discomfort, then looked into the small mirror. Good guy. Really dark and strong. But that iconic hanging hairy beard. Looking at Lu Xiangyang straight nausea. Do not look at it. Shaking off the mirror. He then glanced his eyes around the room. Regardless of anything, the first thing he's going to do when he wakes up, it was to find a weapon to slaughter people first. A few moments later, he found a short iron bar in the corner and fished out two rusty curved knives from the drawer. Good. According to the system, only one life is rewarded for getting rid of 20 beasts here, but the justice points are doubled. Well, this is pretty good. Lu Xiangyang secretly said, got up and left the room. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Lu Xiangyang, who pushed open the door and walked out, looked at the cascading and stacked complex outside. The lower part was crowded with people. Most of them were men with dull black complexion, narrow and long head, deep-set eyes, high and narrow nose, thick hair, a smell of curry, and women rarely appeared on the street. As far as the eye could see, it was all Shudras and Dalits. Those men's faces were surrounded by a circle of beard just like hanging hair. Lu Xiangyang couldn't help but smile. At this time, hey, Kamanjita, went screwing women last night? Why are you up so late? A curry-flavored voice came from next to him. Lu Xiangyang turned his head to look. It was the tea seller who lived next door to him, dark and fat, with a hawkish nose with a lewd expression, and a ring of dangling hair mustache hanging from his chin. System information appeared in his mind. This guy is not a good person, although as a low-caste Shudra, but he sells tea, but to play, bullying Dalit people for fun, sneak out at night to commit several crimes, but never been discovered. This is because those women who are criminalized by him have no human rights and can only be forced to accept it. The next moment, boom, Lu Xiangyang violently erupted and rushed over, and an iron bar toppled him into the room. The right hand took out a machete and directly stabbed with force. The black fat tea seller fell in a pool of blood, covered his neck, and looked at Lu Xiangyang with a horrified face. He did not understand why he was stabbed in the throat by his neighbor Carmen Gita after only saying one word. There was also his brother in the room. His brother was sitting on a stool with his jaw on the floor, still not reacting. Lu Xiangyang turned his head and gave him an icy cold look. This brother is also an animal. Once following his brother to commit an unforgivable crime, Lu Xiangyang was filled with tyranny and violently threw his hand and slammed an iron rod hard. Substitute life 18/0. Justice points +2. Gently bringing the door of the room. Lu Xiangyang wiped the blood on his face, ignoring the eyes of the four weakly sand eating melon, striding down the stairs and squeezing into the crowd. He finally understands the system's painstaking efforts. Why did he arrange such a robust character for him? This place is full of brutes. If you're not strong and sturdy, how else can you cut? Reward. It's over when it's cool. Lu Xiangyang wandered through the crowd. His machete was placed in the satchel on his waist, and just carried an iron bar. his eyes scanning around as if they were turned on. Just at this moment, good. At a little distance, he saw a skinny young Asan, who was hooking his waist, his dark face looking lewdly from side to side, his eyes like rats, and he quietly reached out and touched the pants pocket of the person in front of him, conscious that no one had noticed him. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang big steps to squeeze through the crowd, strong body so that he without resistance rushed to that thin Asan in front of him. In the moment he had not yet reacted, a ruthless iron bar smashed on his right hand. Crack. With a crisp fracture sound, all the surrounding Asan felt a vague pain in their bones. The next second, extremely miserable wails erupted from the dark, smelly mouth of this young Asan. Okay. The sufferer with the characteristic hat turned his head with a dumbfounded face, looking at the young Asan whose hand was broken and suddenly understood something, pointing at him and shouting in a loud voice. Chower! Chower! Chower means thief-stealer. The other Shudras were also pointing at him and shouting out of their mouths, Chower! Lu Xiangyang didn't care. He kicked him to the ground and stepped on his arms and thighs one by one with his feet, breaking them viciously one after another. Ferocious to the extreme, Lu Xiangyang listened to the miserable screams of the young San on the ground and swept around with a vicious look on his face amidst the awestruck and frightened looks of the crowd. None of them dared to lock eyes with the burly and ferocious robust Shudra man in front of them. Justice points +2. Lu Xiangyang smiled. He realized that even with such brutal treatment of thieves, there are still thieves mixed in the crowd to take advantage of the chaos. The three heads with a few big words shining brightly were highlighted by the system in Lu Xiangyang's eyes. Stealing. Good. Lu Xiangyang reveals a cruel smile, pushes aside the crowd in front of him and rushes towards those Asan one by one, pointing his iron rod at the first Asan and roaring out, Chower! That black and yellow face Asan are dumbfounded. That rat's eyes look at the furious rushing over Lu Xiangyang full of horror. Hands inserted in the pocket of the sufferer, have forgotten to retract. This guy, how did he find me? That sufferer also followed Lu Xiangyang's gaze back and saw the thief who was sticking in his pocket. 3 steps make a step. Lu Xiangyang directly rushed over and smashed the first San's shoulder with an iron bar, then hoofed it towards the other 2 thieves to chase them. Less than 2 minutes. The 3 thieves are estimated to be unable to do evil in this life, and also unable to commit QJ cases. The siren also sounded from a distance. Lu Xiangyang had whisked his clothes away and hid his achievements and name. Justice points +6. It's not that other people don't have sins, it's just that acting on the street in broad daylight doesn't deal with much, and it's easy to be pressed to the ground by a large number of San. Let's wait until nightfall. By then. Hehehe. Chapter 45. Punishing the evil again. After wandering around for 3 blocks. After breaking the bones of 16 thieves again. Justice points +32. Lu Xiangyang also finally ushered in the picket's pursuit. That Tianju picket wearing shit yellow clothes with a hat. They chased out the alley based on the clues and saw Lu Xiangyang's lanky figure. The next moment, they blew their whistles and roared loudly and ran over, carrying a wooden stick in their hands. Doh! Hey! Stop! Duh! You punk kid! Stop! Lu Xiangyang looked back. Originally, he was ready to escape. Just this glance made him give up the idea. This was also the 2 beasts Tianju picketing. The system prompts gave him the story of what happened like this. 3 days ago, in the village of Earth next to the town of Gakachita, a 50-year-old mom and her 22-year-old daughter were doing something at home when a group of men suddenly came in, and they were about to commit a crime in front of the 50-year-old mom. Of course, the mother refused. When she went up to stop them, she was severely beaten by the men with sticks. Then this group of animals even called the barber, on the spot to the mother and daughter's shaved head. They marched them through the village, condemning them, simply because this group of brutes were met with resistance in the course of their crime. It even progressed to the end. The group began to behave even worse. Simply beastly. And everyone in the villages stared coldly and remained silent. There were even people in the village who took advantage of the situation. It was fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. 3 days after this incident, the father came back to see the mother and daughter in the house in this state, and under the cries of the mother and daughter, he eventually went to report the Tianju picket. The funny thing is, this family never mentioned the alarm again. Lu Xiangyang deliberately slowed down his pace and led those 2 Tianju pickets to run towards the remote alley. When they ran to the edge of the town, the 2 pickets behind them were already panting and sweating, cursing nonstop. Damn bastard. Damn, that was close. Don't go to that disgusting place. Damn it. Damn brat. I'll break your legs if I catch you. Wearing to a remote alley, this is the gathering place of the untouchable Litta people and a small number of mongrel Shirudo people. The most dirty and lowly jobs in the town of Gakakita are done by this group of people. No one would normally come here. Lu Xiangyang has not yet dealt with these two animals. Looked up and saw that in the sheep pen next to the short courtyard wall, there stood a lewd expression, thin and weak-littered. Living fucking animal. Even more furious, he was opening his mouth and spitting out the beautiful Longwa language. This scene was really hot. Grass. I blanch your mother. You fucking animals. Can't stand it anymore. No need to endure anymore. You can't slaughter animals in broad daylight. I'm going to fuck you. Lu Xiangyang roared and jumped in with a jerk. In his hand, the iron bar shone at the littered's head and rammed it. Hateful blow. It was a powerful blow. That silly beast immediately reopened the game. Behind the two animal Tianju pickets also chased in. See this scene scared not light. One of them on the spot to throw off the stick ready to pull out a gun. Lu Xiangyang of course will not give them the opportunity. Left hand from the satchel pulled out a rusty machete, turned toward a Tianju picket, violently flung out. Then his figure shot out like a panther and pounced on the two. Just after the rusty machete was stuck into the chest of one of the Buddhist pickets, Lu Xiangyang had already arrived in front of them. The other Tianju picket had just pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lu Xiangyang when he chopped off his right hand with a machete. Miserable screams erupted from the mouths of their two animals. Okay. Asterisk 2. Lu Xiangyang didn't have half a bit of mercy. Raising the iron rod high, ramming, decisively and ruthlessly finished resolving these two beasts of Tianju. Substitute life 15/0. Justice points +4. Total 38. Lu Xiangyang then bent down and touched its pistol away in his satchel, turned around and swung deeper into the alley, his crimson eyes constantly scanning left and right. It's not enough. These few beasts were simply not enough. Attracted by the commotion, inside the courtyards of the dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street, many Tianju came out, and they hid inside the courtyards, at the doorways, and by the windows to quietly watch. These Shudras and Litidars living at the bottom had long since become numb. They were cold, heartless, brutes. Just watching the show, none of them called the police. Darting 20 meters, Lu Xiangyang suddenly turned his head and looked to the right at the broken down and rotten house built with all sorts of scrap lumber, from which came a pleading cry. Whoa, don't. Boom. Lu Xiangyang directly kicked open the door, and the scene that met his eyes made him tremble. Surname breed. Surname race. This is the low surname race that is not even a beast with no human rights. Sadly, they regarded themselves as beasts themselves. The four litterators are crammed into this shabby room. They are usually bullied in all kinds of ways. They feel that they are not able to reincarnate, and living in the world every day is a torment and torture. Only violence and crime could give them an ounce of feeling of being alive. They just have a numb expression. Looking at they are all used to being bullied by anyone. When they saw Lu Xiangyang barging in, they were only slightly surprised and turned their heads to look. That beast even turned his head to smile curtly towards Lu Xiangyang and opened his mouth to say, "Are you coming too?" In Lu Xiangyang's eyes, that sentence meant, "Welcome to hell." Blanche. Lu Xiangyang let out a furious roar. X reddened his eyes. He couldn't hold back any longer and swung the iron rod and scimitar fiercely. 3 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang was covered in X stains and slowly walked out of the broken house alone. He looked at the numbing Tianju who were watching outside, and suddenly laughed hideously and maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Then from his satchel, he pulled out that Sango-made pistol and shot up at them. 3 shots were a jam, 13 rounds, only 9 were fired. Those beasts, no matter how numb and stupid they knew to run away when faced with a gun. 9 rounds ended up killing 7 of the beasts. Substitute life 4/0, total 30. Justice points +4, total 42. The justice points increased quickly, but Lu Xiangyang's face was not half as happy, still maintaining a hideous rage. In this beastly place full of QJ offenders, under Tianju's chaotic judicial system, only a quarter of QJ cases would end up with a conviction. Not only would justice always be late, it was often absent. Domestic violence is even more common. The domestic violence rate is nearly 40%. Bravo. Bravo. This fucking has got a disease, It has to be cured. Lu Xiangyang craned his neck and dropped Sango Maid, and with a grim expression like that of an evil spirit, he began to smash the doors one by one. and if he encountered any sick ones, he would help them forcibly cure the disease. And the two guinea pigs that had just entered the alley had already been stripped clean. 3 hours later, the sky is darkening. Lu Xiangyang could barely lift his arms, and his body was covered in X stains. He forcefully treated the 68 beasts that lived in this place, with an iron rod in one hand and a machete in the other. One knock and one cut, very smooth. Lu Xiangyang wasn't even met with a bit of resistance during this time. Brainwashed by ZJ, the system is deeply entrenched. There's no way out. Substitute life 18/1, total 31. Justice points plus 136, total 178. During the period of treating them, Lu Xiangyang discovered an even more bizarre event. Not far from this town, there was a factory that manufactured sugar, contracted to a large area of sugarcane land, and most of the people who worked there were cheap child laborers and farmers, as well as the women who had their uteruses removed before they were 40. Because sanitary napkins or tampons are expensive, having their uterus removed allows them to keep working in the fields without worrying about menstrual troubles. The employer seemed kind enough to offer a loan to pay for the operation. Just keep working in his sugarcane fields, and they would always be able to pay back the money they owed. But what they don't realize is this. Harvesting sugarcane does not pay off this expense, and they will not be able to pay off their debts even if they work until they die. Originally, he was prepared to go to the village to lay his hands on them, but now he could only go there first. Lu Xiangyang listened to the beeps coming from the system in his head and walked towards the factory bearing buzz. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 justice points. Now, open surprise. Chapter 46, The Late Newbie Gift Pack. Walking out of the town, Lu Xiangyang looked around. It was full of garbage, feces and stinky gutters as well as corpses and pieces of unknown parts that had been wantonly discarded outside without any money for burial. He coldly glanced back at this town with a huge population. He would be back. For this group of people who had no idea what was ethical, rational, right, wrong, good and evil. Beasts that were thoroughly brainwashed by ZJ. Stifling and chopping will be the end of it. Lu Xiangyang came and sat down under a crooked-neck tree, his mind immersed. Just now after accumulating 100 justice points. The surprise rewarded by the system was the opening of the backpack function, shop function, as well as the gift of a newbie gift pack. He looked at the newbie gift pack, inside the backpack in his mind that was shining with golden light and could not help but be speechless. What did the system mean by this? That he was still a novice until now. The backpack's functional storage compartment wasn't much, just 30 compartments, and the newbie gift pack also took up one compartment. What would be inside this? Lu Xiangyang shouted in anticipation. Open the newbie gift pack. Buzz. The system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Bound, short knife courage, *1. Bound, anti-gunshot baseball cap *1. Bound, waterproof work uniform *1. Bound, sturdy and durable sledgehammer *1. Bound, non-slip non-tracking shoes *1. Bound, tough rubber gloves *1. Glucose syringe *10. Adrenaline *5. Note. Tied. Special costumes will lose their original characteristics when dropped and will be regenerated in the backpack. Lu Xiangyang rejoiced and feigned cursing. Good powerful your damn system. This newbie gift package was sent a little too late. Sending it earlier, I could have solved more beasts. The system ignored him. Lu Xiangyang couldn't wait a moment, directly stood up and stripped off his clothes, took out the hat, work uniform, shoes and gloves from his backpack and put them on. The product of the system must be of high quality. The materials are solid and comfortable to wear. That hat also feels like an ordinary hat. I don't know how it can prevent gunshots. What he liked the most was the short knife. Courage. The short knife was 30 cm long, with a comfortable grip, a slightly curved head. The whole became frosted black, with a serrated back, 2 X grooves carved into the body. The blade flashed with a ghostly aura, and the overall look was low-key and fierce. The moment you hold it and face your enemy, no matter how powerful he is, it will bring you endless courage. What a courage! Lu Xiangyang held courage in his right hand and backhanded towards that crooked tree trunk. Poof! It didn't take much effort to chop in 2/3 at once. Good knife. Then slaughter. Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously, took out his backpack's glucose syringe and gave himself a shot, then quickly rushed to the Blackheart sugar-cane sugar factory. 7 o'clock in the evening. Approaching the Blackheart sugar-cane sugar factory, on the way Lu Xiangyang found some more beastly sights. In the midst of those dirty rivers, floating a lot of baby girls. In this country, the fate of women is really miserable. came to the side of the Black Heart sugarcane sugar factory. Lu Xiangyang looked inside the brightly lit factory production area in the day and night overtime engagement. He did not see those farmers, women, child laborers working in the fields. It is estimated that they are already resting at home. According to that Shudra people, during the day they have to work hard in the fields, harvesting and transporting sugarcane to the factory, and occasionally work overtime at night. The pay is very low. Lu Xiangyang quietly approached towards the factory gate, where there were 4 watchmen. After getting close, he observed, "Good guys." The 4 Shudras, relying on the position of watchman and security guard in the factory, have not less coercion forced those farmers and women. Extortion is a common occurrence, and from time to time they also scurry to the sugar cane fields to animalize some of the blanch, then slaughter. Lu Xiangyang hid his knife behind his back and took big steps toward them. The 4 Shudras watching the door saw someone coming and cursed loudly. "What the hell? Get out of here. Hey, bastard, don't come over. What do you want? This is no place for you. Get lost, or I'll kill you." These people are not very educated, can't read a word, and are used to committing crimes. Seeing Lu Xiangyang alone, they are ready to give him a lesson. The 4 of them cross their waists and walk towards Lu Xiangyang in a fierce manner. The leader of the one is pointing at Lu Xiangyang's nose and cursing, demonstrating the same as holding up his fist. They got closer and closer. The distance with that only 1 meter left. Lu Xiangyang violently raised his right hand. The light of courage flashed. The next second, the gibbering voice of that black Asan who was in the lead with his fist raised, like a silly hanged man, came to an abrupt end. His fist slowly fell, and his entire body stood there dumbfounded. The 3-headed San behind him wondered, "Why is the boss standing there dumbfounded? Quickly give him a lesson, ah." Lu Xiangyang grinned hideously at them and gently pushed that head of Black Asan. In a split second, separation, until the moment it fell to the ground. Slaughter. Slaughtered. Boss. Dead. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant and domineering look on their faces turned to panic and fear, hurrying to turn their heads and run. Good knife. Good quick courage. Lu Xiangyang smiled with satisfaction and flew after the fleeing Sans. 1 person at a time. A hard hit. All 4 of them fell in the X-berth. Substitute life 14/1, total 31. Justice points +4, total 182. Lu Xiangyang craned his neck towards the back of the factory. He didn't want to go to the production workshop. It's this time of the day and they are still working overtime. They are all some pathetic cows and horses, just let them go. Came to the accommodation building area. This is where the black-hearted boss and his thugs, oh no, employees, live. This is a bunch of man-eating beasts. In order to avoid riots, the boss has hired a large number of employees to maintain stability. Lu Xiangyang hadn't even gotten close yet. He heard the sounds of laughter and fun coming from inside the building, and there was also the sound of a woman's wailing coming from the top of the building. Downstairs, on the other hand, there were 3 strong Asan sitting, smoking and chatting about the women on the roof of the building. They offer loans to poor women to have their wombs removed so that they can labor day in and day out in the sugarcane fields. It is no better for the peasants, where the men are used as beasts of burden, with a huge amount of work for very little pay. There was no way around it. They were born to be squeezed and exploited. Those 3 strong Asan also saw Lu Xiangyang walking over with a knife. Sensing that the visitor was not good, they called out as loudly as the monkeys to recruit their monkey friends. Not waiting for them to finish shouting, Lu Xiangyang rushed up decisively and swiftly. Slaughter. Chop. Chop. The 3 strong Asan hands, no weapons, on the spot was cut down one. The remaining 2 animals turned to run upstairs. Lu Xiangyang followed closely. Just rushed to the corner of the 2nd floor of the stairs. Lu Xiangyang saw, just fleeing 2 head of Asan is now holding a machete, angry look at themselves. Behind them is a crowded crowd with a variety of weapons. This group of brutes shook their weapons and flaunted their weapons as they cursed angrily towards themselves. Spraying feces. Lu Xiangyang craned his neck, and with a flip of his left hand he pulled out a tube of adrenaline from his backpack and violently stabbed it towards the outside of his thigh. Then he looked at this group of animals hideously. The corner of his mouth showed a cruel smile. His eyes gradually colored scarlet as if the eyes of the devil, penetrating an unbearable sense of oppression. So many people. So many weapons. I'm so scared. I'll probably die. Hey, hey, hey. If you die, you die. Lu Xiangyang advances instead of retreating. In the astonished looks of the crowd of beasts, he swung his sharp courage by virtue of his strong physique and dove in head first. The beasts squeezing behind looked at the battle in front of them, unceasingly heckling. What an epileptic madman. 1 minute. 3 minutes. An inexplicable panic welled up in the hearts of this group of brutes whose brains were empty and knew only violent crime. Chapter 47. There never was a savior. Can a star's fire start a prairie fire here? Monster. Monster. Aki. Run away. He's a demon. He's the devil. Why did a group of sand monkeys let out such a mournful yell, calling Lu Xiangyang a demon? Because the walkway. The horror was shocking. Courage was sharp. The adrenaline injected Lu Xiangyang's reaction speed was extremely fast and his hands were ruthless. The weapons that the group of beasts were holding were not even a one-trick pony. It could be put this way. All fucking gravel. Lu Xiangyang has slaughtered red eyes, only dodging fatal attacks. Those scratches sticks he is not with the dodge at all. His mouth was cursing and chopping at the same time. I'll let you all be beasts. Chop chop. Be beasts. Chop. Let you commit crimes. Crime. And QJ. Slaughter. And fucking border clashes. Hit people right. Hit people. Clank. Swish. I'll send you on a trip to the other world. Lu Xiangyang was brazenly slaughtering the animals while mouthing a language they couldn't understand. This now even more alarmed them. It was certain that this guy was a demon that crawled out of hell. Ah! Run away. He is a demon. An undead demon. Run. God. Save us. The devil has crawled out of hell. God. Where are you? Save us. This group of Asan were completely slaughtered and scared. No longer daring to rush up, they all turned their heads in fear and fled upstairs. The black-hearted boss was smoking a cigar standing on the top floor stairway looking down. Listening to the noisy sounds below couldn't help but wonder. How come it's not over yet? Isn't it just one person? I still can't solve him with so many of my men? 10 minutes later. The bottom completely fell into dead silence. The boss didn't dare to go down and look. He just ran back and forth between the stairs and the top floor, trying to check out the situation below, but he didn't see anything. Only saw a large number of traces flowing out of the building. The boss finally sensed that something was wrong, and with great fear in his heart, he drew his pistol and stared at the stairs with nervous eyes. Da-da-da-da. Heavy footsteps sounded. Each step seemed to step on his heart. Unknown. Fear. Fear. Panic. Hearing the countless screams and screeching wails, all the emotions haunted Boss Blackheart's heart. Boss Blackheart was on the verge of breaking down. He didn't know, nor did he dare to go down to find out what was happening. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a lanky figure with a black hat and carrying a short black knife appeared under his eyes. His work uniform was full of marks. It was dripping down continuously. Boom. Boss Blackheart shuddered and fired a shot aimed at his head. The next moment, a scene that made him completely collapse and despair appeared in front of his eyes. The gun. Surprisingly, it couldn't kill him. The bullet hit his hat and bounced right off. Evil. Demon. Demon. Ah. At once, Boss Blackheart let out a miserable wail and fell to his knees, paralyzed. With his hands clasped together, he kept worshipping his head, snot and tears streaming down his face. He looked at the visitor in despair as he turned his body around. Those red demonic eyes seemed to devour him to death. Lu Xiangyang also heard the sound of the gunshot, but he did not care, only felt that his head seemed to be popped by someone. He walked to the front of the Blackheart boss, his cold eyes staring at him in death. The information of the system prompt also surfaced in front of Lu Xiangyang's eyes. Character information. Black-hearted sugar cane sugar factory boss. 8 years from the establishment of the factory, with extremely cheap labor earned a lot of pay, and local management collusion. Forced down dozens of vicious cases, directly or indirectly killed the people's children reached more than 300 people. For the wrongdoing, no evil. He is the king of this area. Wantonly Q.J. Play. Getting. After those people. He even made them remove their wombs and work for himself, the beast of beasts. Good. Lu Xiangyang did not care about his begging and wailing, directly grabbed his hair, and his right hand took out his courage, cut open his chest. At once, the black-hearted boss let out wails and chirps, shitting and pissing. Lu Xiangyang's hideous expression was hard as iron, and he did not have the slightest bit of compassion for this beast. The last unintelligible words that black-hearted boss heard before he died were, "The heart is also red, ah. Why is it so black?" So far, Lu Xiangyang by himself slaughtered 116 heads. Beasts armed with all kinds of weapons. Sealed the gods in one battle. Substitute life plus 5. 2/6, total 37. Justice points plus 232. Total 414. After slaughtering so many beasts, Lu Xiangyang's hostility subsided a lot. He pulled out the cigarettes from the Blackheart boss's pocket and lit them up, then paced towards the room on the roof. Crunch. Pushing open the door, Lu Xiangyang saw 4 iron cages. Inside were unclothed. They were slaves bought by the black-hearted bosses, exclusively for. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled. As a dragon nation, he could not see this kind of scene. Because he had suffered, he could understand suffering better. It is because of this. It is only because of this that he admires that great man even more, bringing many martyrs to pull the dragon kingdom out of the abyss, setting a series of initiatives to smooth out the wrinkles of the future for almost 200 years. How great it is. Lu Xiangyang opened the cage and released them, saying, "I'll slaughter them all. Take the money and flee. You're free." The group of women looked at Lu Xiangyang in horror, did not move, did not dare to run, was afraid of being beaten, thought that this is again what tricks to play. Lu Xiangyang also did not persuade again, but turned to the black-hearted boss's room, while drawers, bedside, cabinet inside those money all into the sack. Carrying a heavy sack of money, he once again returned to the front of the women. One person dumped a few stacks, regardless of whether they understand, opened his mouth and said, "I tell you, there has never been a savior. There is no reincarnation. There are no slaves. We are all human beings. We are men who stand up to the heavens and the earth. Stand up if you want to live. Take the money and go. If you don't want to live, continue to kneel as slaves." After saying that, Lu Xiangyang carried the sack and left. He was going to the peasant villages to hand out money. 30 minutes passed. The group of women didn't even move a bit. Just then, a young woman in her teens seemed to be moved, regardless of the dissuasive eyes of the rest, with a struggling look on her face. She was sold by her own parents. She was still young and afraid of pain and suffering. She didn't want to die. She looked at the wide open cage in front of her and the quiet outside, and finally took the first step. The other women just watched numbly as she made her way downstairs. 10 minutes later, the young woman returned excitedly, telling them what she had seen outside. "Dead, dead, all dead. We're free. Can the fire of a star start a fire here?" Chapter 48. System Mall. Stand up. No kneeling. Lu Xiangyang was on his way to walk and was ready to see what was inside the System Mall. He had just clicked in and hadn't even seen what was in the mall yet. The next moment, a pop-up window popped out. Big promotion. Now only 100 justice points. You can win the grand prize in 10 consecutive draws. Come and join us. Shit. What the hell? Lu Xiangyang directly forked it off. He hates things like lucky draws before playing a certain 4-letter game. It's all fucking traps. What winning the jackpot, drawing the absolute best, it's all fark. The upper right corner shows Level 1 Mall, which should be able to be upgraded to a higher level. The mall has 4 major categories: food, weapons, equipment, auxiliary categories. Lu Xiangyang decisively clicked into the food category and looked inside. He did not eat a bite of food until now. Really hungry heart panic. Steamed buns *1 priced at 1 justice point. Coke *1 priced at 1 justice point. Bread *1 priced at 1 justice point. Pan-fried white strips *1 priced at 2 justice points. It's good. Food is cheap. Vegetarian staples regular drinks are all 1 justice point. Meat is 2, and the most expensive is only 3. It's very affordable. Justice point, 6. Lu Xiangyang took out his backpack's cola, pan-fried white strips, white rice, and chopped pepper fish head, sat on his butt on the ground, put the food on the sack and started eating. He looked at it while eating. The things inside the mall were all regular items. There were no superlative superpowers. Probably because it was a level 1 mall, the weapons were all mainly cold weapons, selling for anywhere from 20 to 500 justice points. There were also hot weapons, all of which were made by some folk, just rough, but also expensive. There is also a pistol called what? Mountain Che Homemade? The introduction said a gun 6 bullets, can fire 2 shots. To Lu Xiangyang look laugh, that gun is really ugly, also wrapped in duct tape in, selling price 250 justice points. Equipment is some common anti-stabbing clothing, blast shield and so on. The price is about the same as the weapon class. There are also auxiliary class. Lu Xiangyang swept a glance feel very useful. Inside the modern society is full of all kinds of pharmaceuticals, instantaneous drugs such as anesthesia, adrenaline, hormones, stimulants and so on is more expensive. The average price of 80 justice points a tube. Other pills delayed a little cheaper, 20 to 50 justice points. Turn off them all. These things are not very useful to him for the time being. Generation of life is the invincible road. Why need to borrow that external thing again? Lu Xiangyang quickly finished his meal, then drank all the cola in one gulp and burped comfortably. Burp. Soothing. It's still the Dragon Kingdom's food that's good. That Tianju food. All of it was like poop. He just couldn't eat it. Continuing his journey, Lu Xiangyang walked towards the farmer's village carrying a snakeskin bag in the night. Unlike the Dalit beasts at the edge of the town that are just waiting to die. On this side, although there are more animals and cattle and horses, there are also more underclass people who have been bullied and humiliated but still want to live. Resistance? Resistance will only usher in greater brutality. They just want to live, so what's wrong with that? Knock, knock, knock. The farmer's family, who was resting inside the house, suddenly heard a knock at the door. The family got up from the bed and looked at each other suspiciously. The young daughter, a little tired, asked, "Papa, who is it?" She was only 12 years old and already helping her parents labor in the fields, but this wouldn't last long. According to the custom here, after her first coming, she would be married off and become the wife of another farmer's son who lived here, trapped in this sugarcane field for the rest of her life. The farmer's father forced himself to get up from his fatigue, ready to go see who it was. "I'll go and see." The gate opened. He saw a stout Shudra man standing outside the gate carrying a big sack, all imposing, with eyes as stern as those of a demon god. That thick smell of blood all over his body directly stimulated the farmer's father to wake up. At once, he looked at Lu Xiangyang standing outside the door with a wary face. His body was tense, but he still opened his mouth in a friendly manner and asked, "Friend, it's so late. Is there something wrong?" Without a second thought, Lu Xiangyang placed the sack on the ground and pulled out several stacks of bills from it and flung them towards the man, saying with his mouth, "I killed the boss of the black-hearted sugarcane factory. The man died and the account is eliminated. From now on you don't need to pay back the loan. This is his money. Take it." Listening, the peasant man looked at the man in front of him, who looked like a demon god with a horrified face and stuttered, You killed him? Then in the future, who should we work with?" Lu Xiangyang coldly snorted and said, "Don't fucking bullshit. Go and unite. Form a union. Work with yourself." After saying that, Lu Xiangyang twisted his head and left towards the next farmer's broken house. This night, many people were woken up sleepless. Lu Xiangyang sent all the money to the suffering peasants, as well as the women who had their wombs removed and endured the pain for the rest of their lives. When Lu Xiangyang was ready to leave, a large group of farmers followed behind him. They were honest and their faces were full of vicissitudes and simplicity, as well as the cruelty of having suffered from oppression. This matter was really too big for them. The black-hearted boss had been squeezing them for 8 years, and the slightest resistance was met with a severe beating and extermination. In order to survive, they had endured too much. Just as Lu Xiangyang was about to leave the village, someone mustered up the courage to ask behind him. Lu Xiangyang stopped his steps and slowly turned back. His face was sunken like water, without any sadness or joy, his eyes gleaming, and with that strong and tall figure, he was full of vigor. Lu Xiangyang slowly scanned the group of peasants. None of them dared to meet his eyes. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang opened his mouth and said aloud, "I am the hope and light of millions of people at the bottom. There has never been any slaves or reincarnation. The workers and peasants have to unite. We have to resist oppression. Do you want your children and grandchildren to be humiliated as animals for generations, working with their heads in their crotches for several lifetimes? Why should your wives and children have to suffer like this? Why should they be able to kill us and take us away from them? They're human beings too. They're not gods. They will die too. If there really is a god, let him come and kill me now. What the hell kind of god is that?" The words were deafening. Such treacherous words scared the peasants so much that they knelt down on the spot, praying with their hands folded, begging for God's forgiveness. Lu Xiangyang saw them this look of anger, bulging eyes, stormy eyes. He shouted angrily, "Stand up! I told you to stand up! No kneeling!" Those kneeling peasants saw his devilish appearance. A small portion of them stood up in fear. The rest of them were still praying and kneeling. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day, Lu Xiangyang said with a grimace towards them. "You guys can go to the sugarcane factory now and take a look. If there has to be a god, then there is only one true god in this world, Lao Zi, the demon god." After speaking, Lu Xiangyang whisked his sleeves away, singing a song they couldn't understand from afar. Arise, starving slaves. Arise, sufferers of the world. They couldn't understand it, but they could feel the emotions it contained. Chapter 49. The end of the new map. Reflections and gains. Justice points -20. Total 388. Lu Xiangyang exchanged some body activity boosting pills and excitement potions and continued towards the town without stopping. The night wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Xiangyang, who had returned to the town, began to feel his way towards that criminal's residence that he had discovered during the day. Kick the door. Break in. Slaughter the animals. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 132 heads, 233 heads. He stirred up the whole town with a single blow. 3 hours later. It's almost dawn. Lu Xiangyang was also blocked at the street corner by the men of the whole town. At this moment, his muscles are dissolving all over his body. The state is extremely poor. His face was consumed in just a short period of time and was as hideous as an evil ghost. Only his eyes were still bright, like a bright light. The men of the entire town looked at Lu Xiangyang in front of them and couldn't stop being afraid. It was this man. Slaughtered 233 people in their town in one night. Slaughtering madness. Demon. Demon. Kill the demon. Slaughter him. Slaughter him. Although the crowd screamed ferociously, none of them dared to take the initiative to go forward. Fear of this devil from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing this, the hideous Lu Xiangyang let out a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. Devil? I am the devil god. Feeling that this body had reached its limit and the beasts of this town had finished slaughtering Lu Xiangyang after saying this. There was no more nonsense with them. It was useless to say any more. Directly against the face of a group of men, he thrust the knife ruthlessly into his chest. Lu Xiangyang dead. After his death, all the characteristics of his clothes also disappeared, and the knife was only a fragile shell. Seeing him cut himself, the crowd rushed over. They naturally saw that indestructible short knife. Their eyes revealed the color of greed, and that fastest runner rushed over and grabbed that short knife. The next moment, snap, the entire handle of the knife shattered into slag. He was in a daze. This was still just Lu Xiangyang's first day. In the following 4 days, Lu Xiangyang kept reincarnating in various areas of Tianju. I don't know if it was purposely arranged by the system or randomly. All of them were the kind of backward and poor places with strict class system. He was even reincarnated once directly into that beastly village. It was that village where the 2 mothers and daughters of the slope were marching. When he learned that it was here, he instantly pulled out courage from his backpack. Then what are you waiting for? Slaughter. After slaughtering all those thugs, he also directly cut himself off surrounded by a group of villagers. Ever since Lu Xiangyang came to Tianju, good lord, he has increased the death rate of murderous slaughter in the Tianju country with his own power. Some journalists and research experts found out after an in-depth investigation. The murderers are all for the low caste, or the untouchables who have been victimized. Those who died were all sinners who had committed crimes. Coupled with the fact that every time Lu Xiangyang finished slaughtering animals, before he died, he would say something such as magic god, slaves stand up, unite, resist oppression, and so on. Over time, a legend and a new sect gradually circulated on a small scale. Legend has it that a demon god could not see the Shudras and Dalits suffering in the world, and hereby sent down a miracle to choose the chosen one from among them, and the chosen one became a demon god, full of strength, invulnerable to swords and spears, and specialized in slaughtering criminals who escaped the sanction. A new sect, Tianju Gongnong Demon God Cult. A new sect, Tianju Worker and Farmer Demon God Cult, is gradually spreading, and its dogma is that there are no slaves in this world. Everyone is a man of the sky, and where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Whether or not this little spark can start a prairie fire depends on themselves. After all, 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. On the 5th day, Lu Xiangyang was reincarnated into the upper pyramid for the first time. Kshatriya. As he opened his eyes from the comfort of his large bed, smelling the scent of the flowers in his room, he stood up and pushed open the modern glass doors, walked up to the balcony, and looked out at the modernized, traffic-laden city with a sense of dawning dismay. Before, it had always been a place of stench, death, chaos, and crime that bounced around. I hadn't realized there were places like this in Tianju. On this day, he had been wandering around outside all morning and hadn't he found any crime. It had to be said, it was ridiculous. After the invaders defeated the local natives, they seized the territory and became the masters, and the natives became slaves and lived in hell for generations. The invaders enjoy the sunshine and flowers. The invaded had a hard time staying alive. Logically speaking, the ones Lu Xiangyang should slaughter the most are these invaders. But they have not committed any crimes or evils now, and live in peace and happiness with happy smiles on their faces all the time. It was their ancestors who made the mistake. The ZJ system that has been extended down is to better constrain and manage that large number of natives. And if those large number of natives roll over, will they take what happened to themselves and do it all over again on this group of high castes? Absolutely it would. This was a profound question. For a whole day, Lu Xiangyang was thinking about this question. Did those people slaughter wrongly before? Not wrong to slaughter. They committed a crime, committed violence, deserved to die. But was it really their fault? Then whose fucking fault is it? Finally, in the afternoon, Lu Xiangyang discovered a high-caste slaughterer hiding in a civilized city who had wantonly slaughtered 13 low-caste women, only to be released due to insufficient evidence for the charges. Anyone with eyes could see that it was the high caste that protected him. Lu Xiangyang just slaughtered him in the street, posing on his knees, facing away. In the horrified gazes of the people around him, in the instant the sound of sirens reached his ears, Lu Xiangyang indifferently spoke towards the group. People are equal. There are no slaves and masters. Man is his own master. And then cut himself. On the last day, Lu Xiangyang was reincarnated as a traveler who roams all over the country on a motorcycle. He rode his motorcycle on the back roads of Tianju. The sunlight through the dense palm fronds shed dappled light and shadows. The air was filled with the fragrance of spices and nature, which was refreshing, and the surroundings were quiet, as if Lu Xiangyang and his motorcycle were the only ones left in the whole of Tianju. He traveled along a winding path, and the rice paddies in the fields on both sides swayed gently in the wind, sending up golden waves. Occasionally there are a few colorful birds, flying overhead, leaving a string of crisp chirps. It was only at this moment that Lu Xiangyang came to his senses from the immersive slaughter of those previous days. He took a deep breath and felt the freshness and tranquility of nature. He wasn't slaughtering animals today, just quietly looking for a hill to climb, watching the clouds roll in and out, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west. He thought away. This country's disease is not something he can cure. 7 days. Saying fast is not fast. Saying slow is not slow. It passed in a flash. Lu Xiangyang has grown a lot and gained a lot from the initial tyranny of slaughtering with his eyes open. He still adhered to his heart, in his lifetime, to get rid of all the sins in the world. But the crime of stealing the country bound him at his wit's end. Work hard. Maybe there is a chance in the future. Cheer up. Buzz. The system beep sounded. Tianju 7-day experience card expires. 0 will automatically return to Tiannan. System comment. The host is already a mature host. On his own path, the system can't comment. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang snorted, Che. This harvest was huge. Lu Xiangyang slaughtered more than 1,000 beasts in these 7 days. Total number of substitute lives x 121. Justice points x 1,320 points. 0 points. Lu Xiangyang's eyes went black. Tianan. Laozi is back. These 7 days Lu Xiangyang did things are also in the fermentation. All the undercurrents are also surging. But I do not know all this. He only wanted to kill that coal boss. Chapter 50. Crowds of people with various emotions. Return of the King Lu Xiangyang. In the 7 days that Lu Xiangyang left, Tianan district and Chongming district that is grass and trees, all kinds of activities and drills to get up. What anti-cult public education? Criminal case popularization. Law popularization. Strictly prohibit crime propaganda. Drill. Arming defense. Taking turns. Those special agents haven't even had a good day's rest. Bang bang. What a fucking piece of shit. Why did I believe his bullshit? Ma Bureau slapped the table in the conference room angrily. Gao lowered his head and smoked a cigarette. They had been on strict defense for a week, and they hadn't watched a single fucking hair. And before that, Yang Chuan had said with such conviction that there would definitely be a criminal case. Now, even the cases of thieves are much less. Gao was also frowning and letting off steam. I told you, there's no such thing as coincidence. What brainwashing organization? I've checked until now, and there's not a single clue pointing to these people having contact with a cult. You know that things must leave traces. The problem is that this damn cult has no traces at all. What is this not bullshit? The ban will be lifted in 2 hours. I've been gripped by the leaders above me for the past few days. I've been scolded by the leaders up there for the past few days, and I haven't seen a single fart for all the manpower and resources I've spent. I think that guy is just a piece of paper. I'll be sure to give the old king a good gripe later. Ma Bureau left in a huff. He had to go home to take a shower. He hadn't even taken a shower after so many days of guarding the police station. Chongming District. Wang Hongming and Yang Chuan were also sitting in the office with a puzzled look on their faces, constantly reviewing the previous cases over and over again. Doesn't make sense. This how? Doesn't follow the routine. Yang Chuan snapped his head and grabbed down a handful of hair. He hadn't slept well these days either, and his hair was falling out in big chunks. Wang Hongming rubbed his eyes and said, I don't blame you. I also fell into the misunderstanding. It is possible that Changma, they are indeed coincidental cases. We acted very stealthy a few days ago. If there is really a super brainwashing organization, they have long come out to do it, commanded to go down. The people are withdrawn and take a good rest, alas. Yang Chuan, chagrined and ashamed, walked away. His heart kept doubting himself. Wang Hongming just got up and received a phone call. It was Ma Bureau. He took the phone Farpoint and answered the call. The next moment, it's old Wang, right? You guys are really elite soldiers. Just a little movement of the mouth. The 2 districts of our thousands of people whole day and night. Really great power, ah. A stinking scolding. There is another person. After learning about the incident in Chongming District and Zhai Zisher's cruel words before his death, he was originally also on edge. Sleeping is shouting a group of brothers to sleep together with their weapons and things. Did not expect that this 1 week has passed. Guess what? Not only nothing, but also fucking grew 3 pounds of meat. What a few, that's just the beginning. It's all pure bullshit. Today is the 8th day. Li Junyan completely let go of the restraints, called on a group of minions. Business, KTV go up. MMC. Start playing music, start dancing. Simmering Lanxin's second uncle has also been running around all this time, spreading on the internet, but the heat has not been high. The case has long been finalized. There is no way to turn it over again. These 7 days have passed. No letter at all. The second uncle is also want to give up. He is really weak. But everyone did not expect. Lu Xiangyang. He's back. Or the return of the king. He is no longer the once Lu Xiangyang. Still familiar rental house, familiar air, familiar noise outside the door. Lu Xiangyang opened his eyes. The bottom of his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Buzz. The system setting sounded again. Name, Wu Yu. Gender, male. Age, 32. Brief introduction. After birth, due to a large red spot on the face, you became an abandoned baby, was abandoned in the coastal fishing village. A pair of kind-hearted fishermen couple will you raise bring up. 16 years old, you began to go out to sea fishing. Subsidize the family. 25 years old that year, the fisherman couple went out to sea by a huge storm. The boat overturned. You grieving to come to the south of the Sky District to do the valet driver. A dry is 7 years. Relying on the experience of young in the sea struggle, you are strong and energetic. To the night of the Tianan district, know it well. Lu Xiangyang washed up, directly went out and swept a shared bicycle, and rode toward the subway station entrance, ready to go straight to the north of the city, Li Junyan Company. The original owner does not have much money on him. The fisherman couple who raised him also has a brother who has already started a family. All the money he earned over the years was transferred to that brother, and there is only 568.22 yuan on him currently. Why choose to take the subway? Lu Xiangyang is also with bad taste. He wants to see if there is still the existence of that anticlimactic whole living. All the way calm. Looking at the familiar faces of the Dragon Kingdom people around him, he was very kind. Then that group of black monkeys looked much more smooth. Sitting on line 2, the subway started towards the north of the city. Many people on the subway, there are men and women. Lu Xiangyang stood for 3 stops in a row, did not see the existence of the antithetical whole living, cannot help but sigh. Indeed, much better, without those strange people appear. Just when the next station stops, a granny with grandchildren squeezed in. She came to the front of a small young man and said in a conspiratorial manner, Agu, people nowadays, they don't respect the old and love the young at all. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. That granny's dried-up sharp mouth blared non-stop, saying that the seated youngster blushed and hurriedly stood up and left this carriage. The surrounding people also looked at this noisy dead granny with a look of disgust. This scene also caught Lu Xiangyang's attention, only to see that dead granny sitting on the seat, very partial to the grandson in her arms. The granddaughter let her stand on the ground. The next moment, the dead woman took out snacks from her bag, tore them open with her own hands, and sent them to her grandson's mouth. The grandson proudly sat in the dead woman's arms, eating snacks. but also with a provocative look at the poor granddaughter below, from time to throw out a ghost face and tongue out, full of bare children. Watching her brother eating snacks, the granddaughter standing on the ground was so greedy that her mouth was watering. She looked at her mother-in-law in a small and pitiful voice and said, "Grandma, give me also eat a little. I also want to eat snacks." That dead granny but said, "You a girl child eat what to eat. The younger brother is growing up, let the younger brother eat. As a sister, no matter what time you have to let the younger brother. Understand?" The surrounding people watching that called a complex mood. However, due to other people's family matters, coupled with the fact that the dead woman looked very tricky and vicious, they did not open their mouths to accuse, only that some people secretly filmed all of this. These old life deep-rooted notion is to emphasize children over daughters, cannot be changed. But what kind of person is Lu Xiangyang? He is a man who can't tolerate sand under his eyes. No one stepped forward, right? I'll stand up. What kind of a mother-in-law are you? What kind of a mother-in-law are you? My Qing died a long time ago, and you're still playing the patriarchal game here? You old bastard. A remnant of the old days. What makes your granddaughter less of a human being? Do you deserve to live in this world? Living is a waste of food. Lu Xiangyang rushed to that dead woman and just cursed. The crowd was shocked. Crap. So brave. Hurry up and film it. What a relief. Older brother. Damn. Bull. How dare you talk to the old version of T0 plus face-to-face line? At once, everyone in the carriage, with lofty respect, gazing at this stout man wearing a mask, standing there in righteousness. Chapter 51. Slapping the Evil Wife. Kill Li Junyin's company. Give her food. You old beast. Those bullying incidents caused by those bad kids are spoiled by you old brutes. And what sister has to give in to her brother and let your mom? Are you still human? You're a human being. You've lived such a long life for nothing. Old brutes. The dead woman and the bare child were blinded by this stout man's continuous cursing in front of them. They didn't react for a moment and just stared blankly at Lu Xiangyang pointing at himself and cursing. Wah wah wah. With the sound of her grandson's cries ringing out, the dead granny finally reacted. The wrinkled and dried black face suddenly red with anger, visible to the naked eye a few years younger, because her face was swollen with anger. "Ah, you son of a bitch. What has it got to do with you? You're the one who's an animal. Your whole family are animals." The dead woman stood up holding her grandson and cursed angrily. That grandson also cried as he spoke. "Grandma, beat him to death. Beat him to death, Grandma. Woo." That dead granny looked at her grandson crying so sadly. Her right hand grabbed towards Lu Xiangyang's face, her mouth cursing. "Shameless thing. You're full of shit. I want to see what you are." The dead woman grabbed off the mask on Lu Xiangyang's face and looked at him with a red spot on his face and once again scolded in a snarky manner. "What an ugly thing. No wonder your mouth is full of shit. You're the beast. My own family's business has nothing to do with you. You son of a bitch. You're a bastard born of a mother, but not raised by a mother." The dead woman cursed very ugly. See, Lu Xiangyang did not move, raised his hand to slap him. Lu Xiangyang grabbed the dead woman's right hand, his eyes staring at her, his eyes gradually reddening. His body surging like the Sea of Zai swooped down, hitting them directly in the face. "You fucking scream again. I'll kill you." Subsequently, the shouts of that dead woman and bare child were choked. They felt as if their throats were being strangled by something. Looking at Lu Xiangyang's slaughter-filled eyes and hideous, terrifying face, their legs softened, and they all of a sudden sat down paralyzed and fell back to their original positions. Lu Xiangyang just stood in front of them with his finger pointing at the dead granny's nose and said, "Let me find out again that you are patriarchal. Humph. Now, immediately, feed her. Feed her to me." The crazy ones are afraid of the upside down. The upside down are afraid of the crazy ones, and the crazy ones are afraid of the life-threatening ones. In the way of Lu Xiangyang's horror, the dead woman reluctantly fed, since Lu Xiangyang gave all the pressure only to the dead granny and the bare child duo. The granddaughter didn't feel scared. Instead, she happily ate her snacks and looked at Lu Xiangyang gratefully. "Uncle, you are so nice. Thank you, uncle." Lu Xiangyang stared at the dead woman feeding her granddaughter snacks, stared at 2 stops, almost off the train. He turned around and ready to leave. Seeing him about to leave, the bare child again felt his line called out, "Don't give her food. Grandma left her here." The dead granny also said, "Good grandson. Let's go back and talk. That son of a bitch is still here." The surrounding crowd was fucking speechless. What kind of animal speech is this? Some people who had the heart to capture this scene on camera immediately posted it on the internet. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang couldn't hold back any longer and turned around, grabbing that dead bitch's face and slapping it. Slapping. The crisp ringing sound seemed to hit the hearts of the crowd. It was very soothing to hear. This slap gave her two rotten teeth. This slap is for you. I'm telling you to emphasize boys over girls. You've lived a long life in the body of an animal. If you don't understand it, you should hurry down to reincarnation. The next moment, the bear child he didn't spare either. Snap. A slap to the bear child's face was swollen. The pain cuckoo screamed and kept crying. This slap is for you, little beast. You have a vicious mind at a young age. Fighting for favor. Ignoring the crying duo. When the car arrived at the station, Lu Xiangyang quickly left and disappeared into the crowd. Deeply hidden merit and fame. Justice points +1. This video caused a furor once it was posted at night. Relief. It was really a relief to watch. There is even a female netizen crying. She grew up like this. Do what you have to let your brother, and now her brother is getting married and she has to pay $200,000 to finance it. Really do not want to live. At once caused a large number of netizens resonate. They all felt that Lu Xiangyang's move was really a great success. But some people still feel he is breaking the law, right? Insulting and assaulting others. There were also enthusiastic netizens who helped the dead granny report it to the Special Affairs Bureau. The kid's mom was the first to see the video after a friend forwarded it to her. Pissed off at work. Took a cab to the subway exit ready to block the mother-in-law while calling her husband. Look what your mom did. I said how your mom once came after this period of time daughter lost so much weight. Look at that video. Tell your mom to get the hell back, or else I'll divorce you. She didn't expect her daughter to suffer such humiliation. Originally, the two children were fine, and all purchases were fair and square. I didn't think that my mother-in-law had brought the wrong way and brought the two good children into this state. Hubby is also angry and abashed. My mom was also beaten. That child. We properly talked to her is not finished. You still dare to talk back. Justice point 2. Lu Xiangyang got out of the car and stopped a cab, taking a taxi straight to the door of Li Junyin's coal mining company, which is located in the suburbs of the northern city of Tianan district. Li Junyin's company is high and roofed, with a large enclosure. It seems that this animal coal boss made a lot of money. Lu Xiangyang secretly sighed and paid the driver to leave. The driver looked at Lu Xiangyang with an odd face. He didn't understand why he was here, and it wasn't like he was working inside. This is not a good place. Go, go, go. The cab ran away in a puff of smoke. Lu Xiangyang slowly walked toward the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is a big man. He leaned back in his chair, leisurely smoking cigarettes. Lu Xiangyang walked to the center of the big iron gate and stood still. The grandpa was indifferent, just glancing at him with a squinted eye. The system tip message also lit up on his head. This gatekeeper was none other than the second uncle of one of the younger brothers who had insulted Simmering Lanxin. At that time, Simmering Lanxin was sent out from here after being viciously chopped. This second uncle didn't report it, but instead helped them to cover up the bloodstains, which is a nest of snakes and rats. Lu Xiangyang hands into his pocket to pull out the crumpled that $500 to the Moncler outlet store signaled. Grandpa, can I ask you something? The Moncler felt a very attractive flash of red in the distance and opened his eyes to see Lu Xiangyang holding a few $100 bills in the doorway. Cut, a few big son of a. In that around and around, when the master has not seen the money yet. The Moncler Jackets outlet store is not a good idea, but the body is still very honest to stand up, slowly approaching. Have a fart quickly put. This is not the place for you to come. If there's nothing going on, get the hell out of here. The Moncler outlet store just came to the door, ready to reach out and take the hundreds of dollars. The two were very close. Suddenly, Lu Xiangyang left hand on the money disappeared, violently probed out to grab the grandfather's collar toward the iron door. Then his right hand took out courage from his backpack. Towards the chest of this beast Moncler outlet online, he sends it violently. Plop. Greeting the grandpa's horrified expression, Lu Xiangyang said indifferently, "Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. It's always like this the first time. I'll send you to the other world to have some fun." Finish him off crisply. Justice points +1. Lu Xiangyang directly chopped off the chains on the big iron door and pushed the door in, dragging the paralyzed and twitching grandpa aside into the janitor's room. He then recloses the big iron door. Lu Xiangyang walked towards the building. This is Li Junyin's lair. Coal bosses like to buy land when they make money. The reason that such a large site is only made into a building is because he is prepared to wait for the land to be speculated high and then sell it. The coal yard does not need him as the boss to personally manage. On weekdays, Lee Junyan is here with a group of juniors dashing and drinking tea, and not many people come. It's very peaceful and beautiful. But today, those beautiful and calm will never come back. Because his living father, Liu Xiangyang Zai, is here. Chapter 52. Are you sure it wasn't a superhuman who committed the crime? I'm really scared by you. Since the video of Liu Xiangyang vigorously slapping the evil woman caught fire, the Tiannan District Special Affairs Bureau had received many calls to report the case. The operator was speechless. You're not a relative. Why did you report it? People's owners didn't even report it. These netizens really have nothing to do. Chongming District. Because Liu Xiangyang caused those bad criminal cases slaughtered afraid of too many people, those also afraid of being slaughtered the whole family, have begun to pay attention to the children's education up. Warn them never to bully classmates. Otherwise you won't see your mom and dad grandparents. The crime rate in Chongming District plummeted, and those murder and slaughter cases were almost non-existent, and there was significant progress in the special struggle against gangs and evil, and the police department was cleared of all the black animals. That strong and domineering one of the big capitals, Chai, had his whole family exterminated, and all the other black-hearted capitalists have also tightened up a lot and started to talk about civilization and quality to improve their treatment. Can't help that they are not afraid. Who knows if there is the next Wang Ma, Zhou Ma. This also led to those criminal investigation police officers are much more idle. Yang Chuan also had time to surf the internet. Due to deliberate attention, he also swiped the video of the force slapping evil woman in Tiannan District. After watching it, his heart thumped. There was a familiar feeling coming through. What exactly was this feeling? Subsequently, Yang Chuan's mind flashed. It was the matter of Liao Kaifeng's subway punishing confidence woman. Since this incident, those bad criminal cases began to spring up like rain. Not good. It's bad. That brainwashing organization is going to kill people again. Thinking of this, Yang Chuan hurriedly stood up and ran towards Director Wang's office. Came to Wang Hongming, said his analysis. Wang Hongming square up. For Yang Chuan, he is still more trusting. Are you sure it's not a superhuman who committed the crime? You have a few percent certainty. Yang Chuan hesitated for a moment and said with a firm look, it's not a superhuman. I'm 70% sure. It's that guy. Those ordinary citizens simply can't do something like this. I know them too well. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Wang Bureaus nodded with a deep look at him. Good. I'll call old Ma right now. Beep. Wang Hongming called Ma Bureau and talked about Yang Chuan's analysis. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Only then did Ma Bureau's angry scolding sound come out. Good old Wang, you won't stop until you get me out of class. Analyze a big couple of handfuls. I watched that video. It's just the act of a righteous citizen standing up to a bad trend. This only shows that the citizens of Tiannan District are very energetic. They have a sense of justice. What's this and that? Slapping that evil woman twice is slaughtering a criminal. That's how those bullying kids are spoiled. Just think how much we were beaten when we were kids. The topic is more and more skewed. Ma Bureaus estimated to have noticed and turned back on themselves. Okay, you can pull a few handfuls down. Want to harm me again? No. You get me down to what good for you? We're on the same level, old Wang. You've got to be careful. Beep. The phone was hung up. Wang Hongming and Yang Chuan looked at each other. Yang Chuan was a bit reluctant and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang waving his hand. We've said it all. Bureau Ma actually has his reasons to consider it. They've been under a lot of pressure from that incident before. Now we can only take one step at a time. It can only be like this, Bureau Wang, then I'll leave first. Yang Chuan walked out with some self-doubt. His intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with this person, but the incident happened in Tiannan District, and there were police officers there as well, so he didn't have that right to go over and investigate. At this time, he remembered the words that Liao Kaifeng said in the car. Yang Chuan's 100 feelings eventually turned into a long sigh. Alas! Tiannan District Special Affairs Bureau. Ma Bureau actually had a moment of wanting to believe in Wang Hongming's words, but on second thought, that previous operation took time and effort to waste a lot of money, but nothing was caught, and was also severely gripped by the leaders above. He dismissed the idea. Now it is still necessary to focus on stability. Social stability, everything is good. This is the goal of their struggle. You guys are having a really beautiful and cool time. Liu Xiangyang passed through the screen in front of the building and saw a few punks in the hall playing pool. each smiling and very pleased. There is no receptionist here, only punks. Those few punks also saw Lu Xiangyang who walked in, all with a bad look in their eyes. Holding a pool cue came over. The leader of the bald guy poked Lu Xiangyang's chest with the cue and said, "Ugly. What the hell are you doing? How did old Sun let you in?" The rest of the minions also slowly surrounded him in a menacing manner. Lu Xiangyang's face remained unchanged as he scanned the circle. The system information suggests that these people are the ponies raised by Li Junyan. Although they didn't take part in that beastly thing, they usually don't do much to force women's subjective will, and fights and brawls are a common occurrence. "You fucking defa. Say something. Speak." The bald gangster poked Lu Xiangyang again, very bullish looking loudly. Swish. Lu Xiangyang also no nonsense, a sidestep forward. Hands do not know when a knife appeared, directly aside slash. Chopped from the bald head neck. Holding courage in his hand, he was fearless. A light red line slowly emerged from the bald man's neck, and the expression of horror and pain was frozen on his face. All of the gangsters also saw this scene. Their hearts panicked a little, and their bodies trembled slightly. They were even more bullying and domineering. Even if they were arrogant and domineering, they had never seen a guy who slaughtered people like this without saying a word. He was then pushed to the ground. "Get rid of the evil. Chop. Don't slaughter me. No. H." With thunderous means to cut two heads in a row, Lu Xiangyang pulls his legs toward those few fleeing punks to chase after them. Due to his stout body type and tall size, 3 steps make a step, and soon caught up with those few weak-legged guys. A knife 1. Haul X splash 5 steps. Exterminate evil. Substitute life +2. Total +123. Justice points +1. Total 1321. Justice points -10. Total 1311. After redeeming a few chain locks in the system mall and locking the main door and the back door, Lu Xiangyang casually shook off the X on top of the short knife, pulled out a baseball cap from his backpack and put it on, changed into non-slip shoes, took a shot of adrenaline, and rode the elevator to start searching one floor at a time. The second and third floors were empty. The fourth floor was the kitchen, which had people washing dishes and preparing ingredients, and no one was doing any evil. The fifth floor, there is a large office. Lu Xiangyang pushed the door into the house. Inside, sitting some financial personnel are buried in the head counting. Heard the ringing head did not lift. Lu Xiangyang scanned once. This group of people is not evil, just the company's financial just turn around and leave. The sixth floor is the gym. Only 2 cleaning ants are cleaning. The seventh and eighth floors are rooms. There are 2 drunken punks are sleeping inside. Lu Xiangyang is also in the dream to send them to the other world travel. On the 9th floor, it was smoky, and just after leaving the elevator, Lu Xiangyang heard the sounds of playing cards and shouting. "Good guy, this floor is a small casino. As far as the eye can see are Li Junyan's men playing cards and playing gambling in it. Originally, there were not so many people. Just some time ago, Li Junyan called them back from the coal yard to protect himself and has not let them leave yet. There are a lot of people, more than 100 people. Looking at so many people, Lu Xiangyang was suddenly surging. X fluid began to boil. The face with a large red spot gradually flooded with a hideous slaughter. This group of people are all brutes who oppress honest people in the mine. At this time, as the first junior discovered Lu Xiangyang standing in the doorway and let out a shout, everyone gradually quieted down. The group of little brothers with contempt and disdain eyes, looking at Lu Xiangyang standing in the doorway slaughtering. The 2 gangs of people just gazed at each other like this. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang gave a hideous smile. To the hundreds of people, launched a charge. Death? I am death. Chapter 53. Courage in hand, sharpness. Path-walking warlord. A superhuman. A bunch of rabble. How can they slaughter Lu Xiangyang who crawled out of hell? Except for those perverted slaughtering maniacs, he would be afraid of even the most vicious criminals. He's afraid of death. Otherwise, they wouldn't run away. But Lu Xiangyang doesn't fear death. He is death. The moment Lu Xiangyang, who had slaughtered over 1,000 beasts in Tianju, picked up courage, he knew where to slash at these beasts. This bunch of reckless people were stunned. They had never seen such a fierce man before. No, an absolutely ferocious man. Their simple crime-filled brains couldn't figure it out. Why? How did this guy dare, all alone, to charge at so many of them? At first stimulated by the fresh X, the crowd still had some resistance, taking all kinds of guys to charge forward fearlessly, wanting to get Lu Xiangyang killed. Until they saw the place of the melee in front of them, the familiar parts of all kinds of brethren kept floating out. This gang of recklessness only then realized. This is a monster. Lu Xiangyang, who was injected with adrenaline, reacted much faster than them. Or that. Lu Xiangyang only dodged fatal wounds, and with a bulletproof baseball cap on his head, he had no fear of knives and guns chopping and slashing. Bruises on other parts of his body are just a sprinkle for him. What does it mean to get rid of evil? It means to kill the triads. Just kneel down and kowtow. Let the next few decades. This tragedy comes to mind when I think of the triads. They won't dare to do it again. Rehabilitation is a matter of law. In his case, only a trip to the other world. The cries of ghosts and wolves grew louder and louder, and the gang realized that this red-faced guy was a slaughtering machine. He was extremely precise and ruthless. That black knife was also incredibly sharp. No weapon was a match for it. It's the same with people. So is the knife. How can this be a fight? Despair spread in the hearts of this group of punks. Normally, they didn't do a lot of bullying of honest people due to the fact that they were outnumbered, but they didn't expect that they would be ruthlessly bullied by a single person today. No, it was slaughtered ruthlessly. Splash Casino. The ground is full of corpses. After Lu Xiangyang slaughtered 36 people, this group of beastly punks finally collapsed and wailed and screamed in terror. Ah! He's not human. He's not human. Oh! Demons! Demon! Oh! Run away! Help me! Help me! I don't want to die. Someone help me. He's not human. He's a demon. Lu Xiangyang did not have the slightest bit of compassion in the face of their wailing. His heart is steel. It's iron. Oh, you've slaughtered your own head. You know you're scared. You know you're begging for mercy. Those miners you killed didn't beg for mercy. Have the black workers who died underground not wailed at you? Those miserable families who lost their breadwinners and still can't get their pensions, the families hugged and cried and lived in grief for the rest of their lives. Have they never broken down? This group of animals, only the knife on their own body to know pain. Only then do they know regret. Too late. Heh, just a few wounds, and how to offset the pain of those suffering people's bones and souls. Lu Xiangyang did not care about the wounds and pain, all the way to chase and cut. Grimace face full of fresh X. What he wielded was not a knife. It was the relief and torment of those miserable miners' families. 20 minutes later, ninth floor cleared. Lu Xiangyang's back was leaning against the corner. X was flowing all over the place. He once again took out the adrenaline in his backpack and stabbed it towards his thigh, and exchanged a tube of vitamin K1 injection to use to stop the X. Minus 20 justice points. Total 1291. Substitute life plus 61. Total 184. Justice points plus 10. Total 1,301. System evaluation. The host is already a qualified animal slaughtering god of war. The system is not worthy of evaluation. Lu Xiangyang, except for his head and feet, his body was covered in dense wounds, standing in the mountain of corpses and XC. His face was pale and he lit a cigarette with a bland look. Hiss. Who? At this time, he noticed that the elevator was going down. 12, 11, 10, 9. When it reached the 9th floor, the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened, from which the three people who were exchanging words came out. These three people were exactly the heart of Li Junyant's subordinates who had participated in the crime of bullying and insulting Simmering Lanqin. When the three of them stepped out of the elevator, they were suddenly stung by a piece of X-red. They stopped communicating and fixed their eyes towards the front. Immediately, these three were scared into grandsons. What did they see? Corpses all over the ground. Those were all their brothers who had once committed crimes together. Now they were all split up. This scene, which was like a purgatory, deeply irritated them. One of them was even so scared that he let out a terrified scream. Aki. Lu Xiangyang turned around, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and limped towards them. What are you screaming? No, very noisy, ah. Only then did they realize that there was actually an X-man wearing a duck-tongued cap standing in that corner. In their perspective, Lu Xiangyang was covered in wounds, his face was covered in X stains, and his eyes were glowing scarlet, revealing a vast and infinite sky covering slaughtering intent, like a demonic god in the world, walking towards them. Being stared at by these eyes, the three of them went weak in their 6 legs. Their brains told them, danger, run away, we'll die, run away. But their legs were like pillars, they couldn't move in the slightest. Walking up to the three, Lu Xiangyang's icy cold eyes stared at the man at the front. You are also involved, right? Not waiting for that person to answer. I'll let you commit a crime. Crime. Lu Xiangyang directly swung the knife. A mournful wail sounded.
Aki.
The other two saw the spread of little brothers on the ground and felt that their little brothers were also in vague pain. In the next second, their legs were miraculously able to move. They hurriedly turned around to escape. Entering into the elevator, they frantically pressed the button to go up. That elevator door, which usually felt like they had a thief's fast reaction, at this moment unexpectedly seemed incomparably slow. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, the elevator door was about to close. Lu Xiangyang crossed over to the kneeling and wailing horseman and silenced him with a backhanded slash. As the two horsemen watched the elevator doors about to close in a panic. Dang! A hand grabbed the elevator door. At once, the horseman's eyes were filled with despair. The elevator door opened again, and Lu Xiangyang's hideous face was revealed to the two of them. Slowly walked in. Lu Xiangyang was trying to make them feel the bone-deep despair from their flesh to their hearts. Let them, this group of brutes, empathize with the despair and encounter of simmering Lanxin before her death. Subsequently, a hoarse voice rang out from Lu Xiangyang's mouth. Hee, are you feeling desperate? I'll give you all 10 seconds to wail.
10.
Having just spat out a cross, Lu Xiangyang sliced off one man's little brother with his hand, and in the midst of his wailing, chopped off the other's little brother in the process. Just like that, he pressed down on these two beasts, listening to their wails, pressed the elevator button, and headed upstairs. He wanted Li Junyan to hear what was called human purgatory. Get rid of the evil. Chapter 54. You're not normal. You're a superhuman. You're an awakened. The elevator came directly to the 12th floor. Lu Xiangyang knew that they were coming down from here, and Li Junyan was definitely here as well. Buzz. After a slight shaking, the elevator doors slowly opened. Miserable wailing sounds also traveled out in the same direction, frantically weaving in and out of every corner towards the front. There were 3 large rooms here. The right side was the conference room, the left side was the entertainment room, and directly in front was Li Junyan's large office. Hearing this mournful wailing sound, Li Junyan walked out from it with 4 of his inner circle, his eyes looking towards the elevator with confusion and annoyance. Who the hell was wailing? The next moment, he saw the X-Man, Lu Xiangyang, and the wailing minions next to him on the left and right, with excess all over their bodies. Lu Xiangyang also saw Li Junyan. This guy does not look like a good person at first glance. Triangular eyes, not much hair, tall and slightly fat, with a shady color on his face. I don't know how simmering Lanxin got involved with him. Lu Xiangyang just against their face, grabbed the left little brother hair, scarlet eyes staring at Li Junyan. Right hand knife slowly extended to his neck. Li Junyan cursed angrily. How dare you? Lu Xiangyang, he not only dared, he also dared. Once again, he grabbed the right side of his little brother's head and repeated the same trick. Very cruel and maniacal. Those 4 beloved ponies looked on and were a bit creeped out. This guy was a slaughtering maniac. Li Junyan's face was a bit flustered, hurriedly said, Quickly, get the guys. The horseman hurriedly turned back and went into the safe in the recreation room to get a long gun. Li Junyan twisted his head and ran towards the big office, where his special pistol was placed in the safe. Oh, taking a guy cannot be Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously and drew his legs towards the entertainment room. Chasing into the entertainment room, 2 horsemen were opening the safe, while the other 2 copied machetes and short sticks and rushed towards Lu Xiangyang. They wanted to buy the brothers behind them time to get their guns. Unfortunately, they didn't know what Lu Xiangyang was wearing on his head and what he was holding in his hand. The next second, the machete came towards Lu Xiangyang's head. Lu Xiangyang did not dodge. His head received that horseman's slash hard. In his gaze that rapidly changed from surprise to horror, courage was inserted directly into his heart without any obstruction. The other horseman who came over with a stick had disbelief in his eyes. How could it be possible? The machete couldn't even cut through his hat? What the fuck is this hat? Lu Xiangyang didn't give him a chance to guess, drew out his courage and stood up. His shoulder resisted the stick's knock and viciously stabbed out his courage, once again settling the 2 of them. This was all less than 1 minute from start to finish. Those 2 horsemen who opened the safe finally took out their shotguns and had just loaded them when Lu Xiangyang had already rushed over. They had just turned their backs to Lu Xiangyang, so they didn't see that shocking scene. The horseman who loaded the bullets the fastest was also decisive, pointing his gun at Lu Xiangyang's head and directly fired. Boom. The other horseman heard the gunshot and looked back. The next moment, both of them were dumbfounded. The shotgun pointed at Lu Xiangyang's head at close range only knocked off a small circle of X traces on his hat. Your mom. How is that possible? A bulletproof baseball cap. Swish. Swish. Lu Xiangyang didn't give the two of them a chance to come back to their senses and cleanly sent them on a trip to the other world. Generation life +7, total 191. Justice points +2, total 1303. He took a shotgun from the safe as well and slowly started loading it. 3 minutes later, he heard footsteps and shouts from outside. It was Li Junyan shouting, "Daki, solved him yet?" There was no response. Lu Xiangyang then heard the sound of approaching footsteps outside gradually receding. Li Junyan realized something was wrong and prepared to flee to the main office to hide, calling the police on the way. What an irony. Such a black force coal boss, after encountering an existence that was even more evil than them, the first thing he thought of was to report the arresting guard. Lu Xiangyang just poked his head out. He was shocked to see Li Junyan, who was walking backwards. Seeing his ex-head poking out, Li Junyan shot wildly. Bang 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 bang. Lu Xiangyang was forced back by the barrage of bullets. Although his head was bulletproof, his face wasn't, and he would have to waste another life if he got smashed. Counting the number of bullets fired at him, Lu Xiangyang stormed out, burying his head low and shooting with his end gun. Boom, 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 bang bang, bang. Li Junyan does not have the psychological quality of Lu Xiangyang. Hooked waist panic to avoid. The hand of the gun is also chaotic shot empty. Lu Xiangyang see his bullets empty, eyes full of cruel color, directly throw off the shotgun. Straight towards Li Junyan. 10 meters. 5 meters. Li Junyan, who had just entered the office door, turned his head and was ready to close the door. But before, for the sake of grandeur and bullishness, he had made his office door tall and big, pure solid wood, and it was difficult to close it quickly for a while. Bang! Lu Xiangyang directly flew in and kicked him, kicking him to the ground. Li Junyan sits on the ground with his heart covered in pain. Looking at Lu Xiangyang with eyes full of shock and doubt, he doesn't understand whether this guy is a human or a ghost. He had so many brothers. Hundreds of people. Are they gone? Lu Xiangyang was not in a hurry to kill him, so directly killed this beast, not too cheap. He lit a cigarette, looked at Li Junyan and said, "Have you thought about today?" Li Junyan looked at him with a puzzled and pained face and said, "Brother Ruthless, who are you? I don't seem to know you, right? What kind of grudge do we have? Where are my little brothers?" Kaching. Lu Xiangyang violently stepped on his right hand that was secretly hidden behind his back, ready to pull out a knife.
Okay.
Li Junyan let out a violent scream, then stared at Lu Xiangyang with sinister eyes and roared, "You violated the rules of secrecy. You are definitely a superhuman. Or an awakened. You can't make a move against me. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Country's official superpower Incident Response Center coming?" Lu Xiangyang nodded his head in succession, pulling something out of thin air, and said faintly, "I don't know anything about awakened superpower. I only know that you're going to die." Li Junyan's face turned pale and his pupils quaked. He finally realized that he had kicked the iron plate. What kind of tactic is this? Creating things out of thin air? This isn't even an awakened person. "Brother Ruthless, I won't ask who you are. I have a lot of money. A lot. A lot of money. Can you buy me this life?" He looked at Lu Xiangyang with a prayerful face. Lu Xiangyang really hesitated for a moment when he heard this. Just as Li Junyan flashed a glimmer of hope, he heard Lu Xiangyang say, "That's good. You now contact the finances below and tell them to donate all their assets. I can make your death a little easier." Li Junyan's face changed, and he hesitated for a few seconds. Heh. Slap. 2 hard slaps woke him up. Li Junyan looked at himself in horror. His spirit and soul were about to collapse. "Awakened one. Awakened one." Lu Xiangyang's hoarse voice sounded again. "I said, as long as you cooperate obediently, otherwise, huh?" Li Junyan begged with tears streaming down his face. "Please, let me go. I haven't offended you. I'll give you all the money you want. Why donate it?" Good, good, good. At the end of his life, he's still fucking playing with his mind. He's really a kingpin. Lu Xiangyang looked at him or this look. His head couldn't help but tilt and let out a snort. Heh. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang looked at Li Junyan and smiled. Taking out a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and exhaled a green smoke. 2 minutes later, Li Junyan died in peace. He didn't even know until he died. Who was this person? Where did he offend him? Why did he do this? What was that weird ability? That's what I'm talking about. Containing endless resentment, humiliation, a trip to an otherworldly continent. This is not the proper protagonist template. Of course, in the middle of the day, Li Junyan still contacted the finance department downstairs and donated all of his assets. Although the finance was puzzled, but due to Li Junyan's threat, he did as he was told. They didn't realize that the upstairs had become hell. The building, in the future, could not be cleaned up after the police came and could only be demolished. The last thing Lu Xiangyang did was to take a picture of the beast and send it to Bo Lansing's second uncle. In the end, he limped out of here. There were 4 big words written on the wall. Get rid of the evil. Substitute life +1. Total 192. Get rid of a coal mining lord. Justice points +10. Total 1,313. Chapter 55. Investigate clearly. I'll contact the Superhuman Incident Response Center if it's a superhuman. Lu Xiangyang left the place. 30 minutes later,
Okay.
a startled scream came from the hall. It turned out to be the cook who came down the stairs and saw the punks lying in the ex-berth. But he didn't report it immediately because he knew what he was working with. When the cook went upstairs and was ready to report to his boss, after pressing the elevator with the X slowly descended, the door opened, and he saw the 2 dead horrible minions in the elevator. Immediately, the cook was scared into a grandson and did not dare to take this side of the elevator. From that side of the elevator straight to the boss's office, saw half. Just like that, the incident happened. Somewhere in a residential building, Boiling Lanxin's second uncle is thinking about whether to continue. Even her father is persuading himself not to continue the whole thing. Play but theirs, honestly go home and live a life. Simmering Lanxin's mother is supportive, but also in the old family running around, but nothing useful. Just then, buzz. His cell phone received an MMS. Second uncle was puzzled and opened his cell phone and clicked on the picture. The next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. This person was the one he knew even if he was turned into ashes. Li Junyan. The picture showed him in an extremely miserable state, seeing that he was not going to survive. Who was it? Who would use such cruel means to kill this evil coal boss? Second uncle was puzzled and thought back. At this time, he clicked back and saw the title of the text message. Sorry for the long wait. Her second uncle? How is this possible? Second uncle's pupils quake, his face full of shock. Waiting for a long time? It was him, but he has long been dead. Immediately, second uncle started to dial this number, but it came from the other end. Sorry, the phone number you have dialed is empty. Sorry, Dark Shepherd. He recalled the young man's promise, the determined look in his eyes when he left, and his openness in the face of death. Unconsciously, the flowers were not flowers and the fog was not fog, and he could not see clearly in front of him gradually. After a 20-minute reprieve, he accepted the news. Then the second uncle informed the news quickly to the side of Simmering Lanxin's parents as well. Dead. Dead. That beast Li Junyan finally died. Li Junyan's death is a huge blow to Tianan District. He can bring a lot of tax revenue to Tianan District every year is a big taxpayer, and he is very familiar with Tianan District Governor Dong. The two help each other to get to today's position. Interestingly, he and that Chongming District cattle bombing was Peeled Yizun, Dong Xinrong, also have contact. These two people were both skinned by Lu Xiangyang. I have to say, this is a kind of fate. Wonderful. In today's day, District Governor Dong had not only lost a friend and a strategic partner, but also an economic pillar. Asshole, is this how you run your business? The entrepreneurs of our Tianan district, massacred inside their own building. What kind of face do you have to be the director of this several? I'll give you one day. I'll give you one day. He must be arrested and punished. I want to know what kind of case this is. If it's a superhuman, I'll contact the Dragon State's official Superhuman Incident Response Center. If it's not a superhuman, you hurry up and arrest him. Yes. District Governor Dong. Tut tut tut. Director Ma put down his cell phone with a face as ugly as his dead mother. Slap. He slapped himself hard twice. His mind once again recalled the call that Wang Hongming had made to him, and he was overwhelmed with remorse. Gao Wei, bring your squad. I'll only give you 12 hours. Investigate. Strictly investigate. The precinct special agents had already gone to Li Junyan's office building after the cook reported it, and the criminal arrest squad had also headed there under Ma Bureau's commanding exhortations. Ma Bureau stood in front of the window, lighting a cigarette, and with a sad face, picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Hongming. Beep, the call was connected. Older brother, it's happened. After Ma Bureau said everything to Wang Hongming gave him a suggestion. Old Ma, I have to tell you that what happened to Li Junyan is just the beginning. Instead of chasing after the murderer, Why don't you go and keep an eye on the target people who will be targeted by him, you know? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hongming called Yang Chuan and looked at him with a face of self-doubt, haggard and hair loss, and said, Yang Chuan, your analysis is correct. Tiannan district has committed a crime again. This time, it's a major criminal case. Yang Chuan's entire body had a jolt of excitement, followed by a glow visible to the naked eye as he excitedly said, I knew it. I knew it. My analysis was not wrong. That guy definitely has a problem. A normal person would never do something like that. His behavioral trajectory is exactly the same as Liao Kaifeng, Cheng Ma and the others. Director Wang looked at his agitated appearance and said in a somewhat puzzled manner, Why are you so excited? It's not like you're involved in this arrest. Yang Chuan took out a cigarette and sent it to Bureau Chief Wang to help him light it up before saying with a somewhat resigned expression, Wang Bureau, you don't know. I'm suffocating. Before those criminal cases, criminals Cheng Ma and others, I feel arrested. And it seems not caught. Always feel that these guys are a person change. Make me a bit of mental exhaustion. I very much want to catch them, will be sent to prison. To be punished by the law. Now it has become an obsession. Wang Bureaus laughed and said, You still need to settle down. How can the same person change? Each of them has their own life trajectory, just hidden extremely deep. Not until the offense will not reveal a single problem. Want to catch criminals can also be, later I will make a phone call with the Ma Bureau to see if they need manpower to help. Line think open, go busy. Yang Chuan nodded and left the office. Was he really overthinking it? When Gao Wei and a group of criminal arrests came to the building, there was already a large group of people standing outside, all pale and scared like grandchildren, whimpering and whimpering there as if they had seen something that had remodeled their three views, and there were also people vomiting there. Seeing a criminal arrest to the scene, that precinct special duty is also pale and ran over and said, The situation inside the high team is extremely bad. Ferocious. The death toll has reached over 100 people. Traces of a gunfight were also found. Gao Wei was startled. What? More than 100 people died? Then how many murderers are there? This is an extremely nasty incident of group fighting. Precinct special duty. High team, no. It's not a group battle. The murderer, it's just him. It's just him alone. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Gao Wei said incredulously. They then followed behind the precinct secret service towards the upper floors. As soon as they entered the door, they saw several people lying in the hall. Gao Wei signaled for one of his men to go and check. They continued to climb the stairs to the upper floors as the elevator also had two victims who had slit their throats and died on their knees. When the crowd climbed up to the 9th floor, Gao Wei they finally faced hell straight on. Spare the criminal arrest brigade. They have never fucking seen such a scene. Where is this a murder scene? This is a fucking battlefield. A few people smelled the ex-fishy odor and looked at the gruesome scene. The vice captain forced himself to hold back the desire to vomit and came over. Gao Wei, call for reinforcements. There are too many. The heat makes it easy to deteriorate. Gao Wei's hands somewhat trembled as he pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them one by one. All of them lit up before barely diluting those ex-fishy flavor. Gao Wei's somewhat trembling voice, which then issued, Good. This day, Lu Xiangyang used a tough stance. Thunderous means, hellish maneuvers, announcing to them, he's back. The elimination of evil in Tiannan district has begun. Chapter 56, Sleepless Tonight. When Ma Bureau received the news, he immediately rushed over without stopping. As a representative figure of the military department's transition, Ma Bureau, he had performed countless missions, large and small, and had seen too many battle scenes with mountains of corpses and seas of X. He was able to see the scene no matter how brutal it was. No matter how ex-fishy and cruel the picture was, he could accept it. But he was still a little uncomfortable with the scene in front of him. Ma Bureau looked at Gao Wei and the others with a face of egg pain. Is this something a fucking human can do? Is this guy still human? Even slaughtering a pig isn't this easy, right? Have you seen the surveillance? How did the murderer do it? Is it really a person? Gao Wei replied with a serious face. It's really one person. He was one person and one knife, starting from the doorman and slaughtering all the way up to the 12th floor. In addition, he also forced Li Junyan to donate all his assets. He took nothing away, just 2 cigarettes. Ma Bureau frowned and asked, No, what is he trying to do? Did you send someone to trace it? Has the murderer's identity information been confirmed? Any injuries? Gao Wei took out a few empty syringes from his bag and said, Well, have sent people with special dogs to track down. This person is named Wu with, 32 years old, chauffeur driver. According to the surveillance, The murderer suffered a lot of traumatic injuries and blunt force injuries lost X more, but he has in his hands I do not know where to get the potion can slow down the injury. Useless? This guy's name is Wu Useless? Treadmill. 1 against 100. Tough as nails. With this kind of ability, he'd be useful in the Dragon Special Forces. It's a pity. The road has gone astray. Director Ma pinched the bridge of his nose and thought secretly. He then explained, "All right, the higher-ups are giving a lot of pressure. You guys take some losses and make sure to apprehend him as soon as possible. Such an absolute madman. We resolutely cannot let him run amok in society. Let's launch a manhunt all over the city. The matter is too big to be suppressed." No one could have imagined that after avoiding the surveillance, Lu Xiangyang went to take a bath inside the stinky sewer to cover up the ex-fishy odor on his body, not caring in the slightest about the passing of his life. Traveling in a hurry, he came to the woods outside the prison gates and hid after dealing with the traces. Tiannan District Prison, located in the northeast corner of the city, remote and off the beaten path. Lu Xiangyang slowly closed his eyes and sat quietly waiting for the dawn. He had planned all of this, starting from slaughtering Li Junyan to now guarding the prison entrance. Tomorrow was the day the two brutes would be released from prison. He would slaughter them with cruelty against the face of many reporters. There was a shocking case in Tiannan District. 2 brothers were robbed and killed because of $30. 10 years ago, in the remote suburbs of Tiannan District lived a pair of young brothers. They work in the construction site during the day, at night in the night market stalls. Every time after work is also immediately after the money earned will be sent back home to support their parents. But everything changed that night, the original trajectory. The oldest chapter of the 26-year-old, usually idle, with 22-year-old Fu Mao and Wang Mao, Feng Mao and others on the Tiannan district around the house burglary activities. 7 o'clock in the evening. A group of them blocked the brothers. Due to the prior ambush and advanced squatting, the four-headed beasts subdued the pair of brothers very smoothly. When they were ready to demand money, but only pulled out $30 from the body of the little brother. This enraged these four-headed beasts. "Quickly say, what's the bank card password? If you don't say it, you'll kill your brother." Faced with the threats and beatings of the four-headed beasts, the elder brother couldn't bear to see his brother being beaten alive. He was still too young to die here. So the elder brother gave out his bank card password. The four-headed beasts then sent a man to the bank to withdraw the money. After withdrawing the money, they didn't spare the brothers either. Only because at the very beginning, they didn't give an honest account and only admitted that they only had that $30 on them. They were beaten alive. So far, the tragedy happened. It all started just because of $30. After the case broke out, it immediately caused a huge sensation, and the Tiannan District Special Branch Party tracked down the four beasts day and night and finally apprehended them. Among them, the age of 26, 22 Zhang Mao, Fu Mao immediately sentenced to death, ate the gun to send them to restart the game. But those two were sentenced to only 15 years because they were put in jail for education, and because of their good attitude inside, their sentences were reduced again and again. 10 years now. Tomorrow is the day they get out of jail. Many people have no sleep tonight. The Secret Service side is spreading out a searching row, checking harshly at all the entrances and exits of the tenant district. Reporters also caught wind of the situation and came outside Li Junyan's building to go in and film, but they were stopped. They saw that body bags were constantly being transported out from inside and sensed that this was big news. The two beasts are in prison thinking about their new life after tomorrow's release. The families of the victims, withered in form, have not slept a wink in the past 10 years. They live in sorrow and pain all day long. The two beasts are getting out of prison, and tomorrow they're going to see the outside of the prison. The families of the two animals are also going to pick them up tomorrow and take them home. Lu Xiangyang dodged 2 sets of passing Secret Service agents. It seems that this night is lively. Lu Xiangyang climbed down the tree trunk and then looked at the prison's gate from afar. This case had a big impact and was extremely bad. He guessed that a lot of people would definitely come tomorrow. But no matter what kind of people come tomorrow, how many people will come? These two beasts, he will kill them. God can't keep them. Lu Xiangyang said it. If there's a family member present. Heh. Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously, his eyes flashing with a dark red fishy aura. Justice points -50. Total 1,263. He exchanged an earthen explosive pack from the system mall. Transformation? Newborn? I'll send all of you to a fucking otherworldly newborn. Chapter 57. What is the harm in being broken to pieces? I'll get rid of all the evil in this world. Get rid of all the evil in this world. A big chapter. The night has passed. Ma Bureau's Gao Wei and the others sat down for a cup of hot tea with dark circles under their eyes from staying up all night. Ma Bureau, we checked all the entrances and exits in the Tianan district, including every place where a car can hide a person. We found no trace of him. He shouldn't have fled outwards. Gao Wei said. Ma Bureau scratched his head and said, according to Old Wang, he won't flee. He will continue to commit crimes. Have you kept an eye on those people? Any traces found? Gao Wei shook his head. No, I have placed plainclothes in all of their residences and also notified them to be careful. There was no trace this night. A group of criminal arrests meditated. Where on earth would you go? Ma Bureau lit a cigarette, his gaze deep. Abandoned, chauffeured. All the money he earned was given to his brother. Plus, he forced Li Junyan to donate all his assets. 32 years old, all alone. No wife and no children. Really unstable existence, ah. Wu you. What do you really want to do? Is it worth it to do all this and take your own life? It's dawn. Lu Xiangyang found that the prison door came to the first car, from which down a few reporters are eating breakfast. They discussed to come earlier to occupy AC position, so as to shoot down the first-hand hot news. Subsequently, here the vehicles gathered more and more. 7 o'clock in the morning. Riding a dilapidated electric bicycle, two twilight-dying old man came here. They silently gazed at the prison gate, stood aside and did not say anything. A reporter spotted them and came over to ask what they were. The two old men did not answer. Only the eyes hide the sadness and pain that is difficult to wash away. 10 years. A snap of the fingers. They simply couldn't forget the tragic situation of their two sons. And this tragic memory followed them like a shadow, always wanting to haunt them until they died before letting go. Another low-profile car came, from which a few middle-aged and elderly people came down, and they looked at the group of reporters with some panic in their hearts. Paying no attention to the reporters' questions and interviews, they looked at the prison gate with eager eyes and said, "Why don't they come out yet? This gang of reporters is so annoying." The family of this gang of animals has long changed the place of residence. Today is the day of their son's release from prison. Discussed over to pick up? No way, people are old, counting on their old age to send the end of it. 8:30 p.m. People are getting more and more, all gathered at the door. The reporters set up long guns, ready to shoot down. They stood in 3 waves. The most crowded are the journalists, who are standing in the center at C position. On the left were the families of the abusers, and on the right were the families of the victims, far apart, not communicating with each other. That pale victim's family came here for no reason, simple and kind by nature. They also just wanted to see if those two brutes had truly repented, or wait for an apology. However, the abuser's family didn't dabble, didn't even look at those two old men. 9 o'clock sharp. Clang. A sound came from the small door underneath the prison gate. It was ready to release the people. Lu Xiangyang also quietly came behind the crowd, slowly approaching towards the family of that abuser. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. He stood behind them. A stench faintly came out, but the crowd didn't care. They all looked at the small prison door with burning eyes. Creak. The small door opened. From it, 2 people, Wang Mao and Feng Mao, who had already changed into civilian clothes and shaved their heads, walked out. They went out and were startled by the scene in front of them. How to surround so many people? The bottom of the heart is a little afraid. But on second thought, they are released from prison. What to be afraid of? Sweeping their eyes around, they saw the victims standing on the left of the reporters, 2 old men, feeling a little familiar, as if they had seen a side when the court was in session before. Whatever. He himself has been in jail for 10 years. What more do you want? Eyes turned to the right, saw the 2 of them waving at the family members, suddenly excited. Then Wang Mao and Feng Mao no longer look at the victim's family, toward their loved ones, thinking in their hearts that they must have a good time later. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiangyang looked in his eyes and laughed in his heart. The face is more and more hideous and horrible. Expect the beast to reform? Bastard in his teens dared to QJ slaughter people, sit in jail for 10 years, in prison still do not know how to be treated. After reforming out, you can put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? See this. Lu Xiangyang took out the last tube of adrenaline from his backpack and stuck it in his thigh. He gave the opportunity. It is the beast does not cherish. That the victim of the 2 old men saw this scene, but also look old and tired, spine as if broken. They gave up compensation in court, only to ask for a heavy sentence and heavy punishment to slaughter people to pay for their lives. Waiting for 10 years, did not wait for an apology? I go to your mom. Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously, drew out courage from his backpack, and violently rushed forward, 3 times, directly against the face of those two beasts, doing away with their animal relatives. Moment. Surprise. Horror. Terror. Despair. Unbelievable. A face like a really dead mom, floating on the faces of Wang Mao, Feng Mao, and their two animals. The reporters were attracted by the expressions on their faces and turned their heads to look, but they only saw an X-red color. Courage is the sharpest thing in this world. It only took Lu Xiangyang more than 10 seconds to do away with him, and the next moment, he exploded towards the second animal and charged violently, as if wrapped in a monstrous wave. At this moment, Lu Xiangyang was the storm. Wang Mao and Feng Mao were already scared silly. They couldn't move at all, looking at their loved ones collapsing in front of them. It was as if they felt their hearts breaking. They were in great pain and despair. Lu Xiangyang naturally saw the look on their faces. On his way to run wildly, he revealed a hideous smile. This is painful and desperate? And how desperate were the pair of brothers? Aki! Aki! As a large chunk of the reporter's shrieks rang out, Lu Xiangyang had also rushed to the front of the two animals, viciously chopping off their legs, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Don't admit your faults, right? I naturally have a way to make you admit your mistakes. The two beasts also let out mournful wails. Ah! They were truly regretting from the bottom of their hearts at this moment, regretting why they got out of prison. Why did they have to be tortured like this? Some of the bold reporters also slowed down. This was super powerful news. It's not like they're going to cut them, so what are you afraid of? Hurry up and shoot. The prison guards heard the screams, poked their heads out and saw the tragic situation outside, rushed to call up the armed police. At the same time, he drew his gun and went out, pointing at Lu Xiangyang and yelling, "Drop the knife. What are you doing? Quickly put it down." Lu Xiangyang grimaced, ripped the clothes off his body, revealing the dense wounds all over his body and his already inflamed and infected torso, turned his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Shoot. Everyone was startled by the injuries all over his body, then saw the bomb strapped to his body. The bomb had 2 wires inserted directly into Lu Xiangyang's heart area. He laughed hideously. Beat me to death. This bomb will blow up too. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the prison guards, turned around and grabbed the animal heads of these two beasts, and faced the 2 old men who had been victimized and said aloud, "Elderly people, I've asked them to kowtow and apologize to you." Bang! Lu Xiangyang directly pressed their wailing heads and smashed them hard on the ground. 1 stroke. 2 times. 3 times. X-meat blur. That prison guard also called out to the armed police, but they looked at Lu Xiangyang but could do nothing. After professional analysis, that clay explosive packet is real, but not sure about his claim that the heart will blow this up if it stops beating. Theoretically, this can be realized, so they don't dare to bet on it. Reporters also quickly sent this scene to the internet. It caused a furor. Only the video was taken down in less than a minute. Ma Bureau and Gao Wei learned of the news and immediately boarded the police car with a group of criminal arrests and traveled at breakneck speed, running 20 red lights in a row, speeding towards the prison. Those 2 elderly victims were in tears when they saw this scene, not pitying these 2 beasts, but grateful to Lu Xiangyang for helping them take revenge. At this point, these 2 kind old men ignored the rest of the people and firmly walked towards Lu Xiangyang, knowing that Lu Xiangyang would not hurt them. With tearful eyes, they said, "Young man, all right, that's enough. If you slaughter him, you will die yourself. Doing this is enough. Don't ever fall into the abyss." Lu Xiangyang shook his head, facing the 2 old men. His fierce expression tightened and softened. "It's not enough. There will be more of this. I will slaughter this group of criminals to lose their nerve. They won't dare to commit any more crimes. Second elder, please go back. It won't be good if X splashes on your body later." After persuading the 2 old men to go back. At this time, bang, a gunshot came. It was followed by an anesthetic needle sticking in Lu Xiangyang's neck. Lu Xiangyang did not move. His face once again became hideous. He pulled off the anesthetic needle and crushed it against the face of a kind of reporter, backhandedly chopped off the source of the evil of these 2 beasts. Whoosh! Let you guys fucking crime. The mournful howls resounded again. The 2 beasts couldn't stop crying and begging for mercy. "Spare me. I really know I'm wrong. Please, let me go. Let me go. I'm in jail. Please." Lu Xiangyang had an iron heart and laughed. "But if you had spared the young brothers, I wouldn't be here." A knife cut off the beast's mouth and nose. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this time, a dozen or so police cars rushed in at speed and pulled aside. From inside, they aggressively walked out of Ma Bureau and Gao Wei's group of criminal arrests. Gao Wei saw the scene in front of him is a cold behind. Sinza, he fucking slaughtered so many people again. It's really the reincarnation of a star slaughterer. Ma Bureaus walked over with big strides, not the least bit afraid of the bomb on Lu Xiangyang, and roared, "Wu Yu, how many more people are you going to slaughter? Isn't it enough that you've slaughtered over 100 of Li Junyin's people? What the hell are you going to do? Put down the sword. Don't make the same mistake again." Lu Xiangyang looked at him and laughed sarcastically. Then, with a repulsive and very hideous face, he roared, "I made a mistake again and again? Why are there such beasts? What makes them able to undergo rehabilitation to regain their lives? You fucking give me those 2 human lives. Oh no? It's a family of 3. If you can get them back from hell, I'll let them go now. Die right here on the spot. Can you do it? Speak. Grass. I've only slaughtered over 100 animals. That Li Junyin bastard. Hundreds of people died in the black mine. Why don't you persuade him to turn back to the shore? Why don't you advise him not to do it after what happened to Simmering Lanxin? Okay. Don't you fucking worry. I'll go to the precinct police station." Lu Xiangyang's scarlet eyes swept the group in a deadly circle, as if they were to be engraved on top of their souls. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 large doses of anesthesia needles were once again stuck in his neck. Lu Xiangyang didn't bother pulling them out and just waved his hand. Ma Bureaus yelled at the sight of his action. "No." The words were not as fast as the knife, and he decisively chopped off the heads of the 2 beasts. He glanced back at the armed police aiming at him from the high tower and smiled towards Ma Bureau. "Only aren't you wondering why I'm fine? You know, the flesh is controlled by the soul. The flames of my soul's anger are close to burning through this body. Oh, how could a small tranquilizer gun possibly anesthetize me?" Chief Ma sucked in a breath. Now that all the people were dead, it was useless to say any more. He said in a hoarse voice, "You don't know. I've been investigating. This needs evidence. It's not something that can be solved by slaughtering people like you. Then society will be in chaos." Lu Xiangyang shook his head and said, "I respect you police officers who hold on to the bottom line, but I still say that criminals can't be caught. The only way to do it is by thunder. Slaughter them without fear. Only then can the crime rate become less and less." Ma Bureau was furious again when he heard this. What a bunch of nonsense. "You're wrong." Lu Xiangyang pressed on with no hope of convincing them and shook his head. "I'm not going to bother with you, come on. If you arrest me, you'll be better off. The bomb is real, but I removed the fuse and was bluffing you guys." Upon hearing this, a group of criminal arrests rushed to Ma Bureau's side to dissuade him. "Ma Bureau, be careful, there's a trick. Ma Bureau, let me go. Don't listen to him." Ma Bureau looked at Lu Xiangyang's eyes, hesitated for a moment, but still resolutely walked over, his hands trembling as he removed the bomb from Lu Xiangyang's body. Everyone let out a breath at once. Putting the handcuffs on his exam, Ma Bureau's gaze was very complicated. The rest of the criminal arresters also swarmed up and surrounded him. At this time, Lu Xiangyang smiled wryly and glanced at him, turning his gaze to the reporters. "My flesh accepts the judgment of the law, but no one in this world can judge my soul. There is one dead me. There are millions more of me. Those criminals. Fuck all of you. Wash your necks and wait for me. No matter where you hide, I'll find you. I'll kill you." A vast sea of slaughtering intent emanated from Lu Xiangyang's body. Everyone felt their hands and feet go cold and their hearts tremble. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang's head tilted and he directly died. Ma Bureau rushed to hold his body, looking at the foul odor emanating from him, the wounds all over his body and the already inflamed and infected flesh, his temples vaguely aching. Grass. It's like this again. It's like that again. All the people present thought about those words and looked at Wu Yong, who said he would die. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The second old man was in tears. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yes, he violated the law. That's fine. The flesh to the law trial. Nothing more than a death. Wu Wu went to his death with a straight face. No one can blame him. He's already dead. What more do you want? What else can we do? But is there really such a thing as a soul? Contemplation. The system is the real animal identifier. Life plus 2. Total 194. Justice points plus 1. Total 1,264. Chapter 58. I died to punish the wicked. Why are you crying? The next day, Yang Chuan looked at the news of the Tianan district and scratched his ears anxiously. He didn't listen to him. Now it's over. The tragic criminal case in Choming district has resurfaced again in Tainan district. And that's just the beginning. Yang Chuan would like to go to the Tenant district to catch criminals. But Ma Bureau, Gao Wei, they bite the bullet, have to solve the case themselves, resolutely do not look for foreign help, but he was anxious to death. This Wang Hongming is very calm. Today's Choming district, security and harmony, the people live and work in peace and happiness. All the wrongful deaths have been overturned. Everything is moving towards a better state of affairs. It wasn't because of the matter of Cheng Ma and the others that things were made worse. The people also preferred to solve their problems with the law. Cheng Ma had a good saying about cherishing life and living hard than anything else. As long as it was fair and just, they didn't really have much resistance to it. Chen Yalan still thinks of that person from time to time and occasionally goes to the cemetery to see him. Remembering the first time she went to see Cheng Ma, it was a bit surprising. She found that the front of Cheng Ma's and other people's cemetery was spotless and filled with flowers. It was saddening. I wonder who did these things. Until one day, she saw those plainly dressed people and it dawned on her. It turned out to be those people at the bottom who had been persecuted. Next to Cheng Ma's tombstone were two other tombstones, the girl with advanced pancreatic cancer and her father. The girl's tombstone reads, "After I die, please bury me and my father next to Uncle Cheng. I've always heard that hell is scary, but I feel less scared if I have Uncle Cheng protecting me. Uncle Cheng is the best." The girl's family also fulfilled this request. It's just that every time they come to sweep the graves, they look at those tiny tombstones. Still can't stop the tears. Li Junyan case, Wang Mao, Feng Mao, and his relatives' case. In the Tianan district swung up a storm. How the pressure cannot be suppressed, involving a wide range of people, the nature of the bad, the relationship between the complexity of the actual number of the most. That was slapped by the evil woman family in the home scared to piss. Their night dreams are dreaming of that red spot man stabbed himself to death. No longer dare to be arrogant and domineering. Tianan district governor was thunderously angry and immediately jerked Ma Bureau into Ma Deputy Bureau and ordered that no more such cases be allowed. Simmering Lanxin's second uncle and her immediate family and the old family set up a white table, ate 3 days of wine in a row. There are 3 portraits hanging inside the lobby, one of Wu Yong, one of Zhai Zishir, and one of Bo Lanxin. Second uncle seemed to know something, but did not say anything. He only told them to remember the days of these 2 people and to pay homage to them every year. The other relatives of the victims also remembered the days of their benefactors, regardless of whether this move is right or wrong. The most fundamental point cannot be bypassed. That is, they did give their lives for the people out. At the moment, standing on the high mountain, Tan Father, Young Mother, and other people, not only holding their own son's photo, but also Zhai Zishir's, the scenery together. Just as the saying goes, if you put the people in your heart, the people will lift you high. Lu Xiangyang has never asked others to be what they want, and not to do it to show them, but to live sincerely in order to get rid of evil. Every time he was reborn, he didn't have a good meal or enjoy a day of happiness, always running to get rid of evil. This also makes his soul more and more radiant, more and more blazing flame high. If Lu Xiangyang learns of all this, he will definitely smile lightly and say to them, "I died for the purpose of punishing the wicked and eliminating evil. What are you guys crying for?" Substitute Order 1. Lu Xiangyang once again opened his eyes from the bed and looked at the clean white wall as well as the orange and white clothes hanging next to him. Sanitation workers? In the next moment, the system settings appeared. Name, Feng Tianan. Gender, male. Age, 24. Brief introduction. You are a born with hair-lip limp orphans, was adopted by the Tianan District Orphanage. Fortunately, Feng director and teacher caregivers are very good. You spent a pleasant childhood without discrimination, but also accepted their own congenital deficiencies, 18 years old. Ready to go out to work to give back to the orphanage, after countless bumps into the wall, and finally met with the good people introduced to the introduction of a sanitation worker's job, you get up at 4 a.m. every day to diligently do things, 6 years. As a day, although the wage is meager, but you still will be most of the savings are remitted to the orphanage. No girlfriend you strong. To 4 a.m. in the morning Tianan, know it like the back of your hand. Lu Xiangyang got out of bed and took 2 steps. In addition to a limp, nothing else to feel. Looked in the mirror, it is only a cleft lip. At least compared to those human-like beasts look smooth. Nothing bad to accept. It was now 2 p.m. The original body should have been busy sleeping until now. There were a few text messages in the cell phone. They were sent by the orphanage director and those teacher moms. Dean Feng. Child, You're not too young. You'll have to get married and have children in the future. I've helped you save most of that money that called. Come back and visit when you're free this weekend. I've introduced you to a girl. She's very nice. Teacher, Xiao Nan, you have to pay more attention when you live alone outside. Be good to yourself, eat well, and wear warm clothes. Mom, how is Xiao Nan doing outside? Moms miss you. When will you come back to visit? Lu Xiangyang looks at his heart warmed. There is true love in the human world. But those brutes, he won't spare a single one. Getting married and having children? Sorry, Dean Feng. Moms. I still want to create a world without sin. Lu Xiangyang limped out of the room. This is the sanitation company's apartment. It's not big, but it's sheltered from the wind and rain. This shows that the boss of this sanitation company is very good. After greeting those co-workers outside, Lu Xiangyang left the place. Justice Point 2. Located the coordinates of that rich woman. Lu Xiangyang called a car, got in the car in the driver's concerned eyes, and drove towards the mansion neighborhood not far away. This driver is a warm-hearted one, very talkative along the way, without the slightest discrimination. Even he was afraid that Lu Xiangyang would think he was discriminating, and his words were very dense. In the end, Lu Xiangyang could only say helplessly, "Big brother, I don't have a glass heart. You just talk normally. This guy is born. I've long been used to it." So Big Brother chatted about those recent criminal cases, very quick to clap his legs while driving, making Lu Xiangyang afraid that he would crash. Even said that he once had a dream of chivalry as a child. It's just that when he got older, had a wife and child, and was pressed by the burden of life, he didn't have this mind. After arriving at his destination and saying goodbye to the enthusiastic driver, Lu Xiangyang let out a long breath. He was good at slaughtering people, not good at communicating with people, and gave the driver some social panic. Casually ate a bowl of ramen. Lu Xiangyang wandered around this mansion, looking for opportunities to commit crimes, no, to do things. After he observed, in the back door of the mansion, there is only one security guard who does not look down. Lu Xiangyang walked straight in. The security guard just glanced at the sanitation clothes on his body and released, without saying anything. Lu Xiangyang still feels strange, until he went through the flower beds, see in front of the large is repairing the grass, pick up garbage, brush the ground, clean up the cleaners, which only suddenly realized that cleaner clothes can't be said to be similar to him. It's exactly the same. The security guard should have taken him as one of them. Lu Xiangyang was just about to go around when he was shouted at by a management. That who? Come over here and help me poke this sewer. Chapter 59. If eyes could kill, Lu Xiangyang would have died 1,000,000 times by now. Me? Lu Xiangyang asked as he pointed at his nose in confusion. That white clean supervisor nodded and pointed at him. Right. It's you. You're the one who's idle. Come over here. Lu Xiangyang then limped closer. That supervisor then saw that he was physically crippled and immediately felt a little embarrassed, his cheeks slightly red. Cough, cough. What's that? You'll poke it with a stick later. I'll go find a stick for you. Wait for me. The supervisor took Lu Xiangyang to a place and then went to find a stick. It was still early and Lu Xiangyang was happy to be a cover. That rich woman will not get up until she sleeps through the night. It doesn't matter even if she leaves early. Lu Xiangyang will wait for her to come back. Not long after, that supervisor brought a stick over and handed it to him. Lu Xiangyang took the stick and started drumming up, working very seriously, not minding the dirty sewer at all. The supervisor looked at Lu Xiangyang so hard. He decided in his heart, after the meeting is over, he will definitely mention it to the boss of that company and give this person more money. He walked away. Half an hour later, Lu Xiangyang also disappeared, leaving behind only the unblocked sewer and the stick placed next to it. Coming to the rich woman's building below, Lu Xiangyang pretended to clean in front of him and waited for more than 10 minutes. Came a homeowner sweeping his face to go in, and he leisurely followed. After entering the building, it was much easier. Lu Xiangyang followed the target positioning tips in his mind, climbed the stairs all the way up to the 22nd floor. Coming to the walkway, he quietly observed. Sure enough, the security of this group of rich kids is quite good, with fire doors and cameras. Then wait. Lu Xiangyang sat quietly in the stairwell. 2 hours later, downstairs, the group of cleaning has long been withdrawn. The supervisor looked around and did not see the lame person, only to give up. At this time, the coordinate positioning moved. Lu Xiangyang opened his eyes and sensed up. He thought the woman was going out. Subsequently, damn it, another 2 hours had passed. Lu Xiangyang was speechless. He didn't know what the hell this woman was doing inside the room. That locating red just kept running back and forth inside the room. Finally, accompanied by the sound of the smart door lock ringing out, That rich woman finally walked out of the house, opened the fire door towards the elevator, pressed the button, and waited for the elevator to come. Lu Xiangyang had already arrived at the next floor through the stairs and pressed the elevator as well. When the rich woman upstairs entered the elevator, it went down one floor. The elevator stopped. Her afterglow swept the cleaning at the door, did not care, still snapping her cell phone to send messages with her girlfriends. Lu Xiangyang walked into the elevator carrying a mop with a duck-tongued cap and lowered his head, coming to stand behind her. Then he backhanded the mop and poked it upwards, blocking the camera. The next second, boom, he slashed her unconscious with one hand, and in one smooth motion, canceled the elevator button that went down and repressed the button that went to the top floor. 1 minute later, ding, the elevator comes to the top floor and the door opens. Lu Xiangyang gave her a kick out, making her fall on her ass. After she disappeared into the elevator surveillance view, he took down the mop, picked up his phone, and calmly walked out. It was that simple. Efficient. Lu Xiangyang held her on his shoulders and took the stairs to the top floor. The wind on the top floor is very strong. Justice points -1. Purchase a roll of hemp rope, the crudest kind full of burrs. At this moment the sky had already darkened. Lu Xiangyang directly gave her a hard stranglehold and bundled her onto the ventilation duct. The information introduction also appeared. Character information. Zhong Shu, 25 years old, Greenvine City, Tianan District, the granddaughter of the former director of the Bureau of Mining Resources, G3 generations, born with a golden spoon. This life is arranged clearly, the typical hereditary representative of the characters. Since childhood, she has been living in the clothes to open the mouth and rice to reach out to the day. There is not a day because of the money and worry over the personality of the indulgence of the arrogance. The eyes are long in the top of the head, look down on those poor people of the lower classes, from a foreign country after returning from a gold-plated university, was the first time to be a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. After a university gold-plated back by his grandfather, his father arranged to work in a unit, although with 5 insurance and 2 gold and high salary, but she did not have a day to go to work. Lu Xiangyang did not read any further when he saw this. Snap. Slap. He swung his palm round, hardly smacked on her face that had been moved. The face that was already in a sorry state on the ground was now even worse. The makeup was all splattered, the plastered eyelashes were fanned out, and the white face swelled up with flesh. Oh, Zhong Shu let out a grunt of pain and was woken up by the beating. When she opened her eyes and saw the janitor in front of her, feeling the severe pain on her face, she immediately burst into a rage. Violently struggling up, wanting to slap him, her mind was not considering anything at the moment. The first words that came out of her open mouth were, "Ah, bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You." Snap, snap, snap. What? Compassion? Lu Xiangyang does not exist. Directly hot hand destruction of flowers swing round the left hand, ruthlessly smacked 3 slaps. Zhong Shu's head of anger straight up again angrily sprayed. You fucking. Splat. Splat. Lu Xiangyang again 2 slaps. You. Snap. 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 Zhong Shu are almost beaten silly, eyes stagnant looking at Lu Xiangyang. Face has swollen into a pig's head. Tears in the eyes cannot stop spinning, heart aggrieved. People have not even spoken. How also hit me? Lu Xiangyang's icy gaze is like looking at a dead animal, condescendingly looking at her and said, "Still want to slap? I'll take care of it today." Even if Zhong Shu is usually more domineering and arrogant, at this moment, facing this hard-hearted man in front of her, she is also powerless. Hatred and aggression were intertwined within her. Never. No one had ever treated her like this. Even her parents had been obedient to her and had never lost their temper in the past 20 years, not to mention making a move. And this ugly and crippled man in front of her. Surprisingly, he kept slapping his own mouth, throwing all of her nobility, pride, and class all to the ground viciously. Crazy. Trampled. Trampled. Spit on. Zhong Shu's eyes were filled with infinite hatred, staring viciously at Lu Xiangyang. If eyes could kill, Lu Xiangyang would have died a million times by now. She completely failed to understand what kind of person she was facing. Hee hee. A pariah like me dares to treat you of noble status like this? Is it humiliating? Wanting to kill me so badly? I see the hatred in your eyes. You've been living in flowers and sunshine since birth, so you look down on the people at the bottom, thinking that they're all pariahs, that your status is noble and ours is lowly. thinking that we are not worthy of living in this world with you at all. Lu Xiangyang indifferently finished, picked up her cell phone to open the app and various chat software. Zhong Shu's net name is Flying Fish. It is full of statements showing off their wealth and dissing the various systems of the Dragon Kingdom, looking down on the people at the bottom. The sad thing is that there is also a large group of licking dogs below. Zhong Shu saw him looking through his cell phone and could not help but burn with anger, his eyes furious. What the hell do you want? Lu Xiangyang casually throws away the latest version of her fruit phone, pulls out courage from his backpack, and looks at her indifferently. Seeing him pull out a knife, Zhong Shu instantly calmed down and her brain was incredibly clear. Her eyes cleared up all of a sudden. Spare me. You're a ring guard, right? Don't you just want money? I have a lot of money. Money you've never seen in your life. My parents give me 200,000 a month in pocket money. My grandpa's savings are over 9 figures. Spare me, and I'll give you more money than you'll ever spend in your life. Lu Xiangyang was amused to hear this. Ha ha ha. Money? You think I need money? Not figure money? Then it's figure. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shu immediately flustered her eyes and also felt the prickly, itchy sensation of being bound by the thick hemp rope, which was a bit uncomfortable all over her body. She looked at Lu Xiangyang with pleading eyes and stuttered. Please don't mess with me. I can help you find lowly, imperial sister, tall and short, white and black, fat and thin. I'll arrange whatever you want. Chapter 60. Who do you think I am? Test me with this? Seeing her talking more and more outrageous, Lu Xiangyang was on the verge of being pissed off and laughing at this stupid gripper. Shut the hell up. Snap. He directly smacked her mouth with the blade. That full porcelain teeth were cracked a few times, hitting her with a mouthful of X. Oh. Zhong Shu trembled in pain and kept whimpering. Testing me with money and women? What do you take me for? You know what? Your words are the biggest insult to me. This is just a small lesson. Think clearly before you spew shit. Lu Xiangyang said in an icy tone. Zhong Shu's snot and tears flowed. Her face filled with the color of pain and despair as she roared wildly inside. Big brother, what the hell are you doing? You don't want money. You don't want a woman. You are looking for me to vent your anger. At the moment, Lu Xiangyang looked at her miserable appearance was not moved in the least. This is desperate pain? It looks like this G several generations is just an ordinary person. Fade away all the halo on the body. She will be the same whale will be painful. Also do not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Lu Xiangyang grabbed her right hand, which is full of diamond-encrusted nails. I do not know how she wiped her ass. Feeling him grabbing her hand, Zhong Shu trembled and wanted to retract her hand. Suddenly, swish, Lu Xiangyang raised his hand and directly chopped it off for her. Then, an unspeakable sharp pain came from her right wrist. Zhong Shu's eyes were wide open. Her body trembled violently. The eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. Just as her mouth was about to let out a wail, it was violently reached out by Lu Xiangyang and pinched to death, so that she could not make any sound. Then it became more and more painful. Just as Zhong Shu was about to pass out from the pain, Lu Xiangyang once again fiercely threw a few slaps, making her come back to her senses. Zhong Shu looked at Lu Xiangyang's scarlet eyes. Her heart sank to the bottom, and she seemed to understand something. He came to kill himself? Don't look at me in such a way. In order to prevent you from wantonly pointing and cursing at the common people in the future, I'm just applying a slight punishment. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Xiangyang said lightly. At the same time in the bottom of his heart, secretly said, Sorry Xiao Tang, that wine brother cannot eat. Guess I help you out. Then he exchanged a roll of StopX tape from the system mall and began to help her carefully bandage. Justice points -1. Zhong Shu's face was pale and limp, already numb with pain. If she hadn't been tied up, she would have been lying on the ground. Devil. He is a devil. Looking at Lu Xiangyang bandaging herself, Zhong Shu was truly scared. The bandaging was finished. All right, now you should be very cooperative, so let's start. Lu Xiangyang finished and turned on his cell phone's video function to aim at her face. Start giving an account, starting from how you secretly entered the G field, how many assets the family has, how several generations of rats succeeded in sucking X, and how your grandfather and father embezzled the Dragon Kingdom and the people's X sweat money. Tell me everything. The moment these words came out, Zhong Shu immediately panicked. What backroom operation? There is no greed in ink. It's all normal funds. Lu Xiangyang did not want to listen to her nonsense and directly drew a knife on her face to compare. Is not too awake? Want me to refresh you? I see you face some deformation, Do you stab a few knives to straighten the face, how? Zhong Shu felt the icy cold blade shaking in his face, looked at his expression without any compassionate humanity, and was horrified beyond measure, not daring to imagine the way he would slice and dice on his face. In the end, in front of the two options of disfigurement and pitfalls, she still chose to save her appearance. She was about to open her mouth and spit it out when Lu Xiangyang stopped her and said, "At the beginning, read as I said. My name is Zhong Shu, my father is Zhong, my mother is, my grandfather is, and I'm willing to take the legal responsibility for what I'm going to say below." Zhong Shu was completely desperate, looking at Lu Xiangyang as if he was looking at a demon. Under his threat, she began to give an account one by one. My name is Zhong Shu, my father is, I am willing to take legal responsibility for the following statements. Half an hour later, Zhong Shu finished her explanation thoroughly. How her grandfather had utilized his position during the decades that he had served as the director of mining resources in the tenant district of Greenvine City. The things that he did in terms of corruption, bribery, siphoning off funds from the Dragon Kingdom, and stealing sweat money from the people at the bottom. And how her father took over the heavy burden from her grandfather. With the prestige of the old life connections, how to plumb the second time to amass a large amount of money. And so on, a lot of explosive news. Lu Xiangyang is not worried about her not telling the truth. The system information is there. After recording, Lu Xiangyang has a little bit of small selfishness. That is to let Zhong Shu note, I promise to gratuitous donation will not be recovered. Transferred to accounts. A 200,000 to Xiaotang, a 2 million to Tiannan Welfare Center. Eventually, all things up. Lu Xiangyang looked at the recording video and sneered. Huh, this is the guard and inheritance? Really, your mom's generations of rats, sucking on the bone marrow of the X-fluid of the Dragon Kingdom and its people to climb to a high position, still claiming to be upper-class people, looking down on the lower-class people. I think you're even worse than that old man scavenging on the street. At least they can donate most of their life savings to save the suffering when the country is in trouble. Calling you animals insults the animals. Be thankful. Be thankful that you only stole money and didn't do those things that the heavens and the people are angry about. Otherwise, old me would have, long ago, said to the end. Lu Xiangyang's majestic killing intent that had slaughtered thousands of beasts surged out all over his body. The next moment, under the shroud of this aura, Zhong Shu's body was chilled to the bone. Unable to stop trembling, her spirit was on the verge of collapse. She saw a pair of incomparably scarlet eyes that contained monstrous killing intent. At this moment, he seemed like a demonic god standing on top of a mountain of corpses and XC, tearing through the barrier of hell and coming to Earth, zapped her with a shot of vitamin K1 injection and glucose, and helped her set up a timed alarm text message. No longer paying attention to Zhong Shu, who was already stupefied and on the verge of collapse, Lu Xiangyang turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Deeply hidden merit and fame. He was going to anonymously submit an article and send this information to all the reporters in Tiannan district. If things didn't turn out the way he wanted. What does that mean? It means it sucks. At that time, he didn't mind letting the top management of Tiannan district experience what it meant. Smoothly walking out of the neighborhood, Lu Xiangyang changed his clothes in the surveillance dead zone and put on a waterproof work uniform and non-slip shoes. Casually ate something, looked for an internet cafe, found a corner to give the man $200 to obtain the right to use the computer. The video was processed, and Zhong Shu was given a beauty effect to cover the injuries and swollen face. It was then mass-mailed to all the news media reporters in Tiannan district. He once again left the internet cafe and limped away into the dark night. 9:30 in the evening. The Special Affairs Bureau of the precinct of the Mansion neighborhood received an alarm text message because it involved the sons and daughters of executives. The speed of the police was very fast. Before 10 o'clock, Zhong Shu was sent to the hospital. 20 minutes later, Grandpa Zhong, Father Zhong, and Mother Zhong arrived at the hospital, and they looked at Zhong Shu, who was lying on the hospital bed after treatment. Heartache. This was their good granddaughter. How did she turn into this miserable state? In the end, who is it? Mother Zhong pulled the special agent and cried, the criminal must be brought to justice. Heavy sentence and heavy punishment. Must make him pay the price of X. To make him die. Grandpa Zhong and Father Zhong also hated each other to the core. Tearful eyes rubbed together and kept making phone calls to utilize their connections to make sure to find that criminal. 10 minutes later, Zhong Shu woke up, looking at the family in front of him, shed tears of aggression, touched, guilty, then slowly said the things that he faced the camera to explain. In the blink of an eye, all the tearful wailing came to an abrupt end. A room of people were dumbfounded. In the darkness, someone was holding a cell phone and was browsing through the news displayed on the screen. At 5 o'clock this morning, members of a group of child trafficking organizations in the Tenant District were captured by the Special Branch detectives. They will be escorted to the court for a speedy trial tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. The news is highly publicized. The special agent who escorted this group of traffickers was none other than the special agent from the district of the simmering Lanshin case. A hideous smile surfaced in the light of the cell phone screen. Killing intent was abundant. Chapter 61. When you see injustice, you should strike when it's time to strike. With the major news platform reporters receiving that self-reporting video, a crazy vibration just this night, it spread with a thunderous momentum. Inside the hospital, Master Zhong and Father Zhong and Mother Zhong were all dumbfounded, and Father Zhong even raised his hand high in anger, almost sending his daughter to her death. It's really a fucking shame. The father was so angry that he almost sent his daughter to her death. Just a moment of time. As the video spread rapidly on the internet, Master Zhong realized that he could not get through on the phone again. The people who were eagerly contacted 10 minutes ago have now blacked themselves out. The same was true for Zhong's father and mother, with one phone call and one blackout. The two were as if they had lost their parents, and Mother Zhong pointed at Zhong's shoe and even fainted in anger. It's over. Everything is over. Half an hour later. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking on the door sounded. Subsequently, without waiting for them to agree, a group of people walked in from outside, all characters with badges on their chests in formal attire. The moment Master Zhong and the others saw this group of people, their hearts pulled out of their chests, incomparably bitter. It was the people from the prosecution committee. Zhong Han, Zhong Shengtao, you are suspected of serious disciplinary violations. Now please come with us. The netizens were all still awake at this point in time. It was when they were lying on their beds and swiping videos that they suddenly swiped on a video, only to see that Zhong Shu woman with a beauty mask over her face say something like that to the camera. I am Zhong Shu, my master. I take legal responsibility for speech. There was an uproar. Ah, crap. What happened? This fucking righteousness? The pit. The pit saw. That old dog Zhong even corrupted so much while he was in office. Bastard. A family of animals. Rats. Grass. And relay. I'm a fucking deliverer man. Grass. Fuck the world. Why should they get to relay? We're stuck in the fields. Are we not working hard enough? I passed the written exam this year and got brushed off at the interview. Geez. Upstairs. Is this something that can be said on the internet? Shit. Crack down on it. How many more rats like this are out there? It's kind of sad. It must be investigated strictly. I said how come we were made to pay all kinds of fees more than 10 years ago? So that's how it is. The netizens were all ignited with anger. They did not know that there was such a, which is difficult to explain. How can this call people's hearts be at peace? Then there were even more gods who dug out Zhong Shu's anticlimactic disremarks. The more it burns, the more exuberant it becomes. Vow to burn a big hole in this black cloud-shrouded sky. The precinct's special agents are also confused. How did they reverse the situation all of a sudden? So are they still arresting people? The captain pondered for a while and gave firm instructions. Arrest. Must arrest. No matter how much thunder they explode. One size does not fit all. This murderer is suspected of kidnapping, intentional injury, coercion, and other criminal offenses. He must be punished by the law. But they didn't have any clues after a night's investigation. And in the precinct of simmering Lanshin's incident, the Special Investigation Bureau, they interrogated them continuously all night. These three damn traffickers just wouldn't open their mouths. They wouldn't tell the whereabouts of the trafficked children. The traffickers know very well in their hearts. Abduction and trafficking are different sentences. Abduction is punishable by up to 5 years in prison, while trafficking is punishable by more than 5 years, up to 10 years in prison, and the death penalty for aggravating circumstances. It's abduction that's killing them, not abduction. So even if they're sentenced, it's only for a few years. What ugly brutes they are. The child's father searched for more than 10 years and managed to find the traffickers. But these brutes died without opening their mouths, never mentioning where the child was trafficked to. Those families who have lost their children actually don't want any compensation at all. They just want their children back. But these bastards, in order not to be sentenced to death, will not say anything no matter how they are interrogated, not paying the slightest attention to those families who kneeled down and pleaded. It is really hateful. This matter also caused ripples on the internet, but not as big as that matter. Netizens looked at those, hair white, facing the camera, tearful parents looking for parents, heart mixed feelings. Some words are not good to say. It was just shown on the most conspicuous top pop-ups. Support the sale of the same crime. Support the same crime of abduction and trafficking. Support the death penalty for human traffickers. Those mothers and fathers who face the camera and cry unabashedly. Some have been looking for more than 10 years. Some have been looking for most of their lives. Some have found them, and others are still on the road looking for them. They have sold all their family assets, running around the land of the Dragon Kingdom, enduring the agony of pain and worry all day long. Is really damned. When passing a residential building, Lu Xiangyang heard the sound of a quarrel coming from inside the building. He approached over and stopped to listen for a while. It turned out to be a neighborhood dispute. The cause is the 8th floor of the beat worker Wang every day after laboring home from work ready to rest, but 1 to 12 o'clock at night. Upstairs, the sound of non-stop dragging stools, the sound of dropping things, children's cries, and footsteps. It really affects your sleep. Xiaowang put up with it for most of the month, finally couldn't help it, and went to the neighbors on the 9th floor to talk about the matter, only to be scolded back by the neighbors, who said, "You're so fucking nosy. Isn't it normal to have kids who argue? Besides, do you have any proof?" Xiaowang, angry enough, see communication is fruitless, he bought a vibrator, tonight to the upstairs shock. "I did not expect this time. The other party is not relentless. Must be small Wang compensation for moral damages. Typical, I reason with you. But you play hooligan. I play hooligan. You fucking have to be reasonable." Lu Xiangyang heard a bellyful of fire. Shit. This kind of animal should be someone to stand out. Rid them of their arrogance. Who can guarantee that you won't meet a few of these unqualified neighbors in your life? When it's time to take action, then take action. Thinking of this, Lu Xiangyang pulled his leg and walked upstairs. The more you go upstairs, the noisier it gets. Surrounded by a circle of people. When Lu Xiangyang came to the side of them, he saw a vicious fat tank is pointing at an honest youth wearing glasses, constantly cursing. Youth Wang face red. Pressure is not the opponent of the fat tank. The showman meets the soldier. There's no way to reason with him. No more nonsense. Lu Xiangyang directly limped straight to the fat tank. The fat tank is making a lot of noise, and he thinks he's the most bullish and proud of himself. Suddenly, she saw a hair-lipped, limping youth with a duck-tongued hat darting towards her. The next moment, snap, Lu Xiangyang swung his palm round and viciously smacked that fat face. This scene also stunned all the people who were watching. The fat tank covered his face and looked at Lu Xiangyang with disbelief, screaming out of his mouth, "How dare you hit me?" Lu Xiangyang laughed. "Hit you? I don't just fucking hit you. I will also hit your whole family." After saying that, Lu Xiangyang pretended to pull something out of his arms, but in reality, he exchanged a short stick from the system mall and pulled it out. Directly start to fight. Snap. First, a stick knocked off Fat Tank's leg, and in the midst of her hoarse howls, Lu Xiangyang limped into her family room. "Hubby, break a fucking leg too. Let you help the evil eunuch?" The old man, even if, to respect the old and love the young, Lu Xiangyang directly give him a stick to break the arm. "Let you fucking not bring good offspring. Mother-in-law? You can't run away. Kids? The child really forget about it." Lu Xiangyang just arrested him. He slapped him 10 times. Quickly did all this. Lu Xiangyang limped away in stride. No one dared to stop, only leaving behind a room full of wailing Fat Tank family members. The youth Xiao Wang's face flushed red as he looked at Lu Xiangyang's departing back with an excited face. "It is so cool. The righteous man. So cool he." Justice points +2, total 1243. Chapter 62. All are drunk, but he's the only one who's awake. Inside the rental house, Xiao Tang, who was hugging and making out with his girlfriend, suddenly got a shock from his cell phone. 3 minutes later, when he opened his cell phone, he suddenly found that someone had transferred 200,000 yuan to him with a note of gratuitous donation. At once, crap, there's this good thing. Xiao Tang's girlfriend curiously took his cell phone to check it up, also let out a surprise sound. "Oh my god, what's going on?" All sorts of complicated emotions were put aside for the moment. They were so excited that they didn't sleep all night, discussed and prepared to use this money as the beginning of a new family. Tiannan District Orphanage Director Feng had just finished checking the children's bedrooms and whacked his somewhat sore and swollen waist. And on his way home, he also received a donation alert text message. Who sent a message at this late hour? When he opened his cell phone to check, in a split second, all the sleepiness swept away. He carefully counted the string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 100,000, 1 million. The whole 2 million donations. Good. A great benefactor. There are still many good people in this Tiannan district. Director Feng was overjoyed. Now the children's welfare will be much better. Supporting facilities can also be fully updated. Lu Xiangyang left the area and borrowed a motorcycle to ride on the edge of the road. Clad in the stars and moon, his feet stepped on the ghost fire. He headed towards the road that leads to the Tiannan District's Special Service Center. At this time, his afterglow happened to spot a well-used dump truck on the side of the road. Lu Xiangyang smiled and nodded. This game was quite real, refreshing whatever he wanted. He directly dropped the motorcycle, pulled out his courage from his backpack, and after a burst of drumming, sat on it. The vehicle was then started. Rumble. Lu Xiangyang drove the dirt bike and disappeared into the darkness. With the planet core running, the time in this sinister universe world also came to morning. 7:30 in the morning. The tired old you went downstairs after getting up and washing up, ready to drive his dump truck to haul dirt to the construction site. Today was his first day of reporting for work. He went to bed early last night. When he arrived at the entrance of the alley, crap, where's my car? Where's my car? Old Yu's confused eyes instantly sobered up. He stood at the place where he parked his car and frantically jumped to his feet. How did such a big car disappear? 3 minutes later, Old Yu finally accepted the truth and dialed the Special Affairs Bureau. Hello, this is the Special Affairs Bureau. May I ask what's up? Hello. My dump truck was stolen. Oh, I'm sorry, what kind of car did you say? The dump truck? A front 4 and rear 8 dump truck? The operator then listened to understand. Good guy. The first time to see the alarm was stolen dump trucks. Really fucking forest big what birds have Precinct Special Affairs Bureau began to take action, looking for surveillance along the way. But Lu Xiangyang was prepared for this. He dropped the license plate number under the blind spot of the surveillance, and not far away from another dump truck exchanged the number plate, drove for a while to mix into another construction site towing soil class. This dried at 8 o'clock. Lu Xiangyang see the time is almost. Towing soil ticket also did not take. Left the place, toward the scheduled location. The Special Affairs Bureau of the Simmering Lanshin Precinct is also ready for the human traffickers at this moment, escorted by those 4 black arrests, ready to depart at 8:30 p.m. Park the car to the side of the road. Lu Xiangyang got out of the car and prepared to go eat a bowl of noodles and wait for them to arrive. A passerby saw him coming down from the car and couldn't help but feel strange and puzzled. Good Lord, how does this man drive with a limp? This industry is so desperate now. 8:40 a.m. Simply ate breakfast. Lu Xiangyang re-entered the car and lit a cigarette, his eyes looking forward slyly, feeling the approaching red in his mind. 10 minutes later, the red dot had almost reached this intersection. Rumble. As soon as Lu Xiangyang started the vehicle, the gas pedal was pressed up and the vehicle slowly started driving towards the front. 3 minutes later, boom. After a loud crash, Lu Xiangyang, with a head full of blood, walked out of the driver's seat, stood in front of the mess with a bland look and slowly lit a cigarette. 4 black arrests, 3 human traffickers, all wiped out. Substitute life +7. Total 200. Justice points +10. Total 1,253. Second uncle. Simmering Lanshin. This is my final explanation to you. At this time, Buzz. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 points in the Substitute Life Achievement, significantly opening the specific character reincarnation function. The host can spend his life to reincarnate into a specific character. New function? Hearing the system's prompts, Lu Xiangyang's mind immersed itself in it and began to grope for this new feature. And at this moment, the many reporters as well as the families of the lost orphans who had waited for a long time in the arrest and trial courtyard hadn't seen the shadow of the trafficker until now, and they couldn't help but call and ask about it. The next moment, they were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had been in a car accident 20 minutes ago. So a group of people rushed to the accident scene again without stopping. The special agents had already rushed to the scene and put Lu Xiangyang under control, and then began to clean up the scene and inquire about the process of the incident. After a preliminary investigation, the accident caused 7 casualties. Surveillance along the way showed the dump truck crash straight into the special duty vehicle escorting the human traffickers. But no matter how much the special agents questioned, Lu Xiangyang never said a word. At this time, the reporters and the families of the orphans have arrived at the scene. That group of families of the lost orphans saw the tragic situation in front of them, and the first thing they did was to let out a miserable wail. Ah! Woo woo! This howl directly caught everyone's attention. They turned their heads to look. They saw the group of families of the lost orphans kneeling on the ground, looking at the wreckage and letting out miserable, mournful cries. The special agents and reporters were baffled. Lu Xiangyang, however, knew exactly why they were bawling so much. Because the trafficker is dead. The trafficker still has the location of their child's abduction in his hand. This death is all gone. All hope is lost. How can this not cause grief? How can we not cry? Lu Xiangyang stood up. Seeing this, the special agent rushed to escort him angrily. Feng Tianan, what do you want to do? Lu Xiangyang smiled blandly and said, I have something to say to them, to those tragic families who have lost their children. Sniffing, the special agent immediately shook his head and said, Impossible. You can't even walk there. You are now suspected of intentional kidnapping, wounding, and murder. You'd better give an honest explanation. How did you get this car? And how you treated Zhongshu? Our high security team is on its way here. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. I advise you not to be obstinate. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang could no longer hold back his laughter. You're saying I can't go anywhere? It's really ridiculous. Being in a fog and not being able to see yourself. You won't let me talk to the families of the orphans? Fine. Then I won't say a single word from now on. You guys can try. After Lu Xiangyang finished laughing, with ice-cold eyes, he stared blandly at the special agent in front of him. The cold light in his eyes flickered. Being watched by him, the special agent could not help but feel his heart tremble and his back chill. For a moment, his brain didn't know what words to use to refute him. It was as if he held the truth of the world. In fact, this was true. In a world where everyone was drunk, he was the only one awake. Chapter 63. Please don't be stingy with your kindness. Just lend a helping hand. Right at this moment, criminal arrest Gao Wei and others also rushed to the scene. Looking at the wrecked scene in front of him, his heart sank. Gao Wei came in front of Lu Xiangyang, stared dead in his eyes, and asked directly, Are you in the same organization as them? Lu Xiangyang was puzzled by this whole thing and looked at him with some confusion. Seeing this, Gao Wei completely put down the idea that Yang Chuan had once told them about the speculation about the XJ organization. He had been practicing criminal arrest for more than 10 years and had long practiced a pair of fiery eyes to see people. He realized that Lu Xiangyang really didn't know this information just now, and there were no other emotions in his eyes, only a look of doubt. It's nothing. I heard that you want to talk to the families of the lost orphans. Can you say why? Lu Xiangyang shook his head and said, This has nothing to do with you guys. You. How do you talk? That special agent was instantly furious when he heard this and was ready to handcuff him to the car. Wait. Gao Wei stopped him. Gao Wei then said to Lu Xiangyang, How about a deal? As long as you confess to me truthfully about all of this, I'll let you communicate with that group of orphan families. You also know that there is no free lunch in this world. Lu Xiangyang slowly turned his head to look at him and said expressionlessly, What do you want to know? Want to know the truth behind all this? Or do you want to know why I did it? Gao Wei looked into his eyes and asked, I don't care about truth or crookedness. I only know what your purpose is. You are an orphan raised by the Tianan orphanage, following the director's one surname, Feng Tianan. You grew up since you were a child living in a healthy environment, and as an adult, you actively went out to work to subsidize the orphanage, but all of that changed yesterday. Tell me, what made you change so much? Kidnapping, wounding, coercion, stealing, hitting people. Saying this, Gao Wei took a deep breath. The next moment, he shouted out angrily, his eyes staring deathly at Lu Xiangyang, and said, How can a person change so much? Is it that you are hiding too deeply? Or are you not Feng Tianan at all? Tell me. A sudden attack? Heh. In the face of might, Lu Xiangyang did not tremble at all, still with the same bland demeanor, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the roaring Gao Wei. I can be Feng Tianan or anyone. Put away this set of yours. It doesn't work with me. When you penetrate the truth, you will realize that all of this seems incredibly ridiculous. The two stared at each other for more than a minute. In the end, it was Gao Wei who took a step back. There was no way. He really couldn't see anything. This guy was too calm and cruel. Feng Tianan, I'm giving you a chance. I hope you can keep your promise. Gao Wei gritted his teeth and said. He took a big risk with this move, but for the sake of the truth, he felt it was worth the gamble. Because before this, Yang Chuan from Choming District gave him a call, and Yang Chuan told him, if in the event of an incident like this, don't act in a forceful manner. These types of murderers are not afraid of death. Be sure to ask for more information in a gentle manner, and I believe he will be willing to tell you the truth. In addition, Yang Chuan also told him, if you really can't manage, he can come over to help. Of course, with the last sentence, Gao Wei took it as him farting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyang smiled and said, good, you won't regret it. After saying that, he waved his hand to break free from the special agent and walked towards the group of lost family members. Gao Wei and the special agent followed behind him to see what exactly he wanted to do. Ta-da, ta-da. The sound of limping footsteps rang out. It seemed so faint amidst the mournful wailing of the group. But Lu Xiangyang's footsteps remained firm. One step, one footprint. Lu Xiangyang walked in front of them and looked at the orphaned family members who were kneeling on the ground with gray temples. He bent down and helped the first person up. The middle-aged man with gray sideburns looked at the blood-stained and somewhat crippled Lu Xiangyang with a sad face. Even if he knew that he was the driver who ran over those human traffickers, even if he knew that he was the one who caused his son to lose track of his voice, he had never blamed this person. He only hated himself. Hated the self of more than 10 years ago. If only he hadn't been careless that day. If only he had held the child in his arms that day. If only. He had tossed and turned countless days and nights during these 10 years or so. Endless remorse and pain tormented him to sleep. Just when he was wondering why Lu Xiangyang was picking himself up, he heard Lu Xiangyang open his mouth and say. The next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened violently. He looked at Lu Xiangyang with an excited face and said, you won't lie to me. You won't lie to me. Is everything you said true? Really? The middle-aged man grabbed Lu Xiangyang's arm tightly with both hands, his eyes carrying pleading and excitement. He begged this man in front of him not to deceive him on this matter. He was excited that this man in front of him had told him useful information. Gao Wei and the special agent also grabbed him and said with a serious face, you can't joke about this matter. Lu Xiangyang looked at them with a serious face and said, I never joke above these things. Not only yours, but yours. The other orphan family members were also beside them and saw this scene. They also raised their heads and looked over, not expecting to hear Lu Xiangyang say these words. At once, everyone got excited. They gathered around together. All of them looked at Lu Xiangyang with a hopeful gaze and asked with 7 mouths, really? You really know where my daughter is now? You won't lie to us. Please don't lie to us. Are you telling the truth? No wonder they were so agitated. For these orphan families, as long as there was a single piece of news, they would travel all over the country just to find their own flesh and blood. Lu Xiangyang once again faced everyone and said with an affirmative look, yes, I didn't lie to you all. I'm going to tell you all where the children are. They are at. One by one, Lu Xiangyang reported the location of the children of these dozens of orphan family members in front of him. For each one reported, it was justice point -2. But Lu Xiangyang didn't care. Justice points were far less important to him than their family reunion. Gao Wei and the special agents as well as the families of the orphans were a bit skeptical at first, until Lu Xiangyang personally said the characteristics of their children and specifically to which family and which household, and finally the last name and surname. All of them knew exactly. They can't help not believing it. Gao Wei's heart is full of doubts at the moment. According to common sense, this Feng Tianan has not been out of the Tianan district. How did he know? But as he dialed a regional precinct secret service phone number to confirm, everyone heard the message coming from the other side of the phone. Hold on. I'll check. Checked it out. There is indeed such a person. At once, it boiled over. All the family members searching for their relatives were in tears at this moment. They couldn't wait to fly there on the spot to find their children. Then, all of them looked at Lu Xiangyang to send out their most sincere thanks. Thank you. Woohoo. Thank you so much. Whoa. I've been looking for a child for more than 10 years. I didn't expect today. Little brother, really? I really thank you. Do you have any more thoughts? What I can do will definitely be done for you. You say it. I still have some savings. Do you want to hire a lawyer, or what? You tell me. I help? The families of the lost orphans surrounded Lu Xiangyang and kept thanking him. In response, Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm sorry to make you all sad. I don't need you to do anything. Just pass this love on. When you meet someone who needs help, please don't be stingy with your helping hand. Other than that, I have nothing else to ask for. Everyone was shocked by these words. Gao Wei and the others were even speechless. They were filled with doubts. What is he? Why? Can't figure it out, Can't understand, Chapter 64. The Reincarnation of the Huang Family Village Incident. For some reason. Alas, it's hard to say. A novel is not an extra-legal place. Some things can't be written. Say your horse's royal three-guile, Blanche. Lu Xiangyang bashfully turned his head to look at Gao Wei and the others after saying those words and said, I said before, I can be anyone. It's Liao Kaifeng. It's Cheng Ma. It's Zhai Zishir. It's Wu Yu. And it's also Feng Tiannan. I swear not to enter reincarnation until I get rid of all the evils in this world. But the simplest, I still want you all to call me Demon God. After saying that, Lu Xiangyang's head tilted, and he directly died. Generation Life 1. He was now getting lazy to talk nonsense with this group of people. After resolving things, just die directly. What is the point of bothering with so many words? They are all bulls and horses. They don't understand and can't listen. They can't change. So what else is there to say? After he finished his sentence, Gao Wei and a group of criminal arresters' faces changed drastically. What did they just hear? How could these words come out of his mouth? Medic, come here quickly. Medic. Gao Wei grabbed Feng Tiannan, who was about to go limp, and shouted loudly towards the paramedic. By the time the paramedic came over to check, everything was too late. He was already brain dead. Gao Wei looked at this familiar image of death settlement and couldn't help but think of those few people before. Gradually, an idea rose infinitely in his mind, and his body began to tremble unceasingly. Could it be? Will it be? From the beginning to the end. It was all one person. This thought caused him to be drenched in cold sweat and pale. As a staunch materialist, his faith collapsed at this moment. If it wasn't the same person, then how could one explain all the things this Feng Tiannan had done? Can a person really have a drastic change in temperament in a short period of time? Thinking about this, he trembling hand dialed Ma Bureau's phone. And at this moment, within the space of consciousness, a retrieval option box appeared in front of Lu Xiangyang. Specific character reincarnation function, points, 10, status value plus, wealth value plus, force value plus, appearance value plus. Interesting, status is always above wealth and force value is below them. It's also true that in this world after all, even if the force is high, it's still afraid of eating lotus seeds. Appearance is useful but not that useful. That's what the system means, right? Buzz. The host has already surveyed the truth. Please allocate points below. But note that the higher the number of points allocated for status and wealth, the more generational life is consumed. So please use your discretion to allocate them. Sniffing. Lu Xiangyang tried to pull the status and wealth values full. Status value 5 plus. Wealth value 5 plus. Force value plus. Appearance value plus. Then tapped on retrieve. The next moment, a whole bunch of character settings appeared on the panel. There were executives, tycoons, law enforcement, and even lawyers and characters from the court of arrest and justice appeared. But the higher their status and wealth, the more generation life they consumed. It could easily start at 100 points. Seeing this, Lu Xiangyang smiled. You see, people are indeed different. This kind of upper-class people consume generation life at sky-high prices. So what if I pull the status full? What will appear? Buzz. Please don't try this at will, or else black room warning. Cut. Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and directly turned off this specific character transmutation function panel. Directly reincarnate. I don't believe it. Even if I reincarnate as a bottom dweller, I may not be unable to kill a Lang Lang. The next moment, Lu Xiangyang opened his eyes. Settings emerged with it. Name, Huang Li. Gender, male. Age, 22 years old. Brief introduction. From a young age, both parents are dead. Brain disease, limb incoordination. Eat 100 rice grew up you. Become an honorable Huangjia village of the village guards. Day and night wandering in the middle of this mountain village. Seen too many night ugly things. What widow quietly opened the door, borrowing a fetus to change the seed. Stealing is a small thing, and there are worse things are happening. Took a look around. The same dilapidated house, a room full of scraps. It looks like this time the role is even worse than the previous one. Before it was at least an urban village rental. Now it was straight to the village. It was all randomized. It looks like you still have to charge money to give you a better reincarnation, At this time, he thought of a goose starting quote. Create happiness with your heart. No money to play you paralyzed. Fuck you. A village guard is a village guard. It's just right to be unattached. Lu Xiangyang rolled over and climbed up from the bed, stood up and took a look in the mirror. Uh-huh. Not bad. It's very unkempt. Ugly looking too. What an inherent image of a dull village guardian. Thinking back to the line that the system said that there are worse things happening, Lu Xiangyang opened the door of his room and headed outside. As he passed by a village house courtyard, he heard rattling and women's screams coming from inside. Boom snap. Thud.
Ati.
After a few moments, an arrogant and domineering voice rang out. Don't give a fuck about your face. I'll beat you to death. That's hilarious. How you have the guts to resist. Be honest to me. Bang. There was another dull hitting sound. Then, a man's long-suppressed scream came from the courtyard.
Ati.
Immediately afterward, the arrogant and domineering voice began to let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Just then, bang, Lu Xiangyang kicked open the courtyard door and walked in. Immediately, he saw the honest man who was chained aside, as well as the burly youth with dyed brown hair who was standing in front of him to pee, and next to them, there was also a pitiful woman kneeling on the ground pulling the youth to keep begging for mercy. At this moment, the sturdy youth's expression was very arrogant and domineering. They saw the courtyard door open and cast their gazes over. It turned out to be the village guards. Huang Senshao arrogantly pointed at him and said, Huang Li, this is none of your business. Get lost quickly, or else I'll beat you to death. He still didn't stop moving and was still pissing there, very insulting. And that honest man's nose is bruised and swollen, with the ultimate humiliation and grief on his face. But he's scared. He's been bullied for a long time. He doesn't dare to raise a trace of resistance. Huang Sanshao, Huangjia village mayor's third son, the whole day idle in the village, bullying women to play widow, wantonly beat honest villagers, committed several intentional injuries, as well as the bow although the women dry, but were the village head of the old man to be pressed down. Is being bullied by him is the Yellow family villagers. Yellow twisted hemp, he is an honest and diligent bitter man, found a wife with a disability. Originally the days were very happy, but they were noticed by Huang Sanshao. Today, he came to the door ready in front of the yellow twisted hemp face, bow although the woman to fuck his wife. Huang Sanshao first chained up the yellow twisted hemp hard beat some, do not care about the poor disabled woman in the side of the discouragement and wailing. He also very much enjoy this process of violence. But I didn't expect that there were still ungrateful came in. Lousy is talking to you. Did you not hear me? Is not want to die. You wait. I'll beat you to death later. Huang Sanshao saw that Lu Xiangyang did not move at all, so he viciously pointed at him and cursed. Alas! Lu Xiangyang sighed at his words and slowly raised his head, revealing scarlet eyes. Comrades, pressure points to pressure points, at least support I also want to eat in the year, 1,000 thanks. Chapter 65. Powerfully beheading the Huang family village's bully third young man. Witness the most unyielding soul in the world. You already have a way to take your death. Lu Xiangyang stared at Huang Sanshao with scarlet eyes and said in a chilling voice. An overwhelming killing intent surged out. It swept towards him. Blanche. Huang Sanshao was caught off guard and was startled by this look in Lu Xiangyang's eyes. Couldn't even pee straight. No energy. It kept dripping there. This gave him a lot of anger. You fucking do not know their own name. How do you have the dog guts to talk to me like this? Huang Sanshao cursed angrily. Then he tried twice. That thing still can't pee cleanly anymore. Keep dripping. So he directly put on his pants. Anger value max towards Lu Xiangyang stride over. He wants to ruthlessly give this several village guards Huang Li a lesson. Huang Sanshao just arrived in front of Huang Li. His right hand was raised and he was ready to viciously whip on his face. The next moment, swish. Lu Xiangyang didn't know when, but he had a short knife in his hand and swiftly and incomparably chopped through it. Due to the courage being too sharp, Huang Sanshao didn't even know what had happened yet, continuing to wave his hand, but it felt empty. The next second, after Huang Sanshao finished swinging his empty hand towards Lu Xiangyang, he only saw the blood on his face. I can hit so much blood with a slap? Just as he was wondering, he saw the hand on the ground. Well, it seems like his own hand. Immediately afterward, a heartbreaking pain came, causing him to involuntarily let out a miserable wail.
Ati.
Huang Sanshao covered his hand and stomped his feet uncontrollably. Pain. It hurt too much. Painful and scared. Huang Sanxiao's pale face was about to run outside. Lu Xiangyang directly kicked him to the ground. So what if he's a village guard? So what if his arms and legs are uncoordinated? Even if the body is crippled and incomplete? Even if his brain doesn't work well? Even if his reaction is half a beat slower? As long as the soul is strong enough, the will is tough enough, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. There's a saying, if the Olympics is about the strongest body in the world, the Paralympics is about the most unyielding soul in the world. At this very moment, inside Huang Li's broken body, is the most unyielding soul in the world. Ah, Huang Li, you son of a bitch. My father and my brother won't let you go. How dare you cut off my hand? Ah, it hurts. Huang Sanxiao rolled on the ground and wailed, cursing nonstop. Lu Xiangyang wasn't spoiling him either. Let you fucking talk trash. Let you fucking spew shit. Let you fucking lift the table. Blanche. Blanche Fee. Lu Xiangyang directly gave him a hard lesson. On the other side, that poor woman was looking for a key to unlock the door for the honest man. And while they watched Huang Li sanction Huang Sanxiao, they hesitated to report it to the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Xiangyang indifferently looked at Huang Sanxiao, who kept rolling and wailing on the ground without any pity in his heart. Bang! He viciously kicked him to the place where he was urinating so often that he couldn't urinate. You say it, Anon. What's going to happen to me? Huang Sanxiao's eyes rounded up in pain at once, his mouth wide open like a fish out of water, wanting to howl but unable to scream. The pain was extreme. Bang! Lu Xiangyang once again kicked hard towards his head. Scream! What are you going to do to me? Come on. Beat me to death. Come. Lu Xiangyang kept kicking and beating Huang Sanxiao. He beat him all over the ground and kept begging for mercy, both physically and mentally tortured. Huang Sanxiao couldn't stop begging. Please, let me go. Why are you doing this to me?
Okay.
Huang Sanxiao couldn't imagine why Huang Li became like this no matter what. Wasn't he cerebral palsy plus handicapped? How did he become this cruel look now? Cold, ruthless, killing and decisive. After severely beating him, Lu Xiangyang bent down and pulled out half a pack of deformed cigarettes from his pocket. From it, he pulled out a crooked handle and lit it. Who? Slowly spit out. Immediately afterward, Lu Xiangyang's cold voice rang out. Give you a chance to call? That Huang Sanxiao at this moment has pain numb. Where to hear Huang Li speak, 2 eyes black, head dizzy, slowed down for a while. See him slowed down. Lu Xiangyang once again said in a cold voice. Give you a chance, call. Call as many people as you can. Huang Sanxiao's face was ghastly white. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Huang Li was giving him a chance. Bang! Seeing that he didn't believe him, Lu Xiangyang once again gave him a kick. Don't want to fight? Seeing that he was serious. Only then did Huang Sanxiao howl. Ah! I fight. I'll fight. He then took out his cell phone and started dialing, and the first call was to his village chief Wildfather. Beep. Hello? Sanner, what's wrong? After the call was connected, a doting voice came from the other end. Then Huang Sanner cried out, Father! I got my hand chopped off. The bottom is also kicked and broken. Come and save me. Hearing this, Wildfather burst into a rage on the spot. Who is it? Who did this to you? Where are you now? Huang Sanxiao. Whoa. I'm at Yellow Twisted Hemp's house. Come quickly, Dad. Call out more people. Wild Dad. Fine. You wait. I'll bring someone right over. Hold on. Sanner. Beep. The phone hung up. Huang Sanner then looked at Lu Xiangyang in horror. Lu Xiangyang continued expressionlessly. Keep calling. Call all those fox friends of yours over. Said. Let you call as many people as you can. Heard. Huang Sanxiao hurriedly dialed out the phone with one-handed operation. Hello. Xiongzai. Quickly come to Huang Twisted Ma's house. I've been chopped up. Call out more people. Hey, little Fong. I'm here at Yellow Twisted Hemp. I'm being chopped up fast. Huang Sanxiao really has a lot of friends. This phone call is 17 or 18. And all of them let them bring more people over. Lu Xiangyang laughed, then dragged Huang Sanxiao towards Huang Twisted Ma. Huang Twisted Horse looked at Lu Xiangyang with an honest and scared face. The poor disabled woman was not afraid. Her eyes stared hatefully at Huang Sanxiao. It was all this beast. Every day, he picks a fight and beats his own husband. Today, he even wanted to bow the woman to fuck herself. Deserved. Coming to the front of Huang Twisted Ma, Lu Xiangyang said to him. Unlock your cell phone and take it out. Yellow Twisted Hemp startled. Obediently do. Call up the down payment interface. Lu Xiangyang took Huang Sanxiao's cell phone and gave him a sweep, then handed it to him and said in a cold voice, Transfer money. Transfer all your money to him. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. Huang Sanxiao's pants wet a big puddle. His face snot and tears couldn't stop nodding. After some operations, split it up into several tranches. He transferred a total of 84,000 to Huang Twisted Ma. Lu Xiangyang returned the cell phone to him and said to the honest couple, All right, there's nothing for you guys now. Take this money and go. Live somewhere else. Huang Twisted Ma looked at Lu Xiangyang with disbelief. That handicapped woman was clear in her mind and kept pushing her husband, gesturing with him. Hurry up and go. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Seeing that Yellow Twisted Hemp still hesitating, Lu Xiangyang was furious, viciously kicked his ass. Get lost. You can't even protect your own wife. What kind of man are you? Now that I've helped you out, you're still hesitating here? Are you a human being? Eng. It's bad luck for her to be with you. Grass. Being beaten and scolded by Lu Xiangyang like this. Yellow Twisted Hemp face, a burst of red, a burst of green. Seems to have opened up the general. Yes. Wife followed their own, so many years have not enjoyed the blessings. Now even more almost to be people. Now the opportunity is in front of them. Blanche. He finally no longer hesitated, firmly stood up, helped his wife and ran outside. Half of the morning. Outside the door came a large footsteps and clamor. Chapter 66. Village bullies and bullies bringing people to bully the village watch. When Huang Sanxiao's village chief, Wildfather, brought his men to barge through the gate. At a glance, they saw Huang Sanxiao who was lying on the ground dying. At the same time, the line of sight was raised. Everyone noticed the cold culprit. How could it be him? How could it be him? That village's most retarded and brainwashed. Leggy, ugly looking, grew up on 100 meals. The village guard who had been bullied and humiliated countless times. Huang Li, you are simply looking for death. The moment Huang urged saw Huang Li. Then he erupted into a roar of fury and rushed over with his stick in hand. Fuck. The village guard retard who was beaten by himself since he was a child. How dare he roll over? How dare he turn over? When Big Brother Huang and Father Huang Yi saw Second Brother Huang charging forward, they also followed close behind ready to teach Huang Li a profound lesson. Their usual bully brains have never thought of a single question. Did you guys see any fear on that Huang Li's face? Why hasn't Huang Li fled yet? Instead, he's still waiting in the same place. Look at the standing Huang Li. How much more like before? Huang Urge rushed in front of Huang Li and raised the wooden stick high up and was about to ruthlessly smash it towards his head. Suddenly, he saw Huang Li's eyes at this moment. Scarlet, cold, ruthless. Being stared at by such eyes, Huang Er couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. But the stick in his hand still didn't stop, vowing to smash through Huang Li's skull. In this instant, Lu Xiangyang laughed hideously, his body advancing instead of retreating. It plunged headlong into his arms, and the stick would only have the end hitting his shoulder. It was simply, it didn't hurt. Huang was about to take a few steps back and pull away to attack again. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. He looked down. At some point, Huang Li's originally empty hand suddenly had a short knife in it, which was now rooted flush into his abdomen. Ho! Ho! Huang Urge opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was a whimpering sound mixed with blood foam. Lu Xiangyang's strike was fast and vicious. This Huang Urge is also a beast, beating and forcing himself on village women several times. Victims often because of shame, coupled with the yellow Wildfather village status, broken teeth into the stomach. Several of the village's largest fish ponds are he used underhanded means to buy and sell to get, full of a village bully. This scene was also lying on the ground. Huang Sanxiao saw clearly. At once, he shouted with force. Second brother. Lu Xiangyang laughed. You guys are rather brotherly. When Father Huang Yi and Big Brother Huang heard this miserable howl, and then looked at the motionless second brother Huang, their hearts thumped. Bad. Before they could run over, Lu Xiangyang fiercely kicked Huang Urge to the ground. Courage in his hand was black and shiny, and his eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at Father Huang Yi and Big Brother Huang. Icy cold words were slowly spat out from his mouth. Come one by one. Father Huang Yi and Big Brother Huang's their running pace instantly stopped, their gazes horrified as they looked at the collapsed second brother Huang. watching the pool of blood on the ground gradually expand. Kill? Killing. Killing. Huang Li, what are you doing? How dare you kill someone? The group of villager bullies behind them, as well as Huang Sanxiao's fox and dog friends, all let out shocked shouts at this moment. Hearing, Lu Xiangyang's icy cold eyes swept towards them. Killing people? Heh, I'm not killing people. I call it slaughtering animals. Don't you want to beat me to death? Come on. Blanche, come and beat me to death. Lu Xiangyang said at the end. His face grimly bellowed out. At the same time, his body bent down and sank, scurrying out violently towards Father Huang Yi and the others. The courage in his hand was incomparably sharp. God stops God to kill God. Buddha kills Buddha. Father Huang Yi and second brother Huang had iron rods in their hands, and when they saw him bulldozing towards them, they only cared about waving their iron rods in their haste. Lu Xiangyang's sword is even faster. Swish, swish, directly chipped the iron rods in their hands into iron handles. Amidst Big Brother Huang's horrified eyes and mournful howls. Stop a no ATTE. Poof. Lu Xiangyang directly sent their village chief Wildfather to meet God. If there is a God in this world. Huang Sanxiao lay on the ground, his eyes round, watching his Wildfather being chopped under the knife, once again letting out a mournful wail. Father, Kiki. Endless remorse converged into a river within Huang Sanxiao's heart. If time could be turned back, he definitely wouldn't have appeared here in Huang Twisted Ma today. Heh, now you know to call your father? Listening to their screams, Lu Xiangyang did not have the slightest bit of pity. All fucking crocodile tears. This is not the way evil people howl when they abuse others with their swords. They didn't think about the evil things they had done before, and the victims let out the same kind of miserable wails. What are you screaming for? And you? Lu Xiangyang raised his knife and pointed it towards Big Brother Huang, his face grim, looking at his ruthless tactics. I didn't expect this Huang Li to go crazy. Killing madness. He hurriedly turned his head and ran. The group of people at the door, seeing Huang Li killing like crazy, could not help but panic. A small part of them quietly slipped away. There are a few people reported to the guards. More are gathered together, hand-holding things, neither dare to rush up to help, but also do not dare to escape for fear of others' laugh, can only act as a spectator. This time want to escape? Too late. Lu Xiangyang directly towards Huang Da's back and fiercely threw out the courage in his hand. The next moment, poof, the short blade went straight into his back. Big Brother Huang looked down with a horrified face. The black tip of the knife penetrated through his body. He felt drained and his legs went limp, so he fell to his knees. No. No. Huang Li, let go of him. One man for one man. You killed me. Huang Sanxiao was still sniveling and begging uncontrollably. Lu Xiangyang did not turn around and turned a deaf ear. He slowly walked towards Big Brother Huang, who was kneeling down and gasping for breath. He grabbed Big Brother Huang's hair and turned him face to face towards Huang Sanxiao. Big Brother Huang's eyes were filled with the color of despair, seeing his brother wailing uncontrollably. Huang Li, eh? Lu Xiangyang smiled viciously. Doing evil is evil to the end. He never pretended to be a saintly mother. Swish. Lu Xiangyang decisively drew out courage and at the same time drew out Big Brother Huang's life. Seeing with his own eyes that his own wild father and elder brother died in front of him. The third youngest member of the Huang family had a complete mental breakdown. Rolling on the ground like a flashback, he wailed. Endless remorse. Indignation towards Huang Li. The pain of losing loved ones. Suddenly exploded. Lu Xiangyang once again drew out a crooked handle and lit it, took a deep breath and slowly spat it out. People, only when the knife falls on them, do they know the pain. When you Huang family 3 animals wantonly bullied the villagers, have you ever thought about today? Now that the wind and water have turned, and it has fallen on yourself, instead you can't accept it? Hee hee. Since you dare to come out and mix, do no evil, wantonly seizing, one should have known that sooner or later this day would come. If you can face it openly, I still respect you as a man. He arrived in front of Huang Sanxiao and stomped on his howling mouth. No more nonsense. Directly send him on a trip to the other world. Up to this point, the 3 evils of Huang's village that had lasted for decades, all of them were put to death. At this point, he turned his head to look at the doorway and gave them a grim smile. Are there any more looking for death? A few people in the crowd moved. Substitute life plus 6, total 206. Justice points plus 5, totaling 1258. Chapter 67. This is really a purely made-up incident. Lu Xiangyang glanced at the bloodstained compound. This time there was no more fighting with the Secret Service. Directly underhanded and ruthless to send himself away. By the time Gao Wei and the others arrived here, it was all gone. After listening to the testimony of the eyewitnesses, Gao Wei frowned, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. He then called Bureau Ma to report the situation. On the other end of the phone, Ma Bureau pinched his brows and said, hypothetically, if it's really what you guys say, then how do we catch him? His appearance is random. Gao Wei said, there's only one way to do it. Increase our efforts to line up those sins that haven't been publicized yet. We can't chase after him like this. We have to take the initiative and catch all of those people. For this, I think we can get Yang Chuan from Choming District to help. I feel like he probably knows something about the situation as well. Ma Bureau. All right, I'll contact him. Yang Chuan finally set foot in Tianan District Criminal Arrest with his squad. They met in the conference room. Although everything was evil, they could only go about this as a possibility now. Besides, wasn't catching those superpowered criminals exactly what they should be doing? The meeting went on for more than 2 hours. In the end, Yang Chuan pulled Gao Wei's face and said, we have to be quick. He moves much faster than us and appears near the criminals every time. Humph. After the exchange, each of them went on their own search mission. Yang Chuan looked through the past dossiers of Tianan District while a question surfaced within his heart. Since he was able to possess an unlimited number of times, or occupy, then who is he? It definitely couldn't be Lu Xiangyang. Being dead and alive again meant that he was also possessed. Before him? Then who could it be? Nice guy. If Lu Xiangyang was here, he would definitely be hilarious. This criminal arrestee known as Eagle Eye was the first to rule out the correct answer. It was a laugh. But it's true that he's not to blame. Lu Xiangyang's resurrection from the dead to kill Wang Jin is indeed suspicious. Only the soul possession theory can be explained. This article also exactly mirrored the countless incidents that followed. The original master was all changed in temperament before the incident, as if he had changed into a different person. And after a certain incident he had a weapon, that short knife. Witnesses and cameras have captured that sharp short knife. But not once has it been found. After all the incidents, the knife was gone. Evil as hell. This is also a side effect of the guy who kills people, who may not be human. He was also growing. Thinking about this, Yang Chuan broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but ask himself, can we really catch such an existence? Regardless of how they speculated about the search, Lu Xiangyang had already been reincarnated. The identity setting this time was quite interesting, and it was the first time he had randomly rotated into this occupation. When he opened his eyes, he saw the tin room. Lu Xiangyang scanned around and realized that he was in a temporary building tin dormitory. Setting information also surfaced. Name, Si Weiji. Gender, male. Age, 26. Brief introduction. 16 years old. Your father took your mother to take the land run out of the country, ready to make a go of it abroad. You will be given to your grandparents to raise. 18 years old. The parents of the news suddenly disappeared. The last contact is the father turned a sum of 8,000 knives and music. Notes live well. 20 years old sent away after the grandparents to find a few jobs are not ideal. 25 years old. You entered the Rock Hung Road and Bridge Construction the company. Became a construction worker, diligently dry for a year. One day, because of bumped into the project manager and data clerk of the scandal, the project manager began to target you. Have not even gotten up yet. The sound of the phone rang. Do. Lu Xiangyang picked up his cell phone and took a look. It was the project manager, Wang Tai. After picking up the phone, a furious roar came from the other end. Si Weiji, where the hell are you pouring concrete today? Do not want to do. If you don't want to do it, get the fuck out of here. Lu Xiangyang frowned. Memory told him, Si Weiji has been working continuously for 2 months. Yesterday, with the project manager, asked for a day off to prepare for a good rest, pouring concrete with other construction workers watching. How to find things again today. Thinking of this, Lu Xiangyang said indifferently, Wang Tai, didn't I take a vacation yesterday? On the other end of the phone, Wang Tai heard this dangling tone and calling him by his name, and immediately his face reddened with anger. Blanche, this little son of a bitch has turned against the sky. Doesn't know who's the big and small king on the construction site anymore. Si Weiji, how dare you talk back? When did you take a vacation? I'm telling you, you've lost your full fucking attendance this month. If something goes wrong with the concrete pouring, I'll fuck you up. You hear me? Get your ass over here to the concrete pouring station. Wang Tai kept cursing angrily. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's hands itched, he wanted to smack him in the mouth. Duh. No more listening. Lu Xiangyang directly hung up the phone. Oh, I go to the side station? What the hell? I'll send you all to the other side of the world. Blanche. Wang Tai looked at the hung-up cell phone with a confused face. Immediately, he exploded, angry and jumping straight to his feet. The phone dialed out again. Still hung up. Hang up. Finally, pull black. Wang Tai angry that called a bastard. Eyeballs turn up, dead gritted teeth. The heart of how to give him a good hole later. Lu Xiangyang get up and open the door of the dormitory. Outside is a shade of green. This project is in the Tianan District Periphery Bird Ship Place. This construction site project is a highway. Rockhung Road and Bridge Construction Company serves as one of the section of high-speed subcontracting construction, Do Bridge Open Road. The boss of this company is Mixed Black Start. Up after the creation of this construction company, whitewash, earn money, people also run to the big city to engage in finance. The company was handed over to the black boss's beloved minions to operate and make money. And Wang Tai is before following the boss to mix with the beloved little brother's little brother. Even the little brother of the little brother are arranged to project manager position. This also explains why Wang Tai is so arrogant and domineering. Lu Xiangyang was also the first time he was reincarnated as a construction site guy, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he was ready to go downstairs and turn around in the area of the temporary construction project to see if there were any ugly things to lift his spirits. As for Wang Tai's threat, do you see him being afraid? If Lu Xiangyang met Wang Tai face to face, after learning about the ugly things he did, he would definitely send him to the otherworldly sidewalk at the first opportunity. While passing by the workers' dormitory, he suddenly heard a woman shout, followed by a muffled sound, as if someone had covered her mouth. Crap. What's this for? Lu Xiangyang pulled his leg and walked towards the place where the sound came from. Site managers live in one building, and workers have living quarters where workers stay. Generally, in this kind of construction site far away from the city, workers will bring their wives and families to play husband and wife labor, sometimes do things together, sometimes rotate rest. So the situation in the workers' dormitory becomes complicated. Some people bring their wives, some don't. It's not uncommon for dirty things to happen. It's not uncommon to have a little bit of dirt. Chapter 68. Wang Hu and Wang He want to do something wrong, ruthlessly sanction the project department's bad wind. Lu Xiangyang came to the dormitory door. The door is closed and locked. The window is also pasted with newspaper in, cannot see the specifics of the inside. He put his ear on it. The sound of a woman's muffled cry and a man's panting sound came from inside. Leaning north. Long Kunlun. In broad daylight. This nigga looks like he's doing something illegal. Bang. Lu Xiangyang violently kicked the door open. At once. The scene inside the room was clear. Only to see two middle-aged workers will be a middle-aged woman pressed on the bed, a person to cover her mouth, another person is trying to do bad things. The three of them heard the sound of the door being kicked in and turned their heads to look at the same time. The middle-aged woman, with tears in her eyes, looked pitifully at Lu Xiangyang in the doorway, her eyes full of supplication. Save me! Save me! Those two middle-aged folk saw the scandalous matter being crashed through. A flash of panic flashed across their faces, then they glanced at each other. The arrow was on the string. It had to be sent. Let's just do it. Two don't have to rest. Between their eyes looking at each other, they flashed a vicious color. At this moment, system information surfaced in front of Lu Xiangyang. Wang He, Wang Hu, two brothers, Tianan District, Fuqian village people, brave and ruthless. In the village is unemployed. The two village gangsters, the village widow Huahua finished, was beaten out of the Fuqian village. After leaving the village, they followed Wang Tai to join the project, become a member of the reinforcing bar work team. Today is the day of pouring concrete. They will find an excuse to sneak back, ready to stare at this long time. Middle-aged woman to do it. Slap. Wang He slapped the middle-aged woman fiercely, complaining in his heart that if she hadn't been blindly screaming, she wouldn't have attracted people to check it out. He rolled over and got up, looked viciously at Lu Xiangyang and said, "Kid, I'm telling you, don't you fucking look for death. Now pretend you didn't see it and roll out, then we'll let you off the hook. Otherwise." Humph. Wang Hu also let go of the hand covering the middle-aged woman, stood up, pulled out a pocket knife from his hip pocket, and threatened Lu Xiangyang. "Are you fucking sick? Don't go to work. What's the point of going around blindly?" Aang. Lu Xiangyang looked at their condescending appearance angry. Blanche, what the hell do you mean I did wrong? His face gradually became hideous, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Word by word, he spat out towards them. Come on, you guys try. Wang Hu and Wang He were furious at his words. Blanche, you little son of a bitch, you're so young, and you're as bullish as hell. Wang Hu was short-tempered and immediately lunged towards Lu Xiangyang. The knife viciously stabbed Lu Xiangyang's stomach. Humph, a mere gravel. His movements were as childish in Lu Xiangyang's eyes. Any one thing, if you have done hundreds or thousands of things, will be skillful. It just so happens that Lu Xiangyang is very skillful at fighting and slaughtering animals. Swish. As a dark aura flashed by, Wang Hu's right hand fell downward with a softness, and his bare arm plunged straight into Lu Xiangyang's stomach.
Aki.
With a violent howl ringing out, Wang Hu he didn't understand. Why is it Lu Xiangyang who is zapped, but it is himself who is in pain? Looking at Lu Xiangyang, whose face was hideous and whose eyes were flashing scarlet, Wang Hu looked down. Finished. Wasted. I don't know when, my own hand fell to the ground. Lu Xiangyang in front of him was carrying a short black knife in his right hand. How dare you? Seeing his own brother's hand being chopped off by this brat, Wang He immediately grabbed the bench on the ground and slammed it towards Lu Xiangyang. Boom. Lu Xiangyang bent his head sideways to avoid this attack and casually went for Wang Hu's little brother. He instantly covered his crotch and fell to his knees on the ground, making violent wailing sounds.
Aki.
Boom. In the next moment, Lu Xiangyang ruthlessly struck the back of his head with the back of his blade, knocking him out. Too noisy, Lu Xiangyang said in a chilling voice, then stared at Wang He dead in the face, ready to pounce on him. No matter how ferocious Wang He was, seeing Lu Xiangyang being so cold and resolute, and striking with an extremely ruthless and skillful hand, his heart couldn't help but be terrified. Blanche, how can this still be a fight? This guy is just like a fucking killer. Wang He's eyes glanced behind him, his eyes turning everywhere, wanting to escape. Suddenly, he thought of the middle-aged woman hiding behind him and turned around with a cruel look on his face, directly rushing over, ready to hold her hostage. You're fucking looking for death. Looking at Wang He, who already had a way to take death, Lu Xiangyang did not spoil him. Swish. He directly threw out the courage towards Wang He's back. The next moment, the courage was inserted straight into his body. Wang He looked at the short blade that came out through his body with a horrified expression. How could he? How dare he? How dare he kill someone? Plop. Wang He fell on his way to the middle-aged woman. When that middle-aged woman saw Wang He fall in front of her, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and was about to open her mouth to let out a shocking scream. Ah! Lu Xiangyang made 2 steps in 3, rushed over, and gave her a hand slash to knock her out. Looking at the fallen Wang He, Lu Xiangyang didn't have half a bit of pity. Pulling out courage, Lu Xiangyang took Wang Hu by the hand on his way out and closed the door to the room. Substitute life +2, total 207. Justice points +1, total 1259. After this matter was dealt with, he didn't immediately leave the civil workers' dormitory, but rather, he circled around and after confirming that there were no more beasts committing crimes, he drew his legs and walked towards the office area pro-construction. Coming to the engineering department, he pushed open the door and walked in. Surprisingly, he found that the construction worker who was covering his own shift was sitting on his seat playing games. TMD. Still playing a certain 4-letter game. Dai Feiwen, shouldn't you be at the construction site? Lu Xiangyang asked with a frown on his face. Dai Feiwen was the distant nephew of the project manager Wang Tai, who had plugged in the relationship. There were a total of 4 builders on the project, with a group of 2. This Dai Feiwen was the member in the group with him. But he is now sitting here playing games. That means the site concrete pouring construction, no construction management personnel staring. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's question, Dai Feiwen glanced at Lu Xiangyang and said, "Where I am, how much does it matter to you?" He then continued to turn his head to play the game. He was originally at the construction site. It was Wang Tai who called him back, saying that he wanted to fix Lu Xiangyang. Heh, good. Seeing him like this, Lu Xiangyang was infuriated and laughed. Backhandedly, he pulled out that sledgehammer from his backpack. Boom, Ike. Lu Xiangyang directly swung the hammer round and smashed it hard on his computer. The broken monitor splattered, cutting Dai Feiwen's face open with a few wounds. Dai Feiwen looked at the sledgehammer in front of him, and his face instantly turned pale. The sledgehammer had just grazed his scalp. It was just a hair's breadth away, exploding his head. His body was tingling and his adrenaline was secreting like crazy. Boom. Lu Xiangyang fiercely drew back the hammer and smashed down hard again between his hands. Scream. You fucking scream again. Play. I'll let you play. Boom. Boom. Lu Xiangyang continuously swung his hammer. The commotion also attracted other staff in the office area. The data clerk, Wu Mei, was right next door and rushed over when she heard the commotion. She instantly realized that Lu Xiangyang was smashing Dai Feiwen's computer. Si Weiji, you're crazy. What are you doing? This son of a bitch was smashing Wang Tai's nephew's computer. New hatred and old hatred immediately erupted together. Wu Mei barged into the conference room and pointed at Lu Xiangyang and cursed. What a dirtbag from the countryside. You're crazy. What are you doing smashing his computer? You made such a big commotion. Hearing Wu Mei's voice, Dai Feiwen also reacted at this time, his face turning from pale to red. He fiercely stood up and was about to hit Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang backhanded a slap. Slap. Viciously slapping him back again. The left side of Dai Feiwen's face swelled up with a dazed look. That Wu Mei was still spitting fragrance. Lu Xiangyang turned around and stared at her with a cold, piercing gaze. The next moment, slap. Another hard slap, directly slapping her to sit on her knees. Wu Mei's loud spewing of feces came to an abrupt end, covering her face as she looked at Lu Xiangyang, not daring to believe it. You. Chapter 69. You're a madman. Next to the office of the old supervisor also walked in. This old man usually take card to play the slippery play very. Cite something he arranged small supervisor to go. A meal, singing, foot washing, massage thing. He will be the first on the small supervisor do not go. Usually also like to rely on the old, take seniority to say things. A look of the past to teach juniors. The end of the high very, extremely pretentious. This is not, he came again. Zhu old supervisor holding a cup of tea, tilted his head and looked at Lu Xiangyang with slanted eyes and said faintly, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Why are you smashing other people's computers and hitting them? Quickly apologize to them. By the way, the computer a compensation, and then invite all the people in the project to have a meal. This matter is even half solved, and then you. Not waiting for this old bastard to finish. Likewise, Lu Xiangyang backhanded a hard slap on top of his old face. Slap. Pfft. Without even finishing his sentence, old supervisor Zhu spat out 2 teeth, and his teacup fell on the ground, almost falling to the ground with a stumble from Lu Xiangyang's blow. Lu Xiangyang directly kicked him down and said with a frosty face, Aminoses, you old bastard still have the face to lecture me? Old supervisor, Zhu covered his face in a daze, in pain and numbness. The words that came out of his open mouth were leaking. You're done. You hit me. How dare you hit me? At this time, and came in 2 Party A people, they pointed at Lu Xiangyang is ready to open his mouth to curse. Okay, high and mighty standing on the moral high ground of the Party A, right? Snap. Snap. Lu Xiangyang directly backhand 2 slaps, ruthlessly blocked their mouths. The Party A that was hit covered his face, and also looked at Lu Xiangyang with disbelief. This guy is crazy. The project department managers see Party A's father being beaten, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. They all gather around ready to accuse Lu Xiangyang. Xiaoxi, how could you do this? Slap. A slap. Xiaoxi you. Slap. You. Slap. Snap. Lu Xiangyang killed madly. These managers, come when he smoked one, and listen to what they say nonsense. Just send them straight to their ears and be done with it. Cool. Rectify the project department from me. A series of 12 people ruthlessly pumped. Lu Xiangyang finally stopped his hand. He felt his right hand is a little swollen. At this moment, those surrounding project department managers who had not been beaten were hiding far away. They looked at Lu Xiangyang carrying a sledgehammer, with unknown blood stains on his body, and a hideous look. They no longer dare to go forward to accuse him of anything, nor do they dare to stop him from committing murder. This guy is as crazy as he is. Who dares to go up? Go up is an ear slap. Partier was so angry that he sat on the ground with a trembling hand and pulled out his cell phone, flipped through it, and found the project manager Wang Tai's phone number and dialed it. Wang Tai, you son of a bitch. Your project department's construction worker Siwei, Jiamino's crazy. See people to beat. Our party, the supervisor, together with your construction staff all beat up again. You see how this can be resolved. Humph. Beep. Hanging up the phone, Partier's father called for someone again. Hey, hurry back to the project department. Old man got beaten up. Aminos. Wang Tai was at the moment at the pouring site trying to think of a way to fix Si Weiji when he received a call from the A side and learned about Si Weiji going crazy at the project department. Ah, what a little son of a bitch. You're fucking crazy. He then hoofed it while calling those good buddies and good little brothers who hang out together, while coming to his big Range Rover and sitting in it, all the way to the wild ride, ready to come back and clean up Si Weiji properly. Lu Xiangyang came to the entrance of the project department and turned around to point at the group of managers who were looking at him and cursed. Don't do this aminos thing again in the future. Do things properly. Be serious. It is because of the existence of some rat shit. It's because of some rat turds that these projects are in a mess. You're lucky today. You won't be so lucky next time. You know what? Threatened. What is this guy talking about? What fortune? Luck? Being good? What's all this with? In the project department, management personnel confused look. Lu Xiangyang strides to the outside parking lot, looking for a pickup truck, directly swinging a sledgehammer to smash the windows. Open the door, fire, start, rush to the pouring site. Lu Xiangyang lit a cigarette, slowly spit out, looking ahead. Oh, Wang Tai is it? You wait for the old man. Some of the project department managers were ready to report it, but they were stopped by the A side, and the A side's father's eyes were fierce and said, report it. That's not too cheap. Wait for Wang Tai to come back. I'll make him give a statement. But they were destined not to wait for Wang Tai on the temporary road, because Lu Xiangyang unexpectedly saw Wang Tai's vehicle, which was speeding towards him from a distance. The moment he noticed his vehicle, system information surfaced in front of his eyes. Wang Tai, Rockhung Road and Bridge Construction Company subordinate to a road and bridge high-speed project leader, project manager, is long ago left the tenant district whitewash after the boss beloved horseboy's little brother, practitioners in 10 years, owed millions of wages to civilian workers, misappropriation of public funds for private use, jerry-built projects, in a number of non-main structural parts, superiority for inferiority, more for less, a large enrichment, once 5 years ago to personally send away the two just and upright supervisors, as well as disobedience to the A number of construction workers, will bury them alive to fill the pile foundation, ruthless and decisive, traces of clean handling. So he has not yet happened. There have been intentional injury of the case file, but they are relations wiped out. In addition to the KTV business field do not pay money to play, wantonly beat others, pure dregs of the old times, the scum of society. Well. Lu Xiangyang's eyes flashed ferociously. The wages are in arrears, aren't they? The beating of raw piles, right? KTV playing for nothing, right? He stared at the big Range Rover driving in front of him. The two cars are getting closer and closer. Closer and closer. 10 meters. Lu Xiangyang can see the car window that Wang Tai's surprised look, so he also found himself. Oh, see, that's good. Lu Xiangyang laughed fiercely, a crazy idea in his mind. Wang Tai had already stepped on the brakes at this time, preparing to slow down. Lu Xiangyang exchanged a tube of adrenaline from the mall and ruthlessly stabbed it on his thigh. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated again with a kick of the gas, then viciously killed the steering wheel to the left. In the moment when the two cars crossed paths, Lu Xiangyang's pickup truck crashed into the back half of the big Range Rover. Boom, Mikey. With a loud collision sound, both vehicles all rolled over. The panicked Wang Tai's last thought before he passed out was these two words. Crazy gee. Cough. Cough. Lu Xiangyang coughed up blood and climbed out from the position of the deformed car window. He was covered in blood at the moment. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his body, and if he hadn't been the first to get a shot of adrenaline, he would have been GG. Feeling the sensation of his brain turning over, coupled with the right hand and right leg that had no sensation, Lu Xiangyang unexpectedly laughed out faintly. Cough. Ha. Cough ha. Prickly. Stimulating. Pulling out the sledgehammer from his backpack, he slowly climbed up with the pestle and moved over towards Wang Tai. Child, ready to meet your demon god Big Daddy? Chapter 70. Great Love? Great Love. Tianan District Funeral Parlor. Director Feng looked at the body covered with a white cloth in front of him. His entire body seemed to have aged dozens of years, and his hair at the temples was speckled with whiteness overnight. He hunched his body and silently gazed at the face. White hair to send off the black hair. Painful heartache. Tearful eyes. Gradually, he couldn't see the child's face anymore. Child, why are you doing this, ah? Dad doesn't want you to donate in such a way. Dad just wants you to grow up healthy and have a family. Why are you risking your own life? Woo-woo. Boy, whoa, that's not what you should do. This Dean Feng who has rescued hundreds of children. This man who had spent most of his life running for children. The man who had never shed a tear even when times were tough. At this moment, he did not mince words. Left behind tears. The group of moms behind him, the teachers, had also long since burst into tears and kept whimpering, recalling the text messages from the previous cell phone chat. They did not know. Why was Feng Tianen fine before? How did he suddenly become a murderer, lying here? Obviously so good a child. Even if his body was crippled, even if he was just a small sanitation worker, he had to take out most of his savings to subsidize the orphanage. Outside the funeral parlor, there was also a portion of the families of the orphan children, who were also looking inside in pain and tears. How did he die? Yes. How did he die? If Lu Xiangyang was here, he would definitely smile bashfully, gently smoothing the creases and tears on the faces of Director Feng and the mom, teachers, and laughing softly. Don't cry for me, don't grieve for me either. Some people are born with a destiny that belongs to him. There are some things that only I can do, and only I can give them an explanation. Don't cry. Great love has no boundaries. At this time, Yang Chuan and Gao Wei also rushed here. They looked at the crowd of people who were crying and had mixed feelings in their hearts. Tangled. Is it a foul? Foul. Wrong? Wrong. Really? Don't know. Yang Chuan and Gao Wei, they really didn't know, and they weren't qualified to comment. Director Feng, rest in peace. This is his cell phone. It contains words written to the orphanage. Gao Wei walked in and handed the cell phone to Director Feng. Are they Tian Nan's words? What did he say? Ah, Director Feng, I want to read it too. Upon hearing this news, all the people who were crying all gathered around. Dean Feng wiped his tears, brought his cell phone over, and opened the memo. Above it was written, "To my beloved fathers, President Feng, mothers." Half the time, everyone silently wept. Gao Wei and Yang Chuan also quietly left the place. They lit a cigarette and sat in the car. Yang Chuan said, "Is this okay?" Gao Wei, "I don't know, but I want to do it." Yang Chuan took a long drag and exhaled slowly, looking at the sky outside and said, Punish evil and promote goodness. Great love has no boundaries. Boom, boom. Lu Xiangyang swung the hammer round with his left hand and smashed it hard on the car door. Wang Tai's big Range Rover was already deformed and couldn't open the door. This son of a bitch is not dead, just unconscious. After all, the car is good. Safety performance greatly. The airbags all blew up. A pillar B pillar are not deformed. There is no blood on his face. On the contrary, Lu Xiangyang looks miserable and incomparable. Boom. Once again smashed the hammer. The door was not opened, but Wang Tai was shocked awake. Well? Cough. Well? He opened his eyes in confusion. His brain was very dizzy, and he looked outside somewhat blankly, not yet reacting to what had happened. Boom. A loud hammering sound rang directly in his ears. Wang Tai was startled. Only then did he gradually react. His eyes looked at Lu Xiangyang, gradually remembering all of this, and then radiating endless hatred. You're a fucking lunatic. I'll fucking kill you. Finished speaking. He turned around to pull out something from the passenger seat storage compartment. Ugh, you're no fun like this, cough cough. I just want to play with you. Why are you in a hurry? Lu Xiangyang wiped the blood off his face and laughed. He then did not hammer, pulled out courage from his backpack, straight to the driver's door and ruthlessly inserted a stir. The short knife directly pierced through Wang Tai's left leg. Aki. Wang Tai couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Not bothering to pull out anything, his body turned around to cover his thigh. When Lu Xiangyang saw him turn around, he once again swung the sledgehammer and started smashing the car. Boom. 80. 80. After 380, the car door was finally overwhelmed and collapsed. A pull and a belt to get the car door down. Lu Xiangyang looked at Wang Tai, who was squeezed in the driver's seat and howling, and said indifferently, "Know the pain now? Aren't you fucking awesome? Don't you want to kill me? Come on." Wang Tai pinched his thighs to death to keep the blood from flowing too much. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, he turned his head to look at Lu Xiangyang and laughed bitterly. "Brother, it's not so bad. Just because of this little thing." Wang Tai was smiling on the surface, but he secretly hated it in his heart. "If I wasn't stuck in the driver's seat, I would have come down and killed you, son of a bitch." "Stuck, huh?" Lu Xiangyang said indifferently, as if he could see through his inner thoughts. Wang Tai's expression stiffened, and he said again, "How could it be, brother? Like this? I'll give you $2 million. Spare me." Lu Xiangyang was unmoved. Come on, I'll give you a chance. After saying that, Lu Xiangyang started to cut the deformed driver's seat with his knife so that he could come out. Blanche, this son of a bitch is like he doesn't understand human language. You really fucking want to find death? Then I will fulfill you. Wang Tai secretly hated in his heart. His eyes looked at Lu Xiangyang, who was cutting the cockpit with killing intent. At the same time, his right hand touched his cell phone and pretended to look down as he started to send a message to those brethren, sending the location, asking them to hurry over. Lu Xiangyang didn't care about these small moves of his. He can't wait for you to come more people. The more animals that come, the better. 10 minutes later, Wang Tai was dragged out by him. At this time, Lu Xiangyang's right leg has almost regained consciousness. Only the right hand is still hanging, like broken, but he does not matter. Wang Tai came out and faced Lu Xiangyang, his face squeezed with a smile, just ready to speak. Swish. Lu Xiangyang's hammer in his left hand switched to a short knife at some point. A knife from bottom to top then chopped off his right arm. You're so fucking disgusting, ah. Wanna kill me, wanna go crazy. Still licking a pussy face pretending to be happy. You mixed so many years for nothing? Did I let you out for you to laugh? Ong. Lu Xiangyang grimaced and looked at him and cursed angrily. Giving you the chance. You're not fucking useful either. Wang Tai looked at his right arm that fell to the ground, felt the pain that drilled through his heart, and listened to Lu Xiangyang's inhuman words. His heart was anxious again, angry, painful, hateful, anger, and regret.
Okay.
He fell to his knees once again, covering his empty right arm and letting out a miserable howl, his eyes looking at Lu Xiangyang as if he was looking at a monster. How could there be such a person? Now you know to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Those people who were beaten by you with raw steaks didn't see you spare them either? Huh. And owed wages? I'll fucking let you default on your wages. Snap. Lu Xiangyang withdrew his courage and slapped him hard on the face. I'll fucking let you KTV for nothing. Pa. Wang Tai is already on the verge of a mental breakdown, lying on the ground, letting Lu Xiangyang slap him. Lu Xiangyang is not used to it. You lie down, I'll whip as usual. Backhand pumping. No more, no less, 36 slaps in a row. At this time, there are two cars in the distance toward this side of the speeding. Lu Xiangyang stood up his body, craned his neck, and laughed. The beasts are coming. Once again, he stabbed two potions and waited.